Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel Fanfiction podcast. Today I got an original Chinese novel for you. The name of the novel is The Fourth Calamity, Starry Sky Frenzy, author Mo Shengren, chapter 322. Hiring, inventorying the armory, stand still. Which conglomerate or chamber of commerce do you belong to? How can you be so spineless? Contrary to the sniper god's prediction, Lyle's words to him were anything but polite, but the other party seemed to fall for it. They immediately straightened up and gave their identification number. I am a mobile envoy from Juno's Kellic company, responsible for temporary security duties. My identification number is... Lyle's image nodded. Are there any other survivors on the ship? I don't know. The virus spread too fast. I was on duty inspecting the armory when the outbreak outside started so quickly that I had to seal it off. I don't know if there are any survivors outside. The crew was so excited they could hardly breathe. Seeing this, the first sniper went into the armory, closed the hatch, and took out some food, water, and a vial of medicine for the enemy. Thank you. The crew member took the supplies and was about to take off his helmet when Lyle stopped him. Stop. Do you want to die? This angry shout stunned one of the crew members for a whole day. What does this mean? Is this a trap? The crew members looked at the supplies in their hands, unsure of how to react. Should we hold Chen Lu back with a gun? Fortunately, Lyle provided a timely follow-up. He just came from a heavily infected area. He's definitely carrying infection spores. Do you really dare remove the filtration system like that? The filtration system is an auxiliary system attached to the crew's life support system and can effectively filter nano-sized particles in the air. I hadn't noticed that. The top sniper quickly apologized and explained his situation. How do I get rid of the virus on my body? By burning. The crew member with the 8-digit number nodded, put down the violet-colored rifle and supplies he was carrying, which were being used as a table by storage box, and went to rummage through a large pile of alloy boxes at the back. He took out a flamethrower and aimed it at the first sniper. Hurry up and deal with it. Lyle urged. After being scorched by the high temperature of the flames, the first sniper noticed that tiny, scattered sparks of light had indeed appeared on his body, which made him somewhat suspicious of the virus spores. The crew took care of every detail, using flamethrowers to scorch the entire armory, including his own body, which had come into close contact with the holy sword. His ship suit was quite heat-resistant, protecting him from the brief heat. Looking at the crew's cleaning process, Lyle nodded slightly, acknowledging their standards. With permission granted, the crew member finally sat down awkwardly by the metal box, took off his helmet, and revealed his exhausted face. He wasn't very old, but his cheeks were sunken and his big eyes had some dark circles, probably because he hadn't been getting enough rest. His hairline was also normal, so he was probably more than 10 years younger than Lyle. After eating and drinking, he was clearly more energetic and no longer as flustered as before. Instead, he wondered why his own guild's technicians were hanging out with Chani, and it seemed that Chani was still following orders. By the way, Tenji mentioned an employer at the beginning. This mechanic is actually able to hire Tenji. May I ask what the situation is like outside? Are you sent by the Chamber of Commerce to rescue the survivors? The crew member asked, looking expectantly at Lyle on the holographic image. Judging from his appearance, it's hard to imagine how long he's been here. The energy bars temporarily placed in the armory for transport are clearly not enough to maintain his normal bodily needs. He probably has to break one bar into 7 to eat. Moreover, they would face endless, unending terror. Would they eventually starve to death in this heavily armed armory, with no supplies left, or would they bravely face those despicable and terrifying flesh and blood monsters, transformed from their former colleagues and comrades? Ultimately, it seemed that only death was the answer. Fortunately, the Chamber of Commerce Alliance took pity on him, and someone from their own side came to the ship, where he finally met the stranger. At this moment, his heart was pounding in his throat, desperate to leave. He wanted to escape this hellish place immediately, return to the Alliance, undergo a full medical checkup, and apply for psychiatric treatment. If his current qualifications were recognized, he might even be noticed by more prestigious business groups, signing high commission labor contracts and enjoying more comfortable employee benefits. However, Lyle's answer immediately dampened his spirits. Is this your first year working at the Chamber of Commerce? Lyle countered. You mean? The crew member's expression changed slightly. At this moment, no matter how much his subconscious didn't want to admit it, the promotion and raise he had been fantasizing about were just a fleeting bubble. As employees of the Chamber of Commerce Alliance, they all knew what to do with props that had lost their value. Any investment that doesn't yield returns several times over is not worthwhile. What I mean is, this obelisk flagship has been abandoned. Do you know how badly the outside world has fallen? No corporation is willing to pay the cost of salvaging the supplies. The mutants are more numerous than the clones in the Kroni armory. There are spore-spreading aggregates everywhere. Whether it's survivors or warehouse supplies, they are all very likely to be contaminated with infection spores during the salvage process. Any slight mishandling could lead to the next obelisk like this appearing on the map of cups. Moreover, there are personnel losses during the recovery process, which are obvious losses, while the profits are uncertain, and there may even be collateral losses. Have you given back all the profit theory you learned in college to the central government? Lyle's series of explanations and rhetorical questions made the young crew member blush and turn pale, and he eventually fell silent, seemingly accepting the reality that he was now losing money. The first sniper, watching from the sidelines, felt a chill run down his spine. He never expected that the Alliance Chamber of Commerce, which seemed to treat its employees like human beings, would be even more mercenary than he had imagined. Perhaps he hadn't yet grasped the true moral bottom line of the Alliance. But you're not entirely without hope. Lyle's voice trailed off briefly before continuing, and the first sniper god realized, here comes. A little something extra for a little challenge. That's so realistic. Lyle, how come you're so skilled at it? How many employees have you actually manipulated? Upon hearing this, the young crew member looked up at Lyle, wanting to hear about any other way out. Based on my current observations, the Chenji possesses extremely strong resistance to disease. So far, there have been no cases of infection. This is the source of my confidence in cooperating with the Chenji to recover the main body of this abandoned obelisk. But you should know that the Chenji are not so easy to cooperate with. They always speak with swords and spears. Lyle deliberately softened his tone here, and the young crew member who heard this seemed to understand the underlying meaning. Is there anything I can do? He asked. We cannot completely guarantee your safety. The disease is ubiquitous and can be prevented countless times, but you only have one life. Lyle announced the liability waiver. But I have no choice. I only have this life left, and in the eyes of my labor company, my life has no value anymore. But here, at least there is some hope. When he talked about hope, he himself was not even sure. Lyle didn't seem to be in a hurry and wanted to give him some time. You can think about it again. I can draft an employment contract for you and have you sign under my name as an assistant employee. There's no need for that. I can entrust my life to you, but my 10-year employment contract is with Celtic Corporation. Without the company's transfer agreement, I have no right to sign contracts. Send me your contract attachments, Lyle said after a moment's thought. What? I need the header number and encrypted barcode of the attached contract. Next time, I'll arrange for Chani to hijack the information at this company and hack your contract while we're at it. Don't be surprised. Do you really think those Chani agents have such a high demand for information? As long as the payment is sufficient and the terms are agreed upon, Chani is not unacceptable for cooperation. If a technician like me can do it, why can't those managers and board members do it? Competitors are enemy companies. The value of confidential intelligence far outweighs the payment to Chani. First sniper god. Holy crap. Is your business guild really this treacherous and ruthless when it comes to business warfare with your rivals? The crew members were easily persuaded and sent their electronic contract attachments to the other party. After all, nothing is more convincing than a well-behaved Chani standing in front of them. Lyle reviewed the contract, which contained clauses he was already tired of seeing. However, he now took an extra step, glancing at the names of the signatories. Colin. Nice name. I'll call you by your name from now on, not by your number. For now, it's just a verbal agreement. You know the conditions are very harsh. I'll have you check the written contract after it's drafted. For now, your priority is to protect your life. I'll arrange for Chenji to provide you with a stable supply of survival materials. If you have the capacity, you can provide him with information on supplies. You must understand clearly that you are now my employee. My goal is to extract every valuable aspect from this wrecked ship. What benefits me is what benefits you. I will also arrange for another Chenji to ensure the mission goes smoothly, but this is my best effort, and I hope you can understand. The crew member nodded in response, seemingly flattered. Yes, okay, I understand. I will prioritize my safety. Okay, I'll go check the supplies list I gave you. While you're at it, you and Chenlu organize the military equipment and supplies behind you and hand them over to him. The empty area can be used to store your survival supplies. Lyle abruptly ended the call. The first sniper god hadn't even realized who Lyle was referring to as the other heavenly sword until after he hung up, when he suddenly remembered that he had a teammate from the Second Empire outside. Damn it, this Cooper's technician can turn existing conditions into additional conditions, as if he's implying that he's increased the cost of protecting the young man's life so that the other party will be more devoted to him. Sai, the merchant. Oh well, it has nothing to do with him anyway. Instead, it lets him see more interesting scenes of how AI controls NPCs to interact with each other. It's all just CG. Besides, how else would he get an NPC helper? He'd be even more eager for Lyle to be a better conman. Inventorying the weapons wasn't too difficult. Colin had digested some of his food and was in much better spirits. He was the one who did most of the inventory work, while the top sniper just had to watch from the sidelines. This is a spectral cutter. Its usual function is to be handed over to engineers to enter the space maintenance deck. It can meet the needs of precision cutting. Its concentrated laser beam is also effective on organic and synthetic materials. It can be used as a temporary weapon, but it is not quite qualified as a weapon. He panted as he separated 5 boxes from the alloy box, inside which were neatly arranged energy guns with short, one-handed handles, the outline of which resembled a one-handed axe. The top sniper picked up a weapon, opened the safety latch, and fired a laser beam at one corner of the alloy box lid. The laser quickly sliced off a corner of the lid. However, when he tried it on his own shield, he found that it did not do much damage, but it seemed to be a metal special attack that could be used to deal with mechanical creatures such as Moa and Ospreys, and even the metal padding on the clone of Kroni. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Not bad. It can be used to build a new base for Lyle. The first sniper god directly entered the void channel. Colin, who was watching from the sidelines, was astonished when he saw the Celestial being wave his hand and the 2 stacks of alloy boxes, each as tall as a person, disappear into the ripples in the space. He now understood how he had obtained the information that Chani could steal things without a trace. However, this has nothing to do with him now. The other party is now his accomplice, and the cleaner and more efficient Chani is, the more advantageous it will be for him. This is a Dragoon plasma rifle, a burst-fire rifle. Crew members are usually equipped with this plasma weapon. Why don't you give it a try? Colin asked curiously when he saw that the first sniper had just glanced at it and put it away without testing it like before. I've seen it quite a lot, said the number 1 sniper. Colin immediately understood. What kind of creature was Chenji? It was everywhere, and every moment, ships, strongholds, and camps in cups were being invaded and harassed by Chenji. They must be tired of seeing such common creatures. This is the Provo stun baton. It's made of very sturdy materials. In its normal state, it can be used as a 2-handed baton for striking and slashing, easily subduing unruly individuals. If needed, it can also be activated by the shop's charging station. As he spoke, the first sniper god had already taken out a silver blue stun baton from the cargo box. It looked like a double-handed enlarged version of a police baton, with a slightly flattened body. After activating the switch on the handle, an arc of electricity emerged along the edge of the baton, crackling and emitting a sound that warned strangers to stay away. The first sniper god tried to touch it, and the shield instantly rippled, its capacity immediately being depleted by a small portion. Not bad. The number 1 sniper happily put the box away. This is Supera, a heavy weapon issued to the Chamber of Commerce's dispatched technicians. It's a 3-barreled laser rifle with a very short startup time, an extremely high rate of fire, and a magazine capacity large enough to destroy a small spaceship. As he lined up the weapons one by one, his own face beneath the First Empire armor beamed with a wide grin. Chapter 323 Ship Armor Materials. A contract. After sorting through the entire area, almost all the weapons were stored in the first sniper god's void passage. Even so, the warehouse was still filled with many storage boxes. Some contained scrap boxes mixed with various materials, while others contained neatly stacked energy batteries, as well as many red crystals and other things that were plentiful at home. To avoid wasting the space in the void passage, they only helped clear them to the edge of the warehouse, making room for Colin to live. Soon Lyle had another player at the base contact the first sniper god and sent him a batch of supplies. 3 large boxes of living supplies. The first sniper god also helped set up various shelves, covered them with anti-static dust cloths, installed magnetic footpads, and set up an indoor tent for Colin. I don't know what the meaning of putting a sleeping bag in this tent is. The first sniper god was a little speechless, but looking at Colin's expression, he seemed to like it. I guess maybe they pay more attention to form. If you are a player, it is not so important. If necessary, sleeping directly on the floor is no problem. Unfortunately, this game has a small limitation that requires a bed to bind the rest point. Fortunately, the restrictions are actually dispensable, as long as the shape of the bedding can be detected. After various attempts by the players, it was found that the sleeping bag is the easiest rest point to make. Of course, the demand for asylum actually increases with the length of the game, so now many people prefer a more comfortable stronghold. By the way, there's also a bucket. I'll put it here for you. The first sniper god was busy with everything and found that he seemed to have spent almost the vast majority of his time building strongholds for NPCs. Who cares? Anyway, it's a bumper harvest, and now I have NPCs to keep me company, which feels pretty good. How about moving in with us? The top sniper looked around Colin's cozy little apartment and thought it wouldn't be bad to have that kind of setup. But the first sniper god was only thinking about it, because his mission required him to go out more often, and he didn't want to accidentally bring back a little virus and mess up the employees that Boss Lyle had recruited. Just then, he saw the violet gun that Colin had restricted nearby. He didn't seem to have seen the same model in the weapon inventory, so he pointed at the gun and asked Colin what was going on. This is an arc ion gun. The reason it's not available is because it's not usually equipped in a regular arsenal. It's a type of plasma shotgun that fires a radiation pulse with tremendous impact force and a wide coverage area. It also has enough efficient radiation energy to incinerate enemies. Colin picked up the arc ion gun, thought for a moment, and then casually handed it to the first sniper god. I don't think I need it for self-defense right now. It's a gun I picked up on the street. According to experimental data, it can also deal with mutants, and its effect is no less than that of flame weapons. The first sniper hesitated before taking the gun. The arc ion gun was rather heavy in his hand. Its large size and hollow design did not reduce its weight much, or perhaps this was already the best possible way to reduce the burden. No wonder Colin was trembling when he first held the gun. It wasn't out of fear, but because he couldn't hold it properly. And what about you? If I give you this gun, what will you do with it? The number 1 sniper god asked in return. These are enough, Colin said, pointing to the other unused firearms. Besides, I have enough food to live on by myself, so I don't need to go out anymore. This is actually safer. Giving them to you will also help me clear out the threats near the gate, which is making the best use of them. What he said made sense. The top sniper suppressed his immense joy and admired the high-tech weapon. Just then, Lyle sent another communication, instructing Colin to guide the first sniper to collect the ship armor materials stored in various warehouses. The material storage area for the ship's armor has probably been sealed off by the alarm. When you go there, be careful of the internal compartments. There might be infected mutants hiding inside. Since there is usually a team of sentry crew patrolling there are probably some weapons like arc ion guns that might have fallen there. You can keep an eye out for them, but remember to disinfect them. The first sniper nodded, ready to get going. Colin immediately got ready, opening the tent to prevent static dust and infection spores from getting in. He also picked up the flamethrower and carefully disinfected it after the first sniper left. The first sniper, carrying his arc ion gun, crept stealthily into the stairwell where he had previously triggered the alarm. Numerous mutants still swarmed there. After carefully observing their distribution, the first sniper decisively struck, peeking out from behind the wall and firing. Boom. A deep blue radiation barrier expanded as it was fired from the gun, growing almost instantly to the size of a city wall, and slammed into a row of unsuspecting mutants. Garho. The mutant was sent flying as if it had been hit by a high-speed train, while the radiation barrier continued to advance, almost flattening a road more than 20 meters wide, before crashing into the alloy wall at the end and shattering into a shower of blue particles that scattered and disappeared. Those mutants who were half-shoved were not faring much better. The moment they were hit by the radiation barrier, they were invaded by high-energy radiation. Not only did they become confused and attack indiscriminately without distinguishing friend from foe, but their flesh and tissues also began to melt like putty over time. Holy crap, that's terrifying radiation. What the hell? This sudden change startled the wandering mutants, who immediately roared and charged towards the first sniper god. The top sniper calmly adjusted his position and fired another shot at the horde of mutants that were swarming towards him. The radiation barrier crashed down on the mutants along the path like a tidal wave, not only breaking their bones and tearing their flesh apart, but also causing the surviving mutants to tear apart the mutants around them. The first sniper god did not leave immediately, but instead took out a high-temperature machete and began to observe the mutants that were not quite dead yet. In less than a minute, all the mutants invaded by the radiation, whether they died on the spot or survived, were burned into a pile of minced meat by the radiation. Using a knife or sword to pick up a piece of minced meat from the ground, the protein tissue disintegrated, revealing a cavity inside that resembled the fine, porous texture of fermented dough. He tapped the bare bone on the ground again, and it shattered with a crack. Damn it. This weapon is terrifying. I wonder if my shield can withstand it. The first sniper tentatively searched his mind for corresponding military equipment and weapons in the Kroni Empire's arsenal, and after much thought, he realized that only the cannibalistic female demon could be the match. However, such a deadly weapon is not without its drawbacks. For example, the cannibalistic woman's ammunition was a problem, and the same applies to this arc ion gun. According to Colin, its magazine is the cylindrical shaft at the center of the gun, which is itself a replaceable charging unit. After each shot, it will automatically rotate at an angle, and after one rotation, its energy will be depleted and it will need to be replaced and recharged. According to the standard scale above, this charging unit is already half used. By Colin's standards, this gun now has 5 bullets left. Fortunately, he also told the first sniper god about the location of its charging compartment and backup charging unit. If you use a little sparingly and try to take down as many mutants as possible with each shot, it shouldn't be too difficult. Not long after, Lyle received news from the First Empire. I found the ship's armor, but it's way too big. Hearing the shouts from the other end, Lyle laughed. Are you kidding me? You think you're going to just assemble and weld together the materials for the outer hull of an orbital ship piece by piece? That's what the painting says, but how am I supposed to send it to you? The First Empire stood beside a vast heap of flesh, gazing at the enormous metal block before them, stabilized by a miniature ring-shaped stabilizer. It is about 2 meters thick and 20 meters wide. Of course, since it is placed vertically, the width becomes the height, and the overall length reaches 30 meters. From a magnified perspective, it is indeed a board, but in front of the top sniper, it is a terrifyingly large lump of iron, enough to take down Janhai without any problem. The problem is that he is now the Holy Sword, not Sun Wukong, and this is not the Rui Jingu Bang, the magic weapon for stabilizing the sea. It is small, and with his abilities, he simply cannot teleport such a large object. It's simple, just cut him up, right? Lyle replied. Cut it off. Yeah, Lyle called the other players to prepare dinner, then said to Shoror, we're using this to build outposts, not ships. We don't need such a large, intact hull armor. Cutting it into smaller pieces will make it more flexible. By the way, how thick is it? 2 meters, the top sniper exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of steel mill could produce such a terrifying behemoth? HMPH. The standards of the Vida steelworks are based on high-quality materials. You'll be busy. Just cut them into 2 by 24 metal cubes based on thickness and send them over. As for cutters, there should be plenty around, all the ones you confiscated from the armory. Any high-temperature laser can be used for cutting. Well then, I'll have Audis prepare some on my end. After hanging up the communication, the top sniper was on the verge of tears, but there was no use saying anything. This was the mission he had accepted himself, and he could only carry it out with tears in his eyes. Damn it. Second Empire, you still aren't online, are you? The Second Empire, which was away from home, suddenly sneezed. What's going on? Have I caught a cold? Or is someone thinking about me? The Second Empire paused for a few seconds, then shook off its thoughts and continued looking at the contract in front of it. But perhaps because of that sneeze, he couldn't bring himself to sign the document, even though he had really wanted to just now. Mr. Mo, please give me some time. I'll think about it again when I get back, the Second Empire said in a low voice to the refined man across the table. Okay, I'll contact you again in a couple of days. Of course, if I'm not mistaken, other biotech companies will contact you, but I hope you'll give us priority consideration. Leaving the tea room, the Second Empire looked at the bustling traffic outside, sighed deeply, and hailed a shared car to go home. Damn it, this is so annoying. I need to get home and activate Star Frenzy. Chapter 324 upgrading is the priority. The Kroni are attacking. After the Second Empire was launched, it was discovered that the sniper god was not nearby. Only after making some contact did it learn about the current mission progress. Damn, I only went out for 1 day, and you even found the assistant NPC. The Second Empire was thinking, how long has it been? Stop talking nonsense and get to work. The first sniper shouted. He was currently climbing on top of a large iron block, holding a cutter and slowly cutting the metal block along the measuring scale. However, this thing was really, really hard. The laser cutter was about to overheat after cutting for more than 10 minutes before he could barely make a cut that was 20 centimeters long and 5 centimeters deep. But then again, if a small cutter can be easily manipulated, then it probably wouldn't be qualified to be used as the hull of a starship. It was tough on the sniper god, who clung to the edge 20 meters high, placing the overheated cutter on it with one hand and taking out a new cutter with the other, starting it up and quickly applying the laser while it was still hot and melting, continuing to slowly cut. He had never done this kind of work before, but the armor gave him absolute strength and precision, allowing him to maintain stability while drawing a straight line while clinging to it with one hand. Based on his current physical sensations, he could hang here and paddle all day without needing to change positions. Soon, the cutter overheated and shut down. The sniper skillfully switched to a new one, but wondered why the Empire hadn't arrived yet. Just as I was thinking this, the communication panel received a new message from the Second Empire. I'm lost. Which way do I go? The Second Empire raised his cleaver and cut down 4 or 5 mutants. Looking around at the almost identical environment, with the same lines on the corridors and ceilings, he lost his way after turning 2 corners. After fighting the mutants again, he took a few steps and found himself back in the same place. The Second Empire had to admit that overly futuristic environments could indeed cause people to lose their way. Didn't I tell you the route? After coming down from the passage, go into the passage on the right, then go through the passage to the left, cross that wide platform, go up the stairs, go through the door, and then go up the stairs to the right. You'll find the ventilation duct behind a shutdown device. The Second Empire looked at the sniper god's description of which direction and which opening in the pipe led to the ascent above, but ultimately gave up. Why don't you come pick me up? Just as he was sending the message, a mutant crawling backwards pounced from a few meters away, pinning the distracted Second Empire to the ground, its massive tumor-like head about to bite into his face. Sizzle. An energy-curved sword shot out from the Second Empire's hand, piercing directly through its tumor. Pus and blood dripped from the torn flesh onto its face, making it feel nauseous. It quickly kicked the corpse away and wiped the filth off its face. Damn it, thank goodness I don't have a mouth, or I'd be a complete idiot. Just then, the surrounding mutants also gathered, forming a terrifying horde. But the Second Empire had only just unleashed its illustrious swordsmanship, and unexpectedly cancelled its ultimate move so quickly. Instantly, sword energy surged, slashing the mutant to pieces. But the exhilaration was only temporary. As time went on, the Empire discovered that although he had killed many, the number of mutant reinforcements he received was also increasing. His firepower could no longer keep up with the reinforcements on the other side, and now his energy bar was almost empty. Without his formidable sword, using gunfire would only attract more monster waves. Oh no, to run. The Second Reich quickly jumped 7 or 8 meters away, ran into a corridor, saw a corner hidden by an electronic device, and crawled inside. He then discovered that there was a deliberately damaged louver behind this corner, revealing a dimly lit ventilation duct. Wow, I'm so lucky. He actually stumbled upon the original route that the number 1 sniper god took upstairs. With a clear starting point, the Second Empire was able to keep up with the first sniper god and rush straight to the second floor. Soon, the first sniper heard the whooshing sound of wind and footsteps. Looking down, he saw a holy sword bouncing along the ground, flying low as it darted from the tunnel to beneath the starship's armor. Just as he was about to shout, he immediately heard the dense stomping and growling of the mutants, so he wisely kept quiet. This brat didn't even try to sneak up. He just jumped through the bullets, attracting the hatred of a whole bunch of mutants on the road, and now they've all followed him to the warehouse. Where are you? I'm already at the warehouse, but you're not here at all. Where are you? The Second Empire shouted. First sniper god, do you think I dare to respond to this kind of show of force? But leaving it alone isn't good either. Perhaps an infected moa will notice him, and then it will be his job that gets affected. Well, after setting up the cutter, the first sniper god pushed off the armor plate, and the entire armor flew into the air, revealing a huge violet-colored gun in his hand. A black force field appeared on his body. The first sniper adjusted his path and direction as he slid, until the swarm of infected swarms almost aligned with the Empire. Only then, as he pulled the trigger, did he shout, "Jump!" The Second Empire was overjoyed at the sound, but when he turned around, he saw an ever-growing electromagnetic barrier smashing through the mutant ranks like a tank, heading straight for him. Holy crap! Only then did he realize why the number 1 sniper had told him to jump. With a whoosh, his body's will to survive was faster than his nerve reflexes. His armor spiraled into the sky like a rocket, narrowly avoiding the edge of the radiation barrier. The Second Empire never imagined it could withstand the barrier, because the fact that the barrier could push the infected corpses along showed it wasn't something that would crumble at the slightest touch. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Come. Without wasting words, the top sniper immediately told Empire to cling to the wall in front of them and jump up. Under the influence of the black force field suction, they moved towards the top of the iron block while pushing off the wall, and soon climbed onto the top platform. Holy crap. I thought this was a wall, but it turns out this is the material Boss Lyle wanted for the mission. The Second Empire had never seen such a material before, comparable to a mountain cliff. If we can't move it in one go, we'll have to work like the foolish old man who moved mountains. The first sniper god explained to the Second Empire how to cut the city wall. After hearing about the Second Empire, he simply waved his hand. You're quitting. The number 1 sniper asked in confusion. It's not that I don't want to do it, I'm in sleep mode right now, so I can't do it even if I wanted to. The Second Empire picked up a cutter from the edge and tried to aim at the scale, but his hand unconsciously trembled slightly. Damn it. The number 1 sniper didn't know what to say. The other person had logged on in sleep mode, so it must have been time for rest anyway. You can't just tell them to get up and go back to sleep, can you? But don't you think there's something wrong with that? The Second Empire lay on the platform, listening to the hissing sound of the first sniper god diligently melting steel with his laser. Looking at the silvery white metallic reflection on the ceiling, he suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Not comfortable enough. Didn't I remind you to bring your sleeping bag? The first sniper god said irritably. Hee, that's not what I meant. Look, a 30 by 40 area, cut into 2 by 4 cubes, that's 150 pieces. At your speed, you can't even cut one edge in an hour, and you can't even get one piece in a whole day of gaming, the Second Empire analyzed, which only drew ridicule from the first sniper god. If you think it's too slow, why don't you wake up and come help? That's not what I meant. I meant, isn't there a more convenient and faster way? The first sniper god's cutter was overheating, but he didn't replace it with a new one. Instead, he pulled himself up and sat on the edge, pondering the Second Empire's theories. Or could we find a more efficient large cutter on the ship? Such a complete block of iron, even if it were transferred to space, would require tools to trim its edges. It certainly wouldn't be done with these little toothpicks, right? The first sniper god also analyzed along with him. Hey, what are you thinking? Is that what I meant? The Second Empire jumped up. Seeing the sniper's confusion, he pointed directly to his left hand. Void. Void ray. Disintegrate it. The first sniper god immediately switched to trying to condense void energy with his left hand. The void ray shot into the thick metal block, and the sound of decomposition that shook the air reached his ears. The 2-meter thickness was penetrated in just 1 second. The top sniper casually swung his weapon horizontally, and the void laser followed suit, slowly slicing the metal block apart. Its efficiency far exceeded that of the little water gun. However, before he could rejoice, the void ray suddenly went silent. The void energy was exhausted. We didn't make a void amplifier, so our reserves are already small, and our recovery capacity is also small. Even with the flowing water, it wouldn't last long. The first sniper looked at his palm for a moment and suddenly realized. The amount of void energy reserves unlocks a cap as your level increases. If your level isn't high enough, there are so many mutants, aren't there? Although they give less entropy, there are many of them. And when I first arrived, I tried it myself. Even the mutated mechanical beings can give entropy. Besides, Boss Lyle doesn't need this material right now. Let's take some time to upgrade first. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping wood. After hearing the Second Empire's idea, the first sniper god realized that this was indeed the case. The extra reserves provided by the flowing river were based on the increase of the void energy bar itself, and they also had to make amplifiers. Otherwise energy recovery would also be a problem. You're right, the first sniper god said, dropping the cutter and taking out the arc ion gun. And we should finish the task that Brother Shang specifically set for us and get some mutation materials to take back. Then why are you carrying this gun? What's wrong with this gun? The top sniper asked in return. Look down there. All the monsters you killed with that gun are completely rotten, just a pile of blood and foam. Their bones are brittle, and there's no material left. But this gun is really useful. One shot can take out a whole bunch of enemies. You're not allowed to use that. Do you still want to use materials to exchange for crystals? I saw someone on the forum ask Audis, and they said there are still golden crystals available for exchange in the exchange list. Holy crap, is that true? Meanwhile, Lyle was unaware that the two players had delayed the delivery of his armor materials. After a long day of work, he finally returned to his tent to rest. Before resting, however, he needed to check the data in the construction log. He had already led the player team to drill ventilation holes all over the hilltop. According to the blueprints, he needed to ask Audis to deliver several tons of recycled metal and alloy plates tomorrow. Looking at the numbers on the alloy plate, Lyle hesitated for a moment, then drew a question mark on the side with his finger, adding the keyword skeleton. He actually preferred to use ship armor to make the framework of this ventilation system, which would also stabilize the cave cavity. Of course, using Kroni's alloy plates wouldn't be a bad idea either, but one is a common material and the other is a warship-grade material, and their strengths are not even in the same league. If we could use ship decks to build the skeleton, even if a meteorite hits the top of a stronghold, people would probably ask, how come this skeleton is so hard? But such a large piece of armor, even if they cut it down to smaller pieces, we don't know how long it would take. We'll probably still have to use alloy plates. Or should we start by building the foundation? This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. There's also an internal water circulation system, a water purifier, and a pressure tank, but the electrical wiring is just placed haphazardly. As he thought about it, Lyle started to feel sleepy. In order not to delay his work tomorrow, he decisively turned off the virtual screen, buried his head in the thermal blanket, and prepared to go to sleep. The faint footsteps of the accompanying mower came from outside the tent. They were his guards on patrol, and their rhythmic footsteps lulled him to sleep. Occasionally, I could hear the voices of players echoing in the night sky. I wondered what they were doing so late at night instead of sleeping. Come to think of it, from that day on, they stopped needing to sleep altogether. Lyle remembered that when he was designing spaceships at the base, he saw people moving around morning and night for several days in a row, not sleeping at all. They used to go back to their dorms and lie around like zombies. All the while, the sound of snoring gradually filled the tent. Outside the cave, players logged in using sleep mode. The night spirits wandering in the Jade Mountain forest were much fewer than those on the plains outside the mountains, and there were only a few scattered, eerie green lights in the forest. Seeing this, the players discussed whether they should hunt some night spirits to make amplifiers. They set off, picking up their floating food and heading into the forest, carefully avoiding the fallen dead trees on the ground, and moving quite quickly. Night Spirit noticed the players' movements and immediately followed, firing a spiral of eerie green energy blasts that the players narrowly dodged, which struck the tree trunks and created spiral-shaped cracks. A great opportunity. A whooshing sound came from behind as a long martial staff slammed down from behind Night Spirit. The player put all his strength into this attack, and with a loud bang, Night Spirit's stone-formed face was smashed, scattering stones all over the ground. Run! Phase 2 is here. Ray player, get your guns ready. The illusory face gradually took shape, and its angry appearance should have been terrifying, but instead, two thin, pale purple beams of light came straight at it. With a hiss, eerie green particles surged from the part of Night Spirit that had been hit. In less than 2 seconds, Night Spirit's phantom exploded into a wisp of mist and disappeared, while a fluorescent green core crashed into the grass. After the battle ended, the players rushed forward to collect the Night Spirit stones and cores, marveling at how easily the Night Spirits that had previously thwarted their plans to leave were now destroyed. It was truly a case of fortunes changing every 30 years. With great interest, everyone continued to pursue the eerie green light and shadow, defeating them one by one and sharing their spoils. However, just as they were resting and waiting for the void power to recover, the faint whooshing sound of thrusters spewing hot air could be heard in the night sky. What's wrong? Have some players come to play? Their first thought was that someone had informed the players at the engineering outpost about the low number of night elves here, but everyone shook their heads. So someone climbed up the treetops on all fours, and what followed was a sky full of Kroni transport ships, like a meteor shower. Holy crap. The player was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Clone has really attacked. Chapter 325 The Kroni Empire invades. Hundreds of Kroni transport ships streaked across the sky, like a swarm of locusts, obscuring the starlight. This scene wasn't only witnessed by players in Jade Mountain Forest. Many players still capturing Night Spirits on the plains also saw it. The spaceships were scattered across the plains of Night Spirit. Some landed and disappeared behind the nearby mountain ridges, some sank into the sea, some arrived at the transit station that players used to frequent, and some landed in more distant places. But without a doubt, they were all heading to the Kroni camp or outpost. Kroni has mobilized all its forces. Xia Shang heard the news from the players and calculated that it had only been a little over 2 days. In that case, Hiker must be furious. Excluding the time for assembly and flight, he must have mobilized his forces in just 1 day. But he may have been preparing for a long time. Xia Shang tapped on the table. Audis, the plane's intrusion alert can be issued now. Yes, Commander. Audi seemed very excited, looking eager to join the battle as if he wanted to try it himself. As they are now, 2 yellow-green transport ships from Kroni are approaching the hill where the engineering base is located. Players who hadn't logged off finally got to join the fun, rushing out to see the spaceships in the night sky, especially when 2 of them circled nearby, which made them even more excited. So many spaceships, are they setting up a Star Wars scenario? Surely it's not that bad. We're just about to open a new location. Wouldn't doing this event conflict with our planning? What conflicts are there? The more content, the better. Ideally, it should keep me engaged from morning till night. War, 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 traitors. Damn, he's got a magnetic field that drives people crazy. Kill, 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 kill. Damn, this is even bigger. Before the players could even crack a joke, the continuous machine gun fire from the turrets suddenly erupted in the sky. Countless bullets, their heat radiating from friction with the air, shot out like lasers, stopping the barrage aimed at the players at the entrance of the stronghold. The players were terrified all day, but the bullets created a huge blue barrier in the air above their heads. The bullets lost their momentum almost instantly and crashed to the ground like raindrops, each bullet's residual heat scorching the dew and moisture on the ground. The players stared in astonishment at the barrier before them, asking in surprise, is this the fortress shield? Damn, that's so cool. But how long can this barrier last? As they spoke, a group of Kroni soldiers parachuted down from the stern of the transport ship, took out grenades without saying a word, and bombarded the shield. Boom! Clusters of fireworks exploded outside the shield, but they couldn't budge it in the slightest. Just then, a bright, conspicuous indicator appeared in the sight of all the players. The Kroni Empire has invaded. Time remaining unknown. Immediate counterattack. Completing the mission rewards all players on the server with 3,000 reputation points and a certain amount of resources, plus 1 quick completion attempt at the foundry. The foundry completes the process quickly. Is this quick completion the one I imagined? Skipping the waiting time. The moment Audis confirmed, a grenade flew out from among the players, passed through the barrier, and hit the edge of the Kroni soldiers outside, knocking several of them down. Why did you miss? Your girlfriend wasn't bad. She looked down at the Conqueror grenade in her hand, pried open the chamber to remove the huge cartridge case, then stuffed in another grenade, closed the gun, and this time raised the muzzle a few points to aim. As soon as he fired that grenade, the players unleashed their full firepower. Other players who were not online in real time all received the push notification. Those who were at leisure opened it and found that it was a push notification from the Starry Sky Frenzy app. What? This social media app has push notifications too? Did someone click on this pop-up? Holy crap. It's an intrusion campaign. Reward the foundry for completing tasks quickly. When they realized what this thing they were seeing for the first time might be, whether they were lying on the sofa like corpses or eating out, they all jumped up with a bang. I'll call my buddy to watch the movie with me. I have to work overtime. Boss, my neighbor's wife is about to give birth. I have to go back and help. Check, please. Pack everything up. I'll eat at home. Just leave it at the delivery station door when you bring it over. These players rushed online, and as soon as they got up from the restroom, they heard thunder rumbling outside. Anyone who didn't know better would think that the Night Spirit planes were celebrating the Lunar New Year. But that's fine too. It really feels like Chinese New Year for players. The Kroni soldiers were able to rely on their firepower and shell each other through the shields, but unexpectedly, it was like stirring up a hornet's nest. A large number of people suddenly poured out of the stronghold's gate, and bullets poured out like water, scattering them. A group of ruthless men even charged out with knives at the ready, ignoring the 4 rotating machine gun turrets providing suppressive fire overhead, and went straight for the people. Of course, the transport ship was already in dire straits, and a group of players' eyes lit up when they saw the transport ship above them. They found an angle, extended their grappling hooks, and jumped up. A chaotic scene ensued, and 2 transport ships carrying approximately 70 or 80 Kroni were instantly routed. However, this time the Kroni seem to have come with some kind of resolve, and there's even a scene where they pull out grenades and intend to take the players down with them. This terrified the players. Their current humanoid phantom frequency was almost over 90%. Although the improvement rate was much slower after 90%, they were unwilling to start all over again. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. When you were a newbie, trading with minions was always a win, but trading with minions now would be a huge loss. But speaking of which, there have been so many events these past few days. Of course, our events are all about advancing the story and unlocking new content. This time it's about that heck guy whose loot was stolen by our boss and is trying to get revenge, right? Why do you make it sound like gangsters fighting over territory? Hey, you know what? It really does look like it. 2 transport ships were hijacked, and before they could even collect the guns and cannons scattered on the ground, the wilderness was already swarming with little night spirits that had drifted in following the sounds of battle. Most of the night spirits were drawn to the machine gun turrets beneath the transport ship, which fired spiral missiles into the sky, forcing players with only a rudimentary understanding to maneuver their ships to evade them. Oh no, a swarm of night elves will summon a mighty, a player shouted in fear, warning the others. What are you afraid of? We have fortress shields, someone said, mustering some courage. But I wonder if the fortress shield can withstand the laser cannons of the Megatron. Or perhaps we could use the void rays to ignite them first, as many as possible, to reduce the power and increase the strength of the formed structure. Just then, a figure appeared in front of the player, wearing an amplifier on his hand. He raised it towards the night spirits outside the barrier, gathered a basketball-sized purple void energy bullet, and fired it directly. Boom boom boom. The void energy bomb crashed into the night spirit, exploding into a cloud of energy particles. It then split into several smaller void grenades that bounced and exploded in all directions, leaving behind a pile of night spirit stones and night spirit cores. Holy crap. Void cluster bomb component. A player recognized the amplifier component and quickly turned around to look, only to see Xia Shang condensing a second energy bomb. Boom, another series of explosions followed, and the night spirit was blown around by the void particle storm, as if it remembered being chased by this aura on the plains. They didn't even dare to summon the Power Master. They turned around and ran away immediately, never looking back once they made up their minds. Seeing that they were being sensible, Xia Shang waved to the players who were planning to chase after them, signaling them to stop. Ignore them for now. They won't be bothering us around here for the time being. But you can't just sit idly by. As you can see, the Kroni didn't just land here. Their transport ships are docked at other outposts. There are fishing and hunting teams fighting Kroni soldiers at the lakefront market, but there are almost no people from within the walls in the Red Crystal community right now, and there are more survivors without combat capabilities. We need to go there to provide support immediately. Use these 2 ships. Xia Shang waved his hand, and the 2 transport ships that had just been captured, which were swaying in the air, immediately stopped in midair and then slowly drifted down. But Brother Shang, the area around Red Crystal community is also full of night spirits. A player raised his hand and said. Xia Shang was taken aback upon hearing this. He casually removed the amplifier from his left wrist, glanced around, and saw the clever old R. Among the players present, Older had the highest willpower level, while the other high-level players had gone to the iron defense line. Here, this amplifier. With your void connection, it would take 2 people of the same level to inject void energy together to condense a void grenade. But with so many of you, 3 will be enough to blast the night elf swarm apart. Don't worry, this amplifier has been influenced by me for many years. Those night spirits will only sense my presence, which is enough to drive them away. Clever Older held the amplifier and immediately felt as if he were holding a void artifact. This humble general will certainly not fail in his mission. Older said excitedly. Xia Shang was both amused and exasperated, and quickly waved his hand, urging, all right, forget about that. Saving people is the most important thing. The 2 transport ships don't need to be fully loaded to support the Red Crystal community. Other players have been sent by Xia Shang to camps near the stronghold. Also, the Kroni camp, which was previously cleared by players, should now be back in their hands. The safety of these places needs to be reassessed. Brother Shang, everyone's gone. What about our base? Before the last few players could even set off, they saw that only Xia Shang remained at the entrance of the stronghold, so they asked him a question. With me here, are you afraid your house will be robbed? Xia Shang shook his head and laughed. That's right, Brother Shang, let's go. Several players waved. Go on, earn more entropy points, and improve your willpower level as soon as possible, Xia Shang reminded him. New. Xia Shang watched the players disappear into the night with his hands behind his back, wondering how long the experience event given by Hake would last. He hoped it would continue even after the new stronghold was built and new players joined. Chapter 326. Some are happy, some are anxious in the Red Crystal community. The battle has been raging for some time now. The defenseless survivors were awakened by the alarm as soon as the sentries saw the sky full of transport ships and hurriedly hid in the mine. Faced with the aggressive Kroni soldiers, the guards, fully armed, approached the hovering direction of the transport ship under the cover of night and engaged in firefights with the Kroni soldiers who jumped out of the cabin. Unfortunately, their weapons were all original Kroni firearms captured from the original source. They were barely effective against the Kroni soldiers' metal armor, and only by being lucky enough to graze their joints could they achieve any results. They are also made of flesh and blood, and when faced with a sudden battle, tension and fear prevented them from aiming their guns at will. Faced with the pressure from the replicants, the guards' firepower gradually shifted towards a hillside, just as the players had done when they seized the Red Crystal mine from Kroni. This can't go on, someone shouted. Do we have any support? Have you informed the Wanderer? With such a large-scale scene, it's impossible for Lord Wanderer to remain unresponsive. We must hold out until the people inside the walls arrive. Bang! The rampaging shotgun shattered the trees that served as cover for the guards, turning them into splinters. Some tried to retaliate, but were hit in the shoulder and arm by stray bullets that pierced the edge of the cover, forcing them to retreat and clutch their wounds in pain. Grenade cover. I'll go pull him back. The guard in the rear bunker shouted to the people around him as soon as he saw someone was injured. Grenades were thrown rhythmically one by one towards the Kroni lines. The expanding blast waves and flames instantly suppressed the Kroni, and the firing line briefly stopped. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the guard decisively rushed forward, grabbed his teammate by the collar and shoulder strap, and dragged him back. However, when it comes to grenade warfare, the Kroni are the real veterans. They quickly lay down to avoid potential shrapnel damage, while simultaneously pulling grenades from their waists and relentlessly slashing at the guards' defensive lines. Grenade! Shouted several guards with keen ears, but the pitch-black night served as a natural curtain for the grenade, and no one knew where it came from or where it landed. Boom boom boom, the tree trunk was blown off, the assembly frame used as cover was overturned, and some members of the guard team were unlucky, 2 of whom were blown away and disappeared. Retreat! Retreat! Smoke grenade! There was no time to find the 2 men. The guards were about to face the Butcher and Scorpion, the vanguards of Kroni, who were marching towards them. Given their combat experience, it was impossible for them to survive the Butcher's cleaver. Ha ha ha, you can't escape. An ugly Scorpion laughed, and the grappling hook on his arm shot out with a whoosh, piercing the thigh of a guard. Amid a scream of pain, he dragged the guard to his side, then raised his machete and slashed at the guard. The shouts abruptly stopped. The guards were furious, but they lacked the strength to mount an effective resistance. All they could do was continue maneuvering as they had been trained to, persisting at least until, base. A whooshing sound came, and a cold light pierced through the night, striking the scorpion who was wielding a bloodstained cleaver on the forehead. Only then did the cold light solidify into an arrow. The arrow instantly stunned Kroni's soldiers, who began searching for its source. Is reinforcements from within the wall here? One of the guards exclaimed in surprise. It shouldn't be. The guards looked up and saw a female figure standing on the hillside not far away. She continued to draw her bow and shoot another arrow, which accurately pierced the chest of the foremost butcher soldier. Is it Ari Ling? Why isn't she contacting Lord Wanderer? Tell her to go back immediately. Ari Ling gripped the Mk1 Paris longbow in her hand, her face resolute and indifferent. Ignoring the guard's gestures, she was about to draw her bow again when she saw a flash of starlight behind the Kroni lines. A warning flashed in her mind, and she immediately rolled to the side to dodge. Bang! A cloud of mud erupted from the grassy slope behind her, clearly the work of a sniper. In the past, she would never have fought against Kroni's infantry and sniper teams, but now the enemy has once again reached her doorstep. She said she absolutely couldn't lose the Red Crystal community, even if it meant risking her life this time. Moreover, the Paris bow in her hand was no ordinary bow. It was a bow used by a man from the wall. The man from the wall said that his friend had given him a new bow, and since he no longer needed this one, he entrusted it to her. The man inside the wall said there were still some things left on the bow and arrow. He didn't take it down, hoping she could find a hunter who could use it. However, the bow was now in her hands because she had been a hunter living here before being tricked away by the Kroni at the Red Crystal mine. This bow is indeed extraordinary. Ari Ling struggled to draw it on her first night after receiving it, requiring her to do some weight training for a while. With the addition of nightly training, she finally reached her current level. With her daily training routine flashing through her mind, Ari Ling took off running towards the edge of the hillside. She crouched down and slid into a boulder riddled with bullet holes. Immediately afterward, she heard the boulder tremble and then make a loud rumble. It seemed that the sniper on the other side had hit the rock with his gun. Instead of feeling overjoyed at surviving a gunshot wound, she seized the brief lull in the enemy's long-range firepower and immediately peeked out to fire. Just then, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder, startling her. She instantly drew the meat cleaver tucked behind her waist and slashed at it, but the other person grabbed her wrist and deflected the attack. Don't get excited, it's me. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Upon hearing the voice, Ari Ling stared at the other person's face before finally remembering who it was. You didn't leave the mine. Ezio sighed as he praised me, never expecting that after mining in the Red Crystal mine for several days, even the NPCs wouldn't remember him. It's all that damned Zhou Wujizuan's fault. He kept saying the information about the Night Feather tribe couldn't be wrong, but I've been digging for 2 days and haven't found anything. I haven't dug up enough spirit stones and mined cores yet, so leaving won't be easy. Ezio Kwonyo gave a wry smile, then glanced outside and saw a large group of dim yellow lights flickering on the hillside. Those were the eye lights on Kroni's tactical mask. Goodness, so many people. Is that bow yours, Chrysanthemum brother? Ezio praised me and turned to look at the bow in Ari Ling's hand, asking, now is not the time to talk about these things. Ari Ling said anxiously, of course I know. I'm here to remind you that I'm going to engage these monsters in close combat to keep them occupied. Don't shoot me, and also keep an eye on the snipers behind them. Without waiting for Ari Ling's reply, Lao Nyo threw out the hoverboard and sped down the mountain. Upon seeing a streak of light rushing towards them, the Kroni soldiers immediately realized that something formidable was about to happen. They decisively rallied their troops to deal with the streak of light, which allowed the guards to catch their breath. Bang 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 bang. Countless gun barrels poured out bullets, forming a barrage that covered the hillside. Ezio, praising himself as a bull, symbolically swam out in an S-shaped path, his body surface rippling from stray bullets. Eat my cherry blossom divine axe. Ezio boasted about how awesome I was until the very end, when he finally revealed his weapon, a pair of short-handled hand axes. Driving the hoverboard, Ezio spun around like a top and charged into the crowd, cutting down the Kroni soldiers. Several grenades were about to block his way, but Ezio, without hesitation, bent down and touched the hoverboard to enter the void portal to prevent the biggest loss of this event. Then he rolled over to avoid the blast wave and engaged in close combat with the butcher, who was also wielding a double-edged meat cleaver. Damn inferior race, your cowardly resistance has angered Lord Heck. The entire plains of Night Spirit will pay the price. The butcher's bloodshot eyes moved Ezio, who praised my bull-like heart, and he immediately asked, are your eyes very dry, butcher? Bang! Ezio, praising his own strength, kicked his opponent in the chest, creating distance while dodging the scorpion's hook hidden to the side. He then spun around and threw his hand axe, which snapped into the scorpion's skull with a crack. I just want to mine quietly before the armor is finished. Why are you forcing me? A metal box the size of a drawer appeared in Ezio's hand, its 4 fan-shaped openings emitting a chilling aura. Eat my dragon's breath. Bang! The dense barrage of bullets spread out like a wall, and the massive firepower blasted the entire Kroni army into a bloody mess. Again. Bang! A large area in the other direction was also cleared out. This time, it was the Kroni who were in a panic, desperately seeking cover. Bang bang bang, reload. Ezio praised me, saying that I, a bull, wielded the recently crafted weapon, the dragoon, and that I, alone, managed to confront the frontline fighting forces of Kroni. Unfortunately, this situation did not last long. Soon the Kroni recovered from their panic, and a bombardier came up from behind the lines and fired a shot at him with a cannibalistic woman in his hand. As Ezio was about to dodge the incendiary bomb, a mental map instantly appeared in his mind, created after the bombardment from all sides. He then realized that the incendiary bomb was connected to him in the same direction as the area where the guards were hiding and providing cover fire. There's no way to hide. What should we do then? Ezio praised me as I watched the incendiary bomb get closer and closer, straight to my face. Just then, a flash of pale purple light appeared. The expected fire whirlwind did not appear as the Kroni had imagined. They looked at Ezio with doubt, praising him as awesome, and then at the bombardier, making the bombardier lose confidence. He looked down to check the cannibal woman. There's nothing wrong with this either. I've been wanting to try this for a long time, and I never thought it would actually work. Ezio praised me, raising his left hand in front of him, when the incendiary bomb suddenly reappeared in his hand. Before the incendiary bomb hit his face, he raised his hand and opened a void passage in the space in front of him, causing the incendiary bomb to crash directly into the void passage. Now it's my turn. Ezio, with a ferocious grin, was about to smash the incendiary bomb into the ranks of Kroni soldiers when he heard another roar of air from the sky. Looking up, 2 Kroni transport ships passed through the stars and arrived above the Red Crystal community. Ari Ling looked at the spaceship without speaking, while the other guards had solemn and resolute expressions. The Kroni soldiers were filled with renewed vigor. Their reinforcements had arrived. You will all die. You damned remnants. You damned bastard dogs. Kroni soldiers shouted. Click, the stern deck of the transport ship opened, revealing a row of completely unfamiliar faces and scenes of the Kroni. You're right, the clever older said, standing in the middle, holding a conquest grenade and giving a knowing smile. You're all going to die. The smile then shifted from the Kroni soldier's face to Ezio's face, who was praising me as awesome. Boom boom boom. 5 conquest grenades were fired simultaneously, leaving the Kroni soldiers dazed and disoriented with nowhere to escape. Quickly, shoot them down. The transport ship of the Red Crystal community's Kroni faction hovered for a long time, with the Kroni commander still on board to oversee the battle. However, he did not expect to face such a battle situation and hurriedly ordered the pilot to climb the altitude and shoot at the 2 ships that had fallen into enemy hands. Before the pilot could make a move, the enemy took the initiative and crashed into their spaceship. The thick armor of the Kroni-style ships shouldn't have caused the 2 ships to explode so easily, but the Kroni commander was thrown around in the engine room by the violent turbulence and rolled out of the wide open hatch. Let's seize the boat. The players didn't even notice that something was thrown out from the rear of the transport ship. They excitedly jumped out of the cabin, raised their hands and shot out grappling hooks to hook onto the opposite spaceship, swung on and boarded, and went straight to greet the pilot inside. With the support of the players, the battle became one-sided without a doubt. Many players who came to help didn't even see many minions before the battle ended. Similar situations occurred in survivor camps within a radius of tens of kilometers. Even small teams of less than 10 men were quickly eliminated by powerful weapons such as grenades and hand grenades. This also allows players to harvest an additional large number of entropy numbers into the account. Many new batches of players who are just one step away from the door in one fell swoop logged into the level 5 willpower stage tonight, becoming noble players with the void passage. With the help of the void channel, countless ammunition firepower can be carried. Plus now the invasion of Kroni troops, it may take less than a few days to turn on the transmission function. By then, if the armor was manufactured 3 days in advance, wouldn't it be a direct pleasure? Never mind. I'll just do the holy sword. I've gathered the materials a long time ago, but I don't know whether to choose Volt or Holy Sword, someone on the world channel said. What's so confusing about this? Join the Royal Sword Flying family directly. Once you show off, you won't love anyone. That's it, the great sword. See you in the next life. But Volt can accelerate, and a man who runs fast is definitely a plus, right? It's not just men who can run fast, it could also be that. Which one? That's the one. Alright kids, that's no longer for sale. However, amidst this discussion, 2 people sat there until dawn, but Kroni's invasion never came. Is something wrong? Why is nobody here? Haven't the Kroni come here to dig up the secrets of the night spirits? Seeing the whitening horizon, Zhou Wujizuan suddenly jumped up, picked up a stone, and threw it into the lake. His excellent phantom-like skills allowed him to create over 50 skipping stones with his single swing, prompting Galio to applaud. I can't tell you, you'll have to ask Kroni, Galio said, shaking his head. No, we need to switch to wake mode right away and go find Nightfell to do their mission. Their mission involves armor and night spirits, and it might even be a major storyline. We have to speed things up. 9-5 Wisdom Trout said urgently. He's getting impatient, Galio said, pointing at him. Chapter 327 Archaeological Camp Data. We've won big. Zhou Wujizuan led Galio back to the camp, where they found the night feathers leisurely cooking again. We need to investigate the night spirits anomalies, said Chizuru Kujiro, getting straight to the point. The night feathers turned to look at him, seemingly somewhat surprised. What's wrong? Asked Jujiro. It's earlier than the leader said, but I'm sorry, it's not the right time yet, Yuri replied, which made Chizuru a little angry. Didn't you say we were needed to stop the awakening of this night spirit? Why is it that we've arrived at the wrong time? Zhou Wujizuan questioned. Galio quickly pulled Zhou Wujizuan aside, trying to calm him down. This is beyond our control, and the night touch is not something we can find at will. Last time, one of the night touches was destroyed under his influence, and it has become more cautious. We may need the guidance of the psionic leader to find the area where it will appear next. Does that mean we have to wait for it to refresh? Zhou Wujizuan immediately understood what the other party meant. Since this was a game mechanic, he really couldn't get angry, but he also didn't want to do nothing. If he did, the next batch of players would probably have made their armor before him in just a few days. But we can't waste time here. The Kroni Empire has launched a large-scale airborne occupation of the night spirit plains. If there's nothing else here, I need to go back and help. But Yu seemed to know what he was going to say, and handed him a blueprint before he could finish speaking. This is the trail of the Kroni research team that has been lurking nearby, digging for night spirit remains. In the past, we used them to curb the number of night spirits in the area, but at the same time, they should have accumulated a large amount of night spirit stone materials. When Zhou Wujizuan opened the drawing, he found it to be a detailed hand-drawn map with 9 simple markings of varying sizes. Why are we suddenly using paper? Zhou Wujizuan asked in confusion. This was the first time he had seen a paper map in the Starsea Frenzy. In the past, it was always either a crystal plate or a holographic projection. I also suggest you copy it into your personal terminal. This is a blueprint personally hand-drawn by Lord Psionic, as a return gift from Lord Psionic to you. The Kroni's night spirit stone inventory. That's a pretty good loot. Even if you sell it to those players, you could probably get a lot of good stuff in return. Many of them are really short of this stuff. Exchanging it for reputation isn't out of the question either. Moreover, a research team's base of operations certainly includes more than just night spirit stones. Let's go. Zhou Wujizuan didn't want to waste any time, so he grabbed Galio and set off immediately. Traveling dozens of kilometers across the plains, Zhou Wujizuan and Galio encountered 4 or 5 Kroni patrols, and even witnessed the long-lost sight of a single-person airship whizzing by. Unfortunately, the airship flew too high and too fast, and it was over in a flash. Otherwise, the 95 Jizuan would have taken a few shots at him. However, the direction it left in wasn't too far off from where we're going, so it might be right at our destination. Galio said, glancing at the map. Then let's go after them. Zhou Wujizuan exclaimed excitedly. The two chased after them non-stop until they reached a mountainous area. In the distance, they could see a Kroni base covering the foot of the hillside. Kroni soldiers were patrolling nearby, their guns held casually. Galio was even certain that the enemy had seen them, but they didn't react obviously, only keeping a wary distance. They don't seem to want to take the initiative. Unlike the other Kroni units, Galio said. It doesn't matter, we'll have to fight in the end anyway. Zhou Wujizuan didn't have many thoughts on this and directly approached the Kroni camp. Upon noticing their route, the Kroni patrol immediately went on alert, raised their hands and fired a signal flare. Then gunfire erupted, and they began firing at them from hundreds of meters away. Spilled bullets flew past the 2 men, but they ignored them and charged toward the camp. They eventually clashed with Kroni's frontline soldiers at the edge of the camp, and a deafening roar echoed through the sky. These people have almost never encountered the explosive genius of Zhou Wujizuan. Besides, who else can carry an endless supply of grenades like the people inside the wall? Galio realized he couldn't even use his Conqueror grenades, so he could only use his pistol to finish off the remaining Kroni soldiers who still had gas and the few stragglers. Within minutes, the battle came to an end, leaving only the 2 of them alive. More crystals. Galio sensed it and quickly went to search for them. Zhou Wujizuan nodded, but before they could gather all the crystals, several whistling sounds of tearing apart came from the sky. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. 3 individual airships flew in at low altitude, clearly a patrol and surveillance squadron. Seeing that 2 people were openly picking things up on Kroni's territory, they thought the 2 were asking for trouble and swooped down to strafe the 2 with their 2 machine gun barrels. Damn it, I was just hoping you guys wouldn't come. Seeing this, Zhou Wujizuan was amused and told Galio to run quickly, pretending to be outmatched and trying to escape. Bullets rained down on the 2 men, deflected by the shields and embedded in the ground, sending up debris that puzzled the airship pilot. However, the airship was already passing overhead. Just as they were about to make the maneuver to turn the airship around, Zhou Wujizuan swiftly fired a grappling hook that struck the edge of the cockpit at the rear of the individual airship. He was immediately lifted into the air by the speed of the airship and the force of the grappling hook's retrieval. It's like the person flying the kite is being carried away by the kite. Behave yourself. Zhou Wujizuan drew his gun to aim, but the pilot wasn't going to be slow either. As soon as he heard a sound behind him, he started swaying left and right, making Zhou Wujizuan dizzy and disoriented. He either swung in a wide arc or spiraled around, making it impossible for him to aim. Even more dangerously, Zhou Wujizuan felt a sense of foreboding. He was about to vomit. Galio, don't just stand there, help take them down, there are others. Zhou Wujizuan didn't want to be vomiting in the air. Galio. No, seeing how decisively you hooked the rope to the sky, I thought you had some brilliant move, but it turns out that's all? After a barrage of shots from Galio, coupled with the gunfire from the upgraded Void Crystal, the hull of the individual airship was quickly torn apart piece by piece. Before the two pilots could realize the seriousness of the situation, they were hit by Crocodile God's barrage and fell from the airship. The surviving pilot was incredibly lucky because the Type 95 Trout was hanging below him, and the Trout shield blocked many bullets for him. But this made Chizuru Kugo even angrier. He forcibly pulled the grappling hook close to the cockpit and grabbed the pilot's foot as the pilot was eager to change course and leave. Get out of here. With a sudden jerk, the pilot screamed and was flung out like a sandbag, and then he climbed into the cockpit. He looked at the two control levers in front of him and suddenly frowned. How did it get upgraded? Last time during training it was just a joystick. 95 Jizuan clearly remembered that when Quinn captured a few airships, he had everyone practice using them. He didn't expect that in less than 2 months, they would have updated and iterated on them. Fortunately, the operating logic is universal. With a slight movement of one hand and one foot, Joey Jizuan felt the change and increase in the thrust under his feet and understood how to use it. He quickly circled in the sky and finally landed next to Galio. Business opportunity, Galio, said Jijiro, jumping off the airship and pointing at the object with delight. What business opportunity? Galio asked without looking at him. This airship is incredibly useful. The dual stick operation is much more flexible than the older version, and the weapons it's equipped with are also quite good. It allows you to freely control the firing angle in front of you without having to follow the flight direction, explained Jijo Jizuan. But Galio's expression wasn't as excited as Joey Jizuan had imagined. Instead, he stared blankly in a certain direction, pointing as he said, but this stuff is so plentiful it's practically worthless. Joey Jizuan turned his head and saw a large number of individual flying boats sweeping over the distant mountains, while some of them broke away from the formation and flew quickly toward them. Not long after, Xia Shang, who was studying the Oro data module at the engineering base, suddenly received a notification from Audi's. Commander, a batch of Kroni individual airships have requested docking. What, a batch? Who got them? Xia Shang asked back. Upon learning that it was that kid Joey Jizuan, Xia Shang pondered for a long time, wondering why Yu had sent him to fetch the Kroni vehicle instead of him. And they have more to report, Audi's continued. The Kroni Empire has built several research camps near the lake and seems to have made some progress in their research on the night spirits. This surprised Xia Shang somewhat. Is there any specific situation? Connecting to the hacking module, the system being connected is Night Elf Archaeological Terminal, data is being checked, all of it is updated data, the Kroni Empire already has backups, there's no point in destroying it. Audi said in a low voice while adjusting the data, bringing up a strange hand-drawn map. Xia Shang looked at it carefully for a while. The thing in the picture looked like a drumstick, which was larger at the top and smaller at the bottom. The side was broken down into several modules. Materials such as night spirit stone could be clearly seen in it. There was also an analysis of the source of fish viscera and minerals. The materials all seemed to come from Earth, except for the overall skeleton and shell. At first, Xia Shang thought it was a new type of aircraft, but after looking at it for a while, he found that it did not have a pilot seat or control stick. Was it a drone with self-hovering capabilities? A decoy. This is a decoy. They've created something to attract the night spirit's attention. This was probably the first time the Xia and Shang dynasties were astonished by the intelligence of the Kroni Empire. The research and development technology of the Kroni Empire seems to have improved again, even Audi's remarked. However, Xia Shang did not think that the matter was simply a matter of their technological advancement. Rather, he wondered who had sent them to find this Kroni camp. Yoru. Xia Shang's eyes darted around, and a small guess surfaced in his mind. Could it be that Yu also intentionally revealed the night spirit technology? Once this speculation emerged, it almost became unstoppable. After all, the Night Feather's main mission was not to fight against the Kroni Empire. Their long-standing mission was simply to guard the remnant of the Spirit Fiend. Fighting against the Kroni Empire, or rather, maintaining their independence, was secondary. If we can contain the Night Spirits, it's not impossible to make use of the Kroni Empire. The Kroni Empire's technology tree is severely unbalanced, but they are used to solving problems by throwing bricks. Then, once Kroni has achieved some success, it will naturally be acquired by the players, or rather, by himself, the Wanderer. In this way, the influence of Eidolon technology on the planes can be expanded, and they may even be able to achieve the mission of suppressing the activity of small Eidolons on the entire planes, something they could never have done on their own. Xia Shang didn't remain silent for long. He still instructed Audis to assist Joe Jizuan and the other person according to the normal procedures. As for the decoy blueprints, Kroni's research blueprints are incomplete and flawed, and Xia Shang also has no intention of putting in the effort to create them. Currently, the Kroni Empire has fully entered the Night Spirit planes, and the Night Spirits at midnight can effectively curb their actions. However, he couldn't remain completely inactive, because regardless of what the Night Feathers really thought, he needed to show that he valued the communication on the other side so that the Night Feathers would put in more effort to communicate with the players. But how do we make them feel like they understand their meaning? Give 9-5 Wisdom Trout and Galio corresponding combat power. You can give it a try. Tell them that the archaeological data is very valuable, and give each of them a quick processing permit for the foundry. Xia Shang tapped his chin as he quickly pondered. A large number of individual airships are strategic equipment, which can be counted as camp equipment, and exchanged for Steel Road incentive points for them. The Steel Road incentive corresponds to the exchange shop that leads directly to the Xia Shang treasury, where you can directly exchange for void crystals of different levels. Upon receiving this news, Joey Jizuan and Galio on the other side were overjoyed. Holy crap! Lord Psionic really gave us a huge return gift. Galio exclaimed in surprise. After the supplies were settled, both of them received a foundry acceleration card. However, they both knew what the card was for, so after looking at it excitedly for a while, they put it aside and paid attention to what came next. There were a total of 17 individual airships, and the two of them shared 17 incentive points. Although they didn't know exactly how the value of these items was calculated, they were very happy after seeing the list of void crystals. The void crystal exchange list is divided into two versions. One version is for targeted exchanges, where all the crystals are collapsed crystals with confirmed internal effects. In this section, one copper crystal can be exchanged for 3, a silver crystal requires 7 incentive points, and a gold crystal requires 15 incentive points. In addition, there is another original void crystal exchange table. In this version, only bronze, silver, and gold uncollapsed crystals can be exchanged. Bronze only requires 1 incentive point, silver requires 3, and gold only requires 9. So, all these airships we have are only enough to exchange for one targeted golden crystal. That's a bit expensive. Galio sighed, scratching his head. However, what followed was the headbutt of the 95 Zhejian. Expensive. You only need 15 individual airships to exchange for one golden crystal. Do you know how cost-effective that is? Joey Jizuan stared wide-eyed at Galio. Did you know that Quinn and Chrysanthemum killed monsters in the Void Fortress for hours without getting a single golden crystal? In the end, they only got a few targeted crystals as a quest reward. We really won this hand. Chapter 328 Crystallization Choice. A horrifying thing unveiled from the earth that being said. But how should they choose to buy now? Joey Jizuan quickly browsed the list of crystals that could be purchased and found a lot of familiar and unfamiliar ones. Many of them were even ones he hadn't collected from the Void Crystal Effect list on the forum. Obviously, after the crystal shop opened this time, that post would be updated a lot. How do we switch? Galio asked. You're asking me. This is my first time getting to this point either, Joey Jizuan remarked. How about we take a look at the golden crystal first? The effects of the golden crystals look quite good. Zhou Yizhuan's eyes lit up. What is this? Concentration increases armor skill strength. Does that mean increased skill damage? This is called simplified, which improves skill efficiency. What is skill efficiency? What's the difference between strength and efficiency? Although Zhou Yizhuan didn't quite understand the meaning of these crystal descriptions, he could vaguely sense that these things were definitely very useful because they directly amplified the combat power of the battle armor. 9-5. Look at that one called Blind Fury. It increases skill strength but reduces skill efficiency at the same time. Can a crystal that reduces its own strength be upgraded to gold? Galio asked, somewhat puzzled. How could you ask such a question? Zhou Yizhuan stared wide-eyed at Galio, who was completely bewildered. Haven't you seen the golden crystals that Quinn and the others brought out from the secret chamber in the Void Fortress? They reduce one stat in one area but greatly increase another, allowing you to reach a higher level in that area. 9-5 Wisdom Trout explained. Oh, if it's as strong as you say, then how about we switch to this one? Galio was a little embarrassed. He had indeed overlooked some information in the game. TSK, let me think. Zhou Yizhuan frowned and pondered, because the crystals in the list were all level 0 crystals, with only one stage of value. Moreover, before the crystal was actually obtained and upgraded to the maximum level, no one knew what its enhancement level cap was, so he could only make an estimate. The level 0 effect of concentration only increases skill strength by 5%, so each level increase will increase it by 5%. If we make a reasonable prediction, this upper limit should not exceed 50%, maybe 40% or 30%. Even Zhou Yizhuan dared not think too big, because if the number was outrageous, there would be no need for another blind rage to subtract from it. The level 0 effect of Blind Fury is 9% skill power and minus 5% skill efficiency, which is almost double the increase. Oh, 9-5, I just asked Dowdies, and it said that the energy consumption of a warframe casting a skill is directly proportional to the increase in skill efficiency. That's how much energy consumption is reduced. Galio added to 9-5's explanation. However, there's a cap on this efficiency increase. The maximum reduction is only 75%. So it only consumes 25% of the original energy. Zhou Yizhuan had a vague sense of the skill efficiency value. Simplification is a skill efficiency enhancement, and at level 0 it is also 5%, the same as concentration, meaning that the two are almost equal in value. So, the effect of blind rage might be twice or even more than that of concentration. Zhou Yizhuan was indeed shaken. They now had the foundry's acceleration time, and it took half a day to manufacture the parts for a battlesuit, and finally 3 days to assemble the overall blueprint. They can use this speed up to skip the assembly time and obtain their own armor in just half a day. If they can choose Blind Fury to increase the damage of their warframe skills, their combat power will definitely see a qualitative leap. But, however, it has negative skill efficiency. This is something that the 9-5 Wisdom Trout cannot ignore, because their own void energy storage cap is too low. If this skill efficiency is too negative, he may be unable to cast the skill at all. The entire skill bar isn't enough to cover the minimum skill cost. However, this scenario may not necessarily occur, because he may not have enough entropy to raise Blind Rage to the highest level. But if we don't upgrade it to the highest level, the increased strength gained at the expense of efficiency might not even be as valuable as a single concentration skill. For example, if I can unleash 2 skills consecutively with concentration, isn't that essentially 200% skill damage plus double the concentration damage? However, if Blind Fury is installed, it can only release a single skill, which means that compared to 2 concentration skills, it actually loses one of the 100% skill damage. So, in that case, these negative number entries are simply not suitable for early game players like us who lack experience. Many players, even those who frequently team up with Zhou Yizhuan, such as Li Zi, Galio, and Lao Nyo, think that Zhou Yizhuan is a very extreme player because he likes to blow things up. Unless there are specific instructions on the map that forbid him from using explosives, Jijiro usually only has one weapon, grenades. Because grenades are so efficient, whether it's enemy traps or devices, enemy bunkers or terrain, bombing is the best way to overcome all obstacles. No matter how many enemies there are or how strong their firepower is, I just bomb them. One bomb destroys a whole area, eliminating the enemy as quickly as possible. He would call it highly efficient. Sensitive to efficiency, he immediately realized some minor drawbacks in the crystal amplification numbers. These drawbacks might not have any impact on players with a certain level of experience, but in the early stages of the game when resources are scarce, they are a fatal investment loss. If he were to choose his own battle armor, Zhou Yizhuan, having grasped this point, would likely only choose Unending Flow, which increases the maximum energy, and Simplification, which reduces skill consumption. But perhaps there are better options. Our 17 inspiration points are only enough to exchange for 1 targeted golden crystal, Galio said, still pondering. I might not even need this thing. The armor is more of a survival tool for me right now. I can handle the damage with guns. 95. I remember you wanted to choose the Volt armor, right? It has wide area skill damage. Or maybe. Yes, that's it. Before Galio could finish speaking, he was startled by Zhou Yizhuan's exclamation. Zhou Yizhuan turned around, grabbed Galio's shoulders, and shook him. That's right. Gun in hand, come with me. We're not going to exchange for the gold crystals. Zhou Yizhuan excitedly swiped through the crystal list, flipped to the silver crystal section, and precisely found 2 silver crystals there. Galio looked closely and unconsciously uttered its name. Cryogenic warheads, Hellfire. Seriously, 9-5? You're going to use such valuable incentive points to exchange for silver crystals? Galio was unaware that 9-5 had already gone through a brainstorming session, but he felt that looking for silver among gold was a bit wasteful. Hey, what do you know? Don't be blinded by gold. Think about what we need to do now. 9-5 Yizhuan's hands kept moving, and under Galio's regretful gaze, he confirmed the crystal exchange. The next moment, 2 silver crystals passed through the void and were teleported into Zhou Yizhuan's hands, consuming 7 plus 7 incentive points. Now they only have 3 incentive points left. What are we supposed to do? Are we going to complete Yoru's mission? Caught off guard by the question, Galio hesitated. Or are we going to cause trouble for Kroni? Both are correct. But whether it's Nightfeather's mission or causing trouble for Kroni, they both point to the same thing, the invasion we're currently facing. We need an effective and sustained means of output to complete our mission objectives. Warframes are one part of that, but definitely not the main force. Speaking of which, Zhou Yizhuan added all the entropy to the cryogenic warhead and barely managed to upgrade it to level 2. 2 cryogenic bullet. Increases freeze damage by 45%, indirectly increases rifle pressure by 8. My entropy is low. Can you pull this up as much as you can? Zhou Yizhuan handed Hellfire to Galio. Galio used most of his entropy points, but he could only barely upgrade Hellfire to level 2. Unlike the cryogenic bullet, Hellfire provides fire damage to rifles with the same value. Quinn's strategy guide mentions that ice and fire can create a special composite elemental damage, explosion. The Conqueror grenade launcher fires explosives, so if we equip it, we'll get a Conqueror grenade launcher with even more amazing explosive power than the regular one. Just as Zhou Yizhuan was preparing to install the Conquest howitzer, he discovered that its frequency was too low to accommodate both crystals simultaneously. However, he had also run out of entropy. Damn it, we need to farm entropy to upgrade the Conquest grenade launcher to the same frequency. Let's each take one for now. 9-5 Yizhuan handed Hellfire to Galio. The most valuable resource in the archaeological camp was the data in the terminal. The remaining valuable resources were some gems that the Kroni research team had mined along the way. Zhou Zhizuan and Galio divided these and kept them for themselves in case they needed to make something. The two also went down into the archaeological cave to take a look, but there was nothing of interest inside, so they ignored it and headed straight for the next Kroni camp on the map. Boom! Smoke billowed from the muzzle of the Conqueror howitzer as a grenade, the size of a mug, streaked across the sky, arced through the air, and exploded in the ranks of the Cloney soldiers. In the instant the golden-white explosion and flames flashed, the shockwave actually condensed into visible ice crystals that spread outwards, and frost quickly formed on the bodies of the Kroni soldiers who were thrown back by the shockwave. The increased void crystal damage is due to frost damage, not visible surface heat conduction. Just like lava impact, which inflicts fire damage on swords, frost damage is not a surface burn, but directly affects the target's internal structure. The chill not only congealed the moisture in the air, but also froze the moisture in Cloney's body. Their blood rapidly lost temperature, and even the tissue fluid in their muscles froze into ice crystals, making their limbs stiff and their movements dull and wooden. Forget about aiming at the two attackers and pulling the trigger. Even raising their arms was an agonizingly strenuous task. But before they could have time to recover, another grenade came flying through the air, this time bringing them a gift, hellfire. The intensely hot particles followed the explosion, instantly igniting everything flammable within the affected area. Grass and leaves on the ground burst into flames like embers, and the same was true for Cloney. To make matters worse, they also had cryogenic ice crystals inside their bodies. The collision of cold and heat caused an explosion. Bang 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 bang, like a celebration in an ancient costume drama, a series of air explosions came from the blast area. The Kroni soldiers, affected by the two attributes at the same time, suddenly shuddered and trembled, and the next moment they fell to the ground like soft mud, lifeless. Some soldiers were lucky enough to survive the continuous explosions, but the affected flesh was blown apart from the inside, leaving them bloody and mangled. Even their armor, which they relied on for survival, could not protect them and they were torn apart from the bottom. Holy crap. So it's possible to create a synergy effect even when the weapons aren't the same. 9-5 Zhizuan was both surprised and delighted. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Awesome. Now Galio vaguely understood what 9-5 wisdom trout meant and praised his understanding of the game. The Kroni soldiers were stunned by the bombing, and in no time, Zhou Zhizuan and Galio had cleared out another part of the Kroni camp. However, this camp is not very profitable and has no good resources, but surprisingly, it has a stockpile of weapons that is several times larger than the number of troops stationed here. It looks like an armory used to replenish weapons for other camps, said Chizuru and his companion after investigating the nearby entrances and exits. In that case, the defenses of the other camps shouldn't be too strong. Let's wipe them out in one fell swoop. Ideally, we should also find the main force of those airships. Galio recalled the number of airships he had seen earlier, like a swarm of locusts. When he realized that each of those things was equivalent to one incentive point, and 15 of them could be exchanged for a golden crystal he wanted, his breathing became rapid. Soon, they discovered the Cloney camp, where a squadron of individual airships was moored near a river. Get ready to blow it up. Galio excitedly prepared to rush forward, but was stopped by Jijimaru. What's wrong? He looked at Jijiro with a puzzled expression. Something's not right. 9 out of 10 things are not right, said Jijiro, looking warily at the Kroni camp located at the mouth of the river bend. What's wrong? Why are you being so paranoid? Galio was saying when he suddenly realized something was wrong as well. Wait, why aren't there any patrols? And there doesn't seem to be anyone in sight either. Galio realized the problem. Based on the management model of the previous Kroni camps, there should be several patrol teams patrolling within a kilometer of a Kroni camp. But now, they can't see any living Kroni people on the vast plain, except for a row of airships parked on the riverbank. Reassigned. That shouldn't be the case. If it were, there wouldn't be an airship sitting idle here. Shall we go check? After discussing it for a while, the two decided to sneak up and take a look. However, even if they managed to sneak silently to the entrance of the Kroni camp, they did not trigger the Kroni patrol refresh mechanism. The entire camp was eerily quiet, as if it had been ransacked. Could it be that Senior Chani has done a mission here before? Galio joked. It shouldn't be. There's no blood on the ground, no severed limbs, no shell casings or holes. Do you think our Senior, Chani, is that clean? Zhou Zhizuan glanced at him. Maybe it's some kind of stealth suit like Loki's. Galio was about to argue when he made an unexpected discovery. The soil here is so loose. Did they plant it like this? It looks like it's been plowed. Galio looked at the soft, cracked ground in the camp with surprise. This was a scene he had never seen in other camps. Cloney is strong and muscular, wearing iron armor and weighing much more than a normal person. He patrols and roams around the area year-round, so the land here should be extremely solid, the kind of solid that not a single blade of grass can grow. This. Clang. Galio turned to look at the 9-5 wisdom trout, only to see that the trout had apparently accidentally bumped into an empty storage barrel next to it, knocking over its contents. It was this commotion that caused a stir in the camp. With a soft rustling sound, sand and gravel surged and hissed. The next moment, a pair of ugly, festering, purplish red and greenish hands tore through the earth, and a mound of earth rose up in the process. Mud slid off the edge of the mound, and a terrifying humanoid monster emerged from the ground, its head skeletal, its eyes swollen like a corpse, its ribs protruding, and its belly large enough to hold a person. Where did this come from? Is this still the Starry Sky frenzy? Galio cried out in terror. Chapter 329 New Outpost Announcement. You! The swollen, deformed, zombie-like thing opened its toothless mouth, roared, and charged at the two of them. Galio, who was not used to such a scene, fired a shot from the Conqueror howitzer, which flicked the thing to the ground, its flesh torn open and oozing dark green pus. The flames from the grenade scorched the monster's body, and wisps of smoke rose from its body, but this did not stop its movements. It still got up and tried to rush towards the two of them. Could this thing be poisonous? Zhou Zhizuan was somewhat surprised to see the green smoke. He was about to tell Galio not to fire when he immediately heard a gunshot. This time, the grenade hit the monster's huge belly directly. With a loud bang, the monster was blown to pieces, and countless pieces of flesh and blood splattered everywhere, covering the ground. A stench filled the air, and pus followed the pieces of flesh like raindrops onto the camp. It was then scorched by the high-temperature particles floating in the air, quickly evaporating into a pale green toxic gas that spread out, frightening the two of them into retreating hastily. Fortunately, the poisonous fog did not linger for long. After the aftershocks of the Galio howitzer explosion dissipated, the poisonous gas cooled down and settled on the ground, turning into a greenish layer. What the hell is this thing? Over 400 experience points, and it can spray venom in an area when it explodes. Is it a poisoner? Galio stared at the camp full of poisonous creatures, no longer even wanting to take a step. No, it doesn't. I've seen the videos of the poisoners before. Those things are strategic units, wearing heavy armor and equipped with poison weapons. Although this thing looks a lot like the poisoners, there are big differences, especially since this thing has almost no intelligence. Based on this alone, the poisoner has completely outclassed this strange thing. Should we ask our boss Xia? It feels like this might be a newly mutated virus. Let me ask, but what's your title, boss Xia? After some thought, the two decided to report this strange thing to Xia Shang, just to be on the safe side. Xia Shang also attached great importance to this and immediately ordered them to send back some samples of the monster's tissue so that Audis could conduct sample analysis in the laboratory. The two found some tools at the edge of the camp, removed a layer of soil from the ground, and dug a path for themselves, finding several larger tissue fragments. Why does this thing look so much like an embryo? Galio poked at a lump of rotten flesh on the ground with his curved sword, looking at the outline as if he remembered something. However, Zhou Zhizuan next to him kicked him in the butt, telling him to stop playing with shit because it was too disgusting. But in such a large area, is this the only monster buried? And what about those airships? Where are the pilots? I don't know, maybe it was eaten. If you don't know, just clear a path to the tent and find the information. What good are your guesses? The two men made a ruckus and searched through all the tents in the small camp, but only found some weapons and tools. There was no data terminal. Although they were full of doubts, the two had no time to dwell on it and hurried off to the next venue. Upon receiving the tissue samples, Xia Shang instructed Audis to analyze them according to the standards of mutated infected organisms. However, after a thorough examination, it was discovered that the samples were not infectious, and in fact, they were not contaminated with a mutated virus. So, this is Kroni's biotechnology. What have they come up with this time? Is this an embryo? Xia Shang looked at the heroes in the isolation research lab who had been synchronized with Audis, and the appearance of one of the chunks of flesh caught his attention. It's not just this one, Commander. Most of them are tissues from different embryos. Although they share the same genetic material, their stem cells divide in different directions, and the characteristics of the developing individuals are completely different. Based on the residual imaging analysis of cell division, these embryos only need 13 days to develop from their current state to full maturity. This is truly terrifying biotechnology. Where do they get the energy to develop? Even the lead analyst, Audis, was puzzled at this point. Is the mother getting enough nutrition? Xia Shang asked. Based on the tissue analysis of the adult units, the maternal units do not have the nutritional reserves to provide so many embryos for development. Unfortunately, there are no tissues of the adult digestive system in the current sample, so the source of the maternal nutrition cannot be determined. Should we notify them to search for it? ODIs asked. Forget it. If it was the only single individual and has been eliminated now, there's no need for further research. But if it was a weapon of the Kroni Empire, we can obtain countless samples in the future. Let's not dwell on this now. After a moment's thought, Xia Shang said, however, for now, let's identify it as a suspected new type of Kroni unit, so that players outside will be aware that it contains a toxin that targets biological proteins. If they are not prepared, they may lose a resurrection for nothing. Although players rarely use resurrection these days, they still don't want to die for no reason. That would be too embarrassing. But before Audis could release the new enemy entry based on the data from his brief research, new news came from outside. Other player teams have already encountered these monsters lurking underground, resulting in casualties. So fast. At the same time, Xia Shang's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but suspect that this was the strategic weapon brought by Kroni's expansion. The Kroni Empire. No, it should be heck. This must be a new product from his laboratory. Have them send back new samples for further research, keep issuing announcements, and warn all players outside to be careful of loose soil. If they encounter it, have them find a way to send back some tissue samples. Xia Shang's order was quickly sent to the players' eyes via channel-wide announcement. What the hell? Is the Kroni Empire about to unleash a new monster? Damn, it's a monster that explodes when it dies. The developers are just trying to disgust us. It's not certain that it will explode on its own, but it's true that it's poisonous. My buddy got splashed with pus and blood and died immediately from the poisoning. There wasn't even time to get an injection. What happened? Couldn't even their life force withstand it? He didn't get enough vitality, so his health is a bit low. If he had enough vitality, he shouldn't die so easily, but I haven't tested it. Don't blame me if something happens. Hey guys, I found a patch of those plowed fields. Anyone want to help catch this thing? I feel like catching it alive will definitely be more profitable than getting samples from dismembered corpses. What audacity? Wait for me. Just as many people in the channel were drawn to this unexpected new thing, Audi suddenly issued a server-wide announcement in the public channel. Note, a brand new outpost has been captured by the Wall People Squad, who have gained 100 incentive points. Note, a brand new mine has been captured by the Inner Wall Squad, who have received an additional 25 incentive points. The central base will restart at 12 o'clock noon, at which time a new batch of test qualifications will be drawn. Specific information will be released at 12 o'clock noon. The qualification drawing period is expected to be 3 p.m. Please wait for further arrangements regarding your own opening time. The announcement caused an uproar. Wait a minute. Dude. Boss Lyle's base is still under construction, right? What does this mean? A new base. Today. What the heck? Isn't the new base the one owned by Boss Lyle? Who said the newly opened stronghold is Jade Mountain? Who knows how long that stronghold will take to build? Right now, the most valuable strongholds are definitely ones that players will fight for themselves. Did you guys expect Steel Road to give you this event for free? But where is this base? Why isn't there any information showing up? And they didn't even display the player's name. Such an awesome server-wide broadcast without announcing names. I have reason to suspect that it was someone from the development team. That's not necessarily true. What if they feel like they've set up a cesspool and don't want to reveal their name and get criticized by you guys? Exactly. Everyone knows that Boss Lyle is going to build a base in the style of the Cups Merchant Guild, but then suddenly he opens up a Kroni base and pulls a bunch of players there. If the location isn't good, the equipment is old, and there are no vehicles or NPCs. Haha, new players will probably post all their complaints about this player team on the forums. They'd probably throw away all their pride for those 100 incentive points. Who said it was 100 incentive points? It also comes with a mine, making a total of 125 incentive points that can be exchanged for 10 targeted golden crystals. You come and try to steal it, don't you? That makes sense. Everyone looks out for themselves, let alone us Chenchi. The atmosphere among players seems to have changed somewhat. Chapter 330 adaptation using the Snow Mountain base as a stronghold, with a vast snowscape right outside your door, it couldn't be more comfortable. How far is this from the steel defense line? 120 kilometers. We've ventured a bit too far, but there's a helipad here. Could we establish a fixed air route to and from the steel defense line? Maybe it's possible, but this Snow Mountain base only has snowmobiles, not flying vehicles. If we want to set up flight paths, we'll probably have to send out this aircraft from the Iron Defense line. Snowmobiles are actually pretty good. They're not slow, and I just checked, the tracks are very sturdy. The three armored warriors chatted idly while waiting for the data module to be written into the base's central hub, which would take some time. They can use this time to select some void crystals. The three of them earned a total of 125 incentive points. Chrysanthemum glanced at the pricing in the list and felt that they were quite well off. However, if the points are divided equally, each person will only have 42 incentive points, which is one short, meaning each person cannot exchange for 3 golden crystals. Looking at it this way, Chrysanthemum felt like she was too poor. Brother Quinn, what are you planning to do with the change? Chrysanthemum wanted to ask Qin Chuan for his opinion, since they were both wearing the same style of armor, the Glass Lady. I feel that our armor is pretty good except for its mobility. The skill set is very balanced, and every skill is usable. However, Glass Blade and Wide Glass Shift require interaction, so if we use them frequently, we still need to prioritize efficiency. Qin Chuan's analysis was simple yet reasonable, so Chrysanthemum immediately began searching for void crystals with skill efficiency. He quickly identified 2 key techniques, simplification and flick of the finger technique. 0 flick of the finger increases skill efficiency by 10%, reduces skill duration by 10% or indirectly. Warframe stress 6. The level 1 value of the finger flicking skill is not low, but the duration of this skill makes Chrysanthemum feel a bit rushed, because in the Glass Lady skill set, apart from the first skill Glass Blade, the other skills are all related to the duration. Glass Storm provides armor with defense and deflection against projectiles. However, if the duration is too short, you need to constantly monitor your status, and you may need to release it frequently during intense battles. Moreover, there is an effective limit to the efficiency of skills. They have also verified this with Audis. The value is almost ineffective if it exceeds 75%. If you're going to use the finger flick technique in conjunction with simplification, then the level of simplification is crucial, because simplification has no negative effects, it just means the stats will be lower. Without hesitation, Chrysanthemum first exchanged for simplification and upgraded it to the maximum level, where it could no longer be infused with entropy. 5. Simplification increases skill efficiency by 30% indirectly. Warframe stress 9. This leaves 45% of the space for the finger flick instant skill to be effective. If the duration is reduced in order not to waste efficiency, then this space is only 40%. Correspondingly, the skill duration will also be reduced by 40%. A skill that might have lasted for 10 seconds will only last for 6 seconds after installing this crystal. In this sense, it is almost a halving. Although 70% efficiency allows him to release skills at only 30% of the original cost, in reality, releasing skills about 3 times and consuming a total of 90% of the initial energy is only to obtain 180% of the duration, which is equivalent to the effect coverage time of the initial 2 skills. Is this correct? With so much entropy and incentive points invested, the apparent increase in performance is only 50%. Chrysanthemum asked Quinn about this point of contradiction. You've calculated things quite meticulously. I hadn't even noticed that. But it also depends on your purpose for releasing the skill, Qin Chuan said softly. Purpose? What's there to talk about? Chrysanthemum pressed. Currently, our most strategically important skill is actually wide area glassy. If we consider the mechanics, we should also bring glass blade. But what if we urgently need the area damage after wide area glassy explodes? Wouldn't we then not need the duration? Qin Chuan asked rhetorically. That makes a lot of sense, because the best defense is actually offense. If we kill all the monsters around us, then we won't need to defend. Chrysanthemum nodded in reply. However, Qin Chuan continued, but there's another problem. What if the terrain doesn't allow you to clear the entire screen in one go? What if the enemies keep advancing and harassing you like a small water pipe? You can't finish them off in one wave, and 2 waves are a waste. What do you do then? Maybe we can keep the glass wall open for a while longer, accumulate more monsters, and try to clear the most monsters with the least amount of damage each time. Chrysanthemum was a little uncertain, because in his subconscious there was still a hidden option of rushing out and killing them all. I thought you were going to suggest using a glass slide storm reflection, but that works too. Qin Chuan snapped his fingers. That's exactly what I meant. The crystal options depend on our problem-solving strategies during battle. You don't have to follow my ideas completely. You can look at other crystals. I think the opening of the crystal shop this time might also have this meaning behind it. The armor isn't the end, it's not even the beginning. Upon hearing this, Chrysanthemum understood Qin Chuan's meaning, nodded, and prepared to ask Dust about his problem-solving approach, since Dust's armor and holy sword were also well-balanced and could serve as a reference. Have you made your choices yet? Dust came over on its own initiative, looking refreshed as if it had some good news. How's your choice? Chrysanthemum asked. I still don't know how to choose. Sigh, I didn't plan to use up all my incentive points at once, so I only exchanged 1 golden crystal, Dust said, shaking his head. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. What is it? That's it, get used to it. The Dust revealed a golden crystal, like a precious jewel. Adaptation. What is that? The Chrysanthemum hadn't even noticed the crystal. Seeing his puzzled look, Chennai gestured for a Jew to take it and look at it herself. Then let me see. Chrysanthemum reached out and took it, inserting it inside. 0 adaptation. When injured, increases resistance to that type of damage by 5% for 10 seconds, stacking up to 90%. Indirect. Warframe. Phantom pressure 2. Holy crap. Chrysanthemum exclaimed in shock after reading it, startling Qin Chuan, who thought a new boss had been left in the stronghold. 90% damage resistance. Is this even human? Chrysanthemum stared at Dust, wide-eyed. If you added your shock absorbers, wouldn't that make him invincible? Heh, you're overthinking it. Dust shook his head. These 2 don't take effect simultaneously, but one after the other. One takes effect first, then the other. And the physical damage immunity from the shock absorber only reduces the damage my physical body receives. Shields and armor are not included. Chrysanthemum seemed to understand. So, the shock absorber reduces damage on your health bar, rather than increasing your overall defense. Although the final effect is similar, it's like the process of being injured has a sequence. First, there's the shield deflection, then the shield explodes, and then there's the armor of our armor itself. Only after that layer of armor is broken does I receive the damage. But adaptation is different. Adaptation can take effect from the beginning, and it can even adapt to the type of damage the shield receives. Dust nodded. The only drawback is that it can't be combined with the physical damage immunity from shock absorbers. Chrysanthemum nodded. That's quite rigorous, but it makes sense. If you don't calculate it that way, with 90% plus 20% physical immunity, you're practically invincible. Am I invincible? But I'm not without weaknesses. Every time it takes damage, its effect stacks. To get it to 90%, I'd have to take 18 hits. Damn it. How am I supposed to take 18 hits? Dust clenched his fist and raised it in front of Chrysanthemum, with a look of exasperation and a half smile. Chrysanthemum shook her head. You can't calculate it that way. It's built up layer by layer. If you have shock absorbers, you can withstand the first few full hits. Then, as your resistance builds up, you can withstand more, right? You're very resilient. However, he also had a question. Why don't you upgrade the level of this crystal? A Jew asked. Dust hesitated for a moment before replying. Isn't this to let you see my style first? Oh, so you're here to show off that you'll be more resilient to be beaten up in the future, right? Chapter 331 Snow Mountain Outpost opens. New players enter. Adapt, add points. Dust shouted, gripping the void crystal. As entropy is infused, the directional regularity in the crystal becomes more robust, and its displayed value increases accordingly. However, unexpectedly, instead of increasing its value according to the initial registered multiplier like other crystals, it did instead 0.5, only 1/10 of the increase after one level. Dust was shocked. 1 adaptation, when injured, increases resistance to that type of damage by 5.5% for 11 seconds, stacking up to 90%. Indirectly, Warframe, Phantom stress 3. Fortunately, the duration was extended by 1 second. Chrysanthemum glanced at it too, frowned, and thought for a moment before saying, something doesn't feel right. Why is it that the more we invest, the more we lose money as we level up? Really, why? Dust asked in return. Each level increases resistance by 0.5 per layer, but the resistance cap remains at 90%. However, it also increases stress by 1 point. You might think that 1 point is nothing, but it only needs 2 stress initially. Increasing stress by half only brings a 10% numerical return. If you level it up again, the stress doubles, but it only increases resistance by 1% per layer. It's a loss, a real loss. Then I won't upgrade. Dust said, taking adaptation back from Chrysanthemum's hand. It's not that bad. Although the increase is small, it still gives you the actual value for each layer. This value is still very effective when you take damage for the first time, and it can guarantee your survival rate before you can stack up all the resistance. Chrysanthemum herself was a little unsure of herself when she said this, but there was really no problem with what she said. Just then, an announcement suddenly came over the loudspeaker in the corridor where the 3 of them were, but it had been replaced with Audiz's voice. Attention, there is a malfunctioning device below the base. Please proceed to investigate immediately. Attention, there are suspicious units in the dormitory area. Please proceed to clear them immediately. Notice. The 3 of them snapped out of their daze and quickly followed Audiz's instructions to handle the final matters. With preparations for the new base nearing completion, players who have pre-registered and are waiting for a draw on the game's official website are becoming increasingly excited. This is the 3rd time that test qualification for Star Frenzy has been drawn, and everyone is extremely eager to go to the Imperial planet as soon as possible to catch up with the veteran players. However, the number of test slots is unclear, and the specific location of the stronghold is not clearly displayed. Everything is unknown, which makes everyone surfing the official forum puzzled. Such important information. Is this team occupying the stronghold really unwilling to reveal any information? What kind of remote and secluded place is that? The anticipation of being selected and the anxiety about an unknown homeland made many people restless that day. Working people were worried, and students were lost in thought. Fortunately, this period of time was not long, and soon it was noon, the time when the detailed information of the base would be released. Test announcement. Outpost. Kroni Snow Mountain Permafrost Research Institute, with sufficient equipment, available for testing, 319 participants. The facility is fully equipped, but due to inherent security risks related to its intended use, certain sections of the laboratory will be closed to the public. For more information, lucky new players are encouraged to explore on their own. What? A snow mountain base. Is the base warm? It seems the player upstairs who made the reservation is very afraid of the cold. The base usually has a temperature control system. The only thing you need to worry about is how to get out, because there is no temperature control system outside. What's going on? I saw the outpost was still in the Jade Mountain area. How did it end up in the Snow Mountain? This person probably slept until now and missed the previous announcement. Wait, where is the Snow Mountain base? On Venus. You're overthinking it. Look, the prefix is Kroni, so they're definitely in the Imperial planet. Right now, the only team that can be considered to be in the Snow Mountain region is Quinn's team, which is still in the Himalayas. Quinn's squad. It's them again. Why do they always work so silently? Wait a minute. Isn't Quinn a streamer? Why isn't anyone saying anything in their stream? Haha, no wonder there was no news. I just got back from the live stream. It's warming up for the next one. What does warming up mean? Bro, you don't watch the live stream, do you? The notification you received when you entered the stream before the stream started because the streamer was warming up means Quinn was secretly playing by himself. Holy crap, how could Quinn be so wicked? +1, holy crap, how can Quinn be so wicked? Does anyone know anything about the Himalayas? Is it a good place for beginners to start? Good question, but currently only the durable dust provides a detailed picture of the Himalayan environment. Before the battery event, it was the only one in the Himalayas. Dao Dao is editing the video that Starry recorded last night. To be honest, she actually knew exactly what Starry and the other two were doing in the Himalayas, but she didn't expect that they would take down the research institute located on the mountaintop of the frozen crystal mine today. Just as she was about to check the account backend data updated at noon today, she suddenly discovered that the backend messages had exploded. While Dust's videos aren't exactly wildly popular, they're not exactly obscure either, because Dust is a well-known top player in the game, and he's the only one in other regions. Of course, what's even more interesting now is the players who went to Venus. Dust is no longer special, so the video data has dropped slightly recently. Dao Dao has seen related discussions when browsing game forums, so it's not surprising. But what's going on now? My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. When Dao Dao checked her inbox, she found it was full of private messages asking about the new base. Her previous snow mission videos also saw an explosive increase in comments and bullet screen messages. This is a new announcement. Dao Dao, who had been editing videos for most of the day, suddenly realized something and quickly opened the game's official website, where she saw the news about the new base, located in the Snow Mountain. Just then, a noise came from Dust's room. The door opened, and Dust poked his head out, saying, "What are we having for lunch today? If we haven't made it yet, we can go out to eat." The Dust seemed quite pleased. "What's making you so happy?" Dao Dao asked back. "Sigh, nothing major, just opened a new outpost. A new batch of players will be joining the game today. We'll prepare a good lunch, and this afternoon Quinn and I will show these new players around the new outpost. After all, the Himalayan environment is quite harsh, but there are plenty of iron line missions, enough to quickly level them up to squad level operations." Dao Dao glanced at the red in the backend, decisively saved the project file, and went out to eat, covered in dust. Finally, it's 3 p.m. Announcement, Test Qualification 3. The game test slots have been drawn and all slots will be sent through the backend. Successful test players, please remember to download the Starry Sky Frenzy internal and external communication app to ensure you don't miss any events or alerts. The announcement has been updated, and all pre-registered players are checking their backends. Otis, is my system malfunctioning? I didn't receive any notification about the spot. Crying. Ha 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 ha. Look, there's a clown here. Laughing and crying. What are you laughing at? Did you receive a notification? Dude, you've crossed the line. We're just online friends. What gives you the right to attack me? Hey, I have a red notification dot in my system. What does it mean? Doge. It must be my test qualification. You bastard. You stole my test qualification. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Crying loudly. Hey guys, I got a testing qualification, but I don't have the equipment. What kind of equipment, and in what price range, do I need to prepare? Dude, Star Trek uses cloud gaming. All you need is a computer that can open the game client, along with any motion sensing input device on the market, and you can enjoy playing the Origin Galaxy. Didn't get it? Oh well, it's probably for the best. I'm quite sensitive to the cold anyway, and the Snow Mountain area doesn't look fun. I'd rather wait until the camp in the Jade Mountain area is built, or Venus would be nice too. Or maybe I should urge the players on Venus. Dude, it's practically overflowing with sourness. Players who missed out on the pre-registration side and waited for the next round, while those who received the notification didn't waste a second. They immediately downloaded the client from the notification link and clicked to start. Hundreds of consciousnesses traversed the void to reach the Imperial planet, landing among the snow-capped mountains. Whoosh! The phantoms changed their appearance and sprang up from the floor. Looking around, they found themselves in a small, iron-brown room. There were still some uncleaned Kroni-style storage boxes and overturned tables and chairs around them, all to make room for the phantoms. I'm in. I'm a player now. A male player touched his face, patting it to feel the texture. Suddenly, he heard a series of howls coming from outside the room. Upon closer listening, it seemed to be the voices of other players. Stepping out of the room, one sees a high-ceilinged indoor area the size of 2 basketball courts, brightly illuminated by Kroni lamps. At the edge are the rooms where the players log in, and various phantom players are constantly emerging from them. On the open ground, 3 armored warriors stood waiting for them. 2 of them, dressed as female glass maidens, remained silent, while the other, a holy swordsman, crouched down and reached out to tease a white kukoro the size of a tiger, scratching its itch. "It's Quinn," someone called out. Qin Chuan gestured to the players who had called out to him, and waited until most of them came to the open space and became familiar with his seemingly real body before speaking to everyone to quiet down. Everyone has been following the game for so long, you all know about this current stage, right? Qin Chuan asked. Understood. Issue the weapons, someone replied. That's right. There have been 2 similar situations in the past, and both times Xia Shang was in charge of the process. But now he's at the old base, so this time it's my turn. As he spoke, Qin Chuan raised his hand and opened a void passage. Many matching initial weapon boxes jumped out of the space in front of him and were neatly stacked on the ground in front of him. This weapon set is an upgrade from the previous one. In addition to the essential 1 Malawian Quachar weapon, each person also has a rifling tool that can increase the damage of rifles or bows and arrows, increasing everyone's output methods. It also comes with a shield generator that can be used by attaching it to the chest. Shield, weapon, damage boosting crystal. A perfect beginner's set. The new players were very surprised because they had seen the previous welcome events, which only included weapons and had to be obtained by themselves. In particular, the shield generator, an automatically rechargeable defensive device that greatly increased the player's chances of survival, was now being provided as a starter kit. Awesome. Watching the new players take away the sets they wanted, Chuan felt a little lost. It wasn't easy for him to get this set of equipment back then, but it's good. The new players can get started quickly and also increase the combat power of the Chenji faction. Besides, the difficulty of this icy and snowy place is different, so it's understandable to have some supplements. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. By the way, Quinn, where do we get our newbie quests? A player asked Chuan as he picked up his weapon case. Oh, there should be 2 channels. One is Audi's at the current stronghold, which mainly involves organizing the stronghold, a traditional task that will give you some initial reputation to exchange for items. The other is the Iron Defense Line mission assignments. You can go there to find out more. The Iron Defense Line. Where is it located? 120 kilometers away. As soon as Chuan finished speaking, he saw the players in front of him staring at him blankly. New players. Wait, you're telling me I have to travel 100 kilometers to claim the newbie quests? The two stared at each other intently at the sensors. Chuan then realized what the problem was and quickly added, don't worry, the Iron Defense Line will send a transport plane to and from here. After a while, brother Xia Shang will also send a transport plane. There won't be any problems with transportation. The new players nodded in agreement. Having a public plane to ride in is quite prestigious. But I must also remind you that it snows heavily here often, and walking is very difficult when the snow is thick. The hoverboard can solve this problem, so don't think that you don't need hoverboards just because you have a spaceship. Alright, stop blocking the way here. Go and familiarize yourself with your new home. It's quite big and well equipped, even has a gym. But the main thing is to clean up Kroni's belongings and remember to find your own resting place. Oh, right. Remember to report those obviously tool-like devices to Audi's. These kinds of tools are mostly assigned to NPCs for maintenance, so don't treat them like toys and break them. Last time, a few guys not only broke the welding tools, but the NPCs thought they were the ones who broke them, almost causing a dispute. I have a question. One player raised their hand. Can we go out at night? There shouldn't be any night spirits around here, right? This is not within the planes of night spirits, so there are no night spirits here. Therefore, it is possible to go out at night, but I do not recommend doing so. The phantom is frozen too hard, which may even make it difficult to retrieve. As Chuan spoke, Chenari's laughter came from the side. Chapter 332. What kind of way are you showing off now? Wow, this mountain. Holy crap. This snow. Wow, wow, wow. This rock. Dude, that's enough. It's embarrassing. The players rushed outside the research institute, and when the base gate opened, the magnificent snow scene outside stunned them for several seconds. The outpost itself is located halfway up a snow-capped mountain range. Upon exiting, you can see the winding, verdant mountain ridges that resemble a wallpaper. Sunlight slants down on the white peaks, reflecting a shimmering pink and gold glow. The dark rocks at the foot of the mountain gave people an extremely calm feeling, and small figures could be seen moving among them from time to time, whether they were survivors or soldiers of Kroni. The cold, thin air rushed into the player's chest, each breath carrying away a large amount of heat, condensing into a billowing mist outside the mouth and nose, full of vitality. Some players had never actually seen snow before. They excitedly ran to the outside helipad, where the thick layer of snow hadn't been cleared. They scooped up a handful and splashed it all over their faces. Many players were adjusting their camera angles to take screenshots, partly because the scenery was indeed beautiful, and partly because they could use it to show off on forums. Then, adding titles like "How about it? I think the scenery in the game is just so will definitely attract a large number of people who can't play the game to hurl insults. The player in the screenshot couldn't help but snort as he thought about the angry replies from those who didn't get a chance to participate in the pre-registration lottery. Ouch tilde, it's so cold. As the adrenaline surge subsided and the thin combat suits proved insufficient to ward off the cold, the players, regaining their senses, immediately screamed and ran towards the base gate. With such low temperatures, we can't go out even during the day, let alone at night. One player rubbed his arms and stomped his feet, sighing with emotion. How did the first player who came here solve the problem? You mean Dustmaster? He wiped out a squad of Kroni soldiers and dropped an antifreeze crystal. Damn, what kind of luck is this? By the way, didn't they recently launch this crystal exchanging event? Which one is the anti-freezing crystal? There are no incentives. Where do I get these incentives? Where is Audi's? After playing in the snow for a while, the players finally found a central platform in the activity area 1 level below the entrance. There were already quite a few players walking around there, and from their snippets of conversation, it seemed that they had already received their respective tasks. Otis, I need a mission. Clean up the corpses in the warehouse. That's too gory. Shall we find something else? What kind of task is this? Equipment maintenance for the heating system? I need to see what's going on. Is anyone going to help clear the elevator leading to the bottom of the mine? There are so few missions, it feels like there are fewer missions than at other outposts. Watching the new players outside excitedly running around following the quest guide, Chrysanthemum went to check on the remaining blank phantoms that hadn't been logged in and activated yet. There were about 100 people in the several rooms. That means only about 200 people are currently online. It's good that 2/3 of the people can log on immediately. 3 o'clock in the afternoon isn't exactly free time, Dust nodded and said. Upon hearing this, Chrysanthemum countered, but when will the transport planes for the steel defense line be arranged? I don't know. They only said they would arrange for one to come, and the exact time won't be too late. Dust replied after recalling his previous communication with Black Veil. It won't be too late. It can't be too late until tomorrow. Chrysanthemum shook her head. Dust seemed a little embarrassed by this. Should I ask again? No need for that. They didn't give us a specific time, so they probably need to allocate it separately. If we make a fuss too much, it might seem deliberate, and the NPCs might even think we have some ulterior motives. New players are all strangers to them now, and if we don't make a good first impression, there might be conflicts in the subsequent reception. It was Chuan who spoke. He checked the time and beckoned to Chenari, saying, why don't you contact the Iron Defense Line first and ask them for some bounty missions? Chrysanthemum and I will take some people to the mines below to mine. Bounty mission. Can they even get out now? Dust saw some players running back from outside, their faces red from the cold, their heads covered in snow. If they can't get out, wouldn't those survivors have frozen to death long ago? Can't you take them to see the warehouse? See if there's any warm clothing, or investigate why these clony people can go out on side quests without warm clothing. Anything is fine. The quest objective isn't the goal. The important thing is to get them familiar with the quest process. Oh, okay. Dust suddenly realized and quickly led the big dog to the central platform, calling 20 or 30 people to go to the warehouse. Chuan and Juhua went directly to the elevator entrance, where they encountered dozens of new players blocking the elevator entrance and waiting for the elevator platform. Mr. Quinn, why didn't you stream this morning? As soon as I arrived, I heard someone in the crowd ask, are you afraid that opening the Kroni Extreme Environment base while riding on Lyle's coattails will get you attacked by everyone? Chuan was a little embarrassed. He did have that idea, but it wasn't the main purpose. Actually, I wanted to give everyone a surprise. After all, it's a brand new map environment, completely different from the Night Spirit planes. And this wasn't my idea. You'll have to ask Brother Shang. He said to keep some mystery for you. Oh no, Brother Shang did it too. Hey, will Brother A Shang come here? I've never actually met Brother A Shang. He seems so real in your videos, like a real person playing a role. Chuan laughed out loud upon hearing the player's words. I'll let you in on a secret. I feel the same way. But right now, the development team is treating him as an independent individual in their communication. It's also Brother Shang who submits feedback on game balance. I suspect that it is indeed an individual AI operating. And if you say it's a real person impersonating someone, I actually feel that Boss Lyle is more like a real person. How so? The players asked in return. Look at how he was forced to work before, looking impatient but having no choice but to do it. I don't think AI could ever recreate that expression. It was so realistic, just like someone working in a game. It's not just Boss Lyle, Chrysanthemum chimed in. The same goes for that scavenging team. They were all quite interesting, really like another player was doing a role-playing game with you, and they acted so convincingly. But from an AI perspective, they really only have one life. For them, this is the real world. As they were talking, the elevator arrived, and a group of people squeezed onto the platform. Those who couldn't fit would have to wait for the next one. Hey, Quinn, where are you guys going? They were surprised to find 2 high-level armored warriors also crammed into the elevator. We won't stop halfway. We're going to the permafrost crystal mine. There are some things in the mine that can't be touched, so we'll keep an eye on your construction safety, Quinn replied. Oh, right? That's a foreman. Haha, it really is. 20 minutes later, players in the upper stronghold suddenly felt a tremor, and saw Audis's image flash on the screen on the wall, but nothing else happened. What happened? Kroni airstrike. Dust flew out of the warehouse and into the corridor in a flash, and asked in surprise. No, there are still players shoveling snow outside. I didn't see any monster spawning. What do you mean by regional channel? The regional channel says, there was an explosion underground in the mine, the tunnels collapsed, and many people can't be resurrected and have to wait to be reborn. Mine explosion. What happened? Why did it explode? Didn't I see Quinn and the others go down together? Oh, what happened? Chuan didn't know either. He was trying to move the boulder in the collapsed tunnel with both hands, but it was obviously useless. He could hear the cries for help from the buried players in the gaps of the rubble, which made him anxious. Kiku, what's going on with you? Chuan hurriedly sent a message to Juhua, but received no reply for a long time. Just when he thought that Juhua was in grave danger, Juhua finally replied. I was buried halfway down, and they used a glass slide storm to scrape a hole and I crawled out. I was terrified. I thought I was going to die. Chrysanthemum's voice trembled slightly, probably still feeling a bit scared. It's good that you're all right. My route is blocked. How's it on your end? Is the return route still open? Can we retreat to the upper base? Chrysanthemum turned around and ran back the way she came. Fortunately, the Kroni construction team had put a lot of effort into reinforcing the main tunnel. However, to her surprise, the elevator malfunctioned. The elevator is stuck, the platform won't go down, and the control panel seems to indicate a malfunction in the middle. Chrysanthemum said to the person on the other end of the communication. At this moment, even the forums are seeing a series of feedback posts from new players. Players who didn't win the lottery during this period are exhausted. Browsing the forums, all they see are people showing off their gaming experiences, with snowy mountains and snowy scenery everywhere. What are they doing? Anyone who didn't know better would think this was a tour group. Players who had made reservations were furious. After refreshing the page, another one popped up. What was the title? I just started playing this game. The players who had pre-registered were both amused and exasperated. Look, they're not even pretending anymore. I've seen people posting pictures of scenery, quests, Audis, and photos with the Holy Sword dog. What new tricks do you have up your sleeve? However, upon clicking and refreshing, a huge black screen appeared, displaying, all resurrection attempts have been used up. Please wait for your resurrection time. Not a buddy. What's this new way you're showing off your death? You've taken showing off to a whole new level, haven't you? Chapter 333 You're in luck. Lady Black Veil. On the surface of the steel defense outpost, 2 black transport planes are parked outside the fortress shield, and a group of employees are working hard, pushing trucks to transport cargo boxes into the cabin. Since it concerns the deployment of Chenchi's new base, after discussion, the Iron Defense Line decided to donate an extra batch of living supplies and warm clothing to Chenchi, as well as more resources and fuel, and some equipment for infrastructure construction. They should all be useful, right? As Heisha watched the cargo being loaded into the cabin, she heard someone calling her name. Turning her head, she saw several transport employees greeting her. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Heisha walked over and saw that these people seemed to be at a loss for what to do. Sorry, sir, there seems to be a problem with this box, said the employee holding the delivery truck. Crepe. I just asked you a question, and you're telling me there's a problem. Seemingly realizing there was something wrong with what he was saying, the employee awkwardly stopped the delivery truck's engine. Only then did another employee safely climb onto the frame, unlock the electromagnetic lock on the storage box, and open the lid. The box originally listed as outdoor cables on the clearance list did not contain bundles of cables, but a strange compass-like device with exposed transistors and circuit board pins that were unusually visible in the sunlight. What is this? It looks like some kind of device. Before the employee could even get started, the woman in black had already appeared beside him, lifted him up, and dropped him off the bike. This is Kroni's signal amplifier. It must have been the work of those spies before. They sent the equipment and communications team to dismantle it. This thing can't be touched casually. It might send out new coordinates. It was just a minor incident. The transport ships quickly received a takeoff signal, their thrusters spewing out waves of heat, and the 2 black ships rose from the ground, flying towards the pre-entered base coordinates. The pilot was still a little uneasy, because the coordinates were still under the jurisdiction of the Kroni Empire yesterday, and were heavily guarded by the Kroni Snow Mountain troops. However, when they saw a cleaned-up tarmac, surrounded by a group of ordinary-looking people waving to them, their initial anxiety immediately subsided. After all, the Kroni people aren't that friendly. Seeing that a transport plane was actually coming, and that they didn't even have to fight for it themselves, the new players felt a mix of emotions. Why is it that even though it's a service that's practically delivered to my door, and I get to accept beginner quests at the Iron Defense Line, with 2 happy things combined, I don't feel double the joy? One player sighed, and someone next to him immediately replied, you didn't have double the fun, you just watched so many videos and now you want to rob Kroni too. That's right. Don't be in such a hurry. The purpose of this plane is to take you to rob Kroni. Wow, that makes me 3 times happier. As the players excitedly prepared to enter the aircraft after opening the cabin door, they discovered it was packed with cargo, with 2 employees from the Ironclad Defense Force trapped inside, needing their help to unload the goods. What are these? How come they're so light? 2 players lifted a storage box together and found that one person could easily move it. So they opened it and found that it contained a tightly bound, handmade thermal suit. The 2 players curiously took out 2 pieces from inside. When unfolded, they were not much different in style from the combat suits they were wearing, and seemed perfectly suitable as a thermal layer to be worn close to the body. It's so thin, is it really effective? The players who were moving things were constantly going in and out of the constant temperature indoor environment and the low temperature environment at high altitude outside. If their phantom mechs were not tough enough, even the local survivors would not be able to withstand such hot and cold tempering, and they might fall ill in no time. Just like those heavily armed steel-lined employees who dared not easily enter their strongholds, it was also suggested that they should put on this thing as soon as possible. Are you going back today? A player approached the employee and asked. According to the agreement, we are now troop transport ships traveling between the 2 sides. If needed, we can set off after unloading the cargo. The employee nodded and said. The players were overjoyed upon receiving the news and quickly placed the supplies gifted by the iron defenses inside the stronghold gate. They didn't even want to spend any time organizing them, fearing that the transport ships outside might fly away if they weren't careful. Fortunately, both spaceships have a large carrying capacity and can accommodate all the players who are eager to go to the Iron Line with room to spare. Moreover, many players are not in a hurry to go to the Iron Line. Just a few minutes ago, Audis issued a brand new alert mission. Repair the elevator in the outpost and clear the frozen crystal mine at the bottom of the outpost. The mission rewards include not only faction reputation needed to exchange for new weapon blueprints, but also incentive points needed to exchange for void crystals. Alert. Observations indicate that a small landslide has occurred at the permafrost crystal mine below the Snow Mountain outpost, permanently altering the mine's weighing area. Re-exploration, tunnel repair, and route excavation are urgently needed. Engineer Lyle will provide comprehensive technical assistance. Additionally, Colin, the newly promoted assistant to Engineer Lyle, will also participate in guiding the work. Please follow Lyle's instructions for elevator operations, follow up on new methods of mine exploration, rescue trapped personnel, incentive points will be awarded, and complete Lyle's assigned tasks, incentive points will also be awarded. The game content of cleaning up the mine doesn't require too many people, as the space is limited by elevator passages and mine tunnels. This is why many players didn't change their minds and resolutely headed to the iron defense line. So I can just break down the door and jump down. Dust was communicating with Lyle. After listening to Lyle's repair suggestions, it unexpectedly asked a question, which only made Lyle laugh. It's all thanks to your armor that I was able to come up with this shortcut. If it were a regular person, they would indeed have followed the normal repair procedures, whether it was checking the system for errors to identify the faulty part, or pausing the bearing operation and lowering the cable to check for deformation. But that's too slow for you. You can jump down and climb onto the stuck platform, stop the bearing from moving, and then cut the counterweight chain. This will give us enough safe space to set up a load-bearing frame for the deformed area, and the installation speed will be 3 times faster than usual. Hearing the engineer's explanation, Dust stopped talking, switched to repair mode, opened the elevator door, and peered down. He saw that the dark elevator shaft was bottomless. You should know that this frozen crystal mine is located in the heart of the mountain, and this elevator must be at least 800 meters long. Damn it, why didn't they just build this Kroni building right on top of the mine? This is going to be another bungee jump. Wait, why did I say another? Wow, holy crap, it's so dark. A new player next to him peered down and was so shocked by the horrifying drop that his legs almost gave way. He quickly grabbed his teammate. Dust glanced at the player's ID and asked, "Brother Yin, are you afraid of heights?" "Yes, a little," the player replied. "Then you're in luck. This game is a cure for acrophobia, claustrophobia, and thalassophobia." After saying that, Dust leaped into the elevator shaft. The other players crowded around in surprise, only to see the figure of the Holy Sword armor plummet and disappear into the darkness without a sound. Chapter 334. The crab that fell from the sky was as strong as a monster after an unknown amount of time. The players above finally received a response from Dust and then followed the specific steps to operate the elevator's control panel. After receiving confirmation that the new player had completed the operation, Dust drew his sword without hesitation and instantly severed the 4 connecting ropes. The platform beneath his feet shook violently and then plummeted downwards, only to be quickly stopped by the deformed elevator shaft wall. Dust stomped a few times, only to find the platform beneath its feet was even more firmly stuck. It quickly sent Lyle another message. "Why is there so much trouble?" Lyle glanced at the message from Dust, when suddenly, a gust of air erupted from the ground not far from him, blowing his thinning hair. He quickly reached out to cover it. "Cops, you bastards. Can't you guys at least stay away from the outpost when you're fighting?" He cursed angrily, the air currents carrying bits of dust landing on his shoulders. He looked up at the sky and saw 5 or 6 Kroni transport ships, resembling large flies, cutting across the Jade Mountain forest. Some players threw out grappling hooks and hitched a ride. Soon after, the transport ship billowed black smoke and made an emergency landing in a ravine. Boom boom boom, the roar of howitzers echoed incessantly, and dazzling fireworks exploded from the transport ship's jet nozzles. The transport planes retaliated with their machine guns, snapping trees on the hillside one by one with a deafening roar. There were also faint curses mixed in with the gunfire, some from Kroni's troops, and some from those inside the walls. Jade Mountain forest was in complete chaos. Footsteps approached, and several dusty-looking veteran players ran out of the cave. Seeing Lyle, they hurriedly pointed at the cave and exclaimed, "The cave is about to collapse." "Lyle, question mark. What's going on? It's one thing for the new outpost over there to collapse, but this place can collapse right under my nose. You look down on me, fine, but you even seem to look down on that Kukoro with its antlers. Was the bombing just now the cause of structural changes in the mountain? The ventilation shafts that were drilled earlier online are constantly dropping sand and gravel, almost clogging the caves," a player quickly added. Upon hearing this, Lyle, holding the communicator, followed him into the cave. The once pitch-black cave, illuminated by high-powered searchlights, now revealed a neatly erected steel framework taking shape. A rushing sound came from deep within. It was as if the cave ceiling had been punctured, and grey-black sand mixed with gravel surged out, piling up into a large sand dune on the ground. What's going on? Lyle was also quite surprised. According to the exploration data, these ventilation tunnels directly penetrate fixed rock masses and should not pass through such unstable geological areas, unless the people in charge of the geological exploration did not carefully check the data or even confirm the overlap in 3 dimensions. Am I placing too much faith in their work? Lyle suspected that there was a problem with the player's data, causing the opening to pass through an area it shouldn't have. Just as he was about to take out the infrasound detector to test again, a green light suddenly emerged from the depths of the cave, covering the entire cave surface like moss. Under the bright searchlight, it was almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. Boom! The next moment, as if struck by lightning, the entire cave shook violently. Lyle and the players almost lost their footing and fell to the ground, taking a while to regain their balance. What happened? The player crawled out of the sand and gravel pile. The tremor had scattered the sand dunes, and several players were half buried inside, spitting out sand. Lyle didn't understand what was going on either. Relying on his professional experience, he quickly leaned against the rock wall and searched his mind for knowledge about geological activity from his infrastructure studies. But almost none of it matched the current situation, because this area shouldn't have experienced an earthquake. Unless something hits you on the head. But how is that possible? How incredibly lucky would it take for an asteroid to break through the Kroni Planetary Defense Force's barrier, without being burned to dust by the atmosphere? If it wasn't a meteorite, then what could it be? Kroni's orbital drop technology. But surely that wouldn't be enough to attack a small area. Lyle became increasingly horrified as he thought about it, wondering if this place had been marked by Kroni's planetary orbiter. Just as Lyle was lost in thought, the player opened the area chat. There were many players grinding levels in Jade Forest, and if it were an earthquake, other players would definitely feel the tremors. However, when they turned on the channel, what were they talking about? Did a meteorite fall from the sky? No, it wasn't a meteorite. It looked like an airdrop capsule. It landed on the mountaintop right above us. The player repeated a piece of information from another player in the channel, and suddenly everything went blurry before his eyes. It turned out that Lyle was lifting him up by the shoulder. What did you say? Kroni's airdrop pod. After receiving the player's affirmative reply, he quickly got up, climbed out of the cave, ran towards the distance, and then looked up at the mountaintop. Pebbles rained down the mountainside, landing in front of the cave and hitting the heads of the players who followed them out, causing a cacophony of screams. But this did not attract Lyle's attention. A huge, tent-shaped metal cabin was embedded in the rubble pile on the mountaintop. It was brownish-brown all over, with scattered orange-yellow indicator lights on its surface. 3 tumor-like metal bulges were protruding from its curved surface. What is that? Lyle was surprised to find that he didn't recognize the thing either. Kroni's newly developed airdrop device. If that's the case, it must contain something very valuable. A drop pod like this should have alerted nearby ground troops before landing, allowing them to approach in advance. However, given the chaotic fighting situation around them, no troops approached. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Hey, let's go up and take a look. Lyle called to the players who were cleaning the pebbles stuck in their hair. What are you looking at? The players asked, puzzled, when suddenly they heard a booming sound coming from the mountaintop. Click, click, click. The rubble was pushed aside, and Lyle stared wide-eyed as the metal block stretched out 4 thick mechanical legs from its body in the sunlight, pulling itself completely out of the ground. Buzz tilde buzz tilde buzz tilde 3 rhythmic mechanical buzzing sounds emanated from its body, followed by the flipping of 3 metal pouches on its surface, revealing gun barrels of various shapes. Before Lyle could even get a good look, the strange fortress, with its 4 legs slightly arched, suddenly trembled. The enormous metal behemoth, the size of a one-room apartment, leaped into the air, arcing through the air with tremendous force, and crashed into the mountains, followed by another terrifying tremor. To the players, it was practically taking off against gravity. The shockwave it created when it crashed into the forest was equivalent to that of a meteorite. Heaven knows how heavy it is, yet it can leap dozens of meters high and then fly down the mountain without any hesitation. Moreover, it not only emerged unscathed, but also immediately sprang into action, like a 4-legged tank rampaging through the mountains and valleys, with trees falling and breaking like dominoes wherever it went, and nothing able to stop its advance. Holy crap! What is this? A giant crab. A small team of players was fighting a guerrilla war with the Kroni frontline soldiers in the forest when suddenly a heavy armored fortress appeared out of the sky, with 3 cannons extending from 3 directions on its body, unleashing a barrage of fire at their hiding place. The massive bullets instantly shattered their cover, and the players screamed and scattered. However, the cannons were agile and many players' shields were instantly destroyed. Before they could react, the entire phantom mech was blasted to pieces by the dense firepower. Kroni! Long live the Empress! Seeing the enemy instantly routed, the Kroni soldiers were greatly encouraged and shouted loudly. Under the cover of the heavy armored fortress, they immediately launched a counterattack to wipe out the resistance army. No, Mr. Lyle, we have no grudge against each other. How could you just suggest we go up and inspect this terrifying thing? Lyle watched silently as the thing rampaged through the forest, making a series of roars. The players who had followed him also witnessed this scene and couldn't help but ask him a question. Upon hearing this, Lyle glanced at them, his eyes seeming to say, "Don't ask, this is the first time I've seen this either." However, he still advised the people inside the walls, "Quickly inform the Wanderers, otherwise our stronghold will be permanently shut down." Chapter 335. It crashed despite its best efforts. Permanent shutdown. Xia Shang reached out and closed the data analysis panel in front of him, then immediately got up and prepared to personally head to the Jade Mountain forest. However, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, hesitated for a couple of steps, and then put the idea aside. Currently, there are very few players inside the engineering base. Apart from those who don't have time to log in right now, almost all the players have gone out to fight against the paratroopers of the Kroni Empire. We don't know what military weapons the Kroni Empire has airdropped yet, but whatever they are, the player must be the first to deal with them. The Kroni Empire may have so many things that even Xia Shang has never seen before, so it's impossible for him to step in every time there's a head-on attack. Otherwise, given Kroni's output, wouldn't he have to make 800 trips a day? No rush. If it really doesn't work, I'll go check again. Right now, obviously they'll handle it themselves. But since Kroni wants to increase the intensity, we have to keep up. Xia Shang pondered, finally calming himself down, but his fingers kept tapping the table. What aspect do we need to keep up with, Commander? Audis asked. I'll go take a look. While saying this, Xia Shang closed his eyes and his consciousness followed the connection network, sharing the perspective of the player in the Jade Mountain forest area. At first, the first few were not in the key area. Xia Shang changed his perspective 3 times before he could actually see the so-called heavy mobile fortress. The heavy footsteps carved deep and shallow furrows into the earth. The massive alloy object's footsteps clattered incessantly, and the roaring cannon systematically cleared the areas occupied by the players. Kroni frontline soldiers coordinated with its movements, and even if players tried to approach the object with grenades, they would be blocked by the Kroni soldiers' physical strength. Even if a player manages to scare the Kroni by using the resurrection mechanic, the reward is minimal. Moreover, this does not necessarily mean that it is afraid of grenades, because there are also instances where a mortar has skillfully hit the head of a heavy alloy object, leaving only some smoke marks and not even managing to peel off its surface paint. Perhaps that player's Conquest grenade launcher didn't have the void crystal installed to increase its power. Even so, the fact that the standard issue Conquest howitzer from Kroni left no mark is enough to say something. Without continuing to watch the scene of the players fleeing, Xia Shang's consciousness quickly returned. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Alert mission. Kroni's heavy combat platform has appeared in Jade Forest. Drive away or even destroy the unit. All participating members will receive 20 incentive points. However, if the mission fails, the construction of the Jade Forest outpost will be delayed. 20 incentive points allow players to exchange for any desired golden crystal in the exchange shop and still have crystals left over to open blind boxes. Even that stronghold isn't that important to most players in the game. At most, it might infuriate the players who made reservations. However, to get those players to risk their lives, a hefty reward is needed. Almost all players on the forums share the same understanding. The time of StarCraft players is extremely valuable. Every time you run out of resurrections and choose to revive the next day, compared to other players, it's a complete waste of most of the day or even the whole day. However, time is also the least valuable for StarCraft players, because players often need to spend most of the day traveling, leaving little time for actual missions. That's why time feels so precious every time you can see the reward for your mission right in front of you. In comparison, the time spent waiting for resurrection is a bonus, even if you treat it as a journey home. Soon, all players on the Plains of Night received an alert. Upon seeing the mission details, players in other mission camps almost immediately dropped their missions, threw out their hoverboards, and sped off towards the Jade Mountain. Brothers, you get 20 incentive points just for participating. My blind rage has found its purpose. Rush. Suddenly, the originally demoralized player camp suddenly began to launch a counterattack. Scattered and fleeing players instead now turned back in a siege posture, catching the Kroni frontline infantry by surprise. Why? What's going on? Their reinforcements are here. Why are they fighting back? The bullets crackled and hit the Kroni soldiers staggering around, and they were even lucky enough to accidentally break their brains. The players' counterattack almost instantly shrank the Kroni frontline infantry, but it was only a moment. The invincible heavy iron not marched to kill wherever. Rotating cannon of face can tear the dodged players into pieces. Slightly a few players dare to lick blood, driving the suspension board horizontal, fleeing to avoid the muzzle shooting, but no thought to do more. However, a problem gradually emerged on the battlefield. While the heavy fortresses were constantly helping the frontline troops break through the players' offensive perimeter, the frontline soldiers' lines were constantly retreating, and the number of players did not decrease significantly. In the regional channels, brothers, keep up. I'm pushing in. Grenades, blast them. No, the big one is coming. A giant crab is charging at us. Ah, I'm dead. I'm out of resurrections. Don't let the mobs camp my corpse, bro. Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. Charge, charge. It's our turn. The big crab is heading over there. Hold on, brothers. Hold them off. Delay it a bit longer, so the brothers behind can get a piece of the pie. Hey bro, aren't you afraid that if we drag this out too long, we'll all die and the mission will fail? This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. What's there to be afraid of? Trust in the wisdom of future generations. Don't be so clever. Boss Joe Wujizuan is getting anxious. He said we should use smoke grenades to cover the battlefield so he can get some assists. No, he's so far away, how can he get assists? Look, the smoke bombs he sent us. Laugh. Smoke grenades billowing black smoke were thrown in front of Kroni's lines of fire, landing in the line of fire of the heavy fortress sniper player, causing it to lose a range of targets. Just as it was about to shift its aim, several more smoke grenades followed, obscuring a large area in front of it. However, even if it were blind firing, it should still have some effect. But the heavy fortress quickly changed targets, its 4 legs turning its body angle rapidly, and quickly attacked another front. The heavy fortress had changed direction, but the soldiers on the Kroni front line, blocked by the smoke line, were dumbfounded. What would we do if you left? We haven't boarded the bus yet. Ha ha. A strange laugh. As the thunderous footsteps faded into the distance, the players shrouded in smoke, like demons in the smoke, frantically rushed out of the smoke zone and engaged in fierce combat with the Kroni soldiers. The heavy fortress's attempt to shift fire was ineffective, as it was met with coordinated smoke grenades no matter where it charged. As smoke enveloped the area, the players' smirks, accompanied by gunfire, echoed across the battlefield. Countless bullets fired blindly from the smoke, striking the fortress without leaving even a scratch, yet still incredibly mocking. The heavy fortress seemed powerless, standing still as if it had crashed. Chapter 336, A Tug of War. Scorching smoke, what's wrong? Lyle, lying far away on the mountaintop, observing the strange Kroni creation through tactical goggles, was not at ease. He did not believe that such a hide-and-seek tactic could control this beast. Squeak, hiss, its leg armor slowly opened, and 4 plumes of white smoke billowed out from the 4 feet of the fortress. The scalding airwaves impacted the ground on all sides, immediately dispersing the pervasive smoke. The high temperature even burned some players who sneaked over, leaving them with red and cracked skin. Those who couldn't react in time had their eyeballs explode from the intense heat, and the blinded players could only lie there calling out to their teammates. Instead of immediately shooting down the players, the heavy fortress slowly raised its 4 legs, elevating its ground, and then, thump, 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 thump. The disc-shaped metal plate attached to its bottom actually slammed into the ground like a hydraulic hammer, and a terrifying shock wave suddenly spread out. The blast wave was nearly a meter high, which was no less than the explosion of a multi-ton gunpowder, and it only spread along the ground. The blind player closest to the fortress was blasted away by the shockwave with a bang, then rolled limply on the ground a few times. It's hard to imagine that at this moment, only the outer layer of skin was intact. This probably also shows that the crystallized steel fiber is indeed very useful. The shockwave grew larger and larger. Players who tried to escape but failed felt their lower bodies being suddenly pulled forward by something, and they collapsed to the ground, immediately having their skulls shattered by the subsequent 4 shockwaves. The fluid inside was probably even thicker than coconut milk if you shook it. Some players, seeing that they couldn't outrun them, decided to ignore it and leap into the air. However, even if they could cross the first lap, they might not be able to cross the second lap that followed, and there would be a third and a fourth lap. The shockwave spread over a range of nearly 30 meters before its power suddenly diminished into a gentle hurricane, giving the outer players a slicked-back hairstyle. Collapse. Retreat. Sell. Run. Someone shouted a few words, and the players scattered in all directions. Are you kidding me? With that kind of terrifying AoE damage, how are you supposed to fight it? But the incentive is so tempting. A coveted golden crystal is truly worth fighting for. But how to spell it is the problem. I've got a lead. Lyle's mind flashed through many studies on mobile combat platforms, and combined with his previous research on the power engine of the Kroni spaceship, he seemed to have found its weakness. It's a thigh. Thighs. What thighs? Black stockings thighs. The player next to him saw Lyle's excited look and had no idea what he was talking about. Quick. Lyle slapped the player's arm, urging, tell those guys to focus their attacks on that thing's heat vents. The vents are its weak point. Its weak point is on its legs. You don't even need to completely destroy the entire leg. Just block its vents, and the internal pressure and heat won't be released, causing it to explode and break down. Lyle's tip was quickly relayed to players across the entire battlefield via regional announcements, undoubtedly bringing hope to all players who felt helpless. Hope of getting 20 incentive points. Wow, Mr. Lyle, the mastermind, we all admire and respect you. But even so, how do we block its heat dissipation vents? The force of its depressurization just now was enough to blow a person away. It's impossible to block it with ordinary means. It will just blow it away. Hey, I have an idea. Could we melt its nozzle with molten iron from an incendiary bomb? An idea exploded among the players, and everyone sprang into action. The heavy metal behemoth, having cleared away all the obstructions around it, readjusted its stance and strode across the land flattened by the blast wave. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 different types of turrets autonomously adjusted their direction in their respective directions, searching for the sound of a possible target in the smoke. Each time the large caliber gun barrel roared, the hot ballistics would pierce a clear aperture through the smoke. In addition, the aftershocks from the shockwave caused the smoke to gradually fade and dissipate, and the players' figures soon became faintly visible. Immediately afterwards, the rotary cannon turned its barrel and fired countless bullets at the figure, as if they were free water. However, the players were not intimidated. Some even dug out the portable cover they had previously captured and threw it forward to create a temporary low wall. Although it was almost useless against the firepower of this behemoth, the fact that a group of players used portable cover could significantly delay its firepower. This is the golden time for players from other directions to approach the pressure relief vent. Eat my hot melt ball. Several figures, piloting hoverboards, broke through the smoke, each carrying a black Kroni-style incendiary bomb, and sped towards the heavy fortress. The legs of the heavy fortress are covered with thick iron armor, and even the folding hydraulic joints are wrapped and covered by 2 interlocking arc-shaped alloy plates. Every bend and extension can perfectly cover the gaps in the joints, completely eliminating the possibility of sniping the joints. However, the players didn't care about any of that and directly bombarded the area with incendiary bombs, pulling the pins and throwing them all at once. Boom, 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 boom. The molten iron exploded and scattered on the heavy fortress, sticking to the surface of the armor and emitting a blazing red light. However, it was unclear what material the iron shell of the fortress was made of. Molten iron dripped from his body with each step, but it was obvious that it did not turn red due to the molten iron from the incendiary bomb. The melting point of its material was significantly higher than that of the molten iron from the incendiary bomb. Watching this scene from afar, Lyle even seemed to realize something and murmured to himself, they did that too. What? The player next to him thought there was some new information and couldn't help but prick up his ears and lean in. It's nothing. Stop sticking your nose in here. You're wasting my time. You'd be better off helping to fight off those Kroni soldiers, Lyle said disdainfully, pushing the player away a distance. Sigh, working over there is too tiring. You might even die suddenly. It's much easier to be an informant here with you, boss. You're perfect at relaying messages. Lyle, seeing his proud demeanor, didn't want to comment further. However, suddenly a cry of surprise came from the players below the mountain who were engaging Kroni's forces. Holy crap! Void crystal. I exploded too. Lyle heard a rustling sound beside him, turned his head and saw the guy scrambling down the hillside, rolling and tumbling. Mr. Lyle, something's happened. I'm going to check it out. Be careful. His voice came from the pile of fallen stones, and Lyle was speechless for a moment. However, when the player turned their attention back to the heavy fortress, there was no significant progress. Noticing the player's intentions, the heavy fortress moved more and more frequently, constantly rotating the direction its tripod was positioned, and its cannons fiercely blocked the approaching players. The player was getting shot at by the turret. Could we blow up those 3 gun emplacements? That's disgusting. The turrets will overheat from continuous fire, so don't charge blindly. Where's the sniper? Sniper, please help. Whether it was due to the intense pressure from the players or the fact that the combat fortress's ammunition was running low, the players noticed that its continuous firing rate was constantly decreasing, and it had to switch to a different angle of fire almost every few seconds to deal with the players. This phenomenon greatly encouraged the players, and with the help of smoke grenades, they successfully threw several more incendiary grenades at it, covering a large area of its joint armor. Success! The player shouted upon seeing this. Just as the fortress began to tremble violently, its 4 legs suddenly lowered their bodies, followed by a tremor, and the huge fortress took off again, bouncing more than 10 meters into the air before crashing into the group of players, knocking the surrounding players to the ground. The next moment, the armor on its legs suddenly ripped open, revealing a pressure relief vent that was almost glowing orange red. What the hell? The players facing the pressure relief vent were all stunned. A scorching wave of air poured out, and the battlefield was even filled with the aroma of meat. The other players who witnessed this scene were stunned. They had tried every means to get close to the pressure relief vent, but it actually used this high temperature and pressure as a killing move. Who said this AI is stupid? This AI is too intelligent. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly resounded across the battlefield, and a burst of flame erupted from the pressure relief vent of one leg of the fortress. Boom! The joint of that leg suddenly exploded with a burst of flame, the huge protective plate was blown away, and the pressure relief vent, which was originally tilted, burst out with an electric arc and actually spewed out pitch black smoke. One of the pressure relief vents has been destroyed. Chapter 337. The enemy is ashamed. I'll go and strip him naked. You hit it. The pressure relief vent has been damaged. The weakness was correct. Brothers, hold on a bit. Let the guys who respawned earlier retreat. Anyone want to draw aggro? Stop drawing attention. Hurry up and crawl back. Thanks to Jowu Jizuan, who was afraid of getting any assists, for providing great support to the players present. Smoke grenades were thrown out by the players as if they were free. The resurrected players also crawled in the dark smoke. With the guidance of their teammates, they didn't have to worry about crawling under the heavy iron blocks. The main concern is its ground-shaking impact. The shockwave can cause damage over a very large area. I feel like I still have to use a sniper rifle. One shot with high damage will blow up its radiator. But how can you shoot at its vents if it doesn't open its armor? What do? There are still 3 pressure relief ports to work on, and many of our people have already died. Outside the battle lines, the players' discussions rose and fell. The number of players still fighting was less than half of what it was at the beginning, because they not only had to deal with the terrifying giant crab, but also a large number of Kroni troops. The number of casualties was constantly increasing. By the way, who fired that shot just now? They hit it in such a short time. Could it have been Quinn's top disciple? Bullshit. Mr. Quinn is still in an underground mine in the Himalayas. How could he possibly be here? It's old R, I see him. That gunshot sounded so familiar. It was the Evil Eye. The Evil Eye blueprint isn't available for purchase yet. Only the first batch of players who defeated the boss have it. I'm so envious. Old R was currently hiding behind the rocks on the hillside, clutching the Evil Eye. He hadn't been very lucky when he first arrived. He was hit head-on by a transport plane that had crashed while entangled with players, instantly losing one of his lives. This was his second life today. As soon as he climbed up the hillside, he saw the crab mentioned in the intelligence report releasing heat. Coincidentally, old RS Evil Eye's frequency of fire was not bad either. Using a manually bound scope, he managed to shoot the crab's leg from a distance of 500 meters, possibly with an element of luck involved. Just as he finished reloading and was about to assess the situation to see if he could steal another shot, the boulder behind him suddenly exploded. The rock shattered into large shards of shot that pierced the ground. Old R was thrown several meters by the blast wave. Dizzy and disoriented, he glanced at the rock and saw a semicircular indentation on the remaining half of it. Looking in that direction, he saw that the big crab seemed to have its sights set on him. A faint light appeared in front of the giant crab. Old R was startled and immediately lunged to the side. The next moment, the ground beneath his feet exploded completely. As the smoke cleared and no living creatures remained, the heavy fortress adjusted its posture, seemingly ready to continue fighting. The leg-emitting black smoke could still support movement, indicating that it had not lost its mobility. Holy crap! The sniper's been taken out. Everyone, get back quickly. Quick, use smoke grenades to block it. When Lyle saw Older being shot to death by the cannon, he unconsciously found a more secluded corner to observe the battlefield. However, he had only been lying down for a short while when a player with blood all over his head suddenly appeared next to him, startling him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this was the same player who had been the messenger before. Why are you back? The player wiped the blood off his face. It was mostly the blood of the Kroni soldiers. He wasn't injured himself. Hearing Lyle's question, which sounded clearly disgusted, the player shamelessly laughed and said, "There are no more monsters down there, and it seems there have been changes on the battlefield, so I came back to be your messenger, boss." A messenger, indeed needed. Lyle glanced back at the combat platform shrouded in smoke and suddenly pulled a small terminal from his waist pouch to start calculating. "Who do you think you are?" the player retorted. Lyle raised an eyebrow at him, and the player realized that his words had been ambiguous, so he quickly shook his head in embarrassment. "I'm calculating the time interval between its first and second heat releases," Lyle said, pulling up his log on the terminal and calculating the time he went to the cave to check the ventilation tunnel. After arranging everything in this way, Lyle did indeed find what he was looking for. It took almost twice as long to reach the cooling system during its first landing phase as it did during the second. During the second heat build-up period, its weapon was also continuously overheating, and this heat would be trapped in the cooling system. However, this amount of heat was far from enough to double the heat build-up rate. The only variable was the molten metal grenade used by your teammate. Lyle raised an eyebrow and said, "This combat platform is clearly also made with a defensive outer shell made of starship-grade deck material, including its leg armor. Portable thermoplastic grenades are far from reaching the melting point of its outer shell, but the heat is indeed transferred in, which is the key to causing it to frequently expose its pressure relief vents. Exposing the pressure relief vent is not the goal. You also need to have the ability to blow it up, just like that shot just now." Lyle's analysis data was quickly sent to the regional channel, and the players who were resting in the smoke also saw the message. "Does that mean everyone should attack it with incendiary bombs?" "Yes, and we need to make sure the molten iron is completely covered, right? Otherwise, the heat won't be able to transfer, and it'll be useless. The main thing is to keep it continuously overheated." "Okay, but I'm out of incendiary bombs. Any good bros want to lend me some?" "Which leg armor can be removed?" "It should be possible in terms of gameplay, but it's hard to be sure what the Star Ocean Frenzy development team is thinking." Boom, boom, the giant fortress moved through the smoke, each step sending the smoke flying away. Before it had gone far, a ring of black grenades suddenly shot out from the smoke, flying in unison to its head. With a deafening roar, molten iron poured over it, enveloping it in a giant, glowing egg. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Upon seeing that the mission was successful, the players quickly fled in the smoke. At this moment, the fortress also stood firm again, lowered its chassis, and activated the hydraulic hammer at the bottom once more. A terrifying blast wave swept across the ground, clearing away all the smoke, but it was no longer lethal. This was because the players' escape instincts were too sharp. After throwing the incendiary bombs, they quickly escaped on skateboards and ran away without looking back, allowing them to quickly get out of the blast wave's range. The molten iron encasing the fortress quickly began to solidify, and the low temperature, viscous molten iron accumulated on the extension joints of its legs, eventually cooling to form a large lump of iron that continuously squeezed and rubbed against the leg supports. Even the barrel of the cannon was surrounded by a lot of sheet metal, which limited its firing angle. This time, the heat build-up didn't even give it time to jump and reposition to use the high-temperature gas to cause damage. It had to immediately stop all movement and open the armor on its leg joints to dissipate heat. Just then, Old R, who had just revived and used his third life, saw an opportunity, raised his evil eye, aimed at the pressure relief vent, and fired a shot. The scene is being reenacted. Before it even had a chance to release its heat, the pressure relief port on the other leg was blown up, leaving only the two legs spewing out scorching airwaves. 1, 2, 3. Lyle observed its depressurization status, counting the time, and found that its depressurization time had not increased, which meant that half of its heat was still accumulated in its circulation system. Great, if players continue to increase its heat at this rate, it will soon be destroyed by internal pressure. But just when Lyle thought he would soon have new loot to study, the combat platform did something that baffled him. The heavy fortress adjusted its posture, startling the players who were about to charge, causing them to halt their advance. Taking advantage of this brief moment, it suddenly raised its four legs and launched itself into the air, flying towards the edge of the battlefield. "It's trying to escape." Lyle exclaimed in shock. The player never expected that such a large battlefield boss would actually run away. For a moment, they didn't even realize it was escaping. They stared blankly as it landed in the distance and then scurried away like a crab. It ran away. Holy crap, it got away. What are you waiting for? Chase after them. We can't catch them even if we're surrounded. If we don't surround them, a single line of fire will wipe us out. The enemy is shameful. I'll go and strip him naked. In the end, only a few players refused to give up and chased after them in hoverboards, while the other players turned around and chose to fight other Kroni soldiers. When the news of the victory reached Xia Shang's ears, the news of repelling the fortress was no less important to him than destroying it. Very good, issue the alert reward. Xia Shang waved his hand and approved the issuance of incentive points. Upon receiving the notification that the mission was complete, the players were overjoyed and rushed to find safe places to check their exchanged crystals, except for Boss Lyle, who was not very happy. He risked being in the line of fire to provide reconnaissance intelligence to the players, but in the end, he not only failed to achieve any results, but when he returned to the cave, he found that the sand and gravel inside were almost blocking the cave. Cops, you bastard, he cursed, then thought for a moment and decided to issue a cave cleaning quest anyway, since it wouldn't cost him any money. I hope it won't delay my work schedule any further. I'm really fed up with these endless cockroaches on the planet. He sighed, touching his receding hairline. Chapter 338 Samples from Venus. Seeing that their own plane's combat platforms had all fled, the remaining Kroni soldiers in Jade Mountain instantly lost their fighting strength and were quickly defeated by the players. The remnants crossed the ravines plowed out by the heavy fortress and fled into the mountains. 3 of the transport ships that were dropping off soldiers were lucky enough to escape, while the others crashed in various places with different levels of damage. Some were engulfed in flames and burned, while others were intact and only emitting wisps of smoke. These drivable transport ships can be awarded as incentive points to the team that shot them down. Lyle issued a task to clean up the cave, but to his great surprise, not many people came to do it. Only 3 or 4 people came because their hoverboards had been destroyed in the battle and they wanted to earn some reputation to exchange for star coins. Since Boss Lyle was here, they came to make an appearance. So much sand, boss, how are we going to manage to transport it all? But when players saw the extent of the sandstorm inside, they almost gave up. Fortunately, Lyle brought his own props and got them a mechanical mower bird to act as a porter, which quickly increased their speed. Moreover, these stones are also useful. Lyle examined them and found that they were all marbles with high hardness, which could be used to mix and make foundation pillars. However, this also piqued his interest in the location of the fortress on the mountaintop. So seeing that the cleanup work was on track, Boss Lyle climbed up the mountaintop alone. As he stepped onto the top of the rock, which had been smashed into a huge crater, Lyle noticed something unusual about the rubble beneath his feet, in addition to the crater itself being embedded with the dust of a giant object. It was as if something had drawn a large circle on the mountaintop, and this mobile fortress barely managed to land within that circle, even deviating quite a bit. He knelt down, collected some samples, and returned to his tent to test them. To his surprise, he found residual free electrons in the gravel. Like the crushing waveband of electromagnetic oscillation, to preemptively shatter hard objects below the landing point or even tens of meters underground, reducing the internal heat pressure accumulation caused by the recoil. Lyle seemed to know why sand was falling from that ventilation opening. Fortunately, the coverage area only involved 1 opening. If there had been 2, he would have had to focus on his old work. As for the current one, it already posed a safety hazard, so he would have to either plug it up or convert it into something else. Thinking of this, he became concerned about whether the players who chased after them could bring back some good news, such as the combat platform breaking down halfway, which he could probably study. However, things didn't go as planned. Not long after, he learned from Xia Shang's communications that the thing had run to another area controlled by Kroni. Faced with the powerful firepower of the Kroni forces, the few players were not able to face a complete force plus a combat platform again, so the players had no choice but to retreat. However, they left a coordinate to guide the direction. There is still an unexplored area on the surface, perhaps because the Jade Mountain forest itself is far away from the area controlled by the player camp, so the straight line from the Jade Mountain forest is probably only 100 kilometers away. Just in the future, it can be used as a brush monster cage for the players in Ryle's current stronghold. But it's too close. The construction period here has to be at least a month. There is such a time bomb over there. I'm worried about it every day. Lyle offered his opinion. Xia Shang didn't know what he was thinking and immediately approved. Make one for you for a small fortress shield and send it over in 3 days. Then thank you boss in advance. Now that the problem of the specific architect has been solved, what remains to be solved is the problem of the Jade Mountain forest itself. From Xia Shang's perspective, there must be something wrong with that area, which has caught the attention of the Kroni Empire. Otherwise, they wouldn't have deployed a new type of combat fortress to that location. There were neither their strongholds nor their treasuries there, making the location of the battlefield very strange. Unless they know about the cave, or they're here for Oba. Xia Shang still remembered when the natives of Jade Mountain Forest came to him for help, saying that the Kroni Empire had suddenly arrived and wanted to burn the mountain. The later appearance of mutants led him to believe that it was a method used by Kroni to clean up the leaked mutants, but now he thinks that the place had some kind of attraction for Kroni. Even after all the mutants were cleared out, Kroni's airdrop troops never stopped arriving. Xia Shang had never considered this issue before, but the appearance of this heavy combat platform today has given him some ideas. For example, whether it's burning mountains, building heavy fortresses, or even the initial outbreak of the plague, were they all methods to find Oba? The location where Oba is situated was once a void research institute of the Oro Empire. If it hadn't collapsed underground, it would probably be a relic full of technological treasures. It's no wonder that the Kroni Empire has its eye on it. Xia Shang, Audis. What's wrong, Commander? Is there anything you need Audis' help with? Audis floated over to his side and asked, You said Kroni unearthed so many ancient ruins of the Oro Empire. How much encrypted data does he have to crack every day? Well, Audis doesn't know either. We don't have a specific reference or sample size for the data they acquired, Audis said honestly. But what are the chances of discovering other archaeological coordinates from the data we've cracked? Oh, Commander, the probability is extremely high, about the same as finding their stronghold from the Kroni Empire's ships. The exact figure might be 99.725%. Audis even made a probability joke. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. In short, the Xia and Shang dynasties paid extra attention to the changes in the Jade Mountain area. Over the next 3 days, the Kroni Empire continued to deploy troops to the Jade Mountain area, as if it were a regional occupation mission. The Xia Shang side had to constantly ensure the safety of the Jade Mountain stronghold, while the Kroni Empire did not care whether it was captured or not, but only that the result of the Empire still having influence here was guaranteed. It doesn't require 90% or 60% occupation. Only 30% influence maintenance is needed. This puzzled Xia Shang, who guessed that Kroni was waiting for something, but there were just too many things worth noting. Therefore, Xia Shang's attention could be temporarily set aside once the small fortress shield generator was manufactured. Because as long as this device is installed in Oba's location, no matter what plan the Empire wants to implement, this shield will be able to withstand any level of pressure, ensuring that Xia Shang can rush to protect his old friend as soon as he receives the information. Now, his lab has received a new batch of research samples. That was a specialty of the Dark Starship from Venus. 3 whole crates of mutated tumors, spore polymers, biomass carapaces, and 8 neurons stripped from various mutated organisms. The first mutated tumor that was dissected yielded a product that delighted him. This is a cluster of self-aware neural synapses. It has a cyst filled with epidemic information, wrapped in neural tentacles, and on the other side, neural synapses extend out like octopus tentacles to control the bodies of the organisms it controls that are mutated. With this thing, Xia Shang finally has a chance to replicate that wristfoot hand cannon. Looking at the little octopus encased in preservation fluid in the glass tube in his hand, Xia Shang couldn't help but ponder. But what should this thing be called? If I want players to be able to find it in the future, then I need to give it a name. Mutation, source, let's call it sample mutation source. Chapter 339, the gameplay of testing bugs. Speaking of which, this dark green arm, which resembles a wrist or limb, was taken from the player and sealed in a closed laboratory to prevent leaks, along with another phantom body. Audis allocated some nodes in the laboratory to test and study this mutated tissue. Although it had been removed from the player, it still possessed a simple consciousness, which made Xia Shang wary of it. However, his wariness gradually decreased as the research progressed, until it was confirmed that it did not have the ability to spread the epidemic. Only then was it classified from a suspected source of the epidemic to a category that has usable value. Initially, this thing was extremely hostile to Xia Shang, who had been detached from his host, and its 3 tentacles were even more ferocious than an octopus's tentacles. Fortunately, its variant evolved from the player's phantom. After forced analysis and comparison, most of its internal nerves still belong to the phantom's main body. In other words, even if it has individual consciousness, it can be controlled. This is why it is not classified as a life form by the void and can be teleported by the void. Xia Shang was somewhat surprised by this case, so after confirming that it was not contaminating, he reassured and disciplined it. But perhaps Xia Shang went too far in the initial forced analysis, causing this thing to wave its tentacles and stand up like a cat in a state of panic every time Xia Shang entered the laboratory. As a result, Xia Shang always felt as if he was seeing an emoji that said, "I, a little kitten, am no saint either." Obtaining a single mutation source is cause for celebration, but it is far from sufficient to verify a hypothesis. Even after dissecting all the samples, we only obtain another mutation source. 2 octopus-like neural clusters were placed in a container. Audis would be responsible for studying its synapses. As for the tentacle, Xia Shang already planned to release it back into the wild, because so far, the research on it has been thoroughly clarified. Whether it is the distribution of glands, nerve responses, or the efficiency of toxin secretion, almost all of these have become data on paper, which is a very good result. Moreover, its viral gel does not have the characteristics of mutation, it only has the biological killing effect of the virus, and the keratin spray with the attached toxin is even more amazing. The keratin spikes have a first-class armor-piercing effect, and the attached toxin is also biologically killing. It is simply a special weapon against the Kroni Empire. I think we can let the players try out the weapon mode. Xia Shang said to Audis while looking at the research report summary. However, its lethality to the players should not be underestimated, Commander. Both the stinger spray and the virus grenade are extremely dangerous. We probably cannot entrust it to the players with peace of mind. Moreover, it is flesh material. Although it has the cellular strength of the ancient ones, it still has the instinct to fear fire. Therefore, it is highly likely to be destroyed on the battlefield. Audis' words made sense. Although the tentacle was no longer infectious and had the ability to cause area damage, it was still a limb that had evolved from the mutated virus. Suddenly, Xia Shang had a flash of inspiration and clapped his hands, saying, "In that case, why don't we try a stress test?" "What stress test, Commander?" Audis asked, puzzled. "Of course, it's a void stress test," Xia Shang laughed. "I can sense that the void doesn't see it as a limiting factor affecting the balance, perhaps because of the players who created it. In that case, why not test it and see if the void will use it as a weapon or a phantom? If it is a physical body, then it can receive the amplification of defensive phantom crystals such as vitality and steel fiber, so its survivability on the battlefield may not be weak. If it's used as a weapon, that's easy to handle. Just max out the damage crystals and use it as a strategic weapon, like the amplifier he lent to the players, specifically for quick clearing missions, thus avoiding the risk of damage. Moreover, as weapons, there is no such thing as absolute safety. Risks and benefits go hand in hand. The pressure test process for the void crystal was quick, thanks to the comprehensive collection of void crystals from the Xia Shang dynasty, which included various forms and types. There was no need to worry about the effects. Simply placing different types on the wrists and feet would provide the answer. As Xia Shang had predicted, it could indeed be integrated into the void crystal, which was essentially a shotgun shell. However, its pressure resistance was not ideal, possibly because the player hadn't been in contact with it for very long. Of course, there was also something that surprised Xia Shang, and that was the phantom crystal works too. Xia Shang looked at the wrist and leg grafted onto the phantom's arm, and the effect of the enhancement on the phantom was also enhanced on the wrist and leg. However, just as Xia Shang was about to try combining the two, he could clearly feel the upper limit of the pressure. It's fair that it's subjected to the structural stress of 2 types of crystals at the same time, but it's a bit of a pity, Xia Shang sighed. I just don't know how its frequency will increase. After a period of communication with Audis, the mutated arm was returned to Ezio's hands. When this thick arm with 3 forearm-like tendrils was teleported into his hand from the void, Ezio praised him and even doubted that he was dreaming. You're back. He stroked the ugly, dark green arm, and was surprised and delighted to find that he could still feel the lively little thing inside. Although they hadn't even been together for more than a day, the 2 consciousnesses that evolved from the same body had already resonated with each other. Even though Old Bull had died several times during this period and had been resurrected with a new phantom, this resonance had not been broken. Along with it came a note from the Xia and Shang dynasties. Old Nyo read it carefully, his brows furrowing slightly. Frowning doesn't necessarily mean it's bad news. It's just that Lao Nyo is a little confused because Xia Shang in the text message also stated that this is a test, and if problems arise, it might be recalled. Could it be that a new mechanism has been developed? He wondered. Although the reunion was a joyous occasion, Old Nyo was now fully fit and was currently leading a makeshift team to rob a Kroni outpost by the sea. This place is only 130 kilometers away from the Red Crystal Community. According to Ari Ling, the NPC in charge of the Red Crystal Community, the Kroni troops in this direction have been appearing very frequently recently. It must have started 3 days ago, after some of the Hongjing community's outsourced personnel were injured or killed, that the bounty was issued and they were recruited. Brother Nyo, where is he? One of his teammates is someone he knows, and that's your girlfriend, who's not bad either. He also joked about Not Bad ID, who seemed to be a Taoren fan, and the 2 of them were paired up as the double Taoren duo. At this moment, Bu Lai was calling him. Their first wave of attack on the Kroni seaside stronghold was repelled by Kroni's automatic turrets. The cunning Kroni Empire built 360-degree rotating and locking rocket turrets on the roof of their command post. There were 3 such rocket turrets, which could lock onto people at a distance of 100 meters. In addition, there were fixed cannons manually operated by Kroni soldiers, and the firepower was astonishing. Those rocket launchers were even on automatic cruise, crashing down and creating craters with each strike. Otherwise, if they had retreated quickly, they would have been wiped out instantly, without even having a chance to throw grenades to clear a path. The team decided to revise their attack plan. One member suggested asking on the forum, while the others looked for other lookout points. This created an opportunity for him to receive the gift alone. Over here. Old Nyo called out. Not bad, following the sound, came over and saw the old ox holding a thick, dark green python in its arms, with its tail even wrapped around the old ox's neck. He immediately drew his knife and shouted, "Hang in there, old ox. I'm coming to help you." Holy crap, no. Seeing the broadsword coming straight at him, Old Nyo quickly rolled away to avoid it, completely caught off guard. After Lao Nyo's explanation, Bu Chao finally remembered that there was indeed such a thing back then. At that time, there were reports on the forum that Lao Nyo's mutated arm had been taken away by an NPC. But why was it sent back? Didn't they say it might cause a bug? It's not wrong to speculate on the forum, because Xia Shang's reason is contagion, but players prefer to think more deeply. So when the player thought about it, Xia Shang laughed. Players speculated that the virus's random mutation, set by the game, had produced something extraordinary that might affect the game's balance, so it was confiscated by the NPCs. You know what? It actually makes some sense. So Xia Shang's brief message used this guess as a test for Lao Nyo. Maybe it's just to let me test whether the bug is reasonable. If it is, it might be turned into a new game mechanic, Old Nyo said, patting the arm in his arms. A tentacle nuzzled against his cheek, feeling soft, ticklish, and a little cold. It really did resemble a snake. Not bad, he clapped his hands. Isn't this a perfect coincidence? Use it to complete this dungeon, Lao Nyo. Our incentive point rewards depend on you. Chapter 340. Oh no. The weapon system has turned into a character development system. Running a dungeon. Old Nyo looked at it with suspicion, but after thinking about the scene, he shook his head and said, it doesn't seem like it will work. It deals damage over a wide area, and the virus grenades it sprays have a wide splash range. If we're not careful, we could poison our own people to death. But half of that stronghold is at sea. You can just stand back and bombard it from a distance. Let the virus clear out the monsters on the outer platform so we can have a chance to enter the stronghold and fight in small-scale battles. Otherwise, you see, we can't even enter the dungeon map, Biyulai continued to persuade. But I'm not sure how long the virus's impact will last. Go ahead and try, we have plenty of time. At this point, Biyulai intended to grab the old ox by the neck as usual, but realizing that place was already occupied, he could only raise his hand and touch his own head instead, continuing, think about it, a stronghold gives you 100 incentive points. That's what we came for. We can exchange them for whatever we want, and you can even try out the synergy with it. If it works well, then you can exchange it for a matching golden crystal, right? Didn't you just say its virus grenade has a large range? What a great weapon for farming experience. Boost the virus damage, and you can wipe out a whole bunch with one shot. Then we can go find other Kroni strongholds. If this snowball starts rolling, it won't be long before you catch up to the Gaming Pro Quinn skill level, and you'll be featured in the official website's promotional videos. Old Nyo admitted that the kind words did indeed move him, but he still had concerns. But my Volt armor is almost finished. Ha! Old Nyo grabbed his hair in frustration and repeated it to Biyulai, who immediately became extremely annoyed. You son of a bitch, I haven't even gathered all the materials for my crystal maiden outfit yet, and you've already finished your battle armor. The Kroni Empire's invasion has been going on for 3 days now, and you started 3 days ago. Biyulai stared at Lao Nyo in shock. He had thought his brother had just gotten a Land Rover, and he could at least ride around with him. Now, his brother had gotten a large villa without saying a word. How was he supposed to feel about that? And this guy's starting to worry. Should he wait for the villa to be renovated, or take his Range Rover for a spin first? Bro, I'm so troubled. I wanted to confide in you. Day. It is a celestial body. Not bad, but I don't know what to say. Even so, the two still discussed the compatibility between the armor and the arm. Because the notification Lao Nyo received specifically stated that it was a test, and there would be a test reward if there were significant results during the test, Biyulai still strongly insisted that since it was a test, it should not be tested on the armor. What's more, his green python, not a python, but a tentacle. This tentacle is a mutated version of an entire arm. If you want to use it, you have to switch arms. If a bug occurs during use, the entire body serving as the weapon rack may be damaged. Given such a risk, it is indeed better to try it with the Phantom. Otherwise, if the armor malfunctions, the loss will not only be the frequency but also the Oro battery. The two men found their argument increasingly reasonable as they talked. In their excitement, Old Nyo suddenly raised his knife and chopped off his own right arm without leaving a drop of blood. As if sensing its location, the mutated arm immediately began to move, the connecting nerves wrapped in reticular fascia bearing their claws like red worms in a pond. Before the old ox could lift the remaining small section, it took the initiative to wrap its own hindquarters around the old ox's neck and lift them up to connect with the broken arm. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A sound like something being corroded came from the point of connection to the two men. Old Nyo felt a tingling and itchy sensation on his severed arm, and then the feeling in his lost arm gradually turned into numbness. Moreover, as the tingling sensation spread from the amputated arm to the armpit, the numbness became increasingly pronounced, quickly transforming into the discomfort of popping candy filling the arm. Until the tingling sensation reached his heart, Lao Nyo instantly felt the discomfort that filled his arms become crystal clear, as if the water vapor on the glass had been wiped away by a cleaning blade. He tentatively raised the huge, dark green arm. The forearm had now split into 3 arms. In the old ox's mind, it seemed as if he was born this way. He carefully felt and controlled the arms to open and close, to curl and then unfold. This is too realistic, isn't it? Even though it wasn't the first time Old Nyo had used it, he was still shocked by the sensations transmitted by the prosthetic limb. How does it feel? Biyulai watched as the arm, thicker than his waist, was raised and swung on Lao Nyo's shoulder. Instead of being afraid, he reached out and touched the tough green skin. The veins under his fingers pulsated and undulated with the pressure of his fingertips. Moreover, when you touch the itchy area, its muscle bundles will twitch as if electrocuted. Stop it, it's scratching. Old Nyo curled up a tentacle and slapped it on Biyulai's wrist, making Biyulai grimace. Looking down, he saw a red mark immediately appear on his wrist, and the two of them looked at each other in dismay. Brother, I didn't mean to. It's just its instinctive reaction because you're touching it and it doesn't feel comfortable. How about you touch it a little harder? Get lost. Are you gay or not? After a brief trial, Lao Nyo discovered that he was now terrifyingly strong. Because he remembered that Xia Shang had told him that the shooting mode of this arm would consume his life force, he only experienced its ability as an arm and found that he could almost break a tree trunk as thick as a bowl with one arm. This is entirely due to the fact that its components are not only its own nerves, but also the flesh and blood from the original ancient being. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. To put it simply, his arm is like a miniature ancient being. Even when Biyulai tried shooting it with a rifle, he could only leave a few black marks on its surface, unable to break through its defenses at all. The only drawback is that it is afraid of high temperatures. Old Nyo could clearly feel the fear coming from the young consciousness in this arm when he took out the machete equipped with lava impact. However, this is not irreparable. Xia Shang's text message to him also contained relevant instructions, suggesting that he could try to enhance it by combining shotgun shells with the phantom armor's crystallization. As long as the pressure distribution is reasonable, it is not incapable of overcoming the weakness of fire, and it may even have the opportunity to be itself in the fire like dust. With this in mind, the old ox prepared to readjust the crystals on its body. When he focused his attention on his own body, the universal phantom, he discovered that the frequency of his phantom had changed. Frequency, 79% plus 31%. What's going on? Old Nyo was puzzled. He clearly remembered that his phantom had reached 89% of the same frequency, so how come it has become 2 numbers now? Moreover, the 31% after the plus sign is not stable. Sometimes it drops to 29%, and sometimes it fluctuates to 32%. A fluctuation. Upon hearing this, Biyulai thought it sounded familiar, so he held the flaming knife close to the old ox's arm and asked, and now? It's dropped. It's dropped to 27. Oh no, Biyulai said with a gloating smile. Didn't you say it was conscious? The synchronicity here should refer to your relationship with it, or, in the context of a simulation game, intimacy. The 10% you lost was probably permanently lost along with that severed arm, but the advantage is that you can break through the original limit of the same frequency. This limit depends on the bond between you and it. The stronger the bond, the stronger the crystal pressure it can handle. Old Nyo, how do you know so much? How many simulation games have you played? Also, is it a normal simulation game? So how can we increase this frequency? Would the fill entropy number be helpful? How would I know? Just try it and you'll find out. It's a gameplay feature that arose from a bug. Isn't the development team looking for you to test it out? It's easy for Bu Lai to say, standing there without understanding the situation. Old Nyo no longer hesitated. Although he didn't have much entropy, he was still willing to sacrifice himself for the development of the Starcy frenzy. As the entropy was infused into his right arm, Lao Nyo could clearly feel that the tiny consciousness inside had grown a little, and the frequency had indeed increased, gradually stabilizing at 36%, which was originally stable at around 31%. But that's all it can do, because it can't eat anymore, and judging from the emotions it senses from the other person, it's at least full for today. So that means feeding once a day. The old ox felt something and gently stroked the thick arm, feeling the intimacy and satisfaction it conveyed. Even the fleshy whiskers on its shoulder, resembling flower-shaped shoulder armor, swayed. Well, there's even an interactive element. It really feels like having a pet. Little did he know that the way he hugged himself and stroked his arm gave Bu Lai, who was standing next to him, goosebumps. How cheesy. These two master and servant are. And these two are even my teammates. I'm so unlucky. Not bad, I can't help but sigh. Chapter 341. Unable to bear it, he directly lashed out. Coastal shoreline. The jagged rocks resemble piles of charred charcoal, their uneven surfaces covered with algae roots, and the craggy pools hold seawater left over from the last high tide. Clumps of aquatic plants floated inside, shimmering with a fluorescent green hue in the sunlight, with occasional flashes of silvery white scales. Call out. A sharp harpoon pierced the water's surface, then the ratchet started turning, pulling the winch and dragging the harpoon out of the puddle, lifting a sea fish with its body pierced through it. Ah, ha ha ha, I won. Damn it. Your hat pack must have tampered with it. How could it be so accurate? 3 dark blue-painted Kroni soldiers from the dragon ship stood around the edge of the pool. One of them was holding a sleek rifle and putting away prey from the sharp harpoon. His teammate next to him was angrily accusing him of cheating. Enough with the talk, a bet's a bet. Star coins or the usual. The Kroni soldier, full of vigor, casually tossed the blood-stained fish to the other man, who caught it with one hand. Star coins are no good. We haven't hunted any of those pups these past few days, barely even managed to cut off a few heads, let alone get any star coins. The dragon ship soldier carrying the fish said frustratedly, then turned to another team member who hadn't spoken until now and asked, "What time is the patrol today? I remember we found 4 settlements along that road yesterday. There should be plenty of prey there, right?" "I don't remember," the third soldier snapped out of his daze. He seemed to have been staring blankly at the water. Hearing his teammate ask about his prey, he laughed. "Want me to lend you some? Yesterday, my hapak shot 2 prey, one big and one small, with 1 arrow. If I had more time, I could probably skin them and make a toy." "Heh, you're missing out big time. I heard that before we arrived, the commander here was willing to pay for an armor upgrade surgery just to collect the brothers' unique handle parts." "Sai, you're right. I don't know what happened, but our abyssal force was somehow filmed in this godforsaken place. They say there's a large-scale rebellion in the plains of night spirits. They're really asking for trouble. The giant tooth soldiers here are useless too. They've lost 30% of their territory. I don't know what the commander is doing with all those good weapons he assigned them. But you know what? Those resistance members are really strange. Not only are they not afraid of us, but almost everyone is equipped with a shield generator, and their weapons are extremely powerful. The same model of firearms seems to have been enhanced in their hands. And let me tell you." "What did you say?" 2 Kroni soldiers stared at the eyelights on their masks and asked curiously. "Before the rally order was issued, I went with our team commander to report on the week's marine life mutations. On the way, I overheard something at the communications station. They said there might be a large number of sky warriors appearing on the night spirit plains. Heavenly demon scum." The dragon ship soldiers were shocked, their grip on their harpoon guns tightening unconsciously, as if they feared that some armored heavenly demon warriors might appear nearby. However, they also hurriedly asked, "But isn't the Imperial planet's shipping hub controlled by Councillor Weehake? How come they're appearing in large numbers on the Imperial planet?" "I don't know about that either. It seems to be about a test subject who escaped from the research institute a while ago. I wanted to listen to a bit more, but my superior kicked me, so I didn't dare to listen anymore." Just when your curiosity is at its peak, the story abruptly ends, much like flipping through a disaster novel and finding it unfinished, leaving you wishing you could borrow a couple of chapters to satisfy your immediate urgency. The other 2 sighed, and 7 sighs echoed from the poolside. 7 sounds. There are only 3 of us dragon ship sailors here. Where are the other noises coming from?" The 3 of them quickly jumped onto a large reef and saw that 4 strange guys had already crept up to their doorstep. They didn't even know when they had arrived or how much classified information they had overheard. "You bunch of bastards. How dare you sneak in and eavesdrop? Die!" The dragon ship soldiers shouted and raised their harpoon guns, ready to pull the triggers on these people, but in the next moment, what appeared made their eyes pop out. Among the 4 men, one of them had a thick, green python on his right arm. He lifted the python, revealing its 3 forearm-thick tentacles at the front, exposing the ugly, dark green tissue in the middle, from which sharp teeth could be seen emerging. Almost simultaneously, harpoons and poison spikes shot through the air. The harpoon slammed into a barrier with a loud bang, unleashing a real ripple of blue light, the deflecting magnetic field of the shield. The harpoons couldn't break through the player's defense at all. However, a large number of the old bull's venomous claws flew out, and the venom secreted from its glands was squeezed by its terrifyingly dense muscles, bursting out with hydraulic pressure that was no less than the gas pressure of a gunpowder explosion, and even stronger than the barrel of a gun. Almost instantly, with a hissing sound, the armor of the 2 dragon ship soldiers in front of the fan-shaped spray nozzle was pierced through. The finger-long poisonous thorns were deeply embedded in their bodies, and the toxins hidden in the fine pores on the surface immediately penetrated into their internal organs and flowed into the surrounding tissues with the pumping of blood. A large gush of black pus and blood gushed out from under their tactical masks with a whoosh, and the red blood that had been gushing from the bullet holes on their bodies immediately changed color. In less than 2 seconds, the 2 soldiers of the Kroni dragon ship lost their lives. Old Nyo wanted to shoot at the last Kroni, but was immediately stopped by Bu Lai, while the other 2 players were quick-witted and rushed up to take down the enemy. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. "What's wrong?" Old Nyo asked, panting. "You don't look too good. Did that shooting take too much to handle?" "Not bad." He gently touched Old Nyo's left shoulder. He had already experienced the tentacle slap if he touched the right shoulder. "I feel great. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm really excited right now," Old Nyo said, his eyes wide. He glanced at his status bar, which displayed an excited entry and a recovering notification. Clearly, that last shot of poison shards used his life force to create keratinous spikes and venom, but the phantom mech, now equipped with life force, quickly replenished that energy. Not bad. Seeing that Lao Nyo's complexion returned to normal and even had a rosy glow in just 2 breaths, he realized that he had been worrying too much. "All right, how was the shooting?" Seeing his teammates looting the dragon ship cruise loot, Bu Lai asked as well. "To be honest, it felt pretty good. I want to ejaculate a few more times." "Hey, we're playing a wholesome game. You can't just say things like that. If it won't tell, then so be it. Hurry up, it's getting happy. We need to head to the work platform. I can feel that satisfying its needs will definitely increase its favorability." Old Nyo said urgently. "Don't rush, the warning zone is just ahead. Their rocket launchers use some kind of radar system. They'll lock onto us as soon as we go in. Why don't we dive over there?" Bu Lai said, pointing to the sea. "No, it can't wait any longer. I have to erupt now." The old bull's face flushed red. Its 3 tentacles gripped the 3 points of the reef, and with a pry, it leaped 3 meters into the air, landing on the other side of the rock. It raised its arm at a 45-degree angle towards the sky in the direction of the Kroni outpost. Thud, thud, thud. 3 plumes of viral gel, billowing thick green smoke, shot through the air, drawing a huge arc in the sky, and crashed into Kroni's stronghold. The fragile gel was pulled and shattered on the metal deck by gravity, splattering all over a large area. Coincidentally, the 3 clumps of gel fell out of place, and the virus coverage area almost reached the theoretical maximum. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Poisonous. I can't breathe. The wailing was loud for only a moment, and then the will to die spread with the virus. Beautiful numbers kept jumping in Old Nyo's eyes. This is awesome, he exclaimed. Chapter 342 Mechanical Ascension. Ascension due to plague. As they watched the virus-laden fog rise from the work platform on the sea, the wailing sounds that had been carried by the sea breeze quickly disappeared. The terrifying destructive power filled the other players with fear, but at the same time, it also filled them with anticipation. After unleashing those 3 consecutive attacks, Old Nyo was clearly exhausted, his face pale, and he returned to catch his breath and rest. You're weak, aren't you? You've lost your vitality. Biyulai helped him sit down. They definitely went for it. If they didn't have that kind of vitality, I reckon they'd be even weaker. Then you must not have leveled up much. I saw your shield made you look durable, so you're probably going for a shield-based build, right? Upon hearing this, Old Nyo checked the void crystal on his body. 3 vitality. Increases the unit's vitality by 160%, indirectly. Phantom armor stress 5, 6 energy recharge. Increases shield capacity by 64%, indirectly increasing the pressure on Phantom's warframes by 8, 4 steel fiber. Increases skin resilience by 45%, indirectly. Phantom armor stress 8, just as Biyulai said. Although there are already many examples of players who are resilient and durable, there are still a considerable number of players who support the shield build. This is because being able to avoid taking damage means being more dignified and elegant. Returning to the base covered in dirt every day would look disheveled. After gaining a certain level of combat power, shields have become a channel for these players to enhance their strength using entropy. Old Nyo had always considered that the shield's recovery speed was faster. As long as one learned to avoid firepower to restore the shield, one could frequently resist a large amount of damage, which was obviously more beneficial than the body's vitality. This was also the mainstream view on the forum that the shield should be strengthened. However, Old Bull probably can no longer go for the shield build, because he now has this powerful arm. After thinking for a moment, Lao Nyo simply unloaded energy storage redraw, freeing up an extra 8 pressure points, and then infused vitality with entropy, directly raising it to level 6. 6 vitality. Increases collective vitality by 280%, indirectly. Phantom armor stress 8. His values doubled instantly, and vitality surged from deep within his body, replenishing his depleted blood and energy, and his complexion immediately improved. Feeling the intense power of new life, the tiny consciousness in the arm also received extra satisfaction, and its frequency immediately increased by a few points. The vitality crystal now serves more than just increasing Old Bull's physique, it also enhances his magazine capacity, reload speed, and even frontal defense. Keep in mind that the flesh and blood of this arm are already at the strength of an ancient being, and with the amplification of steel fiber, as long as it's not the cannibalistic gal's explosive bomb, he could probably take on ordinary grenades head-on. Just then, the voices of 2 other player teammates observing the Kroni stronghold reached their ears. Looks like they wiped them out in one shot. Will that gun emplacement still be operational? I'm not sure, but I think we could send a mower to scout ahead. Did you bring a sniper rifle? Let the mower act as bait and see if we can blow up those rocket turrets. Didi Bo-Tilda the mower was placed on the reef, and its azure body immediately stretched out and stood up, emitting a unique Q sound. Just as they were about to assign it to the forward warning area, the old ox suddenly jumped over with one hand on the ground and said, I'll go too. I want to test its defensive capabilities. His teammates didn't stop him. Lao Nyo immediately followed the terror bird towards the area ahead, while his 3 teammates each held a sniper rifle and stood by, ready to aim at the rocket turrets that might pop up in the Kroni outpost. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After entering the restricted area, Lao Nyo spotted several gun emplacements resembling rocket magazines on the rooftops of the Kroni stronghold. They're here. The players on standby were invigorated and immediately raised their guns to fire. Several bullets left the barrel and hit the same turret, leaving a trail of sparks but causing no obvious damage. The next second, a rocket roared out of the barrel, tracing a twisting arc in the air before shooting straight at the terror bird that was being used as bait in front of the old bull. Old Nyo wasn't about to miss this opportunity. He leaped forward, raised his deformed arm, and held it in front of him, bracing himself for the possibility of being blown to bits. Old Nyo stared wide-eyed as the red-painted warhead of the rocket flew right in front of him. Boom! The fireworks flashed by in an instant, and the smoke almost engulfed him, but the thick green swept it away, and the shockwave immediately swept away the smoke and dust. Apart from his forehead being blackened by the smoke, Old Nyo was not injured at all. His deformed arm was only slightly charred by the high temperature. You can sense its slight dissatisfaction due to the heat, but the frequency doesn't decrease because this is hardly an injury and it recovers quickly. Damn, that's awesome. He withstood a rocket attack head-on. He's practically a saint himself. The teammates behind him couldn't help but look on with envy when they saw this. With this solid human shield, Old Bull strode forward and charged forward. Rockets were fired at him, but he blocked them all with one hand and then successfully pushed into the Kroni stronghold. The turret was located on a roof 1 story high. He pushed off with one hand and jumped up to it, opening his arms and legs to wrap around the rocket launcher muzzle. Then he pulled hard, lifting the turret, along with the shaft and magazine below, and then hurled it towards another roof, accurately hitting the second turret and causing a loud explosion. Before long, when the other teammates arrived at the stronghold, Lao Nyo had already dismantled all the turrets. That's a monstrous weapon. I really want one. Want some? You'll have to cut off your hand to get it. Cybernetic modifications, personalized design, high attack, high defense, high burst damage, diverse attack methods. Even chopping off your hand feels amazing, right? This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. What you said makes perfect sense, but I still want mechanical ascension. I hope Boss Lyle can develop a mechanical prosthetic hand soon. Wait, aren't our current bodies some kind of prosthetics? So, ascension through the plague isn't out of the question. By the way, how long will the virus last here? Will we get infected? No, Old Nyo himself answered the question. The virus gel doesn't stay effective for long. Unless there are special circumstances, the virus will simply die along with the host. You can rest assured. With Lao Nyo's assurance, the 4 of them, 1 in front and 3 behind, headed towards the gate leading from the stronghold to the sea. Soon, incessant gunfire and booming sounds echoed through the stronghold's corridors, growing ever louder. On the mountainside of the Himalayas, at an altitude of several thousand meters, a group of people dressed in only light clothing walked along the mountain path with their backpacks on their backs, and soon arrived at a helipad. A black transport plane was parked on the tarmac, its surface wet and emitting a slight mist, as if it had just landed. Hey, we're not hiding anymore. Wanna go to the steel line? A man stood at the wide-open hatch at the rear of the fuselage, and immediately extended an invitation when he saw the group. No, we just finished mining and got the heat-insulating crystals yesterday. We also accepted a base quest from Audis today, and we have to go there again after turning in the quest items. The leading player leaned on a metal staff and politely declined the offer. Sigh, what's so great about outpost missions? There are plenty of Iron Fortress missions, plus lots of NPC interactions, and trading with them is even easier. Yesterday, a female player found the coordinates for Kroni's warehouse. Warehouse coordinates. Then why didn't we hear about anyone getting rich last night? A player from the returning team asked. The warehouse's firepower was too strong. They wiped out that entire squad. Forget it. Let's not go. Let's take a safe route and get our equipment ready before we go. Someone on the forum has already analyzed that the mission rewards in Audis are not lower than those in the Iron Fortress. The player who couldn't fill the cabin was a bit disappointed. It seems they'll have to wait a while longer before the plane can take off. Just then, several players rushed out of the base's gate and shouted when they saw the transport plane. Wait. We need to board. Damn it. We got shot to pieces by those warehouse keepers yesterday. I just finished mining enough ore to get a new weapon set. Let's play it safe today. How about inviting more people? That works too. Just then, a public channel message popped up in the lower left corner of all players' field of vision. Announcement. A brand new Kroni coastal observation station has been captured by the Wall People squad. The squad has received 100 mission incentive points and an additional 10 incentive points. The central base will restart at midnight, at which time a new batch of test qualifications will be drawn. Specific information will be released at 2 a.m., and the qualification drawing period is expected to be 3 a.m. Please wait for further arrangements regarding the qualification opening time. How come there's a new outpost already? We've only been in the game for a few days. I'm in a real hurry. Take off quickly. I need to complete my mission and craft equipment. The players in the cabin screamed. Chapter 343, a contract that triggers. A hilarious case. Under the deep indigo sky, the stars were almost invisible, and the towering buildings emitted various colors of light. The glow of streetlights and neon lights blended together to form a cold blue and white curtain. In a round tower-shaped building with bright white grid windows, the cold white light panel prints the 4 characters DAU on the rooftop. Luhui Biotechnology. Along the surrounding roads, pedestrians passing by this spot almost always look up and glance at it, each carrying a different weight in their hearts for the cold, imposing character DAU. Perhaps it is the most dignified and prestigious landmark in the city, the most cutting-edge biotechnology in the entire Great U Kingdom. Not only are pharmaceutical products a staple in the homes of Great U Kingdom residents for emergency medical care, but technological engineering is also flourishing everywhere. From tactical face armor becoming the designated partner of Great U's military industry to the somatosensory communication devices that almost everyone wears, the logo of Luhui Biotechnology may appear in every location in a home, including toilets. And when you look up at what you admire, hate, respect, or disdain, it is also watching you. Director. A young girl vaguely heard someone whispering in her ear, and only then did she come back to her senses as she stared at the shadows of people and cars on the ground by the window. Excuse me, I was thinking about something. What is it? The young female manager turned around and looked at her subordinate, who was a head taller than her, and noticed that he was holding a document in his hand. At Luhui Biotechnology, whether it's the head office or subsidiaries in other regions, whether it's project data or handover plans, almost all text documents are entered and carried electronically, using the company's internal storage framework. There's no worry about memory being stolen or network intrusion. This is the constraint and confidence that Luhui's encryption technology brings to all employees. However, there is one type of document that must be in paper form. Contracts that require the signatures of both parties. Is there a contract I need to review? The girl suddenly realized something and couldn't help but ask. I'm ashamed to say that this contract was supposed to be completed by me alone, but there are indeed some problems. Please take a look, Director. The male employee had a company thumbtack magnetically attached to the pocket of his uniform in front of his heart. The thumbtack was blue with a plant pattern, indicating that he was a senior employee in the marketing department. However, when facing his short young boss, he respectfully handed over the documents in his hand with both hands. The young director flipped to the first page and saw that someone had scribbled something on the printed text. At first, she didn't pay attention, but when she saw the handwritten clause on the third page overlapping the original clause, she realized that these must all be things that the drafter wanted to modify. The regulations that were highlighted, underlined, or amended to be invalid were mainly those concerning the composition of responsibilities and obligations, and the distribution of benefits. Of course, the key points of a contract are these 3 things, which indirectly shows that the other party is dissatisfied with the contract in almost every aspect. Whose contract is this? If we can't sign it, why not just let it go? She said. It's a demand from the military industry and the government. We're just nominally hired people. The other party is an unemployed bum, but because he's been playing some kind of game recently, the government took a liking to him. Director Mo from there even personally went to meet the game player. Director Mo didn't say anything when he came back that day. Oh, Mo Shengren has never had a nice face. Since he came back without a bad face, it means things are progressing well. How did it get to this point? The girl asked curiously. We don't understand either. The person on the other side said he would go back and think about it that day, but 2 days later, Director Mo sent a message to inquire about the situation. They changed the document and sent it back like this, saying that it had to be changed like this before they would sign it. Director Mo brought the document back and his opinion was not to sign it, and to let the government do whatever it wanted. That was his exact words. Since he didn't want to do it, it naturally fell on our shoulders. But we don't have the ability to shirk responsibility, so we can only come and ask you. The girl was both amused and exasperated. If an employee in another company did this, they would have been reprimanded and disciplined long ago. But I feel there's nothing wrong with what he said. If we sign the contract as he suggested, we'll be practically living as babysitters. My opinion is to give up on it and let the military and government officials handle it themselves. With their methods, suppressing an unemployed vagrant who only plays games is a piece of cake. Wait, you said he only plays games? Just as he was about to close the file and throw it into the trash can next to his desk, the young director suddenly remembered something and turned around to ask a question. Yes, I heard it's a really popular game lately, something like Galaxy Frenzy. It's a sea of stars. Yes, oh, director, you know too? Is it because I'm getting old? The employee rubbed his fingers awkwardly. In their line of work, one must keep up with the times, or even surpass them to lead the times, but he actually made such a basic oversight. The contract that was about to be thrown into the trash can was grabbed back into her hand. Ignoring the fact that she was in front of her subordinates, the girl took out her phone, unlocked the screen, and the Starry Sky Frenzy game forum that she was browsing halfway through popped up. She typed cops into the search box quickly, browsing through the results while waving the employee back to work, leaving the contract to her. The employee, relieved of the hot potato, was naturally happy and left respectfully and quickly. There are many records about coups, but not many. Most of the information comes from 2 players who have left their home planet Venus. Many people wait for updates on their posts to see what Venus is like. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. But for some reason, those 2 players haven't posted anything new lately, saying they're under a lot of pressure on Venus. These weren't the main points. After searching through the results, the young girl finally found a post that wasn't long ago. It was about how Boss Lyle, separated by space, had signed a contract with another crew member from the same camp as Coops, and had him work as Boss Lyle's assistant. The poster was First Sniper God, an ID that was familiar to many. Scrolling through the comments below, the girl finally found one. I felt like I recognized you. It really is you. On her phone screen, a comment was prominently displayed in the center. Second Empire, qualification test online. Speaking of which, they all seem really good at signing contracts. Maybe I should ask them for advice using real-world contracts sometime. The comments below were also quite amusing, with many mocking him for using artificial intelligence to review his contracts, while others supported him in doing so. One of the replies was, Aloe vera no overtime, appointment available, maybe I could give this a try. Lawyers who specialize in reviewing contracts outside cost a lot of money, but this one is free. Second Empire, qualification test online. You're right, it's free anyway, might as well ask. She slapped her forehead and sat down in her chair with a thud. It turned out she had dug her own grave. Ding-a-ling tilde, a message vibrated on her phone. She looked up and saw it was a background message. Audis, dear player within the walls, aloe vera no overtime player, congratulations on becoming a new batch of test players. Your test ID is Y************99. Your spawn point coordinates are *************. You can enter the game after 3 AM night spirit time, 8 AM Dayu time. Please remember to read the game precautions. Violation may result in the revocation of your qualification. She couldn't see the rest of the message. Her gaze was fixed on the first sentence. Congratulations on becoming a new batch of test players. Yeah. She was so happy that she jumped up from her chair. Just then, the office door behind her was pushed open. The person who pushed the door seemed to be shocked by the bouncy little girl in front of him, and it took a long time before they asked, Xiao Hui, what's making you so happy? Tell mommy. Chapter 344 is concise and concise in a suburban villa. Aloe Vera watched the countdown on the screen with trepidation. It was 7:49 AM, only 10 minutes until 8 AM, and only 10 minutes until her normal work start time. However, in order to be among the first to experience this highly anticipated, supposedly 150% realistic motion sensing game, she resolutely asked her boss, who was also her mother, for annual leave. However, if she's not in that position, Shengren's workload will probably double. But it doesn't matter, we'll just give him more bonuses during this time. Perhaps it would be better to bring him a thank you gift next time we meet, to avoid any awkwardness. Just as I was thinking this, there was a knock on Aloe Vera's door. Xiao Hui, what would you like to eat for lunch? Auntie will go and prepare it later. Aunt Chen, you don't need to go to too much trouble, just make something simple, Aloe quickly replied. Would you like some soup, Xiao Hui? How about lotus root, corn, and pork ribs? Okay Tilda, soon the countdown began, and Aloe quickly put on her company's latest stable model somatosensory imaging eye mask, put on equipment gloves, and then comfortably lay down in the supportive ergonomic recliner. 3, 2, 1, connect. The light stretched rapidly toward the center point in the field of vision, quickly transforming into a colorful spectrum of various colors and gradually trembling. Suddenly, in a certain instant, everything turned black, yet there seemed to be a hint of purple lingering at the edge of the vision. The deep, dark scene made Aloe feel a little scared, but just before the fear rose, a white light suddenly expanded from the center point and covered the entire scene. Welcome, person inside the wall. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, your arrival has been delayed until now. Please forgive us, but now is not the time to talk about that. Xia Shang's voice echoed in the snow-white space. Aloe tried to look around, but found that she could not find any frame of reference, that she had no body, and that she did not know whether she was moving or not. Don't be nervous. This is a necessary stage when you arrive. I believe you already know a little about your destination. Forgive me for not being able to go into too much detail. There are many secrets that even I don't know, and I only have a superficial understanding of many common sense things. I believe that letting you understand and act on them yourself is the best arrangement. But before I take you to the origin system, do you still remember who you are? Is it time to name the child? Wow, so fast. Aloe's mind flashed through a few IDs she had considered, but she ultimately settled on the name she had chosen on the game's official website. Aloe Vera doesn't work overtime. Very good. Then do you still remember what you look like? The character creation process was too hasty compared to other highly customizable games on the market. Fortunately, this was the standard procedure from the beginning, and almost no one had much to choose from. Aloe Vera selected a character that looked quite different from herself and then confirmed it. Everything is ready. This is a completely new experience. We hope you can fully unleash your talent and imagination. As Xia Shang finished speaking, the snow-white space began to soften, as if it had turned into swirling smoke, darkening and then turning red. She felt herself become heavy and plummet downwards, crashing heavily onto a solid surface with a thud. The sudden pounding of her heart made her gasp for air. Aloe opened her eyes wide and sat up. What came into view were rows of featureless human models neatly arranged on the ground. The facial features of the model directly in front of her were rapidly changing, and its hair was also rapidly shortening, soon transforming into the appearance of a tough guy with a buzz cut. The next moment, the tough guy opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and sat up as if he had reacted just like her. Aloe stopped looking at the other person and focused on herself. This body, known as the Phantom, was very agile, and it felt very different from reality, yet not so different. Before she could fully appreciate it, various exclamations and gasps of surprise rang out from around her. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! My most basic motion sensing device can play such a realistic game. The motion sensing, the floor support. This is so damn realistic, I'm starting to wonder if I've traveled through time. Tell me quickly, have we all been transported to another time? Has the exit button disappeared? Don't even dream about it. You can quit the game anytime you want. But I'm really curious, who can achieve such realistic technology? Is it some kind of aerobiography? With that power, I feel like I could kill a bull. No way, bro, you're way too unrealistic in real life, aren't you? I don't feel much difference, just a bit more energetic. The one who said this was the burly man who had just gotten up. Wow, bro, you work out. Those muscles are amazing. How come our arm circumferences are so different, even though we're both phantoms? As mentioned on the forum, to avoid any misalignment in the player's sense of movement, the Phantom will automatically match your original height and build, allowing you to play the game at the most familiar eye level. Although I know this, it's still a bit of a regret. I love creating 2-meter giants in other games. Just fill in the gaps, right? Are you going to curse me again? Aloe was also quite shocked. She pinched her arm through the uniform combat suits that all the players had brought. The execution feedback made her feel suffocated. She couldn't even utter the praise that came naturally to her like the other players. Because she was almost certain that with the current technology of the Great U Kingdom, it was impossible to create such a terrifying haptic simulation. The simulation of synapses in biological nerves has many technical difficulties, let alone a perfect recreation in the human brain. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. The group that currently represents the most cutting-edge biotechnology in the Great U Kingdom is her family's Lu Hui biotechnology. How on earth did they do that? What kind of organization is the production team behind Starry Sky Frenzy? How could they release such technology so easily within the Great U Kingdom? Could that rumor be true? Aloe didn't hesitate for too long, otherwise she wouldn't have pre-ordered the game so early. The noisy conversations and shouts were interrupted by a sudden gas pressure release, and the new players turned to look. Suddenly, the door in the shadows opened, and several players with eye-catching IDs above their heads walked in. They were well equipped, with flaming machetes at their waists and carrying various types of long guns on their backs. Their combat uniforms also had clear bullet holes. However, what they found even more astonishing was a sight they had never seen before in their lives. One of the veteran players had a right hand as thick as a person, dark green skin that inspired fear, not to mention the 3 forked arms at the front and the tentacles swaying merrily on his arm. Plague variant. It's a plague variant, a new player exclaimed. The tentacle snapped open, and a spent cartridge case slammed into the stomach of the screaming player. What kind of variant is this? This is my comrade in arms, my companion. Without it, you might not even be able to get into the game for who knows how long. Aloe listened to his words and glanced at the ID above his head. Ezio praised me as awesome. She remembered this ID. It had shone brightly in the first outbreak of the plague virus storyline, and she heard that it had fused with a portion of the flesh and blood of a boss called the Ancient One, but it was later confiscated by the NPC Xia Shang, and that was the end of it. And judging from the features of this arm, isn't this the same phantom that was confiscated from him back then? Aloe Vera wasn't the only one to discover this feature. Many players who were paying close attention to Star Ocean Frenzy remembered Lao Nyo's name and deeds. Now that they saw Lao Nyo regain his arm and even gain a significant boost in combat power as a result, they couldn't help but flock to ask him for the secret to his success. Old Nyo had no time to deal with these newbies. He could sense that his little darling was somewhat dissatisfied with these noisy new players, so he quickly dealt with their questions casually and then began distributing the weapon set boxes he had received from Audis. Line up and choose your preferred weapon set. Then follow this passage to the central control room. There are signs along the way. You can meet Audis there and accept the outpost mission. The words weapons, Audis, and missions quickly drew the new player's attention away from Old Bull's powerful arm. Fortunately, this outpost isn't very big. Bu Lai sighed from the side. Didn't you say you were disappointed before? You said that the big strongholds give more extra incentive points. Another veteran player laughed. Bu Lai, somewhat embarrassed, muttered, that's true. There are only 100 or so people. If Kroni's supply troops come knocking, won't they be taken back in no time? Old Nyo neither confirmed nor denied this. Soon the supplies were distributed to the last person. A player who was noticeably short stepped forward and asked the veteran players, who all looked like they were finally going to leave work, what kind of weapon do you guys think would be best for me? Not bad. It piqued my interest. After glancing at the other person's ID, I retorted, Aloe Vera, it depends on what you like to use. If you ask me, longer is better. A staff with a longbow would be perfect for you. Sob sob. Before he could finish speaking, Bu Lai was yelled at by another player who covered his mouth and dragged him outside. Oh, Amitabha, I wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. Little girl, is there anything you particularly like? Old Nyo retracted his half-raised, mutated arm and turned to ask the other person, only to find that this Aloe Vera girl was actually staring at his hand. You should know that the previous female players who came before him didn't dare to approach him. There must be very few girls who could overcome their disgust for the ugly, deformed flesh and blood. Shouldn't players like that be better suited to this game? Old Nyo thought to himself. Surprised by the Aloe Vera, Lao Nyo recommended a wheelchair-like set to her, a standard rifle and airblade, along with crystals and shields. It should be fine for most teams when exploring maps. All right, you can go accept the quest now. You're the last one, so don't fall behind their team, Old Nyo reminded Aloe. Can I follow you? Aloe asked in return. Ah. Not only Lao Nyo, but even another veteran player, Xia Wu Liu, was puzzled. This new player is good at sucking up to powerful players. Old Nyo thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, this is your only experience of pioneering, and I don't recommend letting experienced players like us ruin it. It's also a kind of fun, and besides, the death penalty in this game isn't severe. I can hire you, I'm willing to sign a contract, and you can name your salary. Aloe Vera is concise and to the point. Chapter 345 she gave so much. Sign a contract. It can't be that bad, it's just a game. The guy standing next to him, Xia Wu Yi, had been playing games all his life and had heard that many large-scale games would have big bosses hiring thugs to carry them through dungeons, but to go to the point of signing a contract was still beyond his limited imagination. Sign a contract. We're just here to play games, not to work. For some reason, Lao Nyo frowned slightly as he answered Aloe, the last elder sister address clearly carrying some emotion. Xia Wu Yi often chatted with him and had heard from a few words that Lao Nyo had worked in a related industry before, and he was probably suffering from occupational disease now. Before Aloe could even ask questions, Xia Wu Yi quickly covered Lao Nyo's mouth and gently pulled him to the passageway outside, all the while smiling apologetically at Aloe. It was like a replay of the scene where Bu Lai was dragged out before. What are you doing, you lecherous bastard? What did I say wrong? Old Nyo asked, puzzled by the lecherous bastard's behavior. He believes that games are a place of pure joy, a way to escape the stench of the real world. No matter what rules are added to the game or how the reward mechanism is changed, they all exist for the purpose of spiritual joy and emotional satisfaction. Experiencing new rules and frameworks in a game to grow yourself is a very happy thing. It would be even better if you could occasionally encounter some random events, which would make you feel novel and excited. However, he found it somewhat unacceptable to try to influence the game system with the real-world system. Brother Nyo, don't get excited. He's a complete newbie who just started playing the game. It's normal for him to use some tricks to ensure his safe development. Look at the new players who entered the Snow Mountain stronghold a few days ago. Didn't they also beg Brother Quinn and the others to carry them and want to be carried? It's very common. The lecherous man was adept at persuading him, saying things that were only human nature. Old Nyo listened and found that what he said was indeed true. Quinn often sells materials and supplies they collect in dungeons at low prices, which is also a form of support for new players. But I feel this is still different. I don't want to become a slave to capital. I play games for myself. If you want to sign a contract of servitude, I won't stop you, but let me warn you first. Guys who like to talk about contracts seem to follow the rules, but often it's because the contract hides bottom lines that you can't tolerate, so they can use the contract to speak for themselves. Old Nyo's advice was certainly sincere, and the lecherous man understood it, but he wasn't worried about it. Instead, he smiled and nudged Old Nyo's side with his elbow. You're taking this too seriously and getting too nervous. Why should we actually be hired? She's probably just a rich woman who's here to experience a new life, wanting to spend a little money for a peaceful existence, and just wants us to do the dirty work. We're not losing out anyway. Think about it, Xia Wu Yi added in a low voice. If we don't do the work ourselves, doesn't the entropy all belong to us? It's definitely not as simple as you think. Rich people want to save trouble, but they're not idiots. Look at how she looked at my hands just now. She's not someone who doesn't know anything about games. Old Nyo thought that the pervert was thinking too simply and really took rich people with stupidity as a truth. Hey, don't make a sound later. Let me talk to that rich woman. Besides, we don't need to agree now. You have experience, so we can discuss it later. And let me ask you, haven't you ever thought about using your hobbies that you're willing to spend time on to earn some extra money? Old Nyo was speechless. He had considered leveraging the popularity of Starry Sky Frenzy to generate some revenue, but he felt his personality and beliefs might. Have you discussed it? Shouldn't we go upstairs? Aloe's voice came, giving them no time to think any further. Our brother here is undecided. How about we talk as we walk? We can help you with any mission-related questions. The lecherous man quickly brought Aloe out to greet him, gesturing towards the end of the passage. The three of them walked together. Old Nyo followed at the back, silently listening to the conversation between the two, while the lecherous man inquired about the purpose of the contract that Aloe had just mentioned. Aloe really wanted to tell them that Phantom's ears were very sensitive. Not that she was deliberately eavesdropping, but the space they were in was currently only occupied by the three of them, so it was unusually quiet. In addition, the slight hum of the machinery was not enough to cover up their conversation, so she heard almost everything they said. However, regardless of the reason for her lack of respect, Aloe had to pretend not to know, but for some reasons, she also had to think about the content of the clip she had just heard. That young male gamer, who is of great research value, has some reservations, but he is not unmoved. This lecherous idiot doesn't have any mutant features. He was among the first test players to enter the game, and his experience level should be on par with Ezio's I'm awesome, but from a hiring perspective, he's a unit worth paying for. Sigh, it's partly my fault. I must have been too hasty. I pre-ordered this game because I really wanted to play it, but yesterday's work affected my judgment. Ezio praised me, saying I'm a true gamer. I think I can still salvage my first impression. Thinking of this, the lewd man continued his rambling. So, considering the time constraints, I don't think a contract is a good option. Besides, there are many issues related to revenue distribution in this game, which require comprehensive consideration. There are far too many things that a single contract cannot cover. Indeed, I've been following the forums for quite some time. The range of benefits in this game is too broad and there are too many types. For example, the value of materials and the value of entropy are difficult to measure in a unified way, as are the diversity of functions and the improvement of combat power. That was my oversight. However, I do need a relatively stable leveling experience, and... My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. As Aloe said this, she turned her head and glanced at Old Cow, who was walking behind with his head down. Personally, I'm more interested in this mutated hand, so I misspoke just now. I hope you don't mind. Old Nyo was a little flustered by this sudden sincerity, and shouted twice that it was okay. Or how about this? Aloe suddenly suggested, I was finally selected from tens of millions of people, so this pioneering time should be mine alone, so you don't need to worry. But could I leave you all a friend list? Sure, feel free to ask any questions, it's no problem. We gamers may not be very skilled, but when it comes to gaming, you know what? We're all experts. We can analyze the mechanics of games we've just met. Don't you think so? Hey Tilda, seeing that Old Nyo was a little awkward, the lecherous guy quickly urged him on. Oh, yes, my ancient heavenly entangling hand is really awesome. It explodes like crazy, and it can solve any problem for you. Old Nyo also expressed his friendliness, making up for the previous discord in attitude. Okay, Aloe added 2 veteran players to her contacts, and even gave Old Nyo a special note, ancient heavenly entangling hand. She then added, if there are any areas I can't handle, I still hope you can come and help me. But I also know that in Star Frenzy, time is the foundation of all games. Asking you to spend time carrying the dungeon is, in a sense, a loss for you. Out of personal friendship, I will give you a call fee of 100 Dayu coins. After thinking for a moment, Aloe Vera gave a number, but Old Nyo and the pervert both widened their eyes. What? 100 for just one time? Isn't that enough? I can't afford to give you any more, because I might call you countless times a day. Aloe smiled wryly. Her gaming talent wasn't actually that good. She was the type who was bad at the game but had a huge addiction to it, and she probably had to call you several times a day. Who knows how many times? Even Old Nyo didn't know what to say at this point. In the end, the so-called call fee was settled. With the consent of the 2 veteran players, Aloe was very happy. After learning some key points about the mission, she went to find new teammates on her own. Watching Aloe Vera disappear into the distance, the lecherous man couldn't help but sigh that money really can buy anything, and then he looked at Old Nyo. How does it feel to earn extra money? I'm not a superficial person. Old Nyo blushed and made a thumbs up. But she gave so much. Chapter 346. Let's fight a tough battle first. Aloe Vera would really say, I've never smelled such a foul odor in my life. It wasn't exactly foul smelling, but it was still repulsive. Behind the pipe gaps in the walls, beneath the floor grid, and behind the ceiling light fixtures, exhaust fans hummed, constantly circulating air. This was almost standard equipment in every outpost. However, this smell, similar to the fishy smell of the sea breeze, mixed with a slight stench of rotting seafood, and an indescribable musty odor lingered. A circle of somewhat ugly monitors surrounded a thick metal pillar in the center of the hall. Perhaps it was used to support the building, but it also served to organize the cables. Various cables wrapped in waterproof rubber passed through the sealed openings in the metal sheet, maintaining the control and operation of the entire base. The hall wasn't large. This outpost was merely a research institute along the coast used to collect marine data, with only about 100 people stationed there. Now, they were all crammed into this place, and even though there was a little over 100 square meters of free space, it felt cramped with the players' curious crowd. Especially the black iron-colored paint makes it look even more low pressure. This Kroni is too pragmatic. It really doesn't care about aesthetics at all. A young man with a stylish short ponytail pinched his chin and examined the details of the building's workmanship with great interest. Judging from his furrowed brows, his aesthetic sense had obviously been greatly shocked. Audis, are there any high-value missions available right now? I'd like to avoid those chores like cleaning. A player finally got a turn to use the monitor and made his request to the dim screen. Yes, there is a harbor built at the bottom of this research institute. It was originally a facility for docking those defense ships and basic reconnaissance drones, but currently more than half of the ships have been driven away by the remaining forces. If you need, you can use the underwater light boats docked in the same facility to pursue them. The reward for recapture of the defense ships is generous, but it is extremely risky. This one's the best. I like playing games on high difficulty. Permission granted. You can recruit teammates to accompany you, increasing your chances of mission completion. Watching that player excitedly run to the back to call on the other players in line, he quickly gathered about 5 or 6 people and headed straight to the bottom of the stronghold. Besides these adventurous players, many others have chosen to search for outpost vulnerabilities, repair and protect them, while others do not refuse to clean up outposts. These are all missions that offer prestige rewards or military supplies. The rewards may not be as high as those from combat, but they are more stable. Hey sis, wanna go on the warehouse inventory quest? 200 reputation per warehouse. When it was almost time for Aloe to be called, a female player came up to her, greeted her, and extended a recruitment invitation. War inventory. Aloe Vera repeated the sentence to confirm, and the other party thought she didn't understand the meaning of the task, so they explained, it's about checking the remaining inventory of this outpost after this battle. Because the veteran players were in a surprise attack, the war reserve warehouse was only temporarily open for consumption, and the outpost's log doesn't record it, so it needs to be counted manually. At this point, she leaned close to Aloe's ear as if to whisper a secret. Each warehouse is calculated independently, but there is almost no consumption of raw materials during a raid. We only need to take inventory of the weapons warehouse, and we can make a profit just by going around the raw material warehouse. It's an easy and high-profit job. Hearing the other person's explanation, Aloe looked at her in surprise. It was clearly their first time in the game, so why was she so skilled? Seemingly noticing Aloe's confusion, she didn't hide anything and generously explained. One of my roommates has been a tester for a long time, and this is all her experience. Oh, so there's a senior figure here. However, Aloe politely declined, explaining, I want to try out the combat mode. I heard it levels up faster that way. The other person was very surprised by this reply, staring wide-eyed and blinking rapidly, seemingly not expecting that this petite and cute female player would like to start the game aggressively. However, everyone has their own preferences, and she didn't want to say anything. Besides, this game involves combat, and she might need to hitch a ride with someone else's car team in the future, so she didn't have any objections. Alright then, if you get good at combat dungeons in the future, you'll have to help your older sister out, okay? She sent a friend request to Aloe in a friendly manner, and Aloe accepted it after a glance. She was convinced that connections in games were just as important as connections in real life. Having obtained the right to recruit quests from the kind Audis, she immediately searched the lobby for players with the same goal. Although she was the last person to arrive at the lobby, there were still quite a few players in the lobby who wanted to team up because of the limited number of mission terminal slots. Use the coastline to locate the nearby Kroni temporary encampment. Is anyone coming? The signal tower has been restarted. There might be air support from Kroni. Get to it skillfully. Seriously, bro? We've only been in the game for 10 minutes and you're already acting like a pro. Is it some kind of experience from your past life? A player looking for a team couldn't hold back when he heard this. You can't say that, bro. You've all been watching the forums and game videos, right? Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. The mission content is pretty much the same. The player who was being criticized also had something to say and retorted directly. How can that be the same? Just because you've seen it doesn't mean you can do it. The main problem is that people don't understand how familiar you mean by familiar, right? Besides, you have to play it to become familiar with it. This game is all based on real information and calculations, so there's no such thing as an exactly identical mission process. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Aloe listened to the player's rebuttal and realized that these players had done a lot of background research on the content of Star Ocean Frenzy. It seems I only have time to look at it during my spare time from work. Thinking of that female player before, who was also full of research, I felt a sense of frustration for no reason. Just then, a recruitment shout came from behind Aloe. The mining area has been liberated, and people are waiting for someone to come. The mining area. It seems to be the same quest I have in my current game. Aloe Vera quickly turned around and ran over to the player who had raised his right hand. Upon seeing Aloe Vera accept the invitation, the player with the ID long-term vegetarian above his head looked down at the female player in surprise, unsure whether to accept her request to join the team. Clearly, in his view, a cute girl like Aloe Vera wasn't really suited for going into tough battles right from the start. Is there a problem? Aloe asked, noticing his embarrassment and confusion. Well, while the long-term vegetarian was still trying to figure out how to explain, two players carrying tactical weapon racks nearby couldn't wait any longer. Seeing someone talking to the long-term vegetarian, they immediately called out to him, "We're leaving once we're full. Otherwise, someone else might take the dungeon." Since his teammates had no objections, the long-term vegetarian had no choice but to agree. He took Aloe and joined his teammates. The four of them followed the flow of people, passing through the base passage that had not yet been cleaned up and was littered with corpses, and headed to the surface. The sight of severed limbs and sheet metal welded to the body parts along the way had a significant impact on Aloe, and the stench of blood filled her nostrils, causing her to frown. Your image wasn't censored. A long-time vegetarian asked in surprise, noticing her expression. Harmony. No, it's very violent. Aloe said with a wry smile. I really underestimated you, I'm sorry. The long-term vegetarian immediately clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, leaving Aloe Vera completely bewildered. Chapter 347 The Newcomer's First Battle. A failed surprise attack mine number 5, a temporary worksite only recorded in the base database, is located 5 kilometers east of the research institute along the coastline. It is not a place rich in mineral deposits, and its size is no bigger than a small hill. According to the engineers in Kroni, it can be mined out in a year or even a few months. This level of reserves is only suitable for temporary operations. It doesn't even qualify to be recorded in the Kroni Empire's database, yet it's equipped with a pair of twin machine gun turrets. The Empire is truly wealthy and powerful. The four of them quickly arrived at the direction indicated by the coordinates. Due to the time difference between the game and reality, the coastline at this moment was just a vast sea reflecting the starry sky. Their whereabouts were almost completely hidden by the night, but half of mine number 5 was illuminated by the dim yellow light strip that Kroni used exclusively. A long-time vegetarian peeked out and peered into the large hole that had been breached in the rock wall. He saw 2 fortified gun emplacements reflecting a cold light under the starlight. Fortunately, there were no soldiers under martial law around. Should we just take those 2 machine gun bunkers and bombard them until we're done? The player who spoke was called Heavenly Enemy, but because it was a bit of a mouthful, long-time vegetarians just called him Heavenly Enemy. Aloe squinted at the rocky area in front of the mine, which faced the sea and was nearly half the size of a football field. The cracks in the rocks were clearly caused by some kind of machinery. Kroni must have also used a cutter to dig out crisscrossing trenches in the rock. These trenches not only served to prevent the night spirits from invading, but they also had a cable that emitted a faint glow, providing them with a relatively safe patrol route at night. However, the other end of the cable was bundled up and submerged in the seawater, and it was unclear what device it was connected to. There are a lot of night spirits around here, so you can't just shoot them. If you want to shoot, you can only go inside the mine. Their digging work goes on day and night, and there are devices inside to cancel out sound waves. The one who rejected the predator's suggestion was a somewhat stocky young man who was not particularly tall but very strong. His ID above his head was do a mole. Heh, really? Upon hearing this, the long-time vegetarian was surprised to find that he hadn't heard this information even after lurking on the forum for so long, so he reflexively asked, I'm not really sure. According to the mission information from the steel road, that's the case, but because some mines are in bad locations, if there are a lot of night elves around, they won't work at night, so there won't be any soundproofing equipment. So we'll have to go down and check to see for sure. The speechless doll casually closed the chat window in his field of vision and cleared his throat to answer. The enemy coming from the sky clearly didn't have many concerns. He spread his hands and said, we're a new account anyway, so if you ask me, there's nothing to lose. Spending a couple of resurrections won't hurt. Wouldn't it be more efficient to lure the night spirits to clear the map? Anyway, they'll disappear by dawn, and the mine will still be ours. What you said might make sense, but it's also a bit impossible. So, do you have a better battle plan? At least something more formal, since we've all been on the forum for so long, right? The long-term vegetarian frowned, somewhat speechless, when he suddenly realized that he had forgotten there was a little girl next to him. Sigh, enough of this nonsense. Aloe Vera, what's your opinion? There aren't many patrolling soldiers in the gravel path ahead. If we had the chance, we could bypass their line of sight and enter the mine directly, but that would be pointless. If we get blocked at the exit, we won't be able to complete the mission. So I think we should clear out all the patrolling soldiers outside first, and do it quietly. Attracting night spirits is one way, but it's currently our only source of entropy. Until we have no other choice, or until we really don't care about these entropy numbers, I don't recommend guiding night spirits to clean up the area. The 2 gun emplacements appear to be unguarded, but there is actually a 5-man sentry guarding the top of the rock wall at the cave entrance. The 2 vertical scratches on the rock wall indicate that they practice sliding down the rock wall to operate the machine gun bunker. Moreover, their height is too good, and they may be the biggest obstacle for us to clear the patrolling soldiers. Perhaps we should take them out first. As Aloe was speaking, she suddenly realized that it was too quiet around her. She turned her head and saw the other 3 players staring at her in disbelief. What's wrong? Is there something I missed? Aloe thought they had a problem with her analysis. No, I think what you said is correct. I really did see a worn-out slide, but I didn't notice it in the dark. Xia Shang squinted and looked carefully at the mine entrance, and found that it was indeed as Aloe had said. Hey sis, are you serious? Zuoyilu realized something was wrong as soon as Aloe started talking, so he followed Aloe's pace to observe the environment of the field ahead. Although he didn't play many tactical games, he had played quite a few games. Based on his past game experience, Aloe's analysis was spot on. How so? The long-term vegetarian glanced at the natural enemy and the mallow. I have no objection. I don't have any either. Let's do it that way. The night was dark and the wind was strong. A gentle sea breeze blew and waves splashed on the rocky shore. The vegetarian, low-profile creature hid in the shadows and circled around to the high platform and steep slope behind the mine. 3 Kroni soldiers, each holding a Genera submachine gun, stood guard on the steep slope, while 2 others took turns resting, whispering to each other, treating the night as just another ordinary one. Sizzle. Suddenly, a strange sound came from below. The sentry looked down into the shadows with a puzzled expression. But the next moment, a figure suddenly darted out and thrust a sharp, curved sword straight at the sentry's mask. A cold glint flashed, and a tactical mask shattered into 2 pieces on the ground with a crack. However, to the attacker's surprise, the Kroni soldier ducked at the last second to dodge the thrust, merely slashing off the mask with a single sword stroke. The Kroni soldier, whose face was exposed, immediately raised his gun and aimed it at the enemy coming from the sky. But for some reason, he did not fire immediately. Instead, he thrust the gun barrel hard into the chest of the enemy coming from the sky. The caliber of the Genera submachine gun was not large. The barrel, about the thickness of a finger, extended a small section from the front of the chamber. With the focused thrusting area and the strength of the Kroni soldier's arms, it pierced directly into the chest of the enemy coming from the sky. The enemy soldier, whose chest had been struck hard, coughed up a breath. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Kroni soldier swung his elbow and struck the enemy soldier hard in the cheek. The hard armor was like a hammer hitting his face, and the enemy soldier was knocked to the ground. Ambush! The Kroni soldier, who had lost his tactical mask, cursed under his breath and then tried to call for his teammates. Just then, a staff appeared from behind him and struck his swollen face without mercy, causing blood to spurt out instantly. Natural enemy, are you all right? The longtime vegetarian suppressed his laughter and put on a serious face. He looked at the enemy coming from the sky, clutching his dizzy head and almost unable to get up. No problem. That kid was really ruthless. I think my neck just screamed. The enemy from the sky said after recovering. Only then did he realize that his face was purplish black. So, I'll leave it to you to get revenge for that elbow strike. Oh, thank you so much, brother. Just as the enemy was about to swing their hollow-bladed curved swords, gunshots suddenly rang out from behind the two men. Bullets the size of fingertips rained down on them, making their shields crackle and pop. It turned out that the noise from their fight had disturbed two resting Kroni soldiers. When they approached, they saw their brother being murdered, and in their anger, they pulled the trigger. The two players knew something was wrong and immediately jumped into the shadows to avoid the bullets. However, when the gunshots rang out, all the Kroni soldiers in the mine went on alert. A soldier in the rubble trench heard the noise, quickly dropped his shovel, and turned to check the situation, only to find that two strange figures had approached him from behind. Enemy bang! Maluo watched as the Kroni soldier, who had been shot in the head, slowly fell to the ground. He then silently turned to look at the petite female player beside him. We've gone too far. Aloe hugged Brighton, a sheepish smile on her face. Have we been exposed? It's all right. It must be a problem with the vegetarian side. They've already been exposed. Let's just start the attack. Maluo said, as a group of dense footsteps approached from around the corner of the trench behind them. A squad of Kroni soldiers, led by an Iron Shield soldier, rushed to the vicinity of the gunfire, only to find a headless corpse on the ground, its sidearms gone. Where are they? Before the Kroni soldiers could even wonder what was happening, a head suddenly popped up from the raised ground on either side of them. Mallow, with Brighton in one hand and Genera in the other, unleashed a barrage of fire on the soldiers in the trenches without any restraint. The Kroni soldiers were caught off guard, and now the new players are equipped with void crystals as standard equipment. The enhanced Brighton single shot was not enough to penetrate the Kroni's iron armor, but several shots were enough to tear them apart and send them running away in terror. Some soldiers tried to use the terrain's elevation difference to avoid the Malu's fire, but they didn't realize that behind them, and opposite the Malu, Aloe also emerged holding a gun. Aloe wasn't a gaming novice. She'd even played some motion-sensing shooting games with friends. The accidental discharge was just because she was shocked by the food from her long-term vegetarian diet. Now that she'd recovered, she used her still unskilled shooting technique to shoot the enemy in the back. Kroni's squad, caught in a pincer attack, was utterly overwhelmed. However, their shield bearers used their iron shields to block Aloe's gunfire and, as Aloe's magazine emptied, immediately sprang into action and opened fire. The bullets were constantly deflected by the shield, but this also distracted Aloe, making it impossible for her to change the magazine in her hand. In a direction she wasn't paying attention to, three Kroni patrol soldiers climbed up the trench. At that moment, the pale green night spirit not far away had already sensed the movement and was slowly drifting closer. Upon seeing this, a Kroni soldier quickly reminded them that, in order to retreat into the mine and seal the entrance before the night spirits arrived, they needed to quickly deal with these attackers. Aloe Vera, behind you. With a wide field of vision, Maluo dodged the soldiers' shots and saw Aloe squatting there fiddling with something. The color of her shield had changed. If she hadn't crouched down to reduce her exposed area, the shield would probably have exploded long ago. However, other reinforcements had already arrived behind her. If she didn't move away, she would probably be camped by her corpse even after resurrection. But in that moment of distraction, a Kroni dual-wielding butcher suddenly pounced out from the side, using himself as a shield to knock Maluo to the ground and swing his blade down. However, Maluo was strong and muscular, and rolled to his feet first. The blade only grazed the outer layer of the shield, and the shield that held out until the last moment was finally broken by the high-heat blade. Meanwhile, Malu slammed the empty magazine of Genera into the butcher's face, and at the same time drew his bare blade from his back and plunged it into the butcher's neck. Scalding blood gushed from the wound. Maluo's face changed drastically. His hand, which was tightly gripping the sword hilt, loosened as if he had been electrocuted. Then, he stared wide-eyed as the butcher fell to the ground, the hollow blade standing diagonally on the corpse. He seemed to be stunned by something, and before he could even react to the shrieking sound of the hooklock, he was caught off guard and pierced through the waist and abdomen by a barbed blade. The huge dragging force came along the lockline, and the barb that had pierced his abdomen immediately hooked into his abdominal flesh, pulling him down and dragging him toward Scorpion. Without hesitation, Scorpio seized the opportunity and swung his martial cleaver, striking Maluo directly. Aloe watched her teammates being killed and her shield being broken without noticing, and was immediately riddled with bullets by the support soldiers behind her. Long-term vegetarian and enemy from the sky also received news of their teammates' deaths. At this moment, they were also suppressed by the firepower and could not raise their heads. Moreover, they were having a bit too bad luck. The cover they were hiding in was too small and could hardly cover them. Their shields were constantly being grazed by stray bullets and had no time to recover. The night elves are coming, and they're vegetarians. What do we do? The enemy descending from the sky pressed close to the back of the long-time vegetarian, noticing the approaching eerie green night elf army. Aren't those two going to resurrect and come to our rescue? How do we save them? Run straight into the line of fire. Not only are there guns, but also night spirits. No, the shield can't hold. We have to move to a new position before the shield explodes. Maybe we can still give Maluo and Aloe a chance to revive, otherwise the countdown will be wasted. Having been a vegetarian for a long time, he didn't wait for the enemy to come from the sky to agree, and carrying a martial arts staff, he ran towards the mine in a cat-like manner. He's going into the cave. Stop him. Kill him. Now. Kroni's cries rose and fell, but the long-time vegetarian ignored them and kept his eyes fixed on the mine. Suddenly, a sharp shriek rang in his ears. Instinctively, he swung his staff and struck, knocking away the blood-stained grappling hook. Enraged by his failed sneak attack, Scorpio charged forward with his machete. The long-term vegetarian didn't want to waste time with her, so he used the long handle of his staff to keep deflecting the hot blades that were slashing at him. He also threw some staff twirls at Scorpion's head a few times, which made Scorpion roar and chase after the long-term vegetarian, hacking away. However, Scorpio seemed unaware that because of his own entanglement, the other soldiers were finding it difficult to fire their guns, and the long-term vegetarian deliberately placed her between himself and countless gun barrels, which actually reduced the long-term vegetarian's stress. The Kroni soldiers were hesitant to fire, but that didn't mean they would just stand by and watch. The night spirits were attacking, and they needed to take refuge in the mines. So, the right thing to do was to draw their machetes, head straight for the mines, and help kill this troublemaker. Then, blades radiating intense heat appeared in the night, heading straight for the long-term vegetarian. Damn it. The long-term vegetarian smiled bitterly, but his hand holding the stick became more and more skillful. When the other soldiers were close enough that it was unlikely they would draw their guns, the long-term vegetarian stopped pretending and suddenly pressed his elbow against Scorpion's nose. Then he picked up the cane and smashed it into her neck, killing her with the cane. Haha, so easy, so easy. I love this game to death. The long-time vegetarian twirled his staff with a flourish, then flipped and leaped forward along the arc of the staff tip, swinging his staff horizontally in a large windmill motion, directly smashing two Kroni soldiers in the waist and sending them flying. Holy crap, that's awesome, bro. You're a trained fighter. Suddenly, the sound of enemies approaching from the sky came from one side, and the bullet holes in his body were enough to tell a story. Chapter 348: A comical occasion, a grand entrance. The approaching enemy from the sky could not reverse the situation. When the other Kroni soldiers noticed him, they immediately pounced on him. The approaching enemy from the sky did not have time to fight back and was killed by the enraged Kroni soldiers. His long-term vegetarian diet was not unexpected. His natural enemy was already seriously injured and destined to die here. Fortunately, it drew some of the firepower away from him. With a staff in hand, he managed to keep a group of Kroni soldiers from taking him down. Just as long-term vegetarian was about to leap into the mine gate, a muffled gunshot came from deep within the mine. Crocodile God's terrifyingly dense bullets shattered long-term vegetarian's shield with a single shot from behind, followed by a second shot that pierced through long-term vegetarian's vest. Looking down at the exposed flesh and lung fragments on his chest, the long-time vegetarian collapsed to the ground, his cane rolling to the side. A bunch of sons of bitches. You think this kind of thing can keep you busy for so long? A giant tooth soldier emerged from the mine, glanced at the surrounding Kroni soldiers, and was about to curse when he heard the distinctive sound of wind blasts fired by the night elves. He looked around and realized that the night elves were approaching the combat zone, so he quickly called the useless guardians back into the cave. The night spirits chased the Kroni soldiers and floated to the cave entrance, only to find that the entrance was blocked by a large, arched door. To the night spirits, it was simply a matter of their prey disappearing. They had no intelligence to consider the connection between what blocked their path and their vanished prey. After wandering around for a while without any results, the night spirits drifted away from the place and began to wander aimlessly around the rubble-strewn open space filled with trenches. Oh no, they're not leaving. While everyone was engrossed in the long-term vegetarian diet and there was no one around, Amalu secretly revived and took the opportunity to pick up aloe vera and hide behind a reef by the sea, but unexpectedly, the night spirit took over the spot. But this was exactly what they least wanted to see. The location where the enemy from the sky and the long-term vegetarian had died was completely surrounded by a large swarm of eidolons, and the resurrection countdown was nearing its end. If they didn't want to wait until tomorrow to return to their base to resurrect, then the two of them had no choice but to resurrect among the eidolons. Forget it. Resurrecting here is a waste of time. Let's just go home. There must be something wrong with our plan. In the team chat, the enemy from the sky typed somewhat discouragedly. Well, the plan is actually fine. Taking out the sentries on the high ground first is the best solution, but our stealth ability is too poor, and it's too difficult for our initial equipment to break through the defenses of the Kroni soldiers. The long-term vegetarian replied helplessly. Just as they were preparing to meet again the next day, the sea, which had previously only been filled with the sound of waves, began to roar, and a strange light appeared beneath the surface. What is that? Aloe, who had been crouching at the back and was closest to the sea, started paying attention to the ocean when she heard the strange sound. There was no way out now, and if something else appeared in the sea, it would be truly the end for them. When she saw streaks of light, like fireworks, appearing on the seabed, she even thought she was seeing things. However, she soon realized that it was not an illusion. Large swathes of bubbles rose from the seabed, making gurgling and popping sounds on the surface, as if the sea was boiling. What happened? Even the little monsters, who were focused on observing the night spirits, were startled by the commotion behind them. Even the night spirits noticed the strange noise and turned to face the sea. Realizing there was a chance, the long-term vegetarian quickly stopped its natural enemy from resurrecting. Taking advantage of the night spirit's inattention, it immediately chose to resurrect, and the blurry blood hole in its chest immediately healed. However, the two of them did not rush to get up, but continued to play dead quietly, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Wait, are they still on the shore? What are you standing there for? Run. Suddenly, the long-time vegetarian realized what was happening and asked in the team channel. No, there's nowhere to run. What's in the sea? Before Malu could finish speaking, a spray of water several meters high suddenly erupted from the sea, drenching the two of them completely. At that moment, the two finally saw a huge, dark figure emerge from the sea. They couldn't make out its exact appearance, but its edges were rounded, resembling a fish, yet it didn't look like one. The next moment, light sources suddenly shone around the dark figure, as if searchlights were illuminating the surrounding sea, and the reflected light revealed its true form, a huge Kroni warship. Kroni support. Oh no, I'm really going to see Aloe tomorrow now. Malu was shocked. However, Aloe quickly told him not to get agitated. There's something wrong with that ship. It was shot down. It looks like an ugly creature modeled after a fathead fish. It has a pair of slender mounting brackets on its sides, which should have been equipped with some kind of equipment, but now they are charred and broken, obviously destroyed by some kind of bomb. In addition, its orange-red armor was covered with traces of explosions, and thick smoke was even billowing from its tail. Asterisk snap, asterisk asterisk sizzle. Asterisk it appeared that the pressure relief valve had been opened, and two Kroni figures climbed aboard from the ship's exit, shouting towards the coastline. Requesting backup. We've been attacked. The Patry Institute appears to have fallen. But before they could finish speaking, their voices were cut off, because their brothers and comrades were nowhere to be seen at the landing point at this coordinate. All that remained were night spirits surging forward. The wind howled, and countless wind projectiles shot towards them. The two soldiers had no room to dodge. Amidst a series of crackling explosions, they were almost torn to pieces by the night spirit's whirlwind, and their scarlet blood stained the bow of the ship. Whether or not the ship's operators witnessed this scene, for some reason, the ship tilted its bow and, despite the malfunction of its stern thrusters emitting thick smoke, still managed to ignite them and crash headlong into the reef filled with night spirits, which were also hiding among the Malu and Aloe. Boom. The ship crashed into the rocky shore. Baptized by the sea breeze, the black reefs that had been eroded by the waves for countless years were shattered. The ship rolled all the way ashore, crushing the night spirits and crushing them into the rubble, until the overburdened thrusters exploded with a loud bang amidst violent tremors, and other parts of the ship also suffered damage. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of roars, the entire ship was engulfed in flames at its closest point to the sea. They're having a bit of bad luck. The long-term vegetarian, who had already taken the opportunity to run away, and the enemy from the sky looked at the firelight on the coast and the grey names in the ranks, and couldn't help but sigh with regret. It wasn't meant as sarcasm or ridicule. The two of them genuinely felt that their luck had been absolutely terrible this time. Had they been even a little bit lucky, things probably wouldn't have turned out this way. However, just when they thought the operation had almost completely failed, a series of eerie green lights shone brightly from the coastline, which was billowing with black smoke. They are night spirits, devoid of any intelligence, driven only by instinct, seeking survival by clinging to this primal body. Now, a tremendous threat has shattered them all at once. The relentless, scorching heat has made them feel threatened, and so, in what outsiders see as an absurd situation, they summoned a giant pillar of energy. The enemy's gaze slowly rose, higher and higher, until it saw the enormous figure truly appear before it. No, is that right? The mighty night spirit water force has made a grand return. Chapter 349. That man, should we run away? How do we escape? Forget about a hovercraft. We don't even have a single assembly vehicle. The long-time vegetarian pointed to the enormous 100-meter-tall night spirit's pair of rocky, skeletal legs stomping across the shore and said, "Those legs can cover a distance longer than our lives." As soon as he finished speaking, the great night spirit raised one of its crooked stone legs, which emitted a faint emerald light, and then stomped it hard on the burning wreckage of the ship at its feet. Boom! Crack, crack, crack. Before the air blast and shockwave could form, a series of cracking sounds suddenly reached our ears. The reef beneath the giant night spirit could no longer withstand its weight and was rapidly cracking and sinking. A torrent of seawater was squeezed out from the cracks. The area, about half the size of a basketball court, was still too small for it. Black sand surged beneath the coastline, the rolling sand and stones deformed by the sudden high pressure, all rushing into the sea with a roar. Even the waves couldn't keep up with their speed. Large areas of silt and black sand rose from the seabed, pushing back the waves and creating a raised beach. Collapse, roar, sink. The giant night spirit grew smaller and smaller. The terrifying commotion only subsided after half of the giant night spirit's body had sunk into the ground. The two, a long-time vegetarian and an enemy from the sky, lay on the ground, clinging tightly to the rocks around them as the earth trembled violently, managing to roll to an unknown place. What on earth happened? I've never heard of night spirits summoning earthquakes. The enemy from the sky noticed that the commotion had subsided, opened his eyes, looked up, and cursed, only to be suddenly stunned by the enormous creature in front of him. The giant night spirit's lower body was now firmly planted in the ground, while its upper body, which appeared to be a ghostly green and covered in glowing moss, was hunched over and shapeless. Its strange, flat, rooster comb-shaped head, like part of some kind of architecture, was swaying slightly, as if sensing something. What are you standing there for? Get up. The long-term vegetarian suddenly made a move, grabbing the enemy from the sky and pulling him up. Just as he was about to drag him away, another bombing and explosion came from the crater in the lower half of the giant night spirit. Not only were there explosions, but also countless cries of agony and calls for help. The two players looked back and saw that quite a few Kroni soldiers had crawled out of the collapsed pit. The rocky area was directly above the mine shaft, only a few meters thick, and was supported by the supporting pillars below. However, Yiling's kick, which contained bursts of energy, completely shattered the supporting pillars below, which were already unable to support its terrifying weight. The entire mine shaft collapsed and sank into the ground like a fluffy ant nest under the absolute weight. It must be said that the Kroni soldiers who managed to crawl out of the ground along the night spirit's body were truly remarkable. But their luck seemed to have run out. Night Spirit realized that its movement seemed to be restricted, and a bright green light gradually gathered on its body surface, just like the kick it had given earlier. A magnetic field energy that vibrated the air particles condensed on its body surface. And at such a moment, there were even surviving Kroni soldiers who opened fire on it. Even long-term vegetarians are hard to describe as either fearless or foolish. It's too late. The enemy descending from the sky watched as the energy gathering on the Night Spirit seemed to have reached its peak. Hold head high, a terrifying green shockwave erupted from Night Spirit, spreading outwards in layers. Large chunks of the ground were overturned, and the nearest Kroni soldiers were almost instantly crushed by several layers of energy fields, turning into a pile of minced flesh and blood. The blood mist seemed to dissipate and disappear with the surging energy. The terrifying howl also pierced the consciousness of the two players. Their bodies immediately broke free of control and crashed to the ground with a thud. The screen in front of their eyes kept shaking and flickering with changing colors, as if there was a problem with the signal connection. Magnetic field energy. Or radiation. The two newcomers were confused about the situation and quickly tried to check their status bar, only to find that a green light flashed in front of them and they died. The spreading energy barrier acted irrationally, flattening the ground within a radius of several hundred meters, including the sea. Waves surged again, and the sand that had just been rolled up was pushed back into the sea layer by layer, but for some reason, several strange iron lumps were unearthed from it. As the iron lump tumbled and tumbled through the air, several players fell out, their bodies limp and mangled as if they had been through a meat grinder. But in the next second, they suddenly transformed back into human form. Damn, I almost thought I was going to die tomorrow. I just got the qualification, and I don't want to fall behind others by half a day. A player spat out a mouthful of foul-smelling mud. Rebirth. See you again. Where's that ship we were chasing? Didn't it just surface here? What's going on now? The other lumps of flesh returned to normal, and they suddenly realized that their single-person submarine had been completely destroyed. Ah, the dragon. How did you get so flattened? Audi's isn't going to make me pay for it, is he? The players were struck dumb, wailing in unison. But there was no time to mourn their vehicles. What immediately arrived on the battlefield was, wait, look, what's that? Holy crap. Shigandang. Looking back, the new players were stunned to see a gigantic monster tens of meters tall behind them. Some looked down and saw half a burning fragment of the Kroni ship lying under the monster. However, the next moment, what appeared in their minds was not encountering a monster stronger than themselves, nor being unable to defeat them despite their best efforts. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Instead, damn it, the mission objective has been destroyed. Damn it, look what we've done. There's no mission objective. How are we supposed to settle the mission with Audis? For some reason, they actually pulled out their guns and started shooting at the giant half-boss. Unfortunately, Brighton's bullets didn't even manage to create a spark when they hit this behemoth. Night Spirit slowly raised an arm that was holding a strange mechanical component. It seemed very slow, but it swept forward with an incredibly strong wind, and with a whoosh, a large area of the earth was scraped away. And what about the other players? They've all vanished without a trace. At this moment, the corpses of the long-term vegetarian and the enemy from the sky were already lying in the pile of rubble. They had died suddenly during the previous energy expansion and were now patiently waiting for the time to be revived, hoping that the Night Spirit would disperse on its own soon. But things didn't go as planned. The giant Night Spirit seemed to have lost its target acquisition mechanism, standing blankly in the collapsed mine, looking up at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. What level of powerful enemy was this? How could it be killed instantly upon arrival? In the regional channel, a player posted his question, clearly one of those who had just respawned in the sea only to be wiped out by a powerful fan attack. Huh, you didn't know. I thought you knew before I went up to fight. Now I've really messed things up. Another player immediately chimed in. No, you can tell from the size difference that we can't win. Why did you follow? That's a zealot, the biggest boss in the Plains of Night. We've only just entered the game. How could we possibly beat it? Even veteran players avoid it, otherwise they'd all be wiped out. Holy crap, is it that serious? I had no idea. We were locked down and without internet for months. Oh well, I guess I'm just unlucky. Should I go home after being resurrected? I'll have to go around in circles to get back. Go back my ass. We don't even know where to find the weapon now. Let's just wait until it revives at dawn and come back. Look at its dazed state. It's probably going to stay here and won't leave. It'll disappear at dawn. As they spoke, a whistling sound echoed through the dark night sky. The consciousness that had been floating on the corpse for a long time due to a vegetarian diet was the first to notice. It focused its gaze on the sky and saw a blue suit of armor controlling a pair of anti-gravity curved wings speeding towards it. It's the Volt armor. The long-time vegetarian was shocked. You know, the key information in the game right now is transparency, such as the Oro battery. Therefore, the creations that require Oro batteries are currently fixed, and for players, they are either armor or anti-gravity curved wings. Aside from a few individual players who might possess multiple batteries and battery artifacts, those players are almost never in the Plains of Night anymore, and it's currently impossible for any player on the Plains to possess both Warframe and anti-gravity warp wings simultaneously, especially since Volt's armor blueprints were only recently released. So who could this guy be? Besides us players. That leaves only that man. Chapter 350 Even death is worth the ticket price. As Xia Shang flew across the night sky, he could see the green night spirit that had sunk into the ground in the distance. A pair of forked, skeletal arms, resembling tuning forks, were braced on the ground. They weren't in a hurry to escape their predicament, but seemed to be looking up to sense his approach. Audis, analyze the features, Xia Shang said calmly. Yes, Commander. Scanning complete. The assembled spirit fiend body fragments match the description of the mysterious giant in the database. Based on the three components, this individual should be the third fragment of the spirit fiend, the water force master. The joint bone rings are distributed on both knees and both arms. The bone rings at both shoulders connect the shielding force field to the first two bone rings. To cause damage, it is necessary to reduce the spiritual energy stored in the bone rings. Audi suggests destroying them, which can reduce the pressure that their presence puts on the night spirit planes. Xia Shang nodded but did not respond. Now that they were far enough apart, the night spirit seemed to recognize the rapidly approaching blue dot of light in front of it and actually raised its arm to smash it horizontally towards Xia Shang, who was flying away. The water-powered arm was almost as tall as the user. The hundreds of meters long pillar, when swung horizontally, could create storms that swept across the shattered ground, and Xia Shang, high in the sky, was on high alert. As expected, the arm that the water-powered warrior swung out suddenly glowed with an eerie green light, and a terrifying burst of radiant energy erupted from it, creating a violent ion storm that seemed to shroud the sky in a pale green aurora. Clusters of radiation storms kept exploding in the sky. Upon seeing this, the players on the ground held their breath, staring intently at the light screen in the sky, their eyes constantly searching for the anti-gravity warp wing. Having been a long-term vegetarian, I suddenly felt a sense of dread. I brushed off the dirt from my body, looked up at the radiation storm, and felt a strange fear in my heart. However, at that moment, a lightning-fast blue figure suddenly appeared behind him. "What are you looking for?" "Wow!" The sudden sound from behind startled the long-time vegetarian, who instinctively threw a punch behind him, but the fist seemed to strike a phantom, passing right through the blue figure. The long-time vegetarian was instead thrown off balance by the force of the punch, falling headfirst to the ground. "It's good that you're vigilant, and your punches and kicks aren't slow either. You have a lot of potential." Xia Shang grabbed the other's wrist with one hand and straightened him up with a speed that was impossible to see due to his long-term vegetarian diet. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and he was standing firmly. Upon hearing Xia Shang's voice, Changji Sushi felt an overwhelming joy welling up inside him. However, with Xia Shang right in front of him, he didn't know what to say for a moment. In the end, he could only say, "I will try my best." Just then, the enemy from the sky popped his head out of the ground. He hurriedly wanted to ask who this Volt player was and why he didn't have an idea above his head, but then he saw countless lightning bolts and sparks suddenly leap up on Xia Shang's body, and the air swirled around him like a wind. Before the two could even wonder what was happening, two bolts of lightning shot out from Xia Shang's body, striking the two new players in the chest. Strangely, their shields didn't even react, allowing the lightning to pierce their flesh. In the next moment, the long-term vegetarian suddenly felt as if the world had stopped. No, it had slowed down. Long-term vegetarianism has attracted enemies from the heavens. Now you two also possess my acceleration ability, which can increase your speed by 4 times. This speed is not just physical speed, but the speed of your entire nervous system, including your thoughts. It lasts for only 45 seconds, which is enough time for you to leave and go to a safe area. As Xia Shang spoke, he reached out and picked up a piece of soil from the shoulder of a long-term vegetarian. He gently crushed it into powder with his fingers and tossed it slightly into the air. Amazingly, the dust that fell was extremely slow due to the long-term vegetarian diet and the enemy coming from the sky, as if it were falling in a low-gravity space. This is proof that their thinking has become faster. 45 seconds, in a sense, should feel like 220 seconds to us now. The enemy from the sky asked in shock, receiving confirmation from Xia Shang. "Volt, accelerate." Looking at Xia Shang's armor with the eyes of a long-term vegetarian, one must know that in the world of martial arts, nothing is invincible except speed. As long as you are fast, any technique is useless. Alright, stop wasting time. If we're talking about 220 seconds, you're running at a normal pace. Is that enough time to get to a safe distance? Xia Shang waved his hand. Only 2 seconds had passed since he activated his skill, but I still have teammates over there. The enemy from the sky suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the ground beneath Night Spirit. "I'll go check, provided they're still alive." Xia Shang nodded. The Night Spirits are moving much faster than the power of the Terror. If you don't want to be resurrected, you'd better hurry. After saying that, Xia Shang disappeared from the spot with a whoosh, leaving behind a residual arc of electricity that chased after his back. "How come Brother Shang is so fast even when we're in acceleration mode?" Tian Shanglai asked, his eyes wide as he watched the dust slowly rise from the ground. "I don't know, but we really should go." The long-time vegetarian said, a deep longing for that figure welling up in his heart. Beside the burning wreckage of the ship, flames slowly swayed towards Xia Shang, only to be dispersed by his outstretched hand. The constantly radiating arcs of electricity pierced through the plasma flames, creating a fireless space for his movements. Crackling sounds filled the air as Xia Shang grabbed the burning sheet metal and forcefully lifted it. He saw a gap filled with moisture among the crushed rocks below, supported by the ship's hull that had pierced through it. In Xia Shang's eyes, there were 2 figures trapped inside the gap, unable to escape. To save some time, Xia Shang reached into the gap and shot out 2 arcs of electricity. The arcs precisely bypassed the obstacles in the gap and pierced into the flesh of Meluo and Aloe, giving them the ability to accelerate. "I am Xia Shang. Why didn't you choose to be resurrected? The situation here is not good. The Water Power Master is still here, and I don't have enough time to bring you out." Hearing Xia Shang's voice, Aloe Vera saw that Meluo's face was flushed with joy in the darkness. When asked, Meluo immediately said bitterly, "The space below was originally quite large, and we could have climbed out, but who knew that something else happened outside, and it became narrower here. We were lucky that we weren't crushed, but we're trapped like this." Xia Shang could imagine the fear they felt when they were being constantly crushed from all sides, but the situation outside was even worse now. He didn't have enough time to clear and break through the area, and he would probably need some manpower. What are your choices? Do you plan to be resurrected and return to the base, or do you want to wait and have someone bring you out? There is no superiority or inferiority between the two. They are both forms of your game. Choose whichever you prefer. If you want to be resurrected, I can help you out, Xia Shang said quickly. Just as Meluo was about to say that he didn't want to cause trouble for the big boss and wanted to be resurrected and go home, Aloe suddenly interrupted him. "I'd like to try again. I can call for backup," Aloe said. Meluo glanced at Aloe with obvious surprise, but didn't say anything. "Then you can discuss it yourselves. I may not be able to look after you. Wait a minute." Xia Shang's voice suddenly faded into the distance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a terrifying wind pressure rushed in from the crack, blowing in a gust of sand and gravel that struck the two of them. Hold head high, knowing that time was of the essence, Aloe decisively turned on her communicator and clicked on the Ezio praises me message. Aloe wasn't sure if it was appropriate to ask him for help in this situation, nor was she sure if he would be willing to take the risk, but she wanted to try her best. Perhaps resurrection is indeed the best and most convenient method. Perhaps it's the least troublesome way to get others to come, but she doesn't want to give up this opportunity to spend money. Upon receiving the message, old Nyo glanced at Aloe's profile picture with a puzzled expression, then reached out and pulled the lecherous man aside, before opening the message and taking a few glances. What's going on? Did a rich woman come to do some work? Not Lai, who was walking in front, noticed their movements and, having learned about Lao Nyo and the other man's part-time job as bodyguards, jokingly asked. However, the old doctor's expression kept changing, sometimes happy, sometimes surprised, then deep in thought, and then looking at Not Bad. Brother Shang is out there fighting a boss. Wanna go? Fight a boss? What kind of boss is Brother Shang going to fight? Wait, you mean? Old Nyo nodded, responding with a not bad look. Holy crap. First-hand information. I have to go join the fun even if I'm not paid. Damn it, even dying in the aftershocks of this epic battle would be worth it. Hey Lao Nyo, this rich woman is really good at dating. Chapter 351 Defeating one of them. Old Nyo, Bu Lai, and Xianshua Wu Yi were waiting for another teammate to go to the Steel Garrison to confirm more camp missions so that they could take over the stronghold missions with shorter liberation processes. But now that they'd received this inside information, the three of them couldn't sit still any longer and quickly sent a message to their teammate at the Steel camp. Salty 251. Brother Jen, if you have anything good, come quick. My sword is your sword. What's so great about it? Salty and Wet 251. Come and see for yourself, or we'll leave. Gen Ji glanced at the liaison officer of the Iron Defense Line in front of him, who was busy retrieving data for him. He hesitated for a moment. He had troubled the liaison officer for quite a while. If he suddenly said he didn't want the data anymore, wouldn't he lose some of his hidden favorability? Well, my teammate needs me to do something. Could you continue searching for relevant information for me? I'll come back to pick it up later. Brother Gen came up with a compromise. No problem, at your service, sir. The Wanderer instructed us that everything should be based on your actions, but temporary data storage will consume some resources. According to Mr. Audis's regulations, you will need to pay some star coins as a processing fee. Sword Brother hurriedly paid a negligible amount of star coins and rushed outside, only to find that his teammates had already slipped away and were urging him repeatedly on the communication board. This left him even more confused. He could only throw out the hoverboard and rush out. After leaving behind apologetic exhaust fumes for the several players whose legs he had brushed against, Sword Bro rushed out of the stronghold gate. Outside, the starry sky was bright, and the plain was dotted with fireflies. The faint particle trails emanating from the 3 hoverboards were clearly visible on the plain, guiding him in the direction he was heading. Such a rush, it's probably because the rich woman is making her move. Brother Gen sighed slightly. While it's true that the wealthy woman might genuinely have plenty of money and would give 100 for each emergency call, if you bring so many of your friends, will she give each of them 100, or will she only give you 100 and you share it with everyone else? If it's the former, then we need to see what the rich woman is thinking. If it's the latter, then it's a test for the brothers. Brother Gen has a rather long and narrow face with prominent cheekbones, a pointed chin, and a widow's peak on his forehead. However, he has some stubble on his chin and a weathered look in his eyes. No matter how much he tries to prove to Lao Nyo and the other two that he is only 22 years old and 2 years younger than Lao Nyo, the 3 of them still feel itchy all over if they don't call him Big Brother. Perhaps because he left school earlier, he is more adept at socializing than Lao Nyo, and even more so than Xian Shalao. That's why he left with his mouth covered before, and now he's handling tasks for the 3 of them. So when he first heard about the so-called rescue fee from the rich woman, he didn't really want to get involved. If it was just about in-game resource gains, it wouldn't be a big deal. But it involved real-world interests. Maybe it's okay for the brothers to be nice to each other now and give each other some leeway, but people's hearts are unpredictable. Who hasn't encountered trouble before? So he initially indicated that he could participate in the mission as a teammate, but the rich women he encounters are probably not major events, so he usually doesn't go. But now, for some reason, the 3 of them still called me. Could it be that I guessed wrong, and it wasn't a rich woman calling me? Sword Brother followed closely behind his teammates for less than 100 meters, and the 3 of them didn't even seem to want to slow down and wait for him. It seemed that this matter was really urgent. The swarm of night spirits only felt a whoosh as the 3 targets flashed past, but after chasing for dozens of meters, they couldn't even detect the exhaust fumes anymore. Sword Brother's heart was filled with turmoil when suddenly he saw a green glow shining brightly behind a mountain not far ahead, in the direction they were following their teammates. It almost illuminated half the sky. The glow of the sunset didn't last long. It quickly dissipated, but it didn't disappear. Instead, it transformed into ribbon-like beams of light that swirled and flowed across the sky, making them particularly conspicuous because there was no moon. Immediately afterwards, many more green orbs flew into the sky, then fell like projectiles. After several of these, a roar finally reached his ears on the night wind. What is that? Green, huge thing. Only a great night spirit could fit both of these characteristics at night. Is it a Tharmancer? Wait a minute. Those 3 lecherous guys are planning to take on a mega mage. Where did they get the guts and the ability? There are still 2 people in the Amplifier team who haven't finished building their units yet, and no, something's not right. If a mega mage appeared normally, it would just wander around aimlessly. This fierce attack clearly means it's fighting someone. Sword Brother stared intently at the sky, gradually picking up speed from his initial attempt to fall behind, and finally even hunching over to reduce wind resistance, trying to catch up with his teammates. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 suspension boards, propelled by high speed, flew dozens of meters across the gentle slope of the mountain road, traversing the ravine, with another board immediately following behind. Soon, the 4 of them climbed a hill facing the sea, which was only 500 meters away from the aloe vera coordinates. At this distance, they saw a huge stone creature, like a magnificent building, waving its arms and constantly unleashing terrifying night spirit energy. Its aura and pressure were overwhelming. Hold head high, the giant night spirit roared suddenly, and a thick, eerie green mist surged from its body, spreading into the sky like a shockwave. Is it going crazy? After a few glances, Bu Lai felt that Yi Ling seemed to be beating up the air. No, look at the sky. No, it's right under my feet again. He's too fast. How can he be so fast? Is it Gauss? Old Bull's body seemed to have become much stronger after the transplanted mutated arm, and even his eyesight had improved slightly, allowing him to see a flash of lightning. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Oh, I see it. Damn, I can't see it clearly. Can you get closer? Xian Shao Wu Yi frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction with the current lookout position. No one questioned his dissatisfaction. Instead, they tacitly urged the hoverboard to cross the remaining 500 meters, or perhaps 250 meters. Xia Shang's speed became increasingly smooth, but faced with the unreasonable and massive radiant firepower of the water-powered creature, he had to pay full attention to the creature's movements. Otis, how's the analysis going? As he asked the question, the water-powered man thrust his withered branch arm forward again, from which countless green energy blasts exploded, like tadpoles searching for their mother. The energy blasts scattered into the sky and then crashed into Xia Shang's area like meteorites. Xia Shang could sense that the energy was all compressed radiation energy, and if he were easily affected by their blast waves, it would likely affect the control efficiency of his armor. Without the slightest hesitation, he flipped backward, bent his knees, and pushed off the ground. Lightning flashed around him, like a spiraling bullet shooting into the sky. This leap was not 7 meters, not 10 meters, not 15 meters. He flew directly to a height where the water force made his head level. Commander, data collection is largely complete. Since it's currently only attacking unilaterally, these attack actions aren't standard data, but they're still extremely aggressive. Commander, it seems to hate you. Audis transmitted a half-body silhouette of the water-powered being into Xia Shang's vision. The silhouette was densely packed with the attack methods the water-powered being had just used, as well as the possible operating rules of those attack methods. Energy barrage. Wave your hand to fire a barrage of energy projectiles. Each energy projectile has an explosion radius of 4 meters. Heavy strike action. Accumulates energy and attaches it to the arm or limb. The heavy strike generates an energy pillar that spreads outwards, the range of which is unknown, and it is corrosive. Tracking energy bullet. Fires a giant energy ball that splits into tracking energy bullets. This skill overlaps with that of the Mega Mage. Electromagnetic pulse. Releases a magnetic pulse with a range of 200 meters. The affected space exhibits a certain degree of stagnation and will additionally deplete the kinetic energy of moving objects. Weather modification. The aftershocks of the released high-energy radiation will rapidly increase the magnetic field pressure in the surrounding area, producing thunderstorms. That's all for now, Commander. I will provide you with more information as you continue your operations, Audi said. All right, it's up to you. A pair of anti-gravity curved wings suddenly appeared behind Xia Shang and attached to his waist, carrying him past countless falling bullets. Then, Xia Shang rushed towards the water force's raised arm and, taking advantage of the gap before it could lower, got close to the water force's elbow, which was inlaid with rings of bone. As Xia Shang approached the bone ring, he could feel a distinct repulsive force preventing him from getting any closer. Even the curved wings could not help him advance any further in the last 10 meters. Adaptive force field. Xia Shang was startled. The water force user also recovered and immediately pressed his arm down towards Xia Shang, trying to kill this familiar yet annoying thing with a blow. But the next moment, a pale purple energy wave suddenly swept out of Xia Shang's body. His humanoid body burst out of his armor and transformed into a figure that distorted space-time, sliding into the 10-meter thick repulsion barrier as if it were a fish in water. A strangely shaped amplifier suddenly appeared in his palm and pressed it directly against the bone ring barrier that was coming towards him. Bang! A clear, melodious sound, like the ringing of a bell, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. From afar, a giant purple lotus flower bloomed from beneath the water force's elbow, instantly shattering the bone ring on its joint and splashing out countless shimmering liquids. Holy crap! What is that? One hit to break armor. Upon seeing this, Lao Niu and the others stared blankly at the severed arm, which fell to the ground. Hold head high. The high-pitched roar came again, but this time it was not a prelude to an attack, but a mournful cry of someone who was injured. Chapter 352 Energy Surge. Retreat recommended. The bone ring shattered, and fluorescent bone fluid splashed onto the spot, with eerie, dazzling light swirling on the surface of the water droplets. Xia Shang didn't want to touch these disgusting things easily. The originally strong repulsive force field around him disappeared as the bone ring structure was destroyed. His figure then shrank backward, turning into a beam of particle light and disappearing back into his battle armor. Electric arcs immediately lit up Volt's previously stiff body. He raised his hand and stretched it forward, erecting an arc wall. Azure lightning formed a curved rectangular frame that bulged outward. Electrons in a microscopic state undulated and resonated within the frame, condensing into a barrier no thicker than a fingernail. The next moment, the fluorescent bone fluid was poured onto the electric barrier, triggering the electric arcs on the barrier's surface to jump wildly, bouncing them all off. Xia Shang also noticed that the power consumption of this barrier was unusually fast. The bone fluid contained terrifying radiation energy, and even the power barrier constructed from void energy could not withstand the massive consumption of radiation energy. The armor's resistance to radiation is excellent, but it's still weaker than physical damage. If he were easily exposed to radiation, he, as the pilot, would be fine, but the armor itself might be a different story. In order to cherish the precious Oro battery, Xia Shang's first reaction was to reverse his wings and retreat rapidly to escape the range of the bone fluid. Upon seeing this, the 4 players near the water-powered player stared wide-eyed. For many days, players who wandered the plains at night, if they were unlucky enough to encounter a huge beam of light appearing in front of them, would almost certainly be instantly killed. Even using hoverboards could not escape its bombardment, and the entire hunting team would be wiped out in an instant. For this reason, countless people hate Zhao Lisha to the bone and want to get rid of him as soon as possible, not only so that they can roam the night spirit plains at night, but also to see if they can try to achieve the first kill of the night spirit boss in the Starry Sky Frenzy game test for so long. Some players collected all the amplifier components to build it, leveled up to level 6 by grinding monsters, activated the Void Ray specialization, and then wanted to challenge the Mega Mage to a duel. They did their homework thoroughly, reviewing the post from when Qin Chuan first met Zhao Lisha, finding information about the night spirit's weaknesses, and then formed an attack team to begin their strategy to defeat Zhao Lisha. However, the void attack techniques, which were originally invincible, capable of breaking through metal and stone and rendering all defenses as flimsy as paper, could only shatter the thin layer of bone armor on the joints of the Zhao Lisha. Zhao Lisha wiped out their entire team with just a stomp, a wave of his hand, or a salvo of ordinary energy blasts. Over the course of several days, the attack team went from only one person having a chance to land a void attack upon first meeting, to each member eventually hitting the same joint of the Power Master precisely upon first encounter, breaking through a thick layer of bone armor, but to no avail. When they ran out of death chances and summoned the Templar after defeating a large group of night spirits the next day, the Templar was visibly refreshed, with the bone armor on its joints completely healed. The raid team tried for a while longer, but the power of the Zealot was too terrifying. Finally, after seeing their failure once again on the forum, the players posted a brief explanation of their failure in the daily updated thread Zealot raid. The explanation revealed the complete crushing effect of Zealot's power in terms of power and mechanics, as well as their helplessness at not being strong enough. But to everyone's surprise, sitting in the base all day doing nothing. Well, not exactly doing nothing. Brother Shang was extremely busy, organizing intelligence data and managing the base's operations every day. In addition, among the battles they had all experienced together, Brother Shang had only truly participated in one battle, which was the battle to seize the battery transport ship. He defeated a judge boss in a flash, but his record wasn't particularly impressive. Compared to others, it was far inferior to Cho's solo-crushing victory against a group of opponents. Therefore, in the minds of many players, Xia Shang has established himself as a multifunctional and key NPC, capable of providing crucial impetus when players embark on certain storylines, while his more important role is functional, such as research and development. Occasionally, forum posts will appear questioning the combat power of Xia Shang NPCs, but no one has ever doubted their importance. Of course, everyone wants to play with more different warframes, and we don't want anyone to ruin the NPCs' personalities and prevent everyone from playing with new warframes. As a result, many people seem to have forgotten who first taught the advanced players the skill tree allocation methods that are now circulating among them. The void is their essence. Their armor is merely a superficial extension. So when the energy ripples from that massive burst of void energy vaguely formed a purple lotus flower, Lao Niu and the others were dumbfounded. That's Void Ray. How come Brother Shang's Void Ray is not the same version as ours? Bu Lai couldn't help but look down at his left hand, as if a joke was imprinted on his palm. It shouldn't be a void ray. If it were, Brother Shang wouldn't have needed to get so close. The amplifier's condensed ray laser doesn't lose damage due to distance, and the cannonball's power only decreases after it explodes. So he didn't risk getting close to the netherworld. Old Niu's eyesight was better able to see Xia Shang's movements at this distance, but he didn't seem to be able to tell the difference between this night spirit and the netherworld. So you mean, that's another attack method in our specialization, Void Burst? Sword Bro immediately checked the Void specialization tree and said, that's the only possibility. I didn't expect Void Burst to deal so much damage. I should have unlocked Void Burst first. Xianshu Wuyi said with regret. As a veteran player, his willpower had reached level 7. Void Ray, an attack method unlocked at level 6, had brought safety and convenience to him and countless other players. But seeing this scene of overwhelming force still made them yearn for it. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Wait, something seems off about that night spirit. Just then, old Niu suddenly felt a sense of dread. This dread wasn't his own, but rather an instinctive feeling from the consciousness within his mutated arm. Sure enough, the giant night spirit, which was still groaning a moment ago, suddenly had a large number of eerie green particles surging from its body, accumulating into a bright outline on its body. Energy surge. Commander, retreat immediately. Audi seemed to sense a huge threat, his emotions even showing a hint of panic, fearing that a second's delay would cause unimaginable damage to Xia Shang. Xia Shang's senses were sharp enough that he noticed how powerful the terrifying energy accumulated on his body surface by the water was. This energy was not concentrated in one place, which was obviously a powerful and indiscriminate deterrent attack from the other side. Xia Shang was confident he had no fear, as he had enough means to save his life. However, instead of releasing his power immediately, he charged towards the ground, his target being the crack that had trapped the two players. Hold head high, a bright green sun appeared on the seashore, illuminating half of the night spirit plane. Players still at the base noticed a light coming from outside the gate and immediately called their brothers to come and see. Hundreds of kilometers away, Zhou Jizuan and Galio, who were hunting night spirits with the night feathers, suddenly noticed that a green sunrise was appearing on the opposite side of the lake. What's going on? Why has the sun turned green? Asked Jijiro. Sun my ass. What time is it? Where did the sun come from? Galio looked at the night feathers, seeking an answer, but the night feathers all frowned and stared at the green light without saying a word. Chapter 353 The Water Power Master escaped. The light gradually faded. The earth was plunged into darkness, and the vitality of plants was instantly swallowed up by radiation. The structure of cells was pierced by high-energy particles, and all their structure was taken away, leaving only an empty shell. Not far away, four perfectly formed skeletons stood in the same positions as in front of them. As a gentle breeze slowly filled the space, a tiny speck of dust, carried by the wind from afar, landed on the skull of one of the skeletons. Sizzle. Countless ashes responded from afar, rapidly converging on the four skeletons, recasting periosteum, tendons, ligaments, and muscles on the surface of the skeletons, and finally covering them with a brand new layer of skin, transforming them back into the appearances of old cow, not bad, pervert, and sword brother. Is this power really that great? It wiped us all out in an instant. That's terrifying. It's like a nuclear explosion. Has no one ever seen him use this move before? Not bad. Looking back, the vast expanse of scorched earth stretched for hundreds of meters before some vegetation could be seen again. The main problem is the area. It's just too big. If we players were to fight there wouldn't be any room to maneuver or dodge. Old Nyo paid no attention to any of this. He first examined his newly acquired arm. His expression had returned to calm, and, seemingly experiencing death for the first time, he now conveyed a subtle sense of excitement. He breathed a sigh of relief, because the mechanism of this arm was not yet clear. If it were attacked and identified as a weapon, it would likely be permanently damaged like other firearms. But now that the arm was unharmed, it had received system certification and protection as part of his body. Hey, look! Bu suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a patch of pale purple light in the distance. The three turned to look. They found Xia Shang standing near Yiling, a vast expanse of pale purple void energy emanating from his hand. Behind the energy membrane lay a patch of land completely unaffected by the radiation. Brother Shang can completely withstand the energy burst of a Zhao Li, and the speed is so fast, he was just in the sky. How did he move there in an instant? What is he protecting? Old Nyo took a look and suddenly his expression changed. Wasn't that the coordinates his rich female boss had sent him? Xia Shang turned his head and glanced at the two figures in the crack behind him. They were not seriously injured under his void energy field. But at that moment, the giant night spirit suddenly lit up again, a beam of fluorescent green light shining from its body, the beam of light swirling like a ribbon. The four players were shocked. No way. You just unleashed a powerful attack, and now you can unleash another one. Does your burst skill have no cooldown? The four players hurriedly tried to pull out their hoverboards and turn to run away, but were suddenly horrified to find that their hoverboards were gone. Damn it, our hoverboard was destroyed by that explosion. The pervert yelled in despair. Oh dear, I should have known better than to rush to revive. Hey, so what if you die again? Look at you guys, so pathetic. What's the value of a life spent just watching the show? But not everyone gets to experience a nuclear explosion. You can go back to the forums and brag about it, maybe even catch up with that first person to bungee jump over a meteorite. Sword Bro, who was initially reluctant to come, is now much more open-minded. Right. This time it was really worth the price of admission. Enough said, let's die gloriously again, brothers. Bu laughed loudly. Just as the four of them had mentally prepared themselves to waste another insignificant life, the giant night spirit in front of them vanished in an instant. The moment Evergrand's body disappeared, a vacuum of the same volume remained. The atmosphere instantly filled and contracted, producing a crisp explosion at the center of the vacuum, which stirred up a gale that blew up countless debris that had been reduced to ashes by the radiation storm. Cough cough, cough 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 cough. Caught off guard, the four people's mouths, noses, eyes and trachea were filled with dust. They were choked and tears and saliva were streaming down their faces. They were lying on the ground coughing miserably. What happened? Where's Night Spirit? Where's the commander of the power? When they regained consciousness, they discovered that the giant night spirit had truly vanished. Did they lose the first kill? Old Nyo wiped away his snot and tears, but the dirt stuck to his hands, making his face look even more comical. It's not that simple. A calm voice appeared beside the four of them. Looking up, they saw it was Armored Vault, also known as Xia Shang. What do you mean? Could it be that it escaped? Brother Gen pressed. Yes, I broke one of its joints that connects to the spirit fiend's body, which made it feel threatened. So it consumed some of the spirit fiend bone fluid that had seeped out and released that radiation pulse just now. Perhaps it releases this skill every time the bone ring is broken, Xia Shang said thoughtfully. Perhaps. Could it be that this is also the first time Brother A Shang has seen it? But doesn't Zhao Li envoy roam the night spirit planes every day? Old Nyo suddenly realized a key point. Zhao Lisha. Haha, you've mistaken it for someone else. It's not the Zhao Lisha that takes walks every day. Zhao Lisha is just a trivial unit that reassembles spirit demon bodies. But this one isn't, Xia Shang said, seeing the four pairs of bright, inquisitive eyes. He didn't hide anything and simply explained the predictions that Audis had analyzed. This spirit is called the Water Force Master. According to Audis' recent scan, almost all of the Water Force Master's body components are fragments of the main body of the ancient spirit. This not only makes its abilities far surpass those of the Power Master, but also makes its consciousness more active. It can sense the resentment and hostility of the ancient spirit against the heavenly demon. This is why it attacked me immediately even though its body was trapped. Water power. Power of a megawatt. Upon hearing these two names, the four veteran players suddenly seemed to grasp the complex attack operations and the massive investment of manpower and resources involved. For a moment, they even felt a chill run down their spines. Old Bull also suddenly noticed the various oddities from before, such as the different appearance of this giant night spirit compared to the previous glimpses of the Terraforce users he had seen. At first, he thought it was a different appearance of the Zhao Lisha, but he didn't expect it to be a Zhao Lisha at all. So you said that the power of water users is stronger than that of power users. How big is that difference? Sword Brother pressed. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't describe it clearly. Don't forget, this is actually the first time I've ever seen one either. I only heard the name Water Power Master from some rumors on the plains. But you don't need to worry too much. Water Power Masters shouldn't be appearing for a long time. By the way, there are some new recruits trapped over there. You should go and help them. Xia Shang didn't give them a chance to ask questions. Almost immediately, he summoned the anti-gravity curved wings, which rose from the ground and kicked up a cloud of dust. TSK. No wonder it's NPC-0. It not only made Zhao Li's father cry and run away with one move, but it didn't even have time to breathe. With this kind of ability, we wouldn't be needed. We could have just smashed through the solar system. Bu shook his head. Chapter 354 The mission continues. Breaking through the solar system is far beyond the capabilities of the Xia and Shang dynasties at present. If it were only on the Imperial planet, Xia Shang could indeed roam freely, whether it was the strongholds and arsenals on the ground or certain places on the seabed. Kroni's troop deployments were nothing but paper to him. Now that he also possesses his own anti-gravity curved wings, even traveling to outer space is not a problem. So, given enough time, he might really be able to destroy all of Kroni's strongholds on the Imperial planet. But that was meaningless. So what if he single-handedly broke through Kroni's controlled area? No sooner had he left than Kroni's transport planes arrived, filling the strongholds he had wiped out with identical clones. There are many things that seem easy for him to accomplish simply by doing them, but how many are there? No one can count them all. Even the Kroni Empire is constantly sending more troops to do those seemingly simple and useless tasks, which, in the final analysis, all boil down to the word control. Xia Shang returned to the base, and as soon as he entered the gate, a player came up to him wanting to ask about the green light in the sky earlier. It's nothing serious, you'll find out later. I have some things to attend to now, so please excuse me. How Xia Shang quickly returned to the control room, emerging from his armor. Just as he was about to raise his arm to check, a sharp explosion rang out. The amplifier mounted on his arm had shattered into countless fragments. Are you alright? Is the commander injured? Audi's appeared beside him, wrapping her arms around his. She looked him over. What could be wrong with me? What about my void body? At most, I'm a bit exhausted. I'm just a little tired. Xia Shang gasped as he spoke, seemingly at the point where even speaking a long sentence felt tiring. Audi's felt slightly relieved, then turned to examine the amplifier fragments on the ground. But the amplifier's self-destruction is still a potential problem. Should we immediately modify the blueprint? No need, this isn't his problem. Xia Shang glanced at the fragments on the ground, his thoughtful gaze like someone reminiscing about something. It just couldn't withstand such a massive surge of void energy in an instant. It was asking too much of a man, yet it has managed to withstand overload until now. In fact, its design is quite successful. Would Audi's need to repair and refurbish it? All its components have burned out. There's no need for repair or refurbishment. You should collect it and put it in the memorial warehouse. Yes, Commander. At the edge of the beach, players struggled for a while, even using a laser cutter, to free the mala and aloe vera from the gaps in the steel reinforcement bars. I'm sorry, I just entered the game and I can't even get past the beginner training, so I had to ask you guys for help. Aloe said shamefully. Beginner training. Old Nyo lifted a several hundred-pound boulder with his arm, and after confirming that no one else was inside, he forcefully overturned the boulder. Then he looked at Aloe with a puzzled expression. Who told you this was beginner training? Huh. Aloe blinked upon hearing this. Didn't the forum say that the quests Audi's gives you when you first enter the game are equivalent to newbie training? Strictly speaking, this game doesn't have a newbie training concept. Ezio praised me for thinking for a moment, then came up with a better reason to explain to the other party. Because of the dynamically calculated game world of Startide, you may indeed accept a simple task and go to carry it out, but at the same time, NPCs in this world are also active. For example, hostile forces may be carrying out a secret mission at the same time, and this mission happens to overlap with your mission, so the missions become related. Old Nyo didn't go into details, but he believed that these words would be enough for the other party to understand. So, it was just bad luck. My mission was ruined. Aloe immediately understood the meaning behind Old Ox's words. Yes, look at this wreckage. This was originally one of the marine research vessels equipped by your base. When we captured the base, those Kroni soldiers escaped on these ships. However, the ship system was linked to the base's main control system. Audi's was able to send their coordinates to other players who had accepted the mission. They may have been driven here by some twist of fate, which became a variable in your mission. Sword Brother pulled a piece of iron with characters on it from the rubble. The remaining symbols on it could be roughly translated as marine resources. However, those new players who came in pursuit of the research vessel are probably already in the see you tomorrow phase, and are even more unlucky than Aloe's team. Okay, so that's the case, he lost 2 lives. Hearing this, he also showed a dumbfounded expression, scolding such a bug, even the lost could only admit that it was a failure. Now the mine mission is considered a failure, but at least my life is still there. Maybe I can go back to my stronghold to do some easy work. At least I have to give back the lost weapons. Weapons. Your guns are also lost. However, there are bindings of the same frequency. It should be able to be found, right? The old cow asked back. It's not enough. The same frequency required to sense the position of the weapon is relatively high. It also belongs to the hidden setting. Some old players don't know it. Brother Sword shook his head. They just entered the game not long ago, and the magazines may not necessarily empty too. You let them sense the position of the weapon. It's better to let them sense the position of the crystal on the weapon. There is such a mechanism. This did alleviate some of Aloe and Meluo's anxiety. After all, it was better to lose their weapons than to lose the crystals on them. If the crystals on the weapons were also lost, the loss would be irrecoverable, and their already limited combat strength would be reduced. After some time, following the guidance of the veteran player, Aloe and Meluo sensed a connection between the void and their consciousness, and found the location of their weapons. As long as there's a direction to dig, it's not a problem. Our old Ox's mutated arm is even more efficient than an excavator, and it dug their weapons out of the ground in no time. Thank you so much. I really don't know how to thank you. Meluo held his recovered weapon and happily expressed his gratitude to the old ox. This seemed to touch on Aloe Vera's feelings, but before she could say anything, Brother Gen's eyes suddenly glanced at Old Nyo. Old Nyo, for some reason, seemed to have a sudden realization and quickly pointed to the deep pit that the water-powered man had trampled out, saying, "What are you thanking me for? Isn't there a mine pit over there? Just let us go in and get some supplies as a thank you gift. That's enough." Permission? What are you talking about? Didn't we fail our mission? The mine collapsed. Melu looked puzzled, which made Bulai, who was standing on a large rock, shake his head repeatedly. Look at you, so clueless. This is the Star Sea Frenzy. Missions aren't that rigid. The mine just collapsed. It's not completely wiped out. As long as we continue to explore the mine's interior according to the mission instructions, we can still complete the mission. Bulai said, shaking his head, and then tiptoed off the rock, beckoning the 2 newbies to follow him to the mine sinkhole. Upon reaching the edge of the mine, which was almost entirely covered in ashes, one could see many severed mine tunnels with the remains of Kroni, the only ones left after being affected by the radiation, still emitting a faint glow. However, besides the skeleton, there seems to be something else left below. What is that, or fragments? Old Nyo asked, puzzled. Chapter 355 Fragments of the glowing night spirit. Following the direction indicated by the old ox, the group saw a glittering object at the very bottom, which stood out even among the bones that emitted a faint radiant glow. Should I go down and take a look? Bulai looked around at everyone and found that no one wanted to take the lead, so he volunteered. No way, judging by the color, it might be something that exploded due to water power. Maybe there's residual radiation. Old Nyo stopped Bu Kwai, then noticed a Kroni soldier buried under a crack in the ground, reduced to a skeleton, with only a section of his arm sticking out. He went over and picked up one of the tentacles from his mutated hand. The bone was extremely fragile. With just a gentle lift, it snapped crisply in two, the broken surface as smooth as jade. The radiation level is very high. Just touching it makes my nerves tingle. It doesn't like touching this thing. Old Nyo played with the arm for a moment, explained the situation to everyone, and then casually threw it back. With a plop, the hand bone shattered into pieces on the ground. No sooner had he finished speaking than Aloe appeared beside him, reaching out to grab his wrist and foot, which had just been wrapped around the radiating hand bones, and began to examine them. The skin does show different color patches compared to the surrounding area, and the texture hasn't changed much, but the area is getting smaller. Is this your recovery ability? Aloe Vera held the tentacle without any resistance, not only carefully observing the fascia and blood vessels on it, but also gently rubbing the differences in the skin surface. When she found that the symptom area was shrinking rapidly, she looked up at the old cow in surprise. It must be the effect of my life force crystallization. Old Nyo, who was originally a little puzzled by Aloe's actions, was reminded of the looks he had received from doctors when he went to the hospital before when he saw the look in their eyes. What if it doesn't have this vitality effect? How much of its radiation resistance and recovery ability does it have? Aloe Vera pressed. It should be 3 or 4 times slower. No, maybe around 6 times slower. The effect of vitality is life force, which not only has a significant effect on healing injuries, but also provides resistance from the initial exposure to radiation. Without vitality, the area affected by radiation would be several times larger, and the recovery speed would be much slower. Aloe frowned as she listened to Old Ox's words. She couldn't quite understand what several times meant, or how slower really was. So she turned and quickly walked to the clump of broken, silvery bone fragments, bent down, and casually picked up a finger bone, laughed. The fingers that pinched the knuckles changed color instantly, but Aloe didn't notice. In the short time it took her to stand up straight, her fingers had already developed a crystalline luster in Old Nyo's eyes. You're about to lose it. You can't lift this thing. Old Nyo hurriedly advised, then heard two thuds behind him. Turning around, he saw that Bu Lai and Xian Shalao had fallen to the ground and were motionless, while Genji and Ma Lu looked completely innocent. They said they wanted to pick up a glowing skull to keep as a collectible. They each picked one up, weighed it in their hands for a bit, and then blood started seeping from their mouths and noses. Yeah, and that's how it happened. Brother Jen, who had been watching the whole time, explained to old Nyo. Upon hearing this, Aloe quickly discarded the finger bone in her hand. It was this action that caused her vision to turn blood red and hot liquid to flow from her lips. When she tried to wipe it away, she realized that her hand was numb and had lost all feeling. Just as Xia Shang lay down and closed his eyes to rest, he heard a buzzing sound. Unexpectedly, it was a message from his beloved player asking a question. After reading the message, Xia Shang slapped his forehead, realizing that he had been in a hurry and forgotten to have Audis check that area. Otis, I am here, Commander, at your service. There's been some trouble at the crater where the water mechanic left. Contact them and see what's going on. Apparently, the water mechanic dropped something. If possible, have them pack it up and send it back to our spaceship. Also, help them resolve the issue of residual radiation. Xia Shang said, yawning. Yes, Commander. Would you like a pot of tea? That would be perfect. The starry sky was reflected in Lake Garlatot, and there wasn't a breath of wind at night. For a moment, the boundary between the sky and the lake disappeared. Suddenly, the once calm sky began to ripple with circular waves, and a thin line pierced through space, taut and straight. It's hooked. Galio suppressed his excitement, gripping the fishing rod formed from the night spirit stone, trying to control the violent pulling force from the end of the fishing line. After a stalemate, Galio finally prevailed, pulling a strangely shaped fish from the lake onto the shore with a sudden burst of strength. This fish has a bony, horned shell, and several long whiskers on its head that sway freely in the wind. Its eyes are hidden in the grooves on both sides, and are dark and terrifying. What kind of fish? Galio asked. Let me see. It's in the book you gave me. It's a chulhu, a crustacean that looks like a fish, with a potent paralyzing toxin on its tentacles. Don't touch it. Zhou Jizuan looked down at a manual made of animal hide, just a few pages long. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jizuan looked up and saw that Galio's finger had already touched Chulhu's head and was already wrapped around by a tentacle. No sooner had Galio finished speaking than his eyes rolled back, and he fell asleep headfirst into the lake, blowing bubbles. Young people are great. They fall asleep as soon as they lie down. Zhou Jizuan slowly put away the animal skin manual, and even put on a pair of gloves just to be safe. Just as he was about to drag him ashore, he suddenly felt that the scene was a bit ridiculous. Fish are on the shore, a person is half asleep in the water, and the water reflects the starry sky. Kyujimaru couldn't resist taking a screenshot from a certain angle. The missions that EU has been taking on lately have become a bit boring. They are intentionally controlling the speed at which Zhou Jizuan and the other person complete the missions, and it is unclear why. As a result, Zhou Jizuan has started to record some things, which he usually uploads to the forum after logging off. After taking several photos from different angles and capturing a few more portraits of the fish, Zhou Jizuan finally managed to pull Galio back from the brink of drowning. Zhou Jizuan also intended to teach him a lesson, to show him whether he would dare to casually touch things he didn't know. Carefully tossing Cthulhu into the fish basket given to him by Yu, Zhou Jizuan counted them and found there were already 8 fish inside, which should be enough for Yu's mission to be completed. So, dragging Galio with one hand and carrying the several hundred-pound fish basket with the other, he turned around and went back to Yu's camp. When Yoru saw that Kujiro was dragging someone back, Yoru was initially surprised. But when they learned that the person was not dead, but just paralyzed, they were relieved and carefully helped him to the fire for treatment. Here's what you wanted. See if it's enough, said Kujiro Chizuru, placing the fish basket aside. A night feather stepped forward to inspect it and then nodded. Okay, the quantity matches, it's time. Yu casually closed the fish basket and handed half a gear to Zhou Jizuan. Kujiro Chizuru. What do you mean? 8 fish, and you're giving me a piece of empowerment. Is that correct? Seemingly aware of his confusion, Yu immediately spoke up. Lord Yuneng hopes to exchange the Radiant Night Spirit fragment from you. This is the token. Chapter 356. A sign of an iron defense line deep in a dry jungle. Trees were cut in half, the cuts carbonized as if scorched by fire. The jungle floor was littered with traces of explosions, and flames were even flickering in the bushes. Dozens of bodies of soldiers from the Kroni front line were scattered among the grass, some pierced by gunshot wounds and lying on the ground, others cut in half by sharp blades, their scarlet blood splattering on the leaves, a mix of green and red. They were the most skilled frontline soldiers in the Kroni unit at jungle guerrilla warfare, but no obvious signs of fighting were found near the area where they died. Suddenly, a howl rang out from deep within the jungle, startling a large flock of birds. Get out of here! The lone Kroni soldier fell to the ground and kept crawling forward, but a huge white beast behind him just bit his calf, dragged his head back and slammed him hard onto the thick pile of vegetation on the ground. A series of cracking sounds followed, and the soldier quickly fainted from the pain of broken joints. The white beast did not kill the creature this time. Instead, it carried the half-dead creature back and walked away. After a while, it emerged from the jungle and followed the slope to the road below. At first glance, there were more dead and wounded on the road, with countless limbs and shell casings of Kroni soldiers lying on the ground, and a sentry base stationed at the end of the road not far away. But there were survivors, including a Kroni commander who was kneeling with only one leg and one hand. He was hunched over, and his cloudy eyes stared at the ground in front of him. There was sand on the ground, a pool of blood that had seeped into the soil, 3 or 4 bullet casings, a cannibalistic female demon, and a pair of white and black legs with alloy skin unique to the Skybreaker armor, sitting on a metal storage box and trembling. Yes, I'm back. Dust looked up at the sound and saw that its large white cubro had returned to its front with a target in its mouth. Kuroko placed the unconscious soldier at Chen's feet and rubbed his leg against him as if to claim credit. Good dog, who is my best and most obedient whitey? Of course it's you. Dust happily rubbed Kuroko's head, reached out and scratched Kuroko's upturned nose, making Cooper squint his eyes comfortably. Seeing this, the commander knew his escort mission had completely failed. He glanced at the cannibalistic woman on the ground, then with all his might, grabbed her with his only remaining hand. He tried to pull the trigger, but saw a flash of cold light, then one of his hands also left his body, falling to the ground with a thud along with the cannibalistic woman. He may have lost too much blood, because the new wound on his severed arm didn't bleed much. So you should tell me now, which way did the convoy carrying the hostages go? I'm in a hurry, I have a lot of missions to complete. Dust planted the replica Galantian greatsword with a fist-shaped dent in the ground and looked down at the commander Kroni. Pa, Tiani, scum, you, kill me. The commander no longer had the strength to raise his head, and glanced sideways at the Dust. Dust sighed. Sometimes he really admired these guys. Killing was both a mission and a pleasure, and they were very aware of their own mortality. With a swift motion, Dust cleaved the opponent's head off. With a soft thud, a crystalline stone fell from the corpse. Dust was overjoyed and reached out to retrieve it from the pool of blood. He then channeled his consciousness into it and observed the crystal, which quickly emitted a bronze glow. 0 sustained firepower. Increases reload speed by 8% indirectly. Pistol pressure 2. Why is it continuous firepower again? I already have 8 continuous firepower units in my void passage. Dust sighed and casually tossed it into the passage. All right, the sentinel base has been cleared, and the key figure has been captured. Let me see. Dust checked the task list on the user panel, which contained 7 task records. Clearing out the Kroni giant tooth military camp, searching for missing cargo, and finally capturing the personnel who possessed Kroni's confidential information. Picking up the unconscious intelligence officer disguised as an ordinary soldier, Dust summoned anti-gravity curved wings that floated in midair. Spatial ripples appeared in his other hand, and a huge flight case jumped out from the void passage and was picked up by him. The giant Kukoro skillfully pried open the iron gate and crawled inside, then hooked the gate shut with its claws. Rise. With the mission objective in one hand and the flight case in the other, Dust took off and flew directly towards the Himalayas, which stretched out like a city wall in the distance. Long after he left, a whooshing sound suddenly came from the sky. A transport ship flew over the area and hovered in the air. Damn it, there's no sign of life, and it seems like only a short time has passed. Through the open tail hatch, 2 Kroni soldiers used tactical masks to observe the situation below. How many times is this now? This is the 6th one along this route, but this time there are more sword marks, consistent with the situation in the second area we recorded. It must have been done by the same Chenji. Those sons of bitches. Alright, you haven't forgotten our mission, have you? No, that's good. We should thank this genius, otherwise our hands would be stained with the blood of our brothers. Long live the Empress. The atmosphere between the 2 Kroni soldiers was somewhat somber. They then pushed out a cylindrical mechanical device, about the height of a person and as thick as a person's arms, from the cabin and kicked it off the plane without hesitation. Clang! The cylindrical device crashed to the ground and rolled once. Soon, orange-red light bars lit up its surface. The next moment, the discs at both ends were flung away, and 2 folded antennas extended from the cylinder. Seeing that the device was working properly, they immediately closed the cabin. The pilot didn't linger for a moment either, as if afraid of seeing something, and turned to fly to a more western area, completely opposite to the direction the dust had returned from. They all knew that in just a few minutes, an airdrop pod that devoured flesh and blood as nourishment would descend from above, consuming their brothers who had never met them before and turning them into an immortal body that would serve the Empire forever. Meanwhile, Dust had returned to the Iron Line and happened to run into a group of players who had arrived by transport ship to begin their mission for the day. As soon as they saw Dust fall from the sky and retract its anti-gravity zone, the players excitedly crowded around. Hey, he's the toughest guy ever. You're incredibly durable. I'm a huge fan. You look so cool in those montage videos. Dust. Believe it or not, I can chop you all down with one of my mighty swords. Dust, can I take a picture with your big dog? It's so cool. A female player with a cute appearance and short pigtails came up to Dust and asked when he released the Kuroko. Yes, you can touch its nose so it can recognize your scent, and then you can touch its forehead. It's a rough dog, though, and its fur is a bit prickly. Hearing the other person say that his dog was cool made Chen-Ari quite happy. He nodded and let the other person pet the dog as much as they wanted, completely ignoring how the Cubro felt when its owner called it a rough dog. After taking the elevator down to the underground, Dust took the intelligence officer to settle the mission and also bought some things. He discovered that the thing called roller was really useful. Mr. Dust. Just as he was sorting through the dust, a messenger found him. It's me. Dust waved. Mr. Dust, we heard you just returned. Ms. Dow wants to see you, the messenger explained. Mr. Chrysanthemum and Mr. Quinn are both here, waiting for you. Dust lifted his chin. Something big is going on here. Chapter 357. The first step in conquering the surface of the Imperial planet. Dust pushed open the door at the end of the corridor. Inside was just a tiny office, in contrast to Cho's, of course, because this was the room where Ms. Dow handled her affairs. Even Dust rarely came here. The office was only 30 square meters in size. One wall was covered with a thick bookcase, which was not filled with books, but with data logboxes with strange notes attached. Dust had seen this kind of data carrier in the Information and Intelligence Department. It seemed to be a model produced by the Steel Defense Line Zone Industrial Department to distinguish it from the information reading interface of the Kroni Empire. Dust pondered that such a small design shouldn't be difficult for the Kroni Empire to crack. However, since the thing's black veil explained only circulated underground, the thing to be wary of was people sneaking in. If they appeared in large numbers on the Empire's table, it could only mean that the Steel Defense Line was gone. Dust didn't know what to say about this, so he could only offer a silly smile. Is the task complete? Quinn and Chrysanthemum were not in their battle armor forms, but rather in their humanoid phantom forms. They were sitting at the reception table in the center of the room. They didn't seem to have been waiting long. When they saw Dust enter and the white surface of the holy sword armor still had bloodstains, they asked. The elderly woman was still bent over her desk at the back, seemingly writing something. I just finished and received the settlement notice. What's going on? Dust said, changing into his original phantom. The 3 players sat down at the table, and Dow seemed to have finished what she was doing. Sorry to keep you waiting. She reached out and pressed a button on the table. Immediately, a soldier pushed open the door and entered, took the letter from her, and then left the room. Dow then picked up a crystal terminal, went to the table with the 3 of them, put it down, and started the public projection. The screen flickers, seemingly in a desolate place with brownish-yellow soil and sparse bushes, but a huge open fortress sits there. The graphics are clear but unstable. Suddenly, a gunshot rings out from inside, as if it were a signal, followed by continuous gunfire. The camera shakily then suddenly focused on the sky, where a triangular aircraft floated down overhead, and a figure fell from it. Then, a loud roar was heard, and the ground trembled. The cameraman rolled to the ground, and when he got up to film Kroni's fortress, he saw that the fortress gate had collapsed into the ground, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. The shattered steel components seemed to have lost their gravitational pull and were suspended in midair. Is it armor? Chrysanthemum asked in surprise. That's not the point. Dow interrupted the 3 players before they could even begin their analysis. Keep watching. The battle, which was originally of unknown cause, became predictable with the addition of the armor. The sounds of gunfire in the camp did not last long, and Dow deliberately skipped over this part. Soon, the armored vehicle leaped into the air and was picked up by the aircraft. The scene reminded Dust and Chrysanthemum of when they first entered the game and went to rob the Kroni transit station. A holy armored sword, Heavenly Sword, also boarded the aircraft in the same way. It was a very swift and brilliant attack by the Heavenly Sword. He should have completed his mission, Dust said. However, the impression wasn't over yet. Dow switched files, and the scene changed to a sunset, but the location was still the same, only now it was more hidden. A roar came from the sky as a Kroni transport plane arrived at the stronghold ravaged by the armored vehicles. A squad of surviving Kroni soldiers came out to greet them, only to receive a cylinder that had been dropped down. The Kroni soldiers shouted a few times in the video, but the transport ship didn't turn around and immediately closed the cabin and left. The cylindrical object was unknown, but Kroni soldiers carried it into the stronghold. Soon, literally very soon, the sky whistled again, and a dozen strange objects fell vertically, crashing into the Kroni fortress like missiles, creating terrifying tremors, but without the roar of an explosion. They seemed to be something else entirely, not missiles. Then, irregular gunfire could be heard again in the video, but it quickly went out. Seeing this, all 3 players were completely baffled. The photographer was also puzzled. He snorted in confusion, got up from the shadows to look inside the fortress, and suddenly saw a ridge of land rushing toward him. The photographer took off running, but he was thrown up after only a few steps. 2 high-speed rotating drills that shot out of the ground shredded him into a bloody pulp, and he didn't even have time to scream. The camera fell to the ground, illuminating the 2 drill bits as they were dug out of the earth. Facing the setting sun, the object finally came into view. It was hunched over, with a long, thin head, eerie green eyes, and a body that was swollen and thin as if pieced together from corpse parts. Its skin reflected a rough, purplish-grey hue in the golden glow of the setting sun, and its wrinkled skin hung down on its body like a plastic bag, covered with pustules and sores. But apart from that, its arms were even more bizarre. The entire shoulder section transformed into 2 cylindrical engines, with a spiral drill head as thick as a bowl forked out, wrapped with what was either the photographer's or the previous Kroni soldier's intestines and flesh. It glanced at the camera terminal on the ground, its fierce gaze making even the dust seem to slow its breathing. But this thing didn't seem to understand what a camera terminal was, and instead slowly walked back to the quiet Kroni fortress. The 3 of them then understood what Dow wanted them to see. What is this thing? It seems to be hostile to Kroni. Chrysanthemum spoke first. Or perhaps it's hostile to everything. No, it doesn't seem like it. There isn't much information. The only thing we can deduce is about the last Kroni transport ship. Someone on it dropped something down, and the local Kroni soldiers carried it back, which attracted something that fell into the spot. Dust sorted out what he had just seen. They didn't believe that Kroni would deploy a unit that couldn't distinguish friend from foe. That would be a complete waste of their hard-earned stronghold, and it didn't fit their impression of Kroni. Until Dao finally spoke. According to intelligence, these are the latest clones developed by Wei Hake. However, Wei Hake keeps their information strictly confidential, and very little information has been leaked. All we know so far is that they have begun to be deployed in various places on the Imperial planet. The primary deployment locations are areas and strongholds that have been invaded by the resistance forces. Space orbital ships carrying out secret missions are on standby. After receiving the coordinates in the mission area, they will deploy the incubation pods, which are the things that just fell down. Dao's words left Chenari and the other two stunned for a moment before Qin Chuan countered. But doesn't he care about the soldiers below? This clone killed the Kroni soldiers inside the moment it came down. Upon hearing this, Dao gave a wry smile that the three of them couldn't quite make out, and said, "You don't understand Wei Hake. He's a complete madman. He'll stop at nothing to please the Empress. I heard that this thing was developed by him to prove himself to the Empress. His goal is to conquer the surface of the Imperial planet and eliminate all resistance. If all goes well, this technology will be used on other planets." Moreover, in order to cooperate with this plan, he had already started the plan to exterminate the vegetation of the planet several months ago, wanting to develop a toxin to release into the atmosphere to kill all plants. Fortunately, the research and development progress has been stuck for some reason. But Wei Hake can't sit still at all. There should already be thousands of regions on the Imperial planet where this clone has been deployed. The purpose is to collect comparison data of them in real environment to iterate the gene samples. We absolutely cannot let them make too smooth progress in collecting intelligence. Dao's eyes were full of worry. Chapter 358 Wei Hake was a great help. Dust, Qin Chuan, and Chrysanthemum left Dao's office, with Qin Chuan still holding the crystal plate in his hand. This mission is a bit unclear. After closing the door, the three of them had just walked a little further away when Chrysanthemum grumbled. Judging from the plot, this meeting is just a prelude. We still need to explore the specific details ourselves, like taking action ourselves to uncover deeper secrets. Qin Chuan didn't say much in the office, or rather, he was thinking a lot. As they spoke, they arrived at a non-classified area, where they could see many new players from the nearby Snow Mountain strongholds wandering around, looking for some quests to trigger. Quinji. I'm your fan, Quinji. A boy with brown hair, who looked like a high school student, saw Quinn's character and immediately ran up to shake his hand excitedly. Qin Chuan. Oh, hello. Although I haven't watched your live streams much, I really loved your old Warship Girl series recordings on the old platform, and Gundam too. Can I take a screenshot with you? Oh, thank you so much. You're so cool, streamer. I've been watching your streams for years. I'm practically a long-time fan. If there are any big battle missions in the future, could you help me out? Can I add you as a friend? After Qin Chuan finished dealing with the crazy fans and added them as friends, he saw Chen Ai looking like he was racking his brains, but ultimately gave up. What are you thinking about? Qin Chuan assumed he was pondering the details of the mission. Quinn, Dust asked, when did you play a Warship Girl game? And with Gundam? I don't remember you recording any of those streams. Qin Chuan was stunned for a moment. Oh right, I haven't played those two games either. In an instant, the long-absent bullet screen group exploded, turning into a sea of question marks in Qin Chuan's view. It exploded. Why are there online viewers? Bibahan Lily, the number one brother, is so embarrassed. Ha ha ha, sorry. Qin Chuan. Chrysanthemum, could it be that you've been mistaken for someone else? Dust, how can someone who's just a spectator make such pronouncements, and even misjudge the person? The two of them comforted Qin Chuan without prior arrangement, which only made him feel more like a clown. Mr. Qin was slightly annoyed that someone else had apologized to him. He thought to himself that he was currently the number one person in the entire Starry Sky Frenzy, and the number one person in the Starry Sky Frenzy live streaming section. How could someone possibly apologize to him? Fortunately, Qin Chuan is a small streamer who has experienced many ups and downs. The so-called number one person is just a title. He still believes that he is just a small streamer with good luck. Playing games is his job and task. So, where do we begin with this task? Qin Chuan shook the crystal tablet in his hand. Should we look for the location shown in this video? Upon hearing this, Dust had no objection. Judging from the background of the video, it looks like a very arid place, the Gobi Desert. We have anti-gravity curved wings, so we should be able to easily find this environment from high altitudes, but finding the specific location would be very troublesome. Chrysanthemum, however, held a different view. Didn't Ms. Dao say that such things have already been deployed in many places on Earth? Look at the last scene. The witness didn't make any obvious noise, but the thing was able to find it accurately. It's very likely that it's using the earthquake as a medium to locate the enemy, so I guess this is definitely not the only eyewitness case. Qin Chuan quickly understood what he meant. You mean we can look for other witnesses? It might not even be necessary to search. Just like this image could appear in the offices of the Ironclad, it could be an immigrant or survivor attacked by those clones. They would definitely request help from nearby large settlements. It should be easier to find clues by starting from where information is gathered. Dust nodded, completely agreeing with the idea. If that's true, then NPCs should also be involved. They're realistic units, and they'll try to investigate dangerous situations. For example, last time when I helped Joe get rid of the traitors, an NPC saw me, and that NPC actually reported me. Can you believe it? Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow slightly and tentatively asked, do you think the Iron Defense Line might already have intelligence on this? Why didn't Ms. Na Dao tell us? Perhaps they want to use us to train our Shang. Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately felt that the situation was clear. Forget thinking about it. Why don't you ask Brother Shang first? Thousands of kilometers away, Xia Shang, who was resting at the engineering base, suddenly felt a slight pressure on his chest. When he opened his eyes, he found that Audi's was parked on his chest. What is it? Xia Shang knew this was its way of waking him up, and he wasn't annoyed. Audi's wouldn't bother him unless it was something he had to decide. In fact, now that the number of players had increased, there were multiple players asking Audi's for information every moment. Those were all insignificant questions or ideas, and Audi's would help them make choices. I'm sorry to bother you, Commander, but there's been some trouble at the steel line. We need you to come and take a look, Audi said softly, his eyes shooting out light screens that formed a virtual screen playing the documentary that Qin Chuan and the others had watched. However, Audi's did some editing, cutting out all the unnecessary waiting so that Xia Shang could finish watching as soon as possible and continue to rest. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Xia Shang didn't pay attention to the rhinoceros's appearance, but the ugly monster with the last pair of electric drill hands did catch his attention. Intelligence claims that the Iron Line is a new product of Wei Hake, primarily intended to cover the surface of the Empire for land conquest plans, Audi's explained. Is there a specific name for it? Xia Shang asked in return. Not yet. Based on image analysis, it's not a finished product yet, but Audi's has made a small discovery. What is it? This thing has similar characteristics to what the other two players found before. Audi said, splitting off one eye to show another screen, which showed the ugly monster that 95 Jizuan and Galio had encountered when they were exploring outside. Although they look completely different, based on the feedback from the 95 Jizuan at the time, they should be the product of the same experiment. They had actually crossed paths before. Looking at the comparison of information on the two screens, Xia Shang's weariness faded slightly, replaced by a look of understanding. However, he didn't give any specific instructions, only telling Quinn and the others to act according to his own ideas, and that Audis would provide technical assistance if necessary. Audis allocate more computing power to a company and assist their operation, record the relevant information they find, and at the same time, have the Iron Line issue an alert mission. Oh no, the other two new outposts don't have their troops stationed there, so I'll leave that to you. Have all players conduct a thorough search to find any places near our outposts where clones might have been deployed, and eliminate them all. Xia Shang closed his eyes. Most of their armor has already been manufactured, which is a good opportunity to give them a task to practice on and familiarize themselves with the armor. Wei Hake has really been a great help. Chapter 359. Team Up PvP, initiated. Ultraman Mamba. A voice called out from the passageway. Mamba Otto, who had just logged on and stepped out of his dormitory, looked in the direction of the voice and was surprised to see Ezio praising him. When they first started playing the game, they often did quests together. Later, although they didn't play together every day, they still teamed up frequently. Moreover, Laonyo is now a big celebrity in the stronghold. His heavenly entangling hand, which is popular on the forum, overshadows all the geniuses in the engineering stronghold. Some people even speculate that the strength of that arm is equivalent to an external battle armor. Ultraman Mamba even remembered that when he returned at night, some players didn't realize what was going on and thought that a mutant had invaded. They almost called a team to fight the old bull. However, the misunderstanding was easily resolved by Laonyo's effortless provocations and fluid attacks, which led to the above speculations. Now, old Nyo is sitting in the corner, supporting himself with one of his mutated arms, beckoning to Ultraman Mamba. Brother Nyo, why aren't you doing any missions? Ultraman Mamba walked over and sat down with him, his curious gaze falling on old Nyo's arm, but he didn't ask any more questions. He guessed that old Nyo must have been annoyed by the questions. Otherwise he wouldn't be sitting in the corner of the dormitory corridor rest area. It's not just me. Old Nyo raised an eyebrow and smiled. Most of the players who came in at the same time haven't left yet. You just started playing, so you don't know, but the central passage is packed with people right now. Ultraman Mamba was startled upon hearing this. What's going on? Is there a new event? A new event? Even more exciting than a new event. Old Nyo couldn't stop grinning. We all got rewards from the last event. Don't you know what the Oro battery is for? They've all gathered the materials to build their armor. It's about time, but I didn't expect so many people to be at the same stage. Huh. Are you waiting for the armor to be completed? Mamba Ultraman finally understood what he meant, and his heart relaxed. Oh, I see. I'm also building an armor, but it will take a little longer to finish. There are still 2 hours left because I spent more time gathering materials from the survivors. Which one did you make? Old Nyo asked curiously upon hearing this. Holy Sword, what about you? It's a reasonable choice, but I chose Volt. Old Nyo said, then suddenly whispered, I'm telling you this in secret, but don't tell anyone else. Huh, what's wrong? Ultraman Mamba was confused. Old cow, last night, Brother Shang was outside and used the Volt armor to blast a night elf boss to smithereens. Ultraman Mamba, what? I haven't heard of that. Oh, I remember now. Was it that green light last night? Was that what Brother Shang did? The Volt armor is that strong? Old Nyo laughed when he saw the curious look on the boy's face. After all, there were only the 4 of them as witnesses. The boss, Aloe, and another new player were nowhere to be seen in the ruins, and their other 2 teammates, long-term vegetarian and enemy from the sky, were nowhere to be found either. Yes, but what's truly powerful isn't the Volt armor, but the pilot, Brother Shang. That's undeniable. As for how strong Volt is, I can't give you a definitive answer, because Brother Shang hasn't shown us all of its abilities, but it has an acceleration skill that's incredibly awesome. Just then, a cacophony of exclamations suddenly erupted from the end of the passage, seemingly from a large crowd shouting something. The Kroni Empire has attacked at this time. Ultraman Mamba stood up in surprise, but Old Bull remained calm and composed. How could that be? Our base has fortress shields now. Even if Kroni attacks, it will take them a while just to break through the shields. Besides, this commotion doesn't sound like a battle. Someone must have finished building their armor. The central passage connects to the Resurrection Plaza, where many players gather. The area is even surrounded by circular steel tables of varying sizes for players to relax and socialize. At this moment, all the seats are occupied. 2 suits of armor were already standing upright in the crowd. Their owners had completed their creation almost simultaneously. After taking them out, they didn't rush to get inside, but instead quickly took a photo with their own armor as a memento of owning multiple suits. The surrounding players didn't surround them. Instead, they calmly watched as the 2 of them carefully examined their armor before transforming into particle beams and entering it together. The 2 completely different-looking battle suits immediately started moving. Although everyone knew there was no way anything could go wrong, the people around them spontaneously applauded them, seemingly to show their encouragement. 1 holy sword, 1 Volt. Among these players were, of course, those who hadn't yet unlocked their warframes. Most of these players were aiming to acquire the Glazed Maiden warframe, and upon seeing that both were low-threshold warframes, some players curled their lip, their expressions seemingly disdainful. The Holy Sword is fine. Its ultimate move can unleash sword energy to slash the sky, the earth, and the air, but this Volt skill set doesn't seem very good, does it? Someone asked, puzzled. I feel like the most useful skill in the skill set is the electric barrier. It can block bullets without affecting your ability to fire. I'm also waiting for my Holy Sword. I feel that Volt isn't versatile enough. The Holy Sword is both durable and powerful, and its mobility is also quite good. It can target enemies for more than 10 meters with a sudden slash, and its sword energy can fly a long distance. If you want to sneak around, you can use the blinding effect. Clearing out mobs with a flying sword is just too comfortable. Scream, scream, scream. Once my Volt is finished, the first thing I'll do is tie you Holy Sword players up and electrocute you. Exactly. They're all in the same price range. How could Volt be that much worse than the Holy Sword? And isn't generating electricity cool? Now you're talking bad about Volt. Don't come begging us to charge your equipment when it runs out of power. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Bro, is Voltaic only good for charging? Isn't that a bit too lowly? Hey, that's not right. Everyone, look at me. Look at me. At this moment, a player leaped onto the tabletop, standing the highest point, and raised both hands, shouting to attract everyone's attention and making them recognize the ID dong by past events above his head. Before everyone could focus their attention, he was already speaking. If you ask me, we happen to have these 2 suits right now, so why don't we have the 2 brothers have a PvP match? No guns or weapons, just a real battle to see whose skill set is better. When this suggestion was made, those who were just watching the spectacle naturally raised their hands in agreement, but some people also objected. As an electric-type battlesuit, Volt is definitely positioned as a mage, using ranged electrocution and control to inflict damage on enemies. The battlesuit's description also mentions wide area damage, making it completely unfair to fight pure melee warriors in a 1v1. Exactly. It's so unfair. Rematch. Rematch. The match hasn't even started yet. What's the point of a rematch? Oh, sorry, it was just a conditioned reflex. Stop arguing, stop arguing. You should definitely ask the person involved. The choice returned to the 2 Warframe players, who exchanged a glance, seemingly eager to try as well. Are you alright? The Holy Sword player asked. I feel like we can give it a try. After all, there are so many videos of the Holy Sword armor out there. I've seen quite a few, so we have an information gap. Volt armor shrugged. The Resurrection Plaza was large enough that the 2 armored warriors stood about 10 meters apart, while a group of players gathered around the edge, waiting for the duel. On your marks, get set, go. Dawn bypassed records, as the organizer, also took the initiative to act as the referee. At a command, the Holy Sword decisively unleashed a sudden slash, conjuring an energy blade in its hand as it slid towards Volt's face. This sudden slash from that distance arrived in front of Volt almost instantly. Chapter 360 Armor Awakening, Corpse Purification. The two armored vehicles clashed, and the Holy Sword struck first, bringing its sword close to Volt's front. Just when everyone thought the battle was about to end, they saw Volt's figure suddenly retreat a few meters, causing the sudden slash to miss. What's going on? Not to mention the Holy Sword was puzzled. Even Volt himself looked at his position in surprise, seemingly astonished by some phenomenon. Is it an acceleration skill? Holy Sword asked. Yeah, no, sorry, you all seem so slow to me right now, like you're watching at 0.5x speed. You look so dazed. Volt's tone of voice seemed to quicken twice as much, making it sound to everyone that he finished speaking in a flash. However, this also made everyone realize that Volt's so-called acceleration skill was not a simple sprint acceleration, but rather an acceleration of all body movements, even speech. Before anyone could react, Volt bounced his legs to adjust to his body, then instantly charged toward the Holy Sword. Doubling your speed isn't considered a very strong ability by many players, because people encounter many things in daily life that are twice or more fast than themselves. Cars, flowing water, cups falling off tables, dogs chasing after you, and so on. So when they first saw Volt's brief skill description, no one really cared about the acceleration. Just like the Holy Sword, who had just realized what was happening, he didn't take the enemy armor seriously either. Perhaps this was the confidence that the Holy Sword gave him. However, when Volt actually approached at that speed, he realized something was wrong. Volt, who was originally several meters away from him, jumped in front of him almost instantly, his arm swinging out in a blur as it smashed straight into his chest. Since they were both unarmed, the Holy Sword could briefly wield the sword thanks to its skill advantage, but Volt could only use his fists. So fast. Holy Sword was startled and almost reflexively raised his hand to block in front of his chest, but the impact did not come as expected. Volt changed his move halfway and kicked Holy Sword in the abdomen where he was exposed. Bang! Holy Sword suddenly stood firm on his feet, sliding backward for more than 10 meters before stopping his retreat. It was almost entirely thanks to the armor's most primal instincts that tensed his entire body at the last moment, preventing him from being kicked too badly. However, only the surrounding audience could clearly see Volt's entire movement. As expected, although the Volt skill set is the Thunder King, as a battlesuit, its own stats are quite good, and its melee strength is also considerable. They all saw that Volt, as if he had known the Holy Sword's movements in advance, immediately changed his attack to a leg strike just as the Holy Sword raised its hand to block. I get it now. Acceleration probably doesn't just increase movement speed, but also reaction speed. That's why he said we're at 0.5x speed. The movement of raising the Holy Sword is twice as slow in his eyes, so he can operate the Holy Sword with ease, a player shouted. He thought that he could enjoy the admiring glances of those around him because he understood the speed so well, but he found that no one was looking at him. Because Volt has made another move, he's going to chase after the Holy Sword. As all players know, when warframes are not in sync in the early stages, not only will some abilities not be unlocked, but even if they are unlocked, their strength is not as good as when they are in sync. Simply put, this is only the initial value of Volt's skill. The acceleration multiplier and duration are definitely not high, so if Volt wants to win, he must take advantage of this period to defeat the Holy Sword. Upon hearing the supportive comments from players outside the arena, Holy Sword immediately realized that if he wanted to win, he would probably have to hold out until the Volt skill ended. Everyone has just unlocked the Transcendent Control armor and has a willpower level of around 7. They don't have much energy to release skills. As a melee specialized armor, as long as the Holy Sword does a good job of defense and doesn't waste skills by letting the opponent dodge the attack during this period, then it's as if he wins after the Volt skill ends. Just as both sides were devising their strategies and the audience was anticipating the outcome of the duel, a sudden announcement appeared in the players' user panels, interrupting everyone's attention. Alert mission, Warframe Awakening, Corpse Purification. Xia Shang, congratulations, man within the walls. You have acquired your first suit of armor. You are eager to master it and skillfully apply its abilities and characteristics in actual combat, and now you have that opportunity. The Kroni Empire has developed a new type of soldier. It is produced at an extremely high speed, is bloodthirsty and cruel, and every part of its body is designed for slaughter. VHAC is particularly fond of their brutal and terrifying mobility, and loves the high toxicity content in every gram of their flesh and blood. It is VHAC's most beloved child. However, to the creatures on the surface of the Empire, whether survivors or otherwise, they are like rotting corpses crawling out of their graves. VHAC has now deployed them throughout the surface of the Empire, but they have almost no intelligence. They are the best subjects for honing combat skills and stimulating the fighting instincts deep within the armor. Mission objective, locate the area where Gals have been deployed, eliminate all Gals in the target area, collect tissue samples suitable for Gal research, and incinerate all remaining debris. Important notes, this alert mission is recommended to be played in a team. When the team has more than one player, each member will receive an additional 10% bonus to the mission's reward, up to a maximum of 40%, maximum 4 players per team. Task reward, collect sample organizations. Each sample organization can be exchanged for 1 incentive point. A 4-person team with 10 samples will receive a maximum reward of 14 incentive points. Additional information, organizations that do not redeem incentive points can redeem reputation through other channels. Settlement conditions remain unchanged. After carefully reading the tactical alert, all the players present were overjoyed. A pillow is given when you're sleepy, and an event is given when you get armor. How can there be such a generous game in the world? Brother Shang, I really cried. What about you? To give us rewards, he even made us team up to reduce the difficulty and gave us an extra half of the mission rewards. If you ask me, Brother A. Shang works tirelessly day and night for us, managing countless affairs, enduring hardships, and devoting himself entirely to us. I suggest we stop calling him Brother A. Shang from now on. No need for suggestions, I'll go first. Daddy Xia is awesome. They're already answering questions quickly, they're teachable. Defying the heavens, what turned you into this? Was it the Starcy frenzy? Never mind that, I'm happy to do it. However, while these people were saying nonsensical things, they all waved their arms, causing ripples to spread through the air in front of them. With a thud, a Holy Sword armor emerged from it and landed steadily on the ground. Bang! Another Holy Sword. Holy Sword. Volt. The two most accessible armors were now clustered together in this small central passage. Of course, there were also a few scattered glass ladies surrounded by countless white and blue holy swords. Seeing such a grand scene, some players were impatient. Damn it, how come you're all done? My warframe still has an hour to go. I'm so anxious. Damn it. Are you as anxious as I am? I'm working on crafting the Crystal Maiden, and there's still 1 day and 3 hours left before the battle armor is finished. A full 27 hours. Holy crap, how many incentive points are they going to wipe out in those 27 hours? I only have 30 hours left. Daddies, I'm begging you, please leave some gals for the baby born the day after tomorrow. Urgent. I'm a rapid fire warrior. Outside the gate, several players who had just returned from collecting fish entrails were happily discussing the amplifiers and armor they wanted to create, their faces still tinged with the stench of fish. But the moment they entered the gate, an extremely terrifying scene unfolded before them. Armored warriors were charging forward. Dozens or even hundreds of armored vehicles charged outward simultaneously, their overwhelming momentum causing the entire passage to tremble. Chapter 361 The nurturing system is about to lower my favorability. The novice players had never seen anything like this before and were completely stunned when they heard a cacophony of shouts coming from the armored crowd. Don't pull me from behind. Damn it, stop pushing. The hallway is so small, if you push any harder I'm going to crawl through the wall. Hey, that's a great idea. What? The next moment, a holy sword armored suit leaped into the air, landing on the steel wall to the side. With a series of powerful kicks, the suit flew forward in a zigzag pattern through the passage like a pinball, quickly overtaking the suits crowding in front. Holy crap, they're doing this. I'm going to have to do a somersault. Immediately, another suit of armor was not to be outdone. It took a step to catch up and adjusted its posture, leaning forward and launching itself. The entire suit of armor spiraled out. It was clear that its starting movements were very clumsy, as if it was just imitating a cat. But as long as you give it the movement, all the adjustments are left to the suit of armor to adjust instinctively. With a whoosh, he shot past the newbie's head like a spiraling arrow, bursting out of the stronghold gate while shouting, "I'm offering it for free." Following the lead vehicle, the armored vehicles behind it also stopped pretending and took to the air one by one. Some of the vaults even activated their special abilities. The newbies didn't even have time to dodge, because these armors were charging at such a fast speed that they had no choice but to crouch and cover their heads in defense. Hundreds of armored warriors filed out of the small stronghold and scattered across the plains. Most of them had already formed teams and met in the central passage. They each had their own familiar teams and agreed to pick up their armors in the same place, so they hardly wasted any time forming teams. The newbies waited until everything was quiet before cautiously looking up. They saw groups of 4 armored vehicles speeding away on hoverboards on the plain behind them, quickly disappearing from sight. They wondered if the newbies knew where their team was headed. What's going on? How come there are suddenly so many suits of armor? The players were still shaken, but although they were on the main road at the entrance, all the armored vehicles luckily avoided them and were unharmed, so they started discussing it. The timing makes sense. They should be among the first to manufacture the armor, and most of them are veteran players who participated in the liberation of the Red Crystal community. I understand being happy about making the armor. We also got our share of batteries. It's just that the materials are so hard to come by. But where are they rushing to go? They're probably on some kind of mission. No, let's go in and ask. There should still be some who haven't left. After thinking for a moment, they quickly ran to the central passage, where, sure enough, there were still some holy swords and vaults who had not left immediately. Boss, a lot of armored vehicles just rushed out. Is there some kind of mission? They asked one of the holy swordsmen. You didn't know. The player with the ID armor of light above his head seemed a little confused, and then told them about the alarm mission. Warframe Awakening. Gaul Evolution. Why didn't we receive this alert mission? The players were shocked. Such a generously rewarding alert mission is being selectively issued to certain players. Is there some kind of bias involved? The armored figure glanced at them and asked, "Don't you guys have armor yet? Or have you even started applying to have armor manufactured?" Before they could answer, the armor of light pointed to a group of players on the other side who were talking around other armors and who also didn't have armor, and said, "Look, they don't have armor yet either, but they've also received alerts. I guess the only difference between them and you is that their armors are already under construction, or even almost finished." The players then realized that the alarm mission was clearly written, and it was a practice mission designed for players with warframes. What are these guys, who can't even get close to the threshold, doing here? Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I have so many crystals I want, but I don't have enough incentive points to exchange for them. Captain, we can't fall too far behind, otherwise they'll have taken all the monster spawn points nearby, and we'll have to spend all our time running around the map again, a team member shouted. The team leader glanced at the time, gritted his teeth, and stomped his foot. Damn it, wait for me. I'm going offline to cancel my blind date. I'll log back into sleep mode soon, and we'll try to get everyone's materials ready by tomorrow. Okay, I'll grab a bite to eat now and switch to sleep mode to log on. After the players left, Armor of Light felt a bit emotional. He was a lone wolf player who almost always played alone. If it weren't for the extra benefits of teaming up for this mission, he really wouldn't want to team up with others. Even if he were to team up, he would prefer to find old players. However, almost all the old players who joined the game at the same time as him already have their own small teams or groups, so there's no room for him to join now. Thinking of this, the Armor of Light couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, he saw a man with a thick right arm walking from the end of the passage. He was overjoyed and called out, "Old Nyo." Ezio praised me for having a long and awkward name, and most people who had played together or made transactions with me before just called me Old Cow. Old Nyo had something on his mind, but he wasn't in a hurry. "What's wrong, Boss Guang?" "I can't accept the title of Boss Guang." It turns out that the Armor of Light had previously purchased a batch of materials from Old Nyo, spending a lot of money to replenish Old Nyo savings that had been almost depleted from making weapons. Old Nyo called him Boss Guang back then. Getting back to the main point, the Armor of Light expressed her desire to form a team with him. Old Nyo also saw the details of the Armor Awakening mission, but he was in a bit of a dilemma because his team was almost stable. Bu Lai, Xian Shalao, and Gen Ge, which made up the four of them. Unless someone was busy logging in, it was indeed difficult to invite others, so he did not reply immediately. The Armor of Light noticed Old Bull's concerns. He just wanted to try his luck, not force or make things difficult for an acquaintance, so he quickly said he would wait a little longer. "I doubt it will work here, but I have a good friend of mine, you should know him too. He was right next to me when we made the deal, his Ultraman Mamba. He used to be with Galio and Leguzi, but now, Galio and Jiwu Jizuan went to the Night Feather Tribe, and Leguzi even flew to Venus. Now he's all alone. You can try contacting him, but his armor isn't finished yet." Upon hearing that there was an opportunity, the Armor of Light repeatedly expressed its gratitude and received a recommendation from Ultraman Mamba. Thanks. But Old Nyo, your armor isn't finished yet. Where are you headed?" Armor of Light asked casually. "Oh, I'm using Volta. I need to find Brother Shang to discuss something." After saying goodbye and heading to find Ultraman Mamba's Armor of Light, Old Bull continued on his way, thinking to himself that the two of them were probably going to form a kingdom of light. Before long, Lao Nyo arrived at the main control room where Xia Shang had been stationed for a long time, but was stopped by Audis at the door. Only after Xia Shang gave his permission did Audis allow him to enter. As soon as he entered, Old Nyo could no longer maintain his composure. He bent down and grabbed the hand of the bewildered Xia Shang, saying, "Father Xia, save me. Oh my god. If you don't save me, what Watashi, Xia Shang." I watched another episode. After learning more, Xia Shang was speechless. So it's like, you don't want to change the body of this arm, and now you're disagreeing, which is causing your favorability to drop on the same frequency. Xia Shang confirmed the information he had received. "Yes, it's very resistant. It got angry when we discussed it this morning and went on strike, so I can't do dungeons for the time being. Fortunately, the boss was generous yesterday and helped the brothers earn 200 yuan, so the brothers didn't have any complaints." Old Nyo muttered. "That does affect your daily gameplay." Xia Shang nodded. "It's not a big problem. I can help you persuade them to port it, but you will definitely lose a lot of the same frequency, and it may even be reset, because many of its neural bundles are now integrated with your phantom. To port it is like peeling off a layer of its skin, so there will definitely be some loss. It depends on whether you can accept it." Xia Shang examined his arm and noticed that the skin tone and muscle growth were much better than in the laboratory. However, when under his gaze, the tentacles on the back of the shoulder visibly shrank back, probably recalling some unpleasant experience. Skinning. Will it hurt a lot? Old Nyo had never heard of such a thing before, so he asked quickly. "Pain. Your sense of pain has been blocked by me, so naturally you won't feel any pain," Xia Shang said with a smile. "Of course, if you want to feel it, I can adjust it for you." "It wasn't me," the old ox immediately denied, adding, "I meant, does it hurt when it gets this transplant?" As he spoke, he placed his hand on the listless, mutated arm, a gesture that, while somewhat comical, clearly demonstrated that he sensed its emotions. Although it resides in the human body, it still possesses a primal instinct within it. The fear of pain is one of the instincts of all living beings. Seeing this, Xia Shang nodded inwardly and then said, "It can indeed feel pain. Moreover, although it is now one with you, as a biological component, it can also feel all kinds of pain in daily combat. It's just that this nerve signal will not be transmitted to you, for the reason I've already explained. However, if you are worried, I can use anesthesia during the transplant surgery, so that there will only be some adaptation pain when it integrates with the biological nerves of your new armor, which can minimize damage to it. Upon hearing this, old Nyo finally showed a slight smile. Then I'll leave it to Father Xia. Xia Shang then delivered a critical hit, shattering his shield. Don't call me Dad Xia. Thank you very much, Brother Xia. Xia Shang. Chapter 362 Transplantation of the Horizontal Blister Hand. Judging by the time, your armor should be finished by now. Why aren't you getting up? Xia Shang noticed that Lao Nyo didn't seem to be in a hurry, even though the other players had already started doing the quests immediately. I'd like to use it too, but this thing is a real pain, and it's still in the experimental stage, so I don't dare to mess with it. Old Nyo gave a wry smile. Besides, we just opened the outpost yesterday, so we have some incentive points and aren't worried. After speaking, he hesitated for a moment, then asked about the transplant surgery, including its risks. You can rest assured about that. The highest risk is that the frequency will drop to 0. As a mutant creature, one of its greatest advantages is its adaptability and resilience, so you don't need to worry. Xia Shang explained, but he vaguely felt that the player really wanted to ask about something else. That's good. But since it has this advantage, I have a question. Could the content of the arm replacement be optimized? Old Nyo finally got to his question. Xia Shang countered, optimization? You mean? Can I be a bodyguard? Old Nyo said with an embarrassed smile. Having this guy around has affected my interpersonal relationships. Those NPCs outside, the people from the Iron Defense line and the remnants of the trade, they all avoid me. It feels weird. The Protect the Hand faction. Xia Shang looked at the size of the plague-infected hand. It was large and ugly, and indeed, it was likely to be disliked by the locals. As a member of the Chenji faction, players traveling on the Imperial planet would inevitably come into contact with those forces resisting Kroni, and social interaction would be unavoidable. Otis, how feasible is his opinion? Xia Shang believed that this matter should still be left to the central government for analysis. Audi's drifted over and rescanned the data of the current epidemic hand. It's in great shape right now. Apart from the boost from the Void Crystal, its basic physical attributes have been significantly enhanced, and its biological reactions are also excellent. The shared neural network can minimize movement errors. As he spoke, Audi's presented the outline of the old bull's body. The part of the infected hand is shown in yellow. The infected hand extends a nerve chain like tree roots through the upper body of the old cow at the joint. You can also see that there are thick parts connecting to the area near the heart, cervical spine, and lumbar spine. If we completely transform it into an external component, such as a sleeve mode, Audi said, and the image changed. The nerves were contracted back, and the mutant individual expanded in size, making room for the internal arm compartment before being put back onto the human head model. Based on the existing experimental data, the success rate should be around 40%, but the main nerve and blood supply need to be recultivated. Even if it is successfully developed, its working efficiency will only be about 50% of what it is now. 50% work efficiency? What do you mean? Old Nyo asked in surprise. Strength, physical recovery, ranged attack rate, blood supply, and conversion rate will all decrease to varying degrees, with overall values decreasing by half, Xia Shang explained. Cut it in half. Is it that serious? Old Nyo hesitated. It's just quite serious right now. After all, technology is advancing, and it can be optimized if needed, Xia Shang said, casually taking out a glass container about the size of a soda can. A flesh-colored octopus was suspended in the center of the transparent liquid inside, the source of the mutation sample. He then asked, do you know about this? Old Nyo shook his head, but guessed, it looks like something from inside a mutated organism. Yes, this is a differentiation neural node in the mutated organism. According to current research, it can be artificially differentiated into the biological tissue we need through some technology. However, the prerequisite is that a harmless mature organism's gene is needed to generate a harmless clone. Currently, the only gene sample available is your arm. Xia Shang explained, the reason I'm giving it to you is that I hope you can find an effective way to use it. If it works, then many Tenchi will have more weapon options. So the result we get from you will determine the user experience of all users afterward, and it will also affect the combat experience. Hearing this, Lao Nyo felt a little uneasy. Based on his understanding of most players, combat efficiency is their primary goal, or rather, the outcome. As long as the outcome of the battle is beneficial, then all 3 lives can be used for self-destruction without any problem. However, if the result is not satisfactory, players are very protective of their lives. The same applies to weapons. As long as the weapon has high damage and is efficient at killing enemies, they would be eager to replace their hands, feet, and other parts with weapon prosthetics. What? You say the efficiency isn't good? Then how about being handsome? As long as he's handsome enough, then I'll replace him. What? It's a greenish-yellow, 3-headed maggot with tentacles wrapped around my hand. Launching grenades will also drain your health. Get lost. It sounds like something belonging to capitalists. Whoever wants it can have it. Old Nyo could already picture the player's disgusted expression. But you don't need to feel pressured. I think the demand for convenient wearables is reasonable, and it will be used as a direction for optimization in our design and experimentation. However, for now you will have to endure the result of having to switch hands. Xia Shang comforted him. Let's switch hands then. It's not that I'm not used to it. It's just that I feel a bit lightheaded when I go back offline. Oh well, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Daddy Xia, just switch for me. I'll take care of it if we lose our connection. Xia Shang, okay, let's begin the surgery now. What, now? Old Nyo was just surprised by Xia Shang's speed when Xia Shang punched him in the face. The shield on Old Nyo's body seemed to make way for Xia Shang's fist, and he was knocked unconscious in a smooth motion. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. He wasn't even considered offline. He genuinely passed out. It was 15 minutes later when Xia Shang finally woke him up. Old Nyo woke up groggily, wondering how he had fallen asleep. He sat up from the operating table and was surprised to find that he had been put into the Volt armor. The blue skin was as tough as iron, and the ring-shaped arm armor on the arms could be seen to faintly flicker with electricity. A piece of armor similar to a skirt hung below the buttocks. It was very elastic, like a leather skirt, but its metallic luster also gave people a sense of security. He had seen Volt's appearance before, but what surprised him even more was that his right arm was still the mutated hand, only smaller than when he was on the Phantom, because Volt's armor was taller than the humanoid Phantom. It's really been changed. It still feels the same. Old Nyo looked at the current frequency with surprise. Warframe frequency matching, 0.07% plus 25%. The number 0.07 is definitely for this suit of armor. It's okay if it's low now. He has accumulated a lot of entropy. As long as it is increased to above 33%, all 4 skills can be unlocked. However, the subsequent 25% surprised Lao Nyo, as it was clearly the same frequency that followed the epidemic. Thanks to this 25% frequency matching, the Volt armor has now unlocked 3 skills, with only the ultimate skill remaining. However, that wasn't what surprised him. What surprised him was that this guy only dropped from 35% to 25%. Sensing its listless spirit, the old ox felt a pang of guilt for some reason. Brother Shang, how much is the transplant surgery? Old Nyo walked out of the closed cabin and found that outside was Xia Shang's main control room, where Xia Shang was already sitting at the control console, handling affairs without stopping for a moment. What surgery fee? You are now considered a test subject who has sacrificed himself for our Chenji camp, so there is no need to talk about surgery fees. Xia Shang didn't even turn his head. That? What do you mean? What other needs do you have? Is there anything you can't tell me? Xia Shang turned around when she heard him and found his hesitant expression amusing. I want to adjust my pain perception. Old Nyo looked down at the arm. Are you sure? You're not someone who hasn't experienced battle. Those battles are something only those of you who don't feel pain can do. Once you feel pain, you'll be afraid. Xia Shang didn't refuse his request, but simply explained the reason. Of course I'm afraid of pain, so please turn it down a bit for me. Okay, I can only give you a 10% cap. Then 10%. Okay, by the way, aren't you going to name it? Xia Shang asked back. It has a scientific name for it, based on its attack characteristics and the transmissibility of the virus. Hungjan, which is a contagious form of bubonic plague. But I guess you won't like that name. Ugh. Old Nyo raised his hand to look at the 3 tentacles that had become somewhat more agile, and had an idea. Let's call them Dragon 3. After leaving the control room, Lao Nyo called his brothers. 2 of the 3 were in the game, and the time to receive their armor was approaching. Sword Bro, on the other hand, had gone offline and was doing something. He sent a message and quickly logged back in. Old Nyo, didn't that rich woman from yesterday call you today? The not-so-bad armor, also known as the rugged holy sword, teased Old Nyo, noticing the distinctive horizontal cleavage of his Volt armor. Ah Shang really put it on you. Doesn't it affect the armor system? He didn't mention it, and if he didn't mention it, there's no visual feedback. Skill casting is fine, and this even gave me a 25% increase in frequency. Now I only need a tiny bit of entropy to unleash my 4th skill. Hearing what Lao Nyo said, the other 3 were also greatly surprised. How can this external weapon be transported around as a data packet on the same frequency? Does that make sense? Damn, this is actually useful. With the new armor, it'll save a lot of entropy. I'm thinking of getting one too. I heard 2 of my brothers are in the dark zone of Venus. Ask about it later. The first sniper and the second empire were deeply moved. After being silent cutters for so long, finally someone remembered the 2 brothers. Chapter 363. The first crystallization of stance, an unnamed obelisk-shaped ship floats in space, resembling a giant gun, though perhaps no one in the world can wield it. However, the surface of this metal gun seemed to show signs of bacterial growth, with dark red veins resembling ivy covering it in patches, exuding a dangerous aura. Inspection complete. No individuals left behind. Alright, don't venture any deeper into the empire. Collect body parts along the way, otherwise those nests will send things to steal the corpses again, and the losses will be enormous. Ugh. The second empire's first step faltered, and it could only regretfully abandon the control panel that blocked the passage. Grabbing a butcher's machete resembling a kitchen knife, it turned the handle to activate the high-temperature blade, slicing and chopping the dead mutants on the ground. There was no need to chop it up. After a few days of rough dissection, the 2 of them had gained a slight understanding of the structure of the variant. These cannon fodder-level mutants are almost identical, but their internal structures are relatively clear, with a distinct sclerotic tumor on their body surface. The first sniper god speculates that this is tissue proliferation from the original infected wounds, which is the place where the virus initially invaded. Sclerotums vary in size and can extend mutated nerves to invade and control the host's nervous system. If the structure is mature, a synaptic ganglion may be generated in the sclerotum. The scientific name given by Audis is mutant source sample, which can be exchanged for rewards. More mature individuals will form a new nodule near the head. The whole nodule is a block-like structure, but a neuron can be isolated from it, which is also a very important resource. However, most mutants do not have these structures, and many of the simply induced twisted bodies do not benefit at all. To the second empire, it felt like opening a blind box, which made him not very willing to do this dissection. In comparison, it was more fun to hunt down mutants. When the second empire dissected all 28 heads, he had already collected 3 sclerosing tumors with sample mutation sources, but he had never seen a single neuron. Fortunately, he is now very skilled with his hands. Even with mutants that look completely different, he can tell which part is the head that has differentiated after the flesh and blood mutated. He can see the veins in the flesh and blood by cutting down with his knife. He can find the hardened tumor by following the largest vein with the blade. Generally, it doesn't take more than 3 cuts to dispose of the corpse of a mutant. Even if the discarded part still has tentacles twitching on its surface, it can't be considered alive because it no longer provides entropy gains. Whether something is considered a living being or not, the void has its own judgment. By the time the 53rd mutant appeared, the second empire would be able to see the first sniper god at the other end of the ship's cabin. But he didn't greet them, nor did the first sniper. Their faces, clad in holy sword armor, were covered in blood and their expressions were unreadable. They simply swung their blades indifferently. 1 cut reveals a nerve, a second cut reveals no scleroma, discard it. 1 cut, no nerves, discard. 1 cut, yes, 2 cuts, yes. The third cut opened the tumor, revealing nerve synapses. Good luck. The 2 remained silent, only swinging their swords until the roars echoed through the air, at which point they finally reacted. This time it's a bit slow. The number 1 sniper looked in the direction from which the voice came, his hand still moving. Last time they arrived after clearing half of it, but this time it's taken so long. Is it because we've almost depleted the nest's reserves? The second empire speculated. According to the analysis and testing provided by Audis, these neural resources are products of time. Harvesting them in such a short period of time and in multiple batches, even if all the flesh and blood were left for them to regenerate, it would not be able to keep up with such consumption. Perhaps soon, the nests in this area will wither due to malnutrition, and then it will be the perfect time to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. No, it will be the perfect time to completely eliminate the nests. At least that's what Audis advised. I'll hold them off. Call me when you're done collecting the loot, and we'll retreat together. The second empire had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Without giving the first sniper a chance, they sheathed their machetes, drew their chainsaws, and charged toward the direction of the roar. Considering the mutual constraints between nests, they cannot cut down too many things at once, so they come in batches. The mutated creature showed no fear and charged straight at the second empire, which was covered in flesh and blood. The second empire expertly leaped and rolled through the horde, and the chainsaw sword's grotesque gears instantly tore off large chunks of flesh. The entropy count jumped in the field of vision, and soon we received the information that the number 1 sniper god had retreated. Goodbye. The second empire raised its lightsaber, blinding all the variants, and immediately darted out to catch up with the first sniper god. They didn't even need to get rid of the monsters. They knew exactly why they were there. Their primary task was to collect the mutated corpses, and they wouldn't chase after them. Having figured this out, the 2 of them were able to evacuate with ease. 3 crystals. What about you? The first sniper shook the 3 void crystals in his hand. These were loot dropped from the infected mutants, not items obtained from the incentive shop. Second empire. 2. Not bad luck, I guess. Top sniper. Did you see the effect? Sigh, no rush. There's no need to increase combat power right now. I plan to save up 20 and open them all at once. You're planning to save up for 2 10 pulls, huh? Then I'll just go for it. Holy crap. The first sniper god suddenly yelled, drawing the attention of the second empire. 2 silver crystals lay in his hand, while the other was bronze. Not bad luck. The second empire was a little envious. It was rare to get 2 silver ones at once. Usually, it was all bronze. Copper is cracking, rifle impact damage. I have several of these. One of the silver ones is spasm. Pistol electric shock damage. It's the first element. The first empire said happily, damn, that's awesome. Too bad it's a pistol. Pistols don't seem to do that much damage. What about the other one? The other one is the shattered wind. What is that? The first empire picked up one of the silver crystals with a puzzled expression, and was quite surprised to find that it didn't have any specific numerical value, but rather a rather vague description. 0 stance, shattering wind, an instinctive attack that includes rapid, multi-hit strikes and powerful finishing moves. Transformation, gauntlets as stress relief. 2. Although the top sniper didn't understand why it was just a description, it didn't stop him from thinking it was amazing when he saw the last few words. Relieve stress. The first sniper handed it to the second empire in surprise. It seems to provide an additional stress cap. Holy crap, awesome, this is still level 0. What if we upgrade it? The Second Empire was astonished after reading it. The top sniper immediately began to enhance it, but this crystal could only be enhanced 3 times. It can relieve 5 points of pressure. How much is that equivalent to? 15%. Even our level 5 willpower can only provide a 5-point pressure limit. The first sniper god was overjoyed, but the Second Empire's words the next moment made him unable to smile. But do you have boxing gloves? Where can we get one? Let's go back and ask Audis. At the outpost, Xia Shang, who had received a new batch of variant materials, saw a brief weapons procurement request. Boxing gloves. Where can I get a pair of boxing gloves specifically for you? Xia Shang is like a parent who sees their child wanting a new toy in the middle of the night. Where are you going to buy it for them? Or we could beat him up. Commander, according to the loot log, there is a batch of Kroni-style Malay gauntlets called flax in the research institute near the coast. The workmanship is average and the basic lethality is not high. The kid's lucky, let's send it to him then. Yes, Commander. Oh, Commander, good news. A player squad has obtained the first batch of gal samples. How many? Xia Shang asked with delight. A total of 13 tissue samples. Good, good. Immediately begin tissue culture and analyze their genetic defects as soon as possible. If necessary, transmit the relevant data to nearby survivor camps as soon as possible so that they also have a means to cope, Xia Shang instructed. Yes, Commander. Chapter 364 Lyle's communication request a deafening roar. Crimson spiral flames rose from the hills, burning everything in their path to ashes, including several hideous gals whose skin was torn open and whose bodies were almost half chopped off. Gouwa, seeing the tragic state of their kin, the other gals seemed unresponsive, continuing to spew foul-smelling roars. The sticky, highly toxic fluids seemed to seal their throats, and the gurgling sounds mixed in with their roars sent chills down the players' spines. The earth suddenly bulged up several mounds of earth that moved toward the 2 armored warriors nearby. The holy sword was fearless, and Volt immediately retreated. By the time several rotating drills that tore through the earth broke through the soil and were about to strangle the holy sword had already drawn its illustrious sword and slashed at the drills. The gals were incredibly strong, and the holy sword could barely withstand them even with almost all its strength. At the same time, several other drills viciously pierced his chest and abdomen, quickly breaking through his shield. The holy sword had no choice but to instinctively swing its sword to deflect the opponent's momentum, using both its hands and feet to dart out from among the gals, while simultaneously unleashing a sword aura back at the same time. However, at that moment, a jagged flying disc that was flying at high speed flew towards the back of the holy sword at a tricky angle. But at the critical moment, Volt appeared behind him and opened a barrier of electric arcs to block the flying disc. The serrated disc, which had been flung away, flew back and, quite naturally, embedded itself into a metal cover that the Abyss gal had attached to its arm, forming a circular chainsaw. Its ugly, smooth face was covered by a pair of shell-like eye patches, which looked like an unusually protruding pair of eyeballs, contrasting with its stiff, upturned mouth. Oglin, stop messing with your cannibalistic she-devil. What the hell do you do if the sample burns out? Volt shouted at another Volt not far away. The Volt who was called Oglin had a very long ID above his head, something like Tsinch's chosen Oglin the Great Tech Master. His teammates thought it was so overpowered that they just called him Oglin. Since you don't trust me, I only used this because I saw you divided it into several pieces. The samples from the ground are fine. This way it's easier. I don't have to worry about being affected by the poison from the exploding corpse, and I also finished the cleanup work at the same time, Oglin said confidently. This was the 3rd gal camp they had found, so they had gained some understanding of the gals, especially how their self-destruction after death left behind a large pool of highly toxic fragments, covering a considerable area, and cleaning it up with a flamethrower was quite time-consuming and laborious. That's why he thought of using the cannibalistic female demon. Suddenly, Oglin, who was loading ammunition, caught sight of several gaunt, red-headed gals wielding 2 spiked shields charging toward them. Melatonin, watch out behind you. Oglin quickly warned. As soon as Volt turned around, a shield covered in spikes was held at him. They certainly knew what the shield was. In an instant, bright blue arcs of electricity erupted from Volt's body. Acceleration was activated, and the doubled speed action accelerated his senses, allowing him to observe the trajectory of the thrown shield with twice the reaction speed. He then accurately caught its handle and returned the favor, smashing the shield into the crowd of drill gals. Boom! The firing pin on the shield was triggered, creating a violent shockwave that tore apart the festering flesh of the surrounding gals. Quack! Those drill gals felt no pain. When they realized they were about to be unable to move, they roared and exploded from the inside out, sending countless foul-smelling chunks of venomous flesh flying everywhere. The players were so horrified that they jumped back out of the area. Still shaken, Melatonin Volt surged with anger, taking a few quick steps to cross dozens of meters around the highly poisonous area. He raised his right arm high, gathering a bolt of lightning around his wrist, and then lashed it out at the headless gals. Electricity danced wildly, like a beam of light slicing through the air and striking the gals. With crackling sounds, a series of currents leaped between the gals that were not far apart, charring them black. Soon, the gal camp was burned to the ground, leaving behind a patch of scorched earth. Damn it, 14 gals. How come there are only 12 different individual samples? Oglin, did you burn them? I don't know. It definitely wasn't me. We still have Volt who hasn't said anything. Why don't we ask him? Soon, these crudely filled test tubes were delivered to Audi's warehouse, where they were placed alongside rows of identical glass tubes stained with poisonous blood. The next moment, a robotic arm moved over, picked up a row of test tubes and took them to the laboratory. Then a few more test tubes were transported in. However, the number in the warehouse could not be accumulated. Soon, the last row of inventory was taken away by the mechanical department. At the same time, no new samples entered the warehouse in the past hour. Audis's catalytic differentiation experiment requires accelerating the growth of these samples to obtain genetic data, but the consumption is also huge. Currently, the player's output is simply not enough to allow it to cultivate enough petri dish individuals for observation every minute and second. The apoptosis rate is too fast. They don't seem to have any real stem cells. It's like a bunch of fingernails, Audis reported to Xia Shang. It's alright, take your time. The Kroni Empire's genes are a mountain of crap code. Even Wei Hake himself needs to understand more about it, let alone our reverse engineering, Xia Shang said calmly, as if he had expected it. Just transmit whatever records you have and keep filling in the gaps. Yes, Commander. Commander, there is a communication request from Engineer Lyle. Lyle, why is he looking for me instead of playing his Cities Skylines game? Connect me to the phone. Xia Shang thought for 2 seconds and then agreed to the communication request. The next second, Lyle's shiny forehead appeared on Xia Shang's desk. Xia Shang noticed that the holographic image didn't seem to handle highlights very well, making it look a bit glaring. Boss, has anything happened on the plains lately? Lyle looked a bit haggard after not seeing him for a few days. His eye bags were a little swollen, and his skin had an unhealthy bluish-brown tinge, which didn't seem like it was from the sun. He had something to ask Xia Shang, and didn't even exchange a few pleasantries with him. Yes, Wei Hake deployed a batch of modified soldiers to see the results. Xia Shang quickly told the other party about the corpse demons. I was wondering what those inhuman, ghostly things were, and seeing your men so meticulously burning all the remnants on the ground, I thought the plague had spread again. Lyle was clearly relieved. You just wanted to ask about this. You could have asked anyone inside the wall and they would have known. So, what else is it? Xia Shang found his expression amusing. Hee, I can't hide it from you after all. There's one suit of armor controlled by those people inside the walls that I'm very interested in. But don't get me wrong, I don't do research on armor. However, I might need them to help me operate some equipment. I wonder if I have the authority to use them. Upon hearing this, Xia Shang tapped his finger on the armrest of the seat for 2 seconds in thought before replying. You can still use the method of assigning tasks to them, I won't interfere. However, if you're talking about those guys who are good at exchanging electric shocks, then I suggest you contact Zhou Jizuan. 9-5 Wisdom Trout. I heard he went to a lake far away to carry out a mission. What is the point of me contacting him? Lyle asked, puzzled. Xia Shang relaxed and leaned back in his chair. If you need volts to release the high voltage current you need, then you have to find a way to provide them with some replenishment to restore their energy consumption. Otherwise, they would rather put the electricity into the lake to fish than work for you. As for Nightfeather, I previously provided him with a glowing night spirit fragment, and he agreed to provide us with some supplies that can help them recover their energy. Given your background in the Merchant Guild, you should understand the secret behind having me make that contact. After listening, Lyle stared at Xia Shang with wide eyes, but didn't say much. He clapped his hands twice to express his gratitude, and then ended the communication. Well, why is the commander sighing? Wasn't that a good thing just now? It's a good thing, but I don't know if I'll set a precedent, Xia Shang sighed. Commander, what precedent are you referring to? Like the Volt Charger, Gauss Delivery, the Holy Sword cutting down a tree. These are the precedents. Ah, probably not. Even during the Orokin era, armor wouldn't be used for such trivial matters. Audi's had a reasonable argument, but for some reason, he wasn't sure. Chapter 365 in full swing at this moment. Zhou Jizuan and Galio were preparing at Yeyu's camp. They had previously contacted Xia Shang and indirectly participated in the transaction of the Night Spirit Fragments. It was after the Night Spirit Fragment transaction that Nightfeather finally began to disclose information about the Spirit Fiend mission to them. Although the remains of that ancient spirit were shattered and scattered across the entire plane, its indelible spirit was suppressed at the bottom of the lake by Lord Yuneng's will. However, the armor that came to guard it was corrupted by the spirit's will and became its outer shell. With the protection of the outer shell, Lord Psionic's original suppression method lost most of its effectiveness, so he had to find another way to restrain his leaking will. However, over the years, a dream world has grown up all over the bottom of the lake. You've been to that dream realm, which is filled with the babbling of the spirit demon. In order to be reborn, it has made the most of the adaptability given to it by the Oro Empire, seeping into the water from the dream and searching for anything that it can merge with along the tributaries of the underground river. Lord Psionic wanted to stop it, but his abilities were limited, and in the end he could only use the dream to restrain it. Things without will cannot be touched, wills that cannot enter dreams cannot be touched, and we who possess psionic blood cannot be touched either. This is a limitation, but also a protection. After hearing Yu's explanation, Galio was somewhat puzzled, because according to the information he had, there seemed to be some loopholes in it. You possess the blood of this psionic being, which is why you have gained some void power. But void power is clearly the night spirit's weakness, so why are you restricted from accessing it? Galio asked directly. It is true that the power of the void is their weakness, but crimson blood is not. Crimson blood is a medium. In other words, crimson blood is a lubricant that allows us to get closer to the power of the void, and it can allow us to adapt to the void to some extent. This is actually what the spirit fiend craves. If it can obtain Lord Phantom Energy's crimson blood, then the void will no longer be poison to it. It can even allow it to overcome the defects of its race and reproduce without roots. As Yu spoke, he carefully sorted through the plants in his hands, separating the leaves, stems, and tiny fruits, handing them over to another Yu to process, while he continued to explain to the two of them. Moreover, our Nightfeather's historical records also state that Ling Shao once attempted to seize the crimson blood that had been scattered abroad, so Lord Yuneng had reservations and restricted it. Galio nodded. That makes sense, otherwise you wouldn't need our help. At this point, Zhou Jizuan suddenly pushed Galiora aside and leaned in, asking, So, is this crimson blood useful to us? Yu immediately shook his head and said, Crimson blood is the flesh and blood of Lord Phantom Energy. She was created during the time of Oro and was given the duty of protection. She contains a trace of the Oro people's understanding of the void, and crimson blood is a product of this. You came to this void anyway, so why seek external things? But Kujiro Chizuru wanted to ask something more, but a call came in. Upon seeing the caller ID, Kujiro Chizuru immediately jumped up, apologized to Yoru, and ran outside. Mr. Lyle, what brings you on the phone? Jijiro answered the call and quickly greeted him. Where are you now? Lyle asked directly. Me. I'm in Yoru. Is this something I can say? Kujiro suddenly realized and asked Lyle in a low voice. What are you worried about? Your boss sent me to contact you. How am I supposed to continue the process if you don't tell me where you are? Lyle snapped. Oh, I see. I'm currently on a mission and haven't left yet. I'm still in the Nightfeather camp. That's good, Lyle nodded. I heard that Nightfeather made a deal with our boss, saying he could provide us with something that can restore the energy of your armor. Is that right? 9-5 Wisdom Trout. Yes, there is such a thing, Mr. Lyle. Do you need that thing? Yes, but it's not a need, it's a process. I need to understand these things and then consider how to optimize them so that they can be delivered to you in batches. Actually, it's just about making money off you in batches, Lyle thought to himself. Then I'll have to ask you and the others. Boss, please wait a moment. Zhou Jizuan quickly ran back and relayed Lyle's words to Yeyu. Yoru didn't seem to react or have any opinion, as if he already knew about this. He directly asked Kujiro to record the sorted materials on their table and send them to Lyle. There are plenty of ingredients, including some plants and quite a few hard dishes, such as the bones and teeth of some creatures, the claws of certain birds, and fur, but no meat. These materials don't seem to have any substitutes. Lyle glanced at the live broadcast and suddenly asked. As Zhou Jizuan relayed the past, Yeyu replied, these materials are produced from plants and animals that were infused with crimson blood in ancient times. They have evolved to this day, integrating the crimson blood into themselves, and have become the eyes and ears of Lord Yuneng. Yoru didn't directly explain why he used these materials, but his answer made everyone understand. But, according to your logic, if I were to set up mass production, wouldn't that be disrespecting your Lord of Psionic Energy? Lyle's expression was a little strange. Yeah, I feel like I won't dare to pee under these trees anymore, Galio chimed in. There's no need to be so reserved. Lady Yuneng is extremely special. As long as it's not something that shakes the very foundation of the spirit, she won't care. With the confirmation from the Night Feathers, Lyle was able to set aside his concerns as an ally. After collecting all the information and processing methods for the materials, he quickly came up with 4 or even 5 mass production portable solutions. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Okay, thank you so much. I'm quite busy here. By the way, do you need any metal? The communication ended shortly afterward, but a metal block weighing several tons appeared in Yu's camp. Boss, is the metal unsold? Zhou Jizuan was a little confused, but since the Night Feathers didn't say anything, he didn't bother to say anything and was more concerned about taking on the mission. So what do we need to do now? Are there any new psionic coordinates? Yoru's eyes did not hide their confusion about the term psychic energy, but since they were asking about coordinates, that was probably the only coordinate they had. Yes, recently the spirit has recovered some strength, and there are frequent leaks of dream fluctuations in these places. You need to check them out. Oh, and take this with you. Yu handed the crystal plate with the coordinates recorded on it to Zhou Jizuan, while pulling out a small cloth bag from behind him. 2 gear-shaped empowerment crystals were poured out of it with a crackling sound. This is To stop the leakage of spiritual energy, you need to actively enter the dream realm that has seeped out. This empowerment can temporarily protect you from the spiritual energy eroding your will. In addition, I also need to remind you that the Kroni Empire is also researching it. If you encounter it, remember to destroy their research data, Yu solemnly instructed. Lal was in a good mood. Sending away the ship's deck alloy, which he had sent from Venus to use as infrastructure materials, was not a bad deal. During this communication, a piece of the alloy that had been cut was sent to that camp. One reason was to do a favor, ostensibly to have the night feathers make protective gear for them, but in reality, it was to test how much influence this side had over the players. Because the best tool currently available to handle this alloy is the player, or rather, the player who can use the void ray. If Yu has his own methods, that would be an even better outcome, proving that the psionic lord they speak of is comparable to the man within the walls. However, Lal himself didn't care about the actual situation. He got up, left his alloy tent, and walked into the crack in the mountain that was making a clanging sound. The once dark and gloomy mountain cavity is now brightly lit. A huge metal frame is being pieced together along the wall, and the rock wall was specially carved out to allow a square metal object to be embedded in it. Most of the entrance's framework had been erected with temporary flooring, and many people were busy at work. Groups of 2 or 3 people, dressed in clothes made of scraps of cloth, were either carrying building materials or marking the walls. Most of the work was simple. Others are humanoid players who are using amplifiers and void rays to cut metal blocks according to virtual blueprints. Due to level restrictions, the duration of a player's void ray is limited, so cutting a standard piece of sheet metal requires multiple players working together to quickly obtain the finished product. However, this took a huge toll on Lyle. He already owed countless players blueprint packs, and his reputation was dwindling rapidly. If it weren't for the energy cap limiting each player's working hours, these players could probably have prepared all their armor the day before. Even though they have less output time and more rest time, their reputation gains far exceed those outside, which is why the framework here can be built so quickly. You guys are taking a break, right? Lyle came to the metal processing area, carefully avoiding the direction from which the players who were cutting metal were facing, and pointed out a few people to a group of people gathered on one side. Yeah, Mr. Lyle, we'll be back to work after this short break. The players laughed, as innocent and simple as little calves. Come with me, there's new work to be done. Chapter 366 Release of Electrical Energy. The ancient sinkhole is a huge sinkhole located in a mountainous area. According to the brief information provided by Yu, the location is a hilly area 70 kilometers north of the lake. It used to be a resource mining area of the Oro Empire, but now it has undoubtedly fallen into the hands of the Kroni Empire. 9-5 Jizan and Galio drove their hoverboards to this place, climbed a hill, and observed the Kroni factory that occupied the sinkhole in front of them. The pitch-black factory buildings reflected the gleam of metal, and turbocharged fans whirred on the round iron pillars. Black pipes, like giant earthworms burrowing through the mountainside, were embedded in the rock face, making the already gloomy sinkhole appear even more somber, like a black beast lurking within. Clang, clang. Occasionally, loud noises could be heard, and thick black smoke would billow out from the tops of some buildings. Is this the place? Galio confirmed. Yes, look at the factory sign. It says Guji. This is it. Zhou Wujizuan put away the crystal plate. He had brought it with him and couldn't let anyone break it. But such a huge factory. How many soldiers would be inside? Can the two of us handle it? Galio asked worriedly. And then there's this talk of entering a dream. The situation in the dream is truly terrifying. Even if we manage to get out, we'll still have to face these clones again. It's going to be quite difficult. Seeing his expression, Zhou Wujizuan sneered. Scared now? You don't actually want to go back, do you? No, I mean, shouldn't we come up with some tactics? Galio said somewhat embarrassedly. How about we wipe out all the Kroni here first, and use them as a base? Once we have a base, Audis will be our guard, and we can safely carry out this spirit shell mission, right? I underestimated you. You're more ruthless than me. I had the same idea. This factory is big enough to accommodate a lot of people, so the incentives must be considerable. We can give it a try. Since they shared the same opinion, the two of them didn't waste any words. They reached out and swept their hands across the air in front of them, and the next moment, 2 suits of armor were placed in front of them and then attached to 2 beams of particle light. There are quite a few patrolling soldiers on the road. In order not to arouse their suspicion, I have to travel on foot. Let me get used to it. The voice of Jijiro had changed to a clear and melodious glass tone, while Galio was the magical volt armor. When Zhou Wujizuan learned that Galio was making volt, he was dumbfounded. Galio's progress in collecting materials for the Glass Maiden was about the same as his. Now, he suddenly turned to making cheap armor. Wasn't all that effort wasted? However, Galio himself said he still preferred the feeling of volt, so Chizuru Kujiro had no opinion to offer. It's just a bit of a shame. For example, like in the streamer Quinn's recorded broadcast, the move where the 2 glass armors shattered each other's ultimate skill can no longer be used. Now, you have to perform combos yourself, and it might be difficult to recover void energy. In this regard, Kujiro Chizuru can only hope that Yoru's energy recovery agent will have some effect. Let's take action, said Chizuru Kujiro. The 2 retracted their hoverboards, spun around and leaped down the mountain. Then, a black light field emanated from their bodies, and they quickly glided to the sky above the sinkhole factory. Let's start with good luck. Zhou Wujizuan said, and suddenly a heavy bag of grenades appeared in his hand. He threw it directly. The Kroni soldiers who were idly patrolling on the ground did not know what was happening. Suddenly, something hit their heads, followed by a series of explosions. Thanks to the sinkhole's surrounding structure, the roaring sound resounded throughout the entire factory. That's too high profile, Brother Jizuan. The 2 glided down onto a huge iron cylinder, the heat of the metal making their armor feel scalding. That's the effect we wanted. Let them all come looking for us. If we were to go looking for them, it would take forever. Zhou Wujizuan laughed, pulling out a Conqueror grenade launcher and jumping off with his back turned. Galio shrugged, took out his crocodile god shotgun, and leaped in another direction. Enemy attack. Alert. The location is in the mortar treatment area. Troops, proceed with caution and avoid damaging the equipment. You motherfucker. It's Chenji. Call for backup. Stop them here. Bombardier, find an opportunity. Bang. A beam of iron shot slammed into the face of the shouting Kroni soldier, instantly obliterating his face. What opportunity are you looking for? There are no opportunities left. Galio, wielding the crocodile god, possessed powerful mobility thanks to his armor. With each stride, leap, and spin, he was unstoppable by the Kroni soldier's guns. Even stray bullets that struck him were deflected by his shield and deflected onto the floor, sparking a shower of fire. Blood splattered on the equipment expansion platform. The Kroni soldiers guarding the loading vehicles were quickly wiped out by Galio's shotgun. Before he could even look around, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from somewhere. Without thinking, Galio immediately fired his bullets away from his spot, flying more than 10 meters close to the ground in an instant. The next moment, a fiery whirlwind erupted where he had just stood, melting the alloy floor into molten iron and creating a huge hole. She's a cannibalistic female demon. Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out, indicating that there was now more than 1 sniper on the other side. Galio dared not linger and leaped out again. Galio was less lucky this time. The 2 incendiary bombs were not far apart, but they landed on his escape route. Orange-red flames swept over his calves, and his shield shattered almost instantly. When he looked down, the skin on his legs was charred black, with sporadic embers flickering in the cracks of the charcoal. Fortunately, it didn't hurt, so Galio immediately stuck a healing needle into his waist and then ignored it, instead peering out to look for the bombardiers. Before he could even peek out, a burst of bullets came flying, nearly scratching his shiny volt helmet. Given the cannibal's reload speed, the first one should already be giving me a bonus. Galio looked up at the area he was in, sandwiched between towering equipment tanks. If he were to be pre-shot from both sides, he would likely be roasted like an eel. In the blink of an eye, Galio leaped into the air, kicked off the equipment tank opposite him, and used the recoil to jump to a new height. He was now above the heads of the Kroni soldiers, with countless bullets chasing his figure. The scalding bullets pierced through the distorted vacuum channels, all of which Galio could see. He also spotted 2 bombardiers immediately. And who was the third? Never mind. In an instant, electric current surged across his body, coalescing into a bright white outline. Sensing the immense power gathering within him, Galio almost instinctively pulled back his limbs, trying to shrink the current even further, until his armor could withstand the maximum pressure, electrical energy release. An electronic storm surged and scattered, terrifying electrical energy coursing through it. As the storm swept across everything, the razor immediately bit into it. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The Kroni soldiers seemed to be coiled by Tesla coils, with bright chains of lightning connecting them through the air, linking all the nearby Kroni together. The crackling of electric currents was incessant, and all the Kroni soldiers twitched their limbs like dolls. When the storm's power dissipated, the Kroni soldiers were all covered in blue smoke, their bodies charred black. Holy crap, that's a generalization too. Awesome, haha, you like using ironclad flesh tactics, huh? Let's teach you guys a lesson in internet addiction. Galio was so excited that he was talking nonsense and didn't even notice that a control panel behind him, which had been destroyed by electricity, was now sparking. Chapter 367 Kroni Chemical Plant War. High frequency, piercing alarms blared throughout the factory. Galio felt the metal plates beneath his feet vibrate. Suddenly realizing something, he looked around and found a group of Kroni rollers rolling behind various bunkers. This item can be purchased in the ironclad line. Many players have used their connections to buy some from players on the other side of the snow mountain. It is especially useful when outnumbered. The rollers' agile attacks and destructive power can effectively restrain enemy fire, making it a very suitable support item. But as an opponent, it's not so pleasant. A gurgling rolling sound filled the air. Galio tried to release an electric shock to destroy the circuit boards that operated inside them, but to little avail. The rollers were almost completely unharmed. 4 rollers crashed into it amidst the lightning, sharp blades popping out from their surfaces, startling Galio into dodging them. Galio remembered that the best way to destroy these things was to target the weak points in the steel plates on both sides, but unfortunately, he was currently the only target of the rollers, and it was almost impossible to catch them when they were sideways. Clang! Another iron ball came crashing in, and Galio swung his machete at it, actually hitting the side plate of the roller and smashing it into a pile of iron lumps. It's not that difficult. The armor is several times stronger than the humanoid phantom, and its melee damage is also much higher. In close combat, it is even more lethal than firearms. Plus, I have a speed boost. An electric current surged through his body, and Galio felt as if the world had slowed down by half. The rolling balls that had been darting around seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. Without any hesitation, he approached the roller head-on and smashed it with the motion of hitting a golf ball. Then, in just a few seconds, he smashed all the unsightly iron balls around him and even picked up 2 cannibalistic weapons. This cannibalistic woman is in really good condition, not a single scratch on the red paint. It looks brand new. Luckily, my ultimate attack didn't detonate the ammunition, or it would have been a disaster. What's this? Suddenly, 2 bullets flew into his field of vision, like 2 bees flying past him. He turned his head and saw a group of giant tooth soldiers rushing towards him, with 3 of them using jetpacks to approach from the left and right. Galio immediately set his sights on the jetpack, which was originally called the villain backpack because the corresponding unit was called the villain. It not only had the ability to fly briefly, but could also launch rockets loaded in the backpack, which could deal considerable damage. Many players were interested in its ability to fly freely for a short time and wanted to have it. Unfortunately, this thing has a safety hazard. If a powerful weapon accidentally pierces a vital part of it, it can easily explode on the body. Just like the giant tooth squad that many players have encountered, almost all the villains were killed by their own backpacks exploding. Just as Galio was preparing to shift his operations and try to get a couple of backpacks, a loud crashing sound suddenly came from behind him. Turning my head, I saw that the steel frame of the originally stable and tall iron tank had been broken by a chain for some reason. The control panel on one side, which was emitting flames, was completely out of control. The chain continued to tighten, pulling the entire base of the frame. Then, with a loud crash, one of the nearly 20-meter tall iron cans, containing an unknown substance, slid off its base, breaking the pipes that allowed it to enter and exit. Instantly, an extremely foul-smelling, yellowish-green liquid gushed out from the bottom opening. The viscous liquid also seemed to be highly corrosive, quickly corroding the nearby iron frame into brittle handles, which began to break off further away with a crackling sound. As a result, the remaining 4 or 5 iron cans all began to tremble. The sight of 6 nearly 7-story-high chemical containers about to topple over made even the charging giant tooth soldiers stop in their tracks. Holy crap! Galio didn't dare to delay, his eyes flashing with electricity as he took off running. Crackling sounds. Boom, 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 boom. The tank collapsed and shattered, releasing countless tons of corrosive liquid that surged outwards. The giant-toothed soldiers had no time to care where Chenji was and ran frantically outwards, but the surging water quickly caught up with them, hissing and splashing. Some of them ran until they realized they had no feet and collapsed into the liquid, bubbling with blood. However, while those in front were fleeing for their lives, reinforcements, unaware of the danger, were coming from behind to surround and annihilate Chenji. The natural rock passage was immediately blocked from both ends by the Kroni soldiers. Those in the back cursed in confusion, while those in front were jumping up and down in panic. However, the corrosive chemical liquid did not give them a chance to mediate. With a whoosh, it rushed in and swarmed all the Kroni soldiers into the cave like cockroaches. This is bad. Galio was clinging to the rock wall, watching the liquid flow down the low-lying ground into the underground passage, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Suddenly, a series of chattering sounds came from below. Galio looked down and saw a thug with a backpack clinging to the rock wall beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he attached himself to the wall, grabbed the thug's backpack, and yanked the thug off, throwing him directly into the corrosive liquid. Having finally collected his hard-earned spoils, Galio called out to 9-5 Wisdom in the voice channel. Where are you? Where are you? Something terrible has happened. Where did you go? Did you go underground? There was no immediate response from the other side, but instead, there was a series of clanging noises, shouts, and the sound of glass slicing through the air. It was clear that the battle on that side was quite intense, but Galio couldn't hear any gunshots coming from anywhere. Yes, I've made it underground. I took a quick look around upstairs. The forces aren't many, so I came down to see if there are any warehouses. What's wrong? I just exploded 6 big cans here, and some kind of liquid, I don't know what it is, all spilled down the drain. That liquid absorbs iron really fast. Galio warned. Are you referring to a yellowish-green liquid that looks sticky? Galio was somewhat surprised. Huh? How did you know? I'll fuck you. You were just right at my feet. How could I not know? Bang, creak, holy crap, my frame is going to collapse. Wait a minute, I'll come up later. Not long after, Zhou Jizuan ran up from the other side of the artificial passage. When he found Galio, he saw that the platform that had originally fixed the chemical containers was now just a few scraps of the frame. The ground was soaked in acid, emitting a strange and unpleasant smell. Nothing grew where he passed, and even the stones were left with light red stains from the soaking. What's going on next? Galio asked anxiously. What else could happen? Most of it has collapsed, but fortunately the cave is still relatively stable, so the Spirit Fiend mission has not been interrupted. It's just a pity that the factory below has its exit blocked by acid. If we want to get in, we'll probably have to find a ventilation shaft. Zhou Jizuan shook his head and stated. Is there still hope of using it as a base? Galio asked somewhat anxiously. I doubt it will work, but if I say it won't matter, you'll have to ask Audis. Jijiro shrugged. Then let me ask. Audis quickly responded. Check the components and collect 10 solution samples. Sample collection was relatively easy. There was a small pit of solution nearby, and it was quickly transferred over. Audis. Sample testing in progress. Testing complete. Audis. The composition chain largely matches the Gekdu, a specialty chemical raw material of Kroni. Extracting the pure substance can be exchanged for reputation. Large quantities can be exchanged for incentive points. Is supporting equipment required for hazardous material collection? Gokdu. What kind of new material is that? Never mind, as long as it works. Let's put the Spirit Fiend mission aside for now and collect the corrosive liquid first. We can get some incentive points to exchange for a concentration skill. Seeing that there were incentive points to exchange, Zhou Wujizuan quickly requested 2 sets of matching equipment and rushed underground to collect the liquid. Along the way, they encountered a large group of frontline soldiers who came to support them from other factories, but fortunately, nothing could stop their determination to complete the mission. Several hours later, the two finally arrived at the dark underground passage of the factory. Unlike other underground rivers, this place was not clean. Instead, it was filled with the toxic stench of chemical waste. Just standing at the door of the newly opened sealed chamber and feeling the surge of toxic gas, Galio had the illusion that he was losing blood. You're all purple now, why don't you dodge? Zhou Wujizuan kicked him away and quickly closed the sealed hatch again, thus preventing the poisonous gas from spreading outward. So it wasn't just my imagination? Galio asked, lying on the ground with his butt sticking out. Chapter 368 Entering the Dream of Spiritual Fiend. Damn it. These damn clones have ruined the underground riverbed like this. What a joke. Have you forgotten that the atmosphere of the entire empire is poisonous right now? I really forgot. It seems I was thinking of them as too much like humans. But the problem now is that the mission location is inside, and we can't get in. Galio's poison has been cleared, thanks to an injection given to him by Zhou Wujizuan. Zhou Wujizuan looked at the stones on the ground. The moss here had a peculiar color and there was a small path, indicating that the Kroni people did not regard this place as an abandoned land. Moreover, considering that there were chemical liquids outside, there should also be corresponding protective clothing. With that in mind, he took Galio to search in the nearby black iron building, and they actually found several dirty isolation suits. Considering the many protrusions fused to the flesh on the armor, they switched to using humanoid phantoms to wear the isolation suits. However, the Kroni are already tall, and the isolation suits are even more bulky. When the two of them wore them, they looked like two tie-like people, and they had to use something to tie their hands and feet to barely restrain the excess parts. When the hatch was opened again, the leaked toxic gas could no longer harm them. Although Kroni's products were ugly, they were easy to use. They closed the door behind them and turned on the lights provided with their protective suits. They found a dark metal box next to them with the word lighting on it, but it didn't respond when they pressed it. The two walked silently into the depths. Stalactites hung upside down overhead, and a foul-smelling, yellowish-green liquid flowed in the riverbed. Underfoot were crushed paving stones that clattered and echoed in the quiet cave, making the scene even more eerie. Cables, iron, and signs of construction. Did they intend to develop this place into storage rooms? But it seems they gave up. Galio kicked a neatly stacked iron box by the roadside. Could it be due to a gas leak? I don't know. Since they've set up protective suits nearby, something must have happened that forced them to abandon their original plan. What's wrong? As Zhou Wujizuan was speaking, he suddenly realized that he was the only one left. He turned around and saw Galio squatting by the iron box, examining something. Come and see, Galio said. Let me see. Is this Night Spirit Stone? Zhou Wujizuan leaned closer and saw that the box didn't contain any iron circuit boards at all, but was actually full of Night Spirit Stones of different sizes. This reminded them of the previous Kroni excavation site, which was the very place that led them to this location and where they met Yu. Without saying much, they grabbed the box of resources and continued heading towards the coordinates. Although they say that getting to the underground river is like finding your bearings, it's a bit abstract. This cave is way too big, Galio complained. We're almost there, aren't we? Wait, is it this again? Zhou Wujizuan also found a strange product assembled from Night Spirit Stones on the way. He wondered if it would be the same as the previous one if he activated it. However, the two of them didn't plan to try it, fearing it might trigger other unexpected events. Soon, a fluorescent green light appeared before their eyes, magically and abruptly appearing in a piece of factory waste liquid. It did not ripple with the liquid, but was like a reflection on the surface of water. But the hand that emerged from the water on the shore didn't seem like a shadow. It was an ominous, eerie green, emanating a strange mist. When Galio saw the arm, he instantly recalled the time he was dragged into it without realizing it, a dazed feeling as if he had lost all his memories. This made him stop in his tracks, afraid to move forward. What's wrong? Zhou Wuji asked, puzzled by his appearance. Galio snapped out of his daze and remembered that he had come on a mission. With Night Feather's empowerment and a buff, he naturally had nothing to fear. So he mustered his courage and followed 9-5 Wisdom Trout. It seems they didn't say how we're supposed to get in, just shake hands like this. Zhou Wujizuan first squatted down next to Yolu's arm and took a few pictures, then looked at the mission description and found there were no hints, so he asked Galio. With Galio's nod of approval after experiencing it firsthand, the two quickly prepared, but they ran into trouble with their armor. They were currently deep in the poison pool, and they didn't know if they could still summon their armor when they entered the spirit dream as humanoid phantoms. To be on the safe side, they would use their armor to enter, but the place was full of poisonous fog, and even a couple of breaths would send them flying and leave them unable to move for a while. Didn't we change some incentives? Galio reminded him. You mean exchange for crystals? Zhou Wujizuan was initially reluctant, but he couldn't be stingy, so he found the silver crystals on the exchange list and exchanged them. At the same time, the two of them also upgraded them to the highest level. 5 Poison Immunity. Provides 45% immunity to poison damage. Indirectly, Phantom Warframe Pressure 9. After attaching it to their armor, the two of them transmitted their senses into the armor and immediately felt an indescribable pungent smell rushing into their bodies. Even though they were now immune to nearly half of the damage, they could not stay there for long. So the two quickly gave themselves another injection, and then gripped the arm together. Ahuo. Yuan # %% our series of eerie, low hums lingered in their minds for only a moment, briefly shaking their consciousness. A glowing mark of half a dozen gears appeared on their foreheads, shielding them from the bewitching influence. Then the image flickered. Splash. Zhou Wujizuan found himself instantly transported to a serene green world. This world had mountains and water, with a calm lake in front of him, but everything was shrouded in a layer of serene green filter. He was standing on the shore, in water that was ankle deep. He took a step, and the ripples he created broke the calm of the lake and lingered for a long time. We're here already. Zhou Wujizuan had no memory of how he got here, but it wasn't teleportation. It felt more like a dream. By the way, where's Galio? He looked around and saw Galio beckoning to him from behind. Galio's armor was out of place in this world. Its bright blue shell stood out, as if it were on a completely different level from the rest of the world. He kept waving at the 95-inch trout, which was only a few meters away, as if signaling him to come ashore. Zhou Wujizuan suddenly realized something, and he quickly stepped ashore. As his feet left the water, the silence around him receded like the tide. Holy crap, bro, that scared me to death. I thought you were going to die here. Galio's anxious voice finally reached Kujiro's ears, bringing him back to his senses. It turned out that the two of them entered this dream at the same time, but Zhou Wujizuan was not so lucky, as he landed in the water. This water. I remember Yu saying that the remnants of Ling Sha's will seep into the water. I didn't expect it to be the same in my dream. And this time I didn't hear that voice that told us to merge into one. It must have been blocked by the power of the psionic energy, Galio said. There was definitely something wrong with that water. It might have been full of bewitching whispers from evil spirits. The psionic energy helped me block it all out, which is why I couldn't even hear your voice. Zhou Zhizuan sighed repeatedly to ease the tension, but how were they supposed to continue the mission now? There was no need for them to rush, because the lake surface was already rippling, as if something was lurking from the bottom of the lake, causing the lake surface to swell slightly. Chapter 369 Breaking the Dream Whoosh. With a loud bang, the lake water exploded. Zhou Zhizuan and Galio were already preparing to leave and naturally did not notice the previous anomaly. When the strange phenomenon occurred, they turned their heads to look, only to see a blur of shadows slashing towards them. Galio almost instinctively activated acceleration, and an arc of electricity shot out from several arcs on his body, striking the 9-5 intelligence drought and granting him the acceleration ability as well. However, even with their senses doubled, they couldn't see the thing's speed at all. Zhou Zhizuan immediately thought of wide area glaciation, but Galio was faster than him, spreading out a huge electric barrier in front of him. Boom! The afterimage collided with the barrier the instant it struck, and the barrier was completely shattered into a shower of particles. The afterimage, still powerful, continued to attack them, while Zhou Zhizuan's glass armor shattered and scattered, landing on the two of them. With a loud thud, the two suits of armor flew backwards for dozens of meters. Radiation. Galio, who was sent flying, felt his vision blur and the color blocks were unevenly distributed, as if the signal had been interfered with. This reminded him of some elemental reactions he had learned about before, among which radiation was the most troublesome. It could directly cause flesh damage, and it could also affect the operation of the armor, leading to friendly fire. Is it a spirit demon? Zhou Zhizuan also realized that he had been affected by the negative effects of radiation. He rolled over and landed steadily, and asked Galio at the same time. I don't know either. Didn't I tell you what happened last time? They were just some small tentacles, which Brother Shang destroyed with a get-out command. I've never seen anything like this before. So you don't know how to fight this thing? Have no idea. Suddenly, a huge shadow loomed over them, and the two of them turned their backs to avoid it. The afterimage slammed into the ground and shattered into a bunch of strange tentacles, which then surged toward them like a swarm of snakes. The scene was extremely disturbing. Holy shit. Galio couldn't stand seeing such dense swarms of things, so he immediately unleashed an arc of electricity that struck the group of tentacles. The arc spread outwards, destroying many tentacles, but it had almost no effect on their sheer number. No, you're conducting electricity not in groups, but one by one. Is that right? Galio asked, puzzled. Just then, two incendiary bombs flew into the group of tentacles, setting off towering flames that burned countless tentacles into a strange, slimy substance, which then charred and dried up. Galio also saw that many tentacles had withstood the burning flames and swam out of the fire. He was immediately alarmed and quickly stopped Jijiro from continuing to fire. Let's keep our distance first. With the help of the empowerment this time, the babbling won't affect our actions. Tentacles are just tentacles. As long as we don't get touched, there shouldn't be any problems. Galio's mind flashed back to the last time he came in. The tentacles were all similar, except that last time they crawled out of the ground, while this time they were crawling on the ground. The only variable is the lake. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the lake in the dream the spirit demon lake. Perhaps it is because they appear directly from the lake that they are so numerous and resilient. As Galio pondered, he beckoned the 9-5 wisdom trout away from the lake. But just as they were about to move more than 100 meters away from the lake, the surrounding scene suddenly began to shake and become blurry. What's going on? The two were puzzled, but they noticed that each other's foreheads were glowing. It was the empowering light. Turn back, for dreams are but a prison. Take up the burden of that lost soul, and sever the spirit's will to break free. A hazy voice, seemingly from nowhere, appeared simultaneously in their consciousness, yet they both had a strange certainty. The voice came from the NPC who had never appeared, psionic. She means the dream world is only this big. We have to clean up all these tentacles by the lake. There's going to be a boss at the end, right? Galio questioned. Nonsense. How can we complete the mission without encountering the boss? Zhou Zhizuan looked at him helplessly. He thought the other party had experience, but it turned out that Xia Shang was really carrying him. Helpless, the two turned back, but the tentacles continued to chase them, as if they knew they couldn't get out. However, Zhou Zhizuan also realized that he could not use the cannibalistic female demon's fire attack. Otherwise she might grow a tentacle that was immune to fire, which would be even more troublesome. It would be better to save it as a final execution method. So the two of them pulled out guns and knives, and Zhou Zhizuan casually threw a grenade. You can avoid fire, but you can't avoid fragmentation, right? The tentacles were shattered by bullets and scattered all over the ground. The two men quickly cleared a large area with their water-spraying gun technique, leaving the ground covered with a viscous liquid that looked like asphalt. However, as they progressed further, the bullets seemed to have no effect on the remaining tentacles. They would only be deflected by their tough outer skin, simply because the tentacles had swum through the asphalt liquid that the dead tentacles had turned into, and it seemed that resistance had been incorporated into their bodies. Holy crap, are they formed from dust? Galio exclaimed, looking at the rifle in his hand that had been enhanced by the void crystal. This rifle could pierce a hole in Kroni's iron armor, but shooting at them was like stabbing cowhide. It just slipped through his fingers. These tentacles are not only becoming increasingly difficult to penetrate, but they are also growing larger and branching out, resembling giant hands that are utterly repulsive to look at. Remember what Psionic said earlier. That's what the Lost Ones used to do. For some reason, Chizuru was somewhat emotional. Such disgusting things. Just the act of slashing them was a headache. The two of them were still in such a state even though they had psionic protection and were not affected by the delirium. The lost soul endured the erosion of delirium day after day while performing these tasks. The two tried everything they could, from slashing and hacking to electrotherapy, but in the end they could only watch helplessly as the last giant, eerie green arm was fully fused together. This time, however, it did not rush towards the two of them again, but instead solidified into a huge, dark green stone, lying quietly in place. Where's the boss? Is it over? The two looked at the stone, which looked exactly like a night spirit stone. Such a large piece, it's probably a fragment from Ling Shao's body. Galio wondered. It's possible, but what do we do now? Zhou Zhizuan was more concerned about the mission's progress. Take away from the dream world and hand it over to the night feathers for recycling. The psionic voice sounded tired, and the two of them didn't say much. They quickly stepped forward to put away the night spirit stone. Soon, the dream lost its anchor and began to blur. It was a close call. Thankfully, it didn't merge into a boss in the end. Galio breathed a sigh of relief and said to Zhou Zhizuan, but when he turned his head, he saw a standing figure vaguely appearing behind Zhou Zhizuan. The figure was green with purple hues, and its silhouette was blurry, but it was no shorter than the nearly 2-meter tall glass lady, so it was clearly not an ordinary person. Galio was startled and was about to remind Jijiro when the entire dream shattered. This time, the two didn't suddenly change locations. Instead, they found themselves submerged in a lake. Swimming to the surface, the boundless expanse of water made them realize where they were. Back in the lake, just like before, Galio said. Chapter 370 Rumors from the South. However, the lake water is normal. Was the evil spirit completely suppressed within the dream by the psionic energy? Hey, fish. Galio saw a blur flash past him, a harpoon suddenly appearing in his hand. In a flash, he thrust it out, piercing through the fish's armor and penetrating its body. You bastard, there are plenty of fish in the camp. Why would you care about this one? When the two returned to the night feather camp, they switched back to their humanoid phantoms, carried harpoons, and went inside to find the night feathers who were busy with something, indicating that they wanted to settle the mission. Is it already finished? Yoru asked in surprise. Well, we've only finished one so far. Let's bring it back and take a look. As they spoke, the two took out the last night spirit stone arm, which was made up of all the tentacles. Upon seeing this, Yu quickly followed the others to examine the object. After inspecting it, they looked at each other and nodded, seemingly confirming its existence. It contains a considerable amount of residual spiritual energy. How did you manage to contain it? Yu asked curiously. You don't know. Zhou Jizuan had just asked when he came to his senses. Ye was not allowed to touch the dream of the spirit demon, so naturally he didn't know what was going on inside. So the two of them recounted how they had been dragged into the dream. Hearing that there was also a lake in the dream, Yi was not surprised. However, the way the arm was formed was beyond their expectations. It was obtained by killing someone with brute force. You said they get tougher the longer you fight them. You're probably referring to the adaptability of the spirit demons. Maybe next time we can try an amplifier, and it won't be so troublesome, Yi suggested. Ah, I didn't dare try it, because we've already equipped our armor with that power-up. Galio said somewhat awkwardly. Yi didn't say much about it. After all, it was others who were taking the risk, and they could only provide the information they knew, but they couldn't control what they did. As for these Night Spirit Stones, Lord Phantom Energy can extract a considerable amount of Night Spirit Essence from them, which is an important material for crafting empowerment. How would you like to settle the account? You can exchange them for reputation or record them as Night Spirit Essence. Exchange reputation. Put it in the book. Unexpectedly, Galio and Jijimaru simultaneously expressed different needs, and before Yoru could ask them to confirm, the two had already locked eyes. Galio, trading reputation would be best. It's a purely fixed asset that can also be exchanged for empowerments. What do we need Nightbringer's breath for right now? 9-5 Wise Trout, what do you know? Nightbringer's breath materials are in high demand. Now that the war has escalated, these things are already scarce. Instead of exchanging them for fixed reputation here, you should make a note of these and see if other players need them. What if you can get something much better from other players for a much higher price? No, at our current level, how many people can reach the point where they need Night Spirit's breath? The entire server has only had Quinn, Dust, and the others. Wait, you. Galio suddenly realized something as he said this. HMPH, you get it now? They're the main force for map exploration on the server right now, and they have a higher chance of finding rare materials, items, and even weapons. Think about that group of black and red Kroni soldiers that appeared in Dust's video before. We still haven't seen them, and there are also the weapons they dropped. I heard they were handed over to Brother Shang, but there's no sign of them being sold. They're obviously high-end stuff. As for Night Spirit's breath, we're currently the only ones with a good channel to get it. It's scarce and unique, so we don't have to worry about not being able to exchange it for good stuff. Galio, oh tilde, so you're just a shill who exploits information asymmetry. Galio disagreed, saying, but they might not even need this stuff. What if by the time they need Nightbringer's breath, we've already opened new outposts and the market is flooded? Are you stupid? What's the point of losing reputation if you exchange it later? So, should we exchange Night Elf cores for reputation levels? That doesn't seem like a bad idea, but do we have enough energy? Energy. Hearing this question, Zhou Jizuan was also somewhat troubled. The amplifier could make the void ray more lethal and also help with the regeneration of void energy, but there were too many places that needed energy, and that little bit of replenishment was just a drop in the bucket. Oh, it's alright. Didn't Boss Lal follow Brother Shang's instructions to get this stuff? It shouldn't be long before we have the energy restoring injections. After discussing it, the two felt they should get 2 crystals that improve skill efficiency. Efficiency crystals can release skills with less energy, which might make up for the lack of energy. We don't have enough incentive points, Brother Jowu. Although we've collected all the Gekdu from that factory, Audi's has assessed the risk level as too high. There are dangerous chemicals everywhere, so they won't let us use it as a base. We don't have any incentive points to exchange for crystals. Galio also started to worry. How about we take over a stronghold? Who said you have to use incentive points to exchange for crystals? Zhou Jizuan walked towards their accommodation in the night feather camp, which consisted of 2 simple tents surrounding a half-burnt fire. After stirring it a couple of times, sparks flew, and some dry grass was added, and it quickly reignited. A large bonefish was then placed on the fire to roast. Galio, huh? How are you going to get crystals without using incentive points? Are you going to grind monsters and rely on luck? 9-5 Wisdom Trout, relying on luck is a last resort. No matter how hard you try, you can't compete with hardcore players and whales. It's safer to exchange for items in the shop. But you also said that we don't necessarily have to use incentive points. What do you mean? Galio wondered if the 95-year-old Jizuan still had radiation stuck in his brain. What I mean is that we don't necessarily have to use our own incentives. If we don't use our own, then whose will we use? Use whoever has the best incentives. Sai, look at your brain. You have absolutely no business sense. Don't overthink it. I'll take care of it. For now, let's focus on completing the mission. If we get a chance to attack a stronghold, let's not waste it. Recent rumors say that terrifying undead have appeared on the plains of Night Spirit. They are bloodthirsty and poisonous, and they kill anyone who passes through their territory. What rumor? It's true. I passed by the Silk River a few days ago and saw those ghostly things running in the distance. It was terrifying. People who got too close were even chased and killed by them. They don't just chase and kill. I've heard they even eat people. Is it that weird? I need to warn my son to be careful when he's leading a team out there. Was that something Kroni did? Who else could it be but those sons of bitches clones? Who would make something like this? In a secluded camp in the plains and mountains, several elderly survivors were chatting together when a very young voice approached. Old man, where exactly is the Silk River you just mentioned, and those spirits of the dead? Upon hearing this, the survivors felt a surge of displeasure. They were only in their 40s, how could they be called old people? Just as he was about to turn around and teach the young people a lesson, he saw a young man covered in blood. His strange, tight-fitting uniform was stained red, but his face was rosy and he was full of energy, with clear, foolish eyes. Oh dear, young man, what's wrong with you? They didn't care about being called old, and hurriedly tried to inquire about the young man's health. Oh, it's nothing. I ran into some Kroni groups on the way. I was trying to avoid them, but they kept chasing me, so I had no choice but to kill them all. Anyway, it's not my blood. Where is that undead you were talking about? I'm looking for that thing. The young man's words terrified the survivors even more. What did he mean by we have no choice but to kill them all? Those were the brutal clones they had been trying to avoid at all costs. Wait, you're from the south. Could you be one of the young men who fought against the Kroni Empire? One of the elderly survivors suddenly remembered something and quickly stepped forward to grab the young man's hand to ask. Huh. North is up, south is down, west is left, east is right. Where's south? Over there. Yes, I'm from the south. Have you heard of us? This young man was naturally a player who came out to do a quest. He was pleasantly surprised to hear rumors about himself in this remote camp. Chapter 371 Relics from the Aura period. Upon hearing that he truly came from the south, the remaining inhabitants immediately surrounded the young man, looking at him as if he was some rare resource. It wasn't that I really wanted to use him as material, but rather I wanted to ask him how he was able to chase and kill that group of invulnerable clones. Some people even wanted him to take their younger relatives with him, because the area had become somewhat unsafe. After patiently dealing with the elderly survivors, the young man finally obtained the information he wanted and escaped. 100 meters from the camp, he found 3 armored warriors waiting for him. Why is it taking so long? Volt looked impatient. Most of the people in the camp are elderly, and we chatted in a bit of a disjointed way, which took some time, the young player replied. Any clues? Another holy swordsman asked. Yes, there is a Silk River nearby. There is a gal's hiding place at a bend in the upper reaches of the river. It should be a few kilometers away, not far. All right, let's go now, so as not to cause trouble for others. Holy Sword glanced at the rocks not far away and shook his head. The young man summoned the 4th battlesuit, and after controlling it, the group immediately left. As the armored figures disappeared into the distance, 2 young survivors emerged from behind the nearby rocks, their eyes filled with both fear and excitement. They quickly ran back to the camp to explain the situation to their elders. Are you sure? Is it really the heavenly jade? The old survivor asked in shock. Yes, Elder. I've heard you talk about it since I was a child. They are 2 heads taller than us, covered in iron, and not as ugly as clones. They can even transform from humans into those ironclad figures. Plus, he said he came from the south, so does that mean the rumors about the heavenly dragon camp in the south are true? Or just a hoax by the Kroni Empire? Furthermore, I think we were discovered eavesdropping, but they don't seem to care, so I believe it's plausible. Elder, we should consider relocating the camp. But the road is too dangerous. Although it is in the south, we don't know how long it will take. The road is full of Kroni sentries, and there are night spirits at midnight. It's too dangerous. The Elder's worry was not out of fear, but because the main force of their camp was almost gone. We can ask those celestial beings for help. I've heard that they're willing to help as long as we're willing to pay them. Then what can we possibly have as a reward? We're already struggling to find enough food, and we don't have many resources to exchange for star coins. Even if we scrape the leather bags clean and get the heavenly sword to help us, what will we do on the way? All the survivors remained silent. Yes, things were already difficult enough, so how could they possibly hire other heavenly warriors for help? Just then, a survivor with both hands severed stepped forward from behind the crowd, looked at the clan elder, and said, Clan elder, perhaps they will want that thing. What? We don't even know what that thing is. But didn't you say it was definitely from the Oro period? We don't need to care what it actually is. As long as it's from the Oro Empire, they'll definitely want it. These words seemed to persuade the clan elder, who immediately ordered the 2 who had been eavesdropping to follow in Chani's footsteps and try to find them before Chani left Jizzy Bay. The 4 celestial warriors moved with incredible speed and quickly found the bend in the river that was bypassed by the riverbed. However, to their surprise, this was not a simple river bend at all. The river was winding around the ruins of Oro, which had been guarded by Kroni. The group, separated by a slope with an elevation difference of several hundred meters, looked around at the slightly golden circular building fragments lying among the ruins. The area was quiet, and sure enough, no Kroni soldiers were patrolling or wandering around. This is it. The old folks say there are a lot of gals here, at least 10 or more. So what if there are more than 10? We have 2 vaults, the more the merrier. We'll just use electrotherapy to control them and chop them down one by one. Okay, let's lure out all the gals first, then gather them together as much as possible, and then things will be easier. After making simple tactical arrangements, the 4 armored warriors charged towards the ruins. When they reached a certain distance, the gals, sensing the ground shaking, sprang from the earth and roared as they charged toward them. Gunfire continued and bombings were constant. The gals are fearless, and some even use their signature self-destruct attack, which is a common tactic among beginners. This puts some pressure on the holy sword, which excels in melee combat. Fortunately, Volt provides a speed boost to the entire team, which barely manages to hold off more than 10 gals. However, the number of gals seemed to be far greater than that, and they found that they couldn't keep up with the speed at which they were killing them. No, there are too many, almost 30 already. A Volt was very fast, and with a quick glance, he gave the approximate number of enemies, not including the gals behind his blind spots. Whatever, I'll take care of it. Another Volt laughed, gesturing for the holy sword in front to move aside. He then launched himself into the air above the gal horde, a dense electronic storm condensing on his body before being released with a roar. The next moment, countless lightning snakes leaped and danced among the gals, their sheer number almost forming a lightning cage. The exploding gals were the first to suffer, their flesh collapsing from the electric current. Their exploding lightning shield slammed into the ground and exploded, further affecting the surrounding gals. However, there are also some tough-skinned gals that can withstand electric currents. Once the lightning subsides, the wounded gals become even more enraged, dragging their still slightly twitching bodies and using both hands and feet to kill. With a series of sharp, swift movements, sword energy flew out mercilessly, scraping the ground and dismembering the charred corpses. Before long, the battle was over. Clearing out so many gals is stressful, but the sample collection afterward is the real motivation. These are all sparkling incentive points, and with luck, they might even crystallize. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Once the toxic fog dissipated, everyone immediately began burning and cleaning up the remaining toxins on the ground, while simultaneously collecting samples. We've struck it rich. We're rich. So many incentive points, plus the team bonus. We've probably got close to 40 incentive points in total. 10 or so per person. That's almost enough to exchange for golden crystals. Although the armored warriors had no expression, it was easy to hear the joy of a bountiful harvest in their tone. Wow, there are crystals. Open it quickly. I'm betting on big or small, I'm betting it's bronze. Damn, you're really something else. You jinx, I'll blast you off. Wait. Let's see the effect first before you scatter them. That's true, let me see. Lightning rods, crystals that provide immunity to electric shocks and elemental resistance are quite valuable, so it's not too bad. I'll leave you alone for now. Just as the 4 were nearing the end of their collection of gals, one of the holy swordsmen noticed that someone seemed to have appeared on the way they had come. Those are those 2 guys who were eavesdropping behind you. What does this mean? He recognized the 2 men immediately and asked his teammate, could they be Kroni spies? Should we kill them? It can't be that serious. There were only 2 of them. Maybe they came looking for help because of some reason. Let's see what's going on. When the 2 survivors caught up, they saw a burnt-out ground and the surrounding area was deserted, with no more of the fierce roars of the past. The charred objects were obviously what they were. Powerful, swift, the legendary image of the heavenly demon became clear in their eyes at this moment. Lord Chani, we have an urgent request. If you gentlemen agree, our camp is willing to hand over the artifacts from the Aura period discovered in these ruins. The 2 were extremely excited and ran breathlessly to the 4 of them, immediately kneeling down on the ground. Chapter 371. Should we send 2 more boxes of milk? Upon hearing this, the player, who had been secretly on guard, immediately went to greet them warmly and quickly helped the 2 up. Hey, just say what you need to say. Don't kneel down all the time. What kind of behavior is that? The players moved so quickly that even the 2 survivors didn't have time to react. Looking at the several inhuman, featureless, but unusually enthusiastic Chani, they were also worried that the Chani hadn't heard them clearly, so they quickly added something. This is also the reason why we have to bother you Celestials. Our clan elders heard rumors from the south that as long as you can afford it, you can get your help. Before the survivor could finish speaking, one of the holy swordsmen quickly chimed in. Yes, as long as there's a reward, we'll do anything. From murder and arson to helping the poor and needy, there's nothing the heavenly swordsman wouldn't dare to do. Before the holy sword could finish speaking, Volt slapped him on the forehead and dragged him away by his teammates. Another holy sword quickly stepped forward. Excuse me, our brother here only knows how to fight and kill, so he speaks rather bluntly. Please don't mind him. But I'm curious, you weren't talking about money just now, but about some Oro relics. Could you elaborate? Seeing the harmonious relationship between the Chani people, the 2 survivors looked at each other, and then one of them thought for a moment and replied, we are just refugees from the mountains and plains, struggling to scrape together a few scraps of star coins from the fingers of the Kroni Empire every day. But recently, those damned Kroni have suddenly sent many advanced teams here for some reason, greatly increasing the number of patrols on the plains. This has made our survival increasingly difficult, and the entire camp is almost starving. We hope that you, the heavenly lords, will allow us to follow you to the south. The only thing the entire camp can offer us now is the relics we found in this camp a few years ago. Upon hearing this, the players immediately cheered and were about to pull the others back to the camp when Holy Sword, who had asked the question, immediately questioned, this isn't right. What? Everyone was puzzled. I heard that the Replicant Empire has excavated almost all the ruins on this ground, but you say they were discovered several years ago. Such obvious ruins, how could the Kroni Empire, which has dominated the planet for hundreds or thousands of years, have kept them undiscovered for several years, and let you reap the benefits? Does that make sense? Upon hearing this, the other three players also realized what was happening and immediately looked at the two survivors, wanting to see how they would explain themselves. In their eyes, these two AIS were hiding secrets and refusing to reveal them. Now everyone knows that every NPC in the game Starcy Frenzy has a life trajectory, and they act according to the collision of their trajectories in the game. Now that their Ari's lies have been exposed, they want to see how they will explain or how they will cover up their lies. To their surprise, the two NPCs weren't alarmed by their lie being exposed. Instead, they seemed to realize something and immediately replied, "So that's the problem. It's our fault for not explaining clearly. Actually, this area was just a rocky hill before. The Kroni people hadn't explored this area until 3 years ago when a thunderstorm struck. Our elders led a group through this area and got trapped by the storm. I was there too, and I saw a bolt of lightning strike this hill, and then what? Then a hole was blasted open at the foot of the hill piled with rocks, and a celestial warrior walked out of it. Tianji, does that mean a suit of armor escaped from here? What a waste. Wouldn't it have been better to leave it for us to excavate for another 3 years? So you went inside and rummaged through things after that?" Volt asked from the side. "How dare we?" Tianji was still very weak at the time. He sat outside for a while, and we didn't dare to go near him. We just watched from a distance. Then, for some reason, the Kroni sent a spaceship over. Tianji fought with the Kroni. In the end, Tianji killed all the Kroni, stole their spaceship, and ran away. Only then did we muster up the courage to enter the cave, the survivor said as he recalled the events. "What's inside?" "There's a coffin." "Ah, no, it's an open cryogenic chamber, and everything else around it is metal artifacts from the Aura era. The only things we can lift are a few small items." After listening to the survivor's description, the players, unsure of its veracity, briefly discussed it and decided to send 2 people to the camp while the other 2 went to loot the ruins. Although the ruins had been occupied by the Kroni for several years and the Oro Empire's items should have been completely looted, there should still be a considerable amount of resources left behind by the Kroni Empire, which were all valuable items that could be exchanged for reputation. Upon hearing that Tianji was willing to follow them back, the 2 survivors were overjoyed and were about to lead the way when the player simply carried them on his shoulders. "Instead of waiting for you to walk, we'll give you a ride." The 2 armored warriors stepped onto the hoverboard and shot off with a whoosh. The strong wind made it hard for the 2 survivors to open their eyes. By the time the hoverboard slowed down, they could already see their own camp. When the clan elders saw that the 2 heavenly guardians had personally escorted their people back, they initially thought that the clan elders had offended the 2 heavenly guardians, but they quickly explained the situation. "Where are the relics? We'd like to take a look first," the holy sword said. Upon hearing this, the survivors looked at each other in bewilderment. The clan elder, after much deliberation, finally ordered his men to dig the object out. 2 armored warriors crouched by the pit, while the other survivors were somewhat terrified. They weren't sure if the 2 Tenno warriors would kill them all for the Oro relics, but they weren't Kroni, so perhaps they wouldn't do that. But they weren't afraid of the worst. The 2 players ignored the anxious look on the faces of the survivors, lifted the lid of the rusty storage box, and revealed the contents inside. One of them was a strange white object with gold inlay, which looked like a bottle but was not a bottle, and had 3 strange grooves on it. The holy sword picked up the object and weighed it in its hand. It had some weight to it, but it was unclear what its purpose was. Besides, there were several strange objects in the box, which looked like spheres encased in cement and rocks. They were unremarkable and quite bizarre. Is this a stone? Is the fossil also an Oro relic? Volt was about to pick up one of them when he was quickly stopped by the surrounding survivors. "Don't touch it. This thing is extremely dangerous. If you hold it directly in your hand will be corroded to powder." These words only piqued the players' curiosity. They weren't afraid of losing limbs anyway. If it was really that special, wouldn't it be a great achievement to bring it back to Brother Shang? What's wrong with losing limbs? Volt moved even faster, grabbing one of the stone balls, but perhaps he lost control of his strength, and a large piece of the stone layer covering the surface peeled off, revealing strange iron-colored patterns inside. Moreover, the so-called scene of flesh being corroded did not appear, and it landed steadily in Volt's hands. Upon witnessing this scene, a survivor who had lost both arms stared blankly into the eye and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Volt glanced at him, noticed his severed arm, and recalling what had just happened, realized that he was the one who lost his hand because of this. But why was there no problem with this thing in his own hands? Because your armor, you can't be corroded. Impossible. Armor isn't immune to elemental damage. It looks like a walnut. Since it's a relic from the Oro era, it must be related to some kind of technology in the void to be able to do this. Should we contact Audis or Xia Shang first and ask what this thing is? Volt looked at the holy sword for advice. "That's definitely something to ask, but I don't recommend asking now," holy sword said, shaking his head. "When should I ask?" Volt asked, puzzled. "Are you stupid? Of course you should wait until you get back and ask Brother Shang in person. What's the point of sending something back if you don't show sincerity by handing it over in person? If you don't show sincerity, how can you ask Brother Shang for more rewards?" Holy Sword was furious at his lack of self-respect. "Volt, no, you're using social niceties when playing games. Do you want to take 2 more cases of milk to his office?" Volt was speechless. "What? Brother Shang likes milk. Then I'll have to go get a couple of cases while I'm at it." Chapter 372. The information is leaked, and Kroni is in pursuit. The entire camp of survivors was overjoyed to hear that the Sky Warriors had granted their request. "When will we set off for the south?" the elder asked tentatively. "You guys pack your things quickly. It's a long way to the south. Let's ask if any of the guys at the station can send some vehicles." Although they didn't know where the point they were referring to was, seeing that the murder and robbery they had been worried about for so long had not been discovered, the survivors were finally completely relieved and went back to pack their belongings. However, calling for a vehicle still posed a challenge for the 2 players. Currently, the players with warframes in the base are almost always out farming dungeons, and even those who haven't crafted their warframes yet are trying to find out information about upgrading them in the future. Almost no one is willing to spend time coming here. You have to understand that the vehicles used to transport goods are almost all standard models from Kroni, with sheet metal and steel frames. They are safe enough, but not fast enough. If you drive one of these things hundreds of kilometers away, you won't see it for 5 or 6 hours. Who would spend so much time to help them transport people? Moreover, when it comes to transporting people, this outpost has at least 40 or 50 people, and the amount of goods is unknown. It would require at least a convoy, but there aren't enough drivers. After trying to contact them for a long time, no one was willing to help. They understood the pros and cons, but even if they offered money, no players would help them. So they had no choice but to ask some NPCs to do the job. "Aren't the NPCs safe?" Volt asked. "What can we do? Nobody's paying any attention to us." "Or we could ask the new players. Didn't they recently open a base on the coast? We could probably pay some money to get the players there to make a trip there, right? But there aren't any cars over there. Are we going to have to wait for them to come to our base to rent one? Who knows how long that would take? Ooh, this is really a headache. There's no way to get a ride. If we can't shake a car, why don't we just shake a plane?" Hiss. "That's right. Our base can now assemble 2 transport ships a day. They're not very useful sitting in the warehouse. We're constantly shipping goods to nearby camps. So, renting one to transport people shouldn't be a problem, right? Okay, I'll ask Audis." On the other side, the 2 players left behind in the Bay of Numbers ventured deep into the deserted Kroni camp, where they found ruins of Oro-era buildings destroyed by the Kroni. The once gilded ramparts were in ruins, and the areas that should have been gilded had been hollowed out. The small cave mentioned by the survivor who brought the news was eventually found by the 2 of them. However, there was no longer a hill or cave, but a clean, circular hall, where the refrigeration unit was still placed. They really weren't lying to us, but why didn't they move this thing away? Is it broken? Holy Sword stepped forward and examined the cryogenic chamber, discovering that it hadn't been used for a long time. Those are a bunch of guys who won't even leave a wall untouched. Even if this thing is broken, they can disassemble it and reassemble it into a weapon. There's probably some purpose in leaving it here. Another vault stepped forward and noticed that the cryogenic chamber seemed to have been repaired. If they don't want it, then we'll be in trouble. Maybe we can even get some reputation in return. Holy Sword chuckled, raised his hand to activate the void passage, and with a whoosh, took the cryogenic chamber into it. You're really something, not even sparing human coffins. Didn't those survivors agree to give us what they found here? And they've all seen it. It's genuine and related to the void. That's not right. Those are the rewards we earned. These are the spoils of war we got after defeating the Gals. They're different. Seeing that there was nothing more to explore, the two immediately set off to leave. But as their figures completely disappeared into the distance, a Kroni soldier, entirely blue-black in color, emerged from the void above the ruins. No, or rather, he deactivated his invisibility. He stared in the direction the two Chenlu warriors had left, recalling the conversation they had just had, and then set off. When the two armored vehicles returned to the camp and heard that they had spent some money to rent a transport ship from their own base, they didn't have much of a problem. After all, getting the goods was a good thing. Before long, the transport ship designed by Lyle flew in, but unexpectedly, 4 or 5 Kroni single-soldier flying boats were chasing behind the transport ship. The airship's firepower was naturally ineffective against the transport ship's armor, but pursuing it like this would likely cause casualties among the survivors, as this open area was far too dangerous. Damn, have new Kroni troops been deployed on the way from the base? 2 mechs immediately stepped forward to provide support, using grappling hooks to swing themselves onto the transport plane. With the assistance of 2 mechs ground snipers, they easily eliminated these trailing creatures and even captured several individual airships, which greatly pleased them. Everyone, stop standing there and hurry up and grab your belongings to get on the spaceship. These Kroni are quite troublesome. We need to set off as soon as possible. Hearing Channy's urging, the survivors didn't dare to delay and immediately carried their bags into the cabin. Some of the large items they originally wanted to bring were already packed, but now they didn't plan to bring them in order to save time. Fortunately, some players came forward to help, which made the survivors thank them repeatedly. 4 armored warriors also followed behind the spaceship in individual airships to protect it and prevent it from encountering other airships. However, several orange-yellow light curtains suddenly appeared on the horizon, attracting their attention. 5 flat, orange-yellow Kroni spaceships emerged from the light screen and flew straight towards them, their roaring sound waves deafening. Holy crap, what the hell is that? A spaceship teleportation? No, damn it, they dared to touch our ship. The 4 players were stunned. They only realized what was happening when they saw 5 Kroni ships fighting and their own transport ships firing. They immediately took action and flanked the ships from the left and right. The 4 mechs were not afraid of the 5 Kroni airdrop ships at all, and they charged straight into them despite the hail of bullets. Boom boom, the 2 single-person boats crashed head-on into the side of the airdrop boat, while the armored vehicles piloting them had just broken free and leaped out, climbing onto the head of the airdrop boat. Surrounded by a black force field, they helped the vehicles stick tightly to the surface and prevent them from being blown off by the strong wind. Damn, I've actually mastered the art of riding a plane. Blow it up quickly, don't delay. A flash of cold light appeared in the Holy Sword's hand, and a pure blade was instantly drawn, slashing down at the hard armor beneath him. Phew whiff 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 whiff. The sword energy penetrated the spaceship as easily as cutting through tofu, and then emerged again. After a few strikes, it almost destroyed the spaceship. The spaceship could no longer be controlled and crashed headlong towards the ground. However, the Holy Sword had no intention of crashing with it. Instead, it set its sights on another spaceship flying diagonally behind it. After a bullet-like leap away from the spaceship's traction, it followed up with a sudden slash that struck the face of the airship's cabin. The black force field on his body allows him to adhere to the surface of the spaceship like a magnet, remaining as stable as a rock even in the nose of the spaceship, where the air pressure is strongest. I remember this is the cockpit of the Kroni transport ship. The scene of his test flight of the transport plane flashed through the Holy Sword's mind. In addition, the spaceship was not worth much in the base now, so he raised his magnificent sword and slashed at it. Inside the transport ship, the survivors, huddled in their belongings, felt the ship shake. Audiz's broadcast made it clear that the Kroni spaceship was following them, and fear gripped their hearts. After all, from birth, Kroni was synonymous with violence and terror in their minds, even more terrifying than the night spirits that roamed the plains of night spirits. If they encountered one, they would be crippled or killed. At some point, the cabin was filled with prayers. No way, I can't be that unlucky, can I? Everything should have been safe as soon as I got off the plane. May Oro bless you. Mr. Darvo, I'm sorry, but if I survive this, I will never run away again and will fulfill our promise. Chapter 373. Is this Chenji's stronghold? The prayers seemed to have a real effect. The turbulence in the cabin quickly subsided, and the calm voice of the central control unit came through the public address system. The pursuers in Kroni have been completely eliminated. Passengers, please rest assured. The return route has been corrected. There are 27 minutes remaining until we reach our landing point. Upon hearing this, the survivors were surprised to find that the Sky Warriors were actually protecting them instead of abandoning them once they boarded the ship. They arrived safely at the helipad outside the base, and even after the cabin door was fully opened, they could hardly believe it. Before the refugees in the cabin could even disembark, several people came outside to greet them. The leader seemed very relaxed and showed no disgust towards these people who had left their homes. You must be refugees who have come seeking refuge. You've brought more bags and packages than we did before. They should be more talented than us, right? Our camp was raided by those clones back then. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't have been forced to seek refuge with Chenchi. Sure, what nonsense are you spouting? Aren't the lives the Heavenly Lords have given us better than before? If you say you were forced to come here, I'll break your legs. Dad, you're being a bit unreasonable. Didn't you tell me this in the first place? You said our ancestors were subjects of the Oro Empire, and that we should rely on our own hands to survive on the Imperial planet. Snap, the son got a slap in the face from his own father, leaving everyone in the cabin stunned. Are you two also Oro descendants who have come to rely on Chenchi? The clan elder hurriedly stepped forward to inquire. Hey, what isn't it? The middle-aged survivor, who was also the father, replied. There hasn't been a peaceful place on this plane these past few days. That bastard Kroni smashed some kind of weird thing on the ground, and now the plane is full of those inhuman, ghostly things. Although the clones are the same, these new things are even more brutal, killing anything they see. Yeah, the younger one chimed in. Our camp was surrounded by those things, blocking our way for days so we couldn't go out to buy anything. Luckily, the Sky Warriors came and burned them all to ashes, otherwise we would have either starved to death or been torn to pieces. Seeing that his father was about to say something, the young man quickly covered his mouth. Don't say it, don't say it. We're here to help unload the cargo. This ship is waiting to go to Hongjin Community to transport crystal ore. Reminded in this way, even the survivors on the ship dared not delay any longer and hurriedly began to push their luggage out of the cabin. This is the camp of the Chenchi warriors. The newly arrived clan elders looked at the refugees and displaced people around them, each doing their own thing. There was no wariness or unease on their faces, as if that was not something they needed to consider at the moment. The landing platform is a rocky protrusion on one side of the stronghold. They can easily see the stronghold gate on the opposite cliff face. The slope extends down to the open ground below, where there are already stalls of various sizes, and all kinds of goods can be seen. Every now and then, 2 Sky Warriors would spiral out of the stronghold's gate, land on the open ground below, and conjure 2 hoverboards that would then soar into the plains with a whoosh. There were also many people dressed in uniform tight-fitting combat outfits. They mostly gathered in groups of 4 and would use hoverboards to leave the area. However, even more people returned from the plains. Who are these people in combat suits? How can they have the same weapons and equipment as Chenji? A young man asked in surprise beside the clan elder. Perhaps some capable survivors bought weapons from the Chenji warriors to arm themselves and serve as patrols in the vicinity. Don't the larger markets and even strongholds have similar procedures and systems? The elder replied. Are you a new settlement? Suddenly, several people dressed in tight-fitting clothes and carrying weapons on their backs came in front of them. The elders and others noticed the longing in their eyes and became wary. I apologize, sir. We are indeed new here and unfamiliar with the area. However, we will not be staying for long. We just need to find a safe zone nearby under the protection of the Sky Warriors to set up camp. We will raise the protection fee as soon as possible. Two relatively robust survivors quickly approached the clan elder to try and bolster his position, but the elder replied in a low voice, not wanting to anger these guys who were attached to the Chenchi warriors. Survival on this plane is difficult enough, so it's not hard to understand why some people rely on armed forces. For example, many refugee camps would sell their camps to the Kroni Empire in order to survive or have better living conditions. Those who fared better chose to join the Iron Defense Line, which allowed them to obtain weapons and supplies to resist the Kroni Empire. However, the Iron Defense Line's total combat power could not reach the plains, and its weapons and equipment would only melt when they encountered the deliberately assembled Kroni troops, so it was actually quite difficult. But now, Tenno warrior camps have sprung up on the plains, and the rumors outside are all praising the Tenno. There will inevitably be many who defect. As such, it is inevitable that some will gain some administrative power after defecting and then take advantage of the situation. The clan elders and the surrounding villagers naturally assumed that these men who could carry weapons were of that kind. All right, you always act so wary when new people come. People might think we're trying to scam you. But to their surprise, these people approached with smiles, seemingly unconcerned by their deliberately displayed attitude, and even began to explain. We are also Tiani, and we are your guides. We are responsible for finding you accommodation and jobs. Originally, these jobs were done by other people like you, but recently too many people have joined, so we have to take over. Otherwise, you would be living a life of hardship. The other party's words weren't exactly polite, but the elders and others didn't suspect anything, or rather, it would have been strange if they had been too polite. But you say you're Tianlu. Tianlu are clearly made of iron. Are you trying to fool us by saying we've never seen Tianlu before? The young man beside him, who was missing both hands, spoke in a somewhat unfriendly tone, but was immediately glared at by the clan elder. Sigh, there's nothing I can do about it. I must have been out of my mind to spend all my reputation to buy the glass lady. However, after hearing this, the few people who should have been furious and embarrassed by the exposure of their lies in the eyes of the clan elders actually said with a wry smile. Me too. Right now we're short of fish innards and we can't get any at all. Damn it. And what's with that night spirit? I haven't seen a single shadow of it in a month. Otherwise, I'd be out hunting gals for crystals by now, instead of being a guide here. Several people who claimed to be guides looked unwilling, and their answers left the survivors completely baffled. What does that mean? Tianlu wasn't born a man of iron. But that's not how it's supposed to be in the legends. Alright, enough of that. Please follow us. Your luggage will be transported to the warehouse by Moa and Ospreys. I'll take you to rest and have a good meal first, and then we'll go choose your preferred jobs and accommodations later. So, dozens of survivors, somewhat bewildered, followed a few guide players into the stronghold. Their hearts couldn't help but flutter with trepidation, and even a hint of excitement. Chapter 374 Images in Sculptures. Are there more and more people migrating to our area lately? Xia Shang looked at the newly popped up personnel registration form on the main control panel. Yes, Commander. Recently, the gals on the plains have been in turmoil, and Kroni's troops have been deploying more frequently. Our player base is now large enough to maintain control over 100 kilometers day and night. News has spread widely along with the player's activity range, so many camps have moved to the vicinity of our base. Audis's reply seemed to carry a hint of joy. That's good too. There are too many places that need manpower right now. In addition to manufacturing transport ships, the assembly line factory also needs people for external infrastructure construction. These things can only provide new players with basic funds, but they are no longer attractive to our 300 battlesuits. These people also need to find a job that can make a living, so it's a good thing to entrust them with these tasks. Xia Shang nodded. This was the perfect time for their Chenchi faction to build up their reputation. The 300 armored warriors needed to strike while the iron was hot. That being said, Commander, only a small portion of the migrants want their own tribal camp. Most want to stay at our base. We can accommodate them for now, but this is not a long-term solution. We can forcibly send some people to the auxiliary camps, Audi suggested. There's no need to force them. It's reasonable for them to seek advantage and avoid harm, to fear death and cherish life. They came to rely on us because they believe we can give them a way out. Since we can give them a way out, it's also fine to give them a safer environment. By the way, how's the subway construction progressing? Subway construction is progressing relatively smoothly so far, but the pace is somewhat slow. Slowed down. What's going on? Are there Kroni sentinels harassing us? But aren't players often on the routes to Lakefront Market and Crimson Crystal Community? Xia Shang wondered. However, when Audis explained, Xia Shang was genuinely at a loss for words, because it was said that almost every player had a hoverboard, and with transport planes being produced daily in the base, many of which were already in use, plus the various armored vehicles in the garage being sufficient to meet daily needs, almost everyone felt that there was no need to waste resources building this thing. Moreover, there are safety hazards in excavating underground caves, coupled with these useless and wasteful rumors, so even the construction team itself is not very enthusiastic. After explaining these points, Audi said nothing more, and a brief silence fell over the control room. Sigh, that seems to make sense, but Audis, you must have spent a lot of time browsing that network. What do you think? Commander, Audis believes that as long as we can gain air superiority over the current area of influence, our transport planes are sufficient for daily use, and our aircraft are flexible enough to evade attacks and seek the nearest support. These are advantages that the subway network cannot match. Audis didn't launch into a long speech. He simply pointed out the drawbacks of the fixed nature of the subway network. While such a network would be beneficial in a world without danger, this planet was currently under the control of the Kroni Empire, and flexibility and stealth were what they truly needed, much like an ironclad defense line. I think so too, but we still need this thing. It's not just a transport vehicle for going back and forth. More importantly, it represents our awareness of connecting the planes of night spirit, making everyone realize that we are not fireworks in the sky, but roots buried deep in the ground. Xia Shang imagined that Audis could understand his words. The plains of night spirit was now their base. There might be countless lands outside the plains without night spirits, but no land could give them even half a day of peace under the rule of the Kroni Empire. Night spirits was one of them. Even if the night spirits are about to merge with nature, even if the night spirits can probably never be eliminated, this is exactly what they need. Moreover, night spirits are also a resource. I see, Audis understands. Then we can send more people to the construction team and deploy more personnel to the various target camps to speed up the construction. But in doing so, the number of personnel available in the base is not enough. A player has visited, Commander. Upon hearing this, Xia Shang stopped asking about the subway and immediately got up to meet the player. Brother Shang, it's been so long since I've seen you out and about. Xia Shang welcomed the 4 armored warriors into the main control room. They were all familiar with each other, having fought alongside Xia Shang at the orbital port before. Don't bother Brother Shang, he's busy. Without further ado, the players immediately took out the loot boxes that had been credited to them after settling accounts with the group of survivors. As soon as the box was taken out, Xia Shang realized something and, without any hesitation, directly lifted the lid. The Oro statue. Upon hearing the name, the 4 players burst into laughter, but to their surprise, Xia Shang revealed a mocking sneer. This isn't right, is it? Isn't this something from the Aurora era? Did we mess this up? A player quietly messaged his teammate, his heart pounding. You should know that, not only them, almost no one had ever seen Xia Shang show such an expression before. You've probably heard of the Oro statue, right? Just as the players were at a loss, Xia Shang's expression softened, returning to its original amiable state, the Xia Shang they were familiar with. Upon hearing the question, a holy swordsman thought for a moment and suddenly remembered seeing a discussion thread on the forum about sculptures from the Aurora period. Because it was posted by an expert, it had a high number of views. However, there were no pictures of the actual objects, only a picture of an orb. So even though the poster commented that it was an experience pack, it didn't generate much buzz. This is the experience pack. Holy crap, this is awesome. Brother Shang, how much experience can be stored in this thing? If I want to sell it, what's a reasonable market price? Is this something that's becoming increasingly rare with each use? The players' questions were realistic, but also very simple. However, Xia Shang had a different idea pop into his mind. This statue is your spoils of war. The entropy sealed within it is not something that can be measured in terms of value. It depends on supply and demand. But there is something I need to make clear to you. As he spoke, 2 blue and 1 gold objects appeared in Xia Shang's hand. They did not look like crystals. Is this the precious pearl? Xia Shang did not reply, but instead simply inserted the pearl into the hole in the Oro sculpture in his hand. The moment the last jewel was inserted, a strange ripple emanated from the sculpture, and everyone in the room heard a clear and melodious sound, like a beautiful chorus. Immediately afterwards, the golden patterns that had been gathered on the surface of the sculpture slowly popped open, as thin as cicada wings, swaying slightly, as if possessed by some kind of magic, which quickly calmed down the 4 originally excited players. Do you know why the Oro Empire would seal its precious entropy values inside such a strange sculpture? Xia Shang placed the sculpture on the table, watching its golden feather leaves sway in a cycle as time passed, and asked the player a question. Players couldn't possibly understand the intricacies of this situation. They could try to guess, but Xia Shang didn't need them to. He reached out and gently touched the center of the golden orb on the statue. Instantly, the surrounding light dimmed, and darkness enveloped the 4 players and Xia Shang in the arena. Before the players could react, the black curtain disappeared, but they found themselves no longer in Xia Shang's main control room, but on a huge, clean white platform facing the mountains and the blue sky. Here, the sky is clear and the mountains are deep green. Looking around, the earth is covered with lush green grass, as if you are not on the planet Earth. The surrounding area was filled with neatly arranged people, and below were displays of city buildings. Ordinary people crowded in the square below the stage, looking up at them on the stage. Danger. We're surrounded. Protect Brother A. Shang. Pa, does Brother Shang need your protection? Were we teleported? The change in environment caused the players to become restless for a moment, but Xia Shang quickly calmed them down. Don't worry, we're still in the control room. This is just an image stored in the sculpture. What we're looking at now is a snapshot from the time of the Oro Empire's rule. Xia Shang didn't look at the crowd craning their necks below, but instead looked around. Seeing the guards in grey gold armor around him, a hint of guilt appeared in his eyes. The player's attention was already drawn to the surrounding scene. The visuals were incredibly realistic, and the environment was vastly different from that of the Imperial planet. The weapons of the surrounding guards also made their eyes light up. But who are these people? Why would someone make a helmet shaped like a bucket? If it's footage, what happened? You'll find out soon enough. I've already started recording, so I'll show it to BB Hanlily later. Damn it, they're just trying to squeeze out all this traffic. It belongs to all 4 of us. I'll turn back to you. Good buddy. Ignoring the players' whispers, Xia Shang suddenly stepped aside. The players were puzzled, but the next moment, an old man in a magnificent robe suddenly took a few steps and came to the spot where Xia Shang had just been standing. The deep chimes rang out, followed by melodious and continuous ringing, enveloping the surroundings in a sacred atmosphere. The wheel of eternity gazes upon this place, and the stars in our blood return to the navel of the void. Praise be to those who bestow upon us scepters, who forge crowns of eternal punishment with their own blood and flesh, and to those who give us blades, who mend the fishes with sighs. Upon hearing this, the players looked puzzled and whispered among themselves about the strange words. Although they couldn't understand the language, they understood the meaning. The prayer continued. Now, maker of the golden hand, you forge the strings of redemption from crimson sin, and the raging child kneels before the mirror. It was you who stripped away the chaos of flesh and blood, giving steel a whispering soul. It was you who broke the wings of the evil spirits, giving eternal marks the chains of taming. Snap, snap, footsteps sounded, and a blue-skinned man, about 2.5 meters tall, emerged from nowhere. He had long limbs, a smiling face, and eyes without pupils, only golden light. His long, golden blue hair was tied high with a golden crown, and he wore a golden necklace. He was draped in a magnificent white robe covered with gold patterns, revealing his left shoulder and arm, while his right hand was hidden inside the robe. A huge white gold blade hung at his waist, its scabbard wrapped with a curved golden band. Holy crap, blue-skinned people. Were you talking about him just now? Holy crap, what kind of noble tycoon is this? He's covered in gold, even his fingernails are gold. Could it be Emperor Oro? The players were buzzing with discussion, but Xia Shang just squinted, his gaze sweeping over the platinum giant blade at the blue-skinned man's waist. The blue-skinned man stood on the platform, looking down at the crowd below. He nodded slightly, his left hand subtly brushing against a blue-gold U-shaped metal block hanging from his waist. May the void remember, when the tide of the end washes over the emerald throne, only your wisdom will carve a course of ascension within the cycle of decay. We offer this soul and this thought not to ask for forgiveness, but to commemorate your eternal 7th day. Swish, 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 the surrounding ceremonial guards suddenly brandished their weapons and raised them high into the sky. Boom, the image shattered with a crash, all its brilliance disintegrated, and countless tiny golden rays of light, in the instant they dissipated, outlined a gigantic face, as if looking down at ants, and glanced at the 5 people below. The faces flashed by in an instant, and the players exchanged glances, looking at Xia Shang who remained silent to the side, seemingly waiting for him to explain. You're lucky. This is a fragment of an Oro sacrificial ceremony. You are also the first people inside the walls to witness the Oro people in person. This ceremony is not top tier in scale, but it is extremely important. Even ordinary people at that time were not qualified to participate in the ceremony. Even this perpetual motion statue, which serves as a recording device, will become a symbol of honor and be bestowed upon those meritorious generals of the Oro Empire. Xia Shang reached out and touched the statue again, and the swaying gold leaves slowly closed, entering standby mode. Is that blue-skinned man an Oro? Brother Shang, do you know him? The players' questions were stuck in their minds, wishing their throats were big enough to utter these doubts. You know him. Everyone in the entire Oro Empire knows this Oro nobleman, Barles, the Oro Empire's executive officer, who is also a researcher and scientist. Without his research results, you probably wouldn't be in this inhuman, ghostly state, Xia Shang laughed. Neither human nor ghost. The player looked at his current armored body and exclaimed in shock. He created the armor? Xia Shang nodded, but at that moment, Audis, which had been floating quietly to the side, suddenly began to tremble for some reason. Barles. It seemed to have a bug, repeatedly repeating the name Xia Shang had just uttered. But Xia Shang suddenly grabbed it and swung it around like a giant windmill until Audis begged for mercy before Xia Shang threw it out. Are you alright? Xia Shang asked. It's alright, but I think I still need to do a self-examination. Audis floated up in a daze. Xia Shang didn't keep it, waving it away and urging it to hurry up. Xia Shang then turned around and returned to the iron box, without explaining what had just happened. For some reason, the players who had been watching from the sidelines didn't dare to ask. They had an intuition, not a sixth sense, but rather a feeling emanating from their armored bodies. They had never experienced this feeling before, not even when they fought to the death against the Kroni. It was more like an instinctive avoidance, an avoidance of the expressionless young man before them. At this moment, Xia Shang also took out another item from the box, namely the mysterious iron ball that was attached to some kind of solidified cement. You guys are really lucky. I think even Quinn and Dust can't compare to you. As Xia Shang spoke, the players' chilling feelings melted away like spring snow. This thing seems to dissolve other people's flesh and blood, but it doesn't affect other items. What exactly is it? Xia Shang remained silent, using his void power to envelop the iron ball, melting away the strange condensed matter and revealing the iron ball completely. This is a real-world projection that connects to the void. It is itself a condensation of void energy, fixing the coordinates on a timeline and connecting the entire technology library of the Oro Empire to the corresponding timeline. However, the coordinates are not static and have infinite variations. It is regarded as a technological achievement of the Oro Empire in controlling and observing collapse. However, even though the armor didn't have facial features depicted on it, Xia Shang could still sense that the four guys were clearly dumbfounded. Okay, to put it in analogy, you can think of it as a kind of void crystal. You know, void crystals have pointing rules. Observing the collapse, you can orient a gain rule. The four armored warriors nodded obediently, and this thing points to a technological product of the Oro Empire. It could be a blueprint for a suit of armor, a component of a weapon, or a precious, polarized material. These are condensed into a rope, separated from the timeline at that time. The end of the rope is this thing. When you untie it, the rope will gradually dissipate until it is fixed on a specific target. Then you can obtain this thing from history. You can call it a void relic. Extracting the products of the Oro Empire from history. It's important to understand that both the Kroni Empire and the Cups Merchant Guild are willing to fight to the death for the Oro Empire's technology, and they can even temporarily forego an alliance. As long as they can obtain it, all bottom lines can be flexibly adjusted. This is the symbol of the interests that the entire galaxy is vying for. Then, how do we open this void relic? How could players sit still after receiving this answer? Chapter 375, The Shadow Hidden Under Military Coverage. It's easy to open it too. As long as you can find the Void Fortress and get 10 Void Orbs, you can collapse the countless possibilities on its opposite side into one, thereby obtaining the technological crystallization of the Oro Empire over the long river of time. As for how to obtain Void Light entities, I think you should already know. The Void Elemental. Upon hearing this name, players are immediately reminded of a quest Quinn and Chrysanthemum completed a long time ago. This quest content has been edited from Quinn's recorded streams by many video editors, garnering no fewer than 5 million views on the Bibahanli platform alone. Therefore, they already knew how to obtain the Void Light body. If that's the case, then this Void Relic's unlocking method is exactly the same as that Void Chambers. But that Void Orb needs to be obtained from Void Corrupted Soldiers. Where are we going to find Void Corrupted Soldiers now? Yes, even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. Even if they knew how to open the object, the materials for making the key were nowhere to be found, so they could only stare at the relics helplessly. Don't look at me, I can't help it. Void rifts aren't so easy to find, Xia Shang said, seeing these people staring at him expectantly. He simply threw the relics back into their iron boxes. Besides, I even gave you 3 precious orbs to watch the historical video this time, so don't try to take advantage of me. Upon hearing this, the 4 players were immediately astonished, pointing at the statue inlaid with jewels and saying, "This, you don't want this statue." When they saw Xia Shang simply take out the pearl to activate the statue, they assumed that Xia Shang wanted this thing and had already prepared to exchange it all for reputation. Xia Shang was displeased upon hearing this. He picked up the statue, threw it into the box, slammed the lid shut, and kicked it out along with the 4 people inside. Damn it, when have I ever done anything like this, forcing you to buy or sell? Get out. 4 armored warriors were perched on the outside corridor, their rear ends sticking out. If no one was outside, it would be fine, but this was where Xia Shang worked every day, and many players passed by, as well as many remnants of the fallen dynasty. Although the remnants dared not laugh at them, the players certainly did. What happened to you guys? Why were you thrown out by Brother Shang? Ha ha ha, you guys are pretty capable, being among the first in the entire server to be thrown out by Brother Shang. However, the 4 players ignored the criticism and quickly returned to the door to knock and apologize. Brother Shang, we're so sorry. We misspoke. Brother Shang, you always give us generous rewards for each mission. How could this be forced sales? That's not what we meant. Brother Xia, open the door. We actually intended to give these things to you from the beginning. It was all a misunderstanding. Father. After a series of mournful pleas for mercy, Xia Shang couldn't stand these idiots calling him dad at the door, their cries growing louder and louder. In the end, he opened the door himself and kicked them again. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. There's no need for any contributions. Your spoils are yours. If you don't need them, you can just sell them to Audis. Consider those 3 orbs my payment for watching the recording. As for how to extract entropy from a statue, the more ornate the style, the more entropy it has. The more jewels are inserted, the more entropy can be activated and extracted. But how much exactly is up to you to figure out. As soon as Xia Shang finished speaking, he was about to close the door when one of the vaults instantly appeared in front of it, blocking the doorway with his arm and shouting, "Father Xia, I want to know the clues about the Void Rift." Xia Shang glanced at him, his forehead veins practically bulging. "How long have you been here?" Xia Shang asked. What do you mean by that?" "It's been about almost 3 months," Volt replied softly. "Xia Shang, you've been working under me for 3 months now, and you still don't know the way Chenchi operates. Let me ask you, who was the last one to obtain the Void Light body? Is it Quinn and Chrysanthemum? Does that mean we should ask those 2 big shots?" Xia Shang did not answer, but asked again, "Where did they obtain it?" In Kroni's territory." "Do you know where to look for clues now?" Hearing this, even a fool would understand. "Thank you, Brother Shang." "All right, you're teachable. Go ahead, just don't tell anyone if you cause trouble." The players gathered outside quickly dispersed, clearly having overheard the confidential information and rushing off to raid the Kroni camp. Although these people hadn't heard about the Void Relic, information about it would be available on the forums very soon. As the main department issuing the mission, the threshold of the Steel Defense Mission Department was almost worn down by the people inside the walls. Just now, for some unknown reason, a group of powerful armored warriors suddenly barged in. They had no other purpose than to shout that they wanted to take on an intelligence interception mission to find the Kroni signal tower. Fortunately, these missions are usually popular among the people inside the wall, and there are many such orders. However, Captain Lian Ping of the Iron Defense Line is wearing dark circles under his eyes, holding a data board and looking at the intelligence recently collected by the players, his face full of worry. The people inside the wall complete their missions almost without any method. The information they bring back is mostly fragmented. Some clever people inside the wall will arrange for a member of their team to pay special attention to this matter during the battle. It was in these slightly more detailed intelligence reports that Lian Ping noticed a lot of strange information. Therefore, he had to leave the Steel Defense Line office, which he hadn't visited in a long time, and go to see Xia Shang in person. "Mr. Xia, I apologize for disturbing you. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content." Xia Shang looked at Lian Ping's panda eyes and wondered how long it had been since the guy had slept. How could his enhanced body have ended up like this? "Alas, thank you for your concern, Mr. Xia, but the planes have been quite turbulent lately, and I have to personally handle the reported information and determine its authenticity. Otherwise, if everyone takes on the mission but makes a wasted trip, it will end up being unpleasant for everyone." Lian Ping is under a lot of pressure. Although the people who used to come to his department were all Chenji and people in the walls, they were still human in appearance, so it was relatively easy to get along with them. But now it's different. The people who come to his department are all 2 meter tall in battle armor. It's impossible not to feel pressure when receiving them. If intelligence is not handled properly and upsets the people inside the wall, even in the outpost, there are bound to be times when they can't help but resort to violence. No one can predict emotions. They learned this the hard way when they were at Iron Fortress. Sai, you don't need to be so cautious. We're all colleagues, and I know how they handle things. It's too much to ask you to sort out all that fragmented information. Just relax like before. What am I supposed to tell Dao if you suddenly die one day? Xia Shang patted Lian Ping on the shoulder and noticed that the guy's body was a bit stiff, probably because he hadn't moved around in a long time. Lian Ping desperately needed this kind of rest, but he couldn't let his work get delayed. It's not a big problem. Even if I die suddenly, I won't have any complaints. Although these people inside the walls are careless, their efficiency is the best I've ever seen in my life. The work they've done in the past few months is equivalent to more than a year of work in the Iron Defense Line. It's practically equivalent to advancing the progress of resisting the tyranny of the Empire by a year. Even if I die, it's worth it. Sai, let's not talk about that. Take a look at this. Xia Shang took the crystal board, which was filled with numerous addresses, coordinates, data on the number of people in Kroni, and the frequency of vehicle appearances. These were all useful information extracted from the snippets of information brought back by the players. What were originally just ordinary data points became, in the eyes of Xia Shang, a vast and ever-changing land. These data points moved and transformed across the land, as if forming the bottom of a sand table. The sand table shows the engineering base, the Red Crystal community, the lakeside market, the Kroni outpost by the sea, and the remnant camp hidden deep in the mountains, which players may stumble upon by chance. However, Kroni's troop deployment was quite strange. Although the number of airborne troops across the plains had increased, and even Gals were involved, players were constantly fighting them when they went out, as if Kroni soldiers were free experience packs. But after seeing Lian Ping's data, Xia Shang suddenly realized something and looked up at Lian Ping. When did you notice it? Just now. Okay, no problem, I'll have someone find it. Chapter 376 Searching for the source of the corpse demon's descendants. As the blade struck one last time, the giant gal wielding the circular chainsaw collapsed to the ground, its massive head rolling to the side and exploding into 2 plumes of poisonous mist, one large and one small, on its face. This is the last one. The dust had receded several meters away at some point, and the poison from the gal's self-destruction had not touched him at all. Sai, I've been farming gals for days now. When will this ever end? It feels like the profits are nowhere near as good as opening a base. Chrysanthemum carefully picked up a gal eyeball that had fallen to the ground and put it into a sealed jar for safekeeping. It's not entirely inferior to setting up a stronghold. The task of clearing out gals has extra benefits when you team up, but it's more troublesome than clearing out a stronghold because you have to search around. Qin Chuan was also collecting samples nearby, and he comforted Juhua when he heard her complaint. This is the 4th day since the corpse demon mission was issued. Since they passed on the mission to Xia Shang, they have been searching for and eliminating corpse demons almost day and night. In 4 days, they have probably exchanged for nearly 200 incentive points. It's a pity that their team only has 3 people, so they can only get an extra 30% reward when settling incentive points. Otherwise, they would have already exceeded 200. However, after the current batch of samples is settled, it should be about the same. After this batch, what crystals is Dust planning to exchange for? You should have saved up 40 points again, right? Aren't you going to exchange for a concentration crystal to increase skill damage? Qin Chuan looked at the holy sword. These days, Dust's battle armor has been moving at increasingly higher frequencies, so it's likely that he's used up some crystals again. Currently, all the crystals on my armor are survival type. Even if I fill the empty pressure gauge with strength crystals, the effect won't be significant. Besides, strength crystals need to be used frequently to show their value, so they're not that important to my holy sword. Dust shook his head. Okay, do whatever makes you comfortable. I was just asking casually. After cleaning up the battlefield and burning away the poison on the ground, the 3 looted all the resources in the camp. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly heard a faint rumbling sound coming from the sky. There was no change in the sky, and the clouds weren't thick. Excluding weather changes, the only explanation must be human intervention. What's that? Qin Chuan pulled out his sniper rifle and used the mirror image to search for the source of the sound. He then spotted several dark dots faintly appearing in the sky, seemingly falling vertically. Is it a meteor shower? It can't be a meteorite. The area outside the orbit is full of Kroni ships. Those meteorites are usually cleared away by their airships. Dust had also been to space in person and could say he had seen it with his own eyes. What could that be? Could it be a gal drop pod? Chrysanthemum's words stirred everyone's hearts. Their main purpose for the past 4 days was not only to search for and eliminate the gals, but also to find the spaceship that had released the strange object. The things dropped by that spaceship must be directly related to the landing of the gals. If it was a signal device that launched coordinates, then handing it over to Audis might allow them to lock onto the orbital module in reverse. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to find the metal can in any of the gal camps they've encountered so far. They've occasionally seen fragments that look similar, but they're too badly damaged, so they guess that it was probably destroyed by the gals. Given that the genetic technology of the Kroni Empire can weave the instincts of its products, it's not impossible that the iron can incidentally emit a signal that would annoy the gals. If those are newly released gals drop chambers, then if they rush there now, they might be able to obtain them before the metal cans are destroyed. Go, hurry! The 3 had discussed this matter long ago, so there was no need for further discussion. The 3 curved wings immediately clamped around their waists and soared into the sky in an instant. Dozens of kilometers away, the ground was covered with yellow earth and gravel, and huge gullies were cracked in the ground. The dark steel camp built in the gullies was waiting for its fate. Commander, is that our supply? The Kroni Wilderness Guard, holding a doe repeating rifle, followed behind the Kroni camp commander, looking up at the clouds in the sky, where the black dots were becoming clearer. I don't know. The brothers on the ship haven't revealed any information. Maybe it's a secret mission. We'll know once the cargo lands, the commander said coldly, his tone tinged with weariness. Alas, a few days ago, 7 canisters of Gordo went missing from our warehouse, along with alloy plates and gallium metal used for maintaining excavation drill bits. 7 brothers died tragically, their faces showing they didn't even realize they were dead. Commander, we can't go on like this. Shut up. Are you the commander of this camp, or am I? You say we can't go on like this. Does that mean you have a better way? A way to find that invisible thing? The commander suddenly flew into a rage, grabbed the barrel of his gun and smashed it on the head of the talkative guard, sparks flying from the impact. It was clear that he was also tormented by this matter and was seething with anger. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Commander. I was too talkative. I'm just scared every night. It's not just me. The brothers in the camp haven't dared to close their eyes for days and nights. If this continues, no one can endure it, sir. To everyone's surprise, the guard, whose tin head had been dented by the blow, did not shut up. Instead, he sat down on the ground, blood seeping from the seams of his scalp and flowing into his eyes. The stinging sensation, combined with his accumulated fatigue, made it impossible for him to open his eyes. His eyeballs felt like they were shrinking into his brain, but the stinging pain on his forehead urged him not to sleep. We can't control these things, the commander said, looking at his miserable state. His temper, which had been rising due to exhaustion, quickly dissipated. He looked up at the drop pod in the sky again and shook his head. That thing can only be a Chenchi. I reported this to the quartermaster a long time ago, but there was no response until now. Perhaps this supply is a weapon to deal with the Chenchi. Then. Alright, once the supplies arrive, we'll see how things go. If things go smoothly, you can take a group of the suffering brothers to the southwest. The maggots there should be almost fully grown, and some of them are strong and fast enough for you to hunt to your heart's content. Remember to drag them back after you're done, the commander reassured him. Titch, thank you, Commander. Upon hearing that there was an opportunity to go on a hunting trip, the guard stopped crying, quickly slapped himself twice, wiped the blood from his eyes, got up, and continued to wait. But just then, before the imperial supplies they had been eagerly awaiting landed, 3 figures suddenly descended from the sky. Thud, thud, thud. The sudden turn of events startled all the Kroni soldiers around them, who all raised their guns and aimed at the 3 figures in the center of the field. The 3 armored figures crouched down to dissipate the momentum of their fall, then slowly stood up. Even when facing the gun barrels of dozens or even hundreds of Kroni soldiers around them, they didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, they all looked up at the sky. This is it. Where's the tin can? Here. The commander stared blankly as the 3 suits of armor walked toward the signal canister, and when he came to his senses, he was already furious. You were at least acting suspiciously before, so we could let it go if we couldn't find you. How dare you barge in so brazenly? They're bastards. Brothers, kill these maggots. For the Empress. Chapter 377 Understand. Understand what? In an instant, countless firepower was unleashed upon the 3 armored warriors in the center, and a group of Kroni soldiers pulled the triggers with fury. However, the bullets did not kill the Chenchi as they had hoped. Instead, a transparent glass wall swelled up on the body of one of the Chenchi and expanded rapidly. The bullets that had been invincible in previous battles were like silent flies hitting the glass wall, clattering and exploding into countless broken sparks. The glass dome expanded further and further. Many of the Kroni Malay soldiers, mixed in with their comrades' gunfire, were about to rush forward to try and shatter the glass wall. However, the glass wall seemed to be a void that pierced through their bodies and instantly solidified them into terrifying crystalline sculptures, becoming the source of the glass wall's solid foundation energy. The Kroni soldiers who witnessed such a horrific scene were stunned. They tried to turn back and flee, but the wide area glass expansion was too fast. It caught up with them almost immediately and then enclosed them. But such expansion is not endless. The faster the expansion, the faster it reaches the stationary distance. In just a few seconds, a high glass wall with a radius of nearly 20 meters was erected in the center of the Kroni camp. Apart from 3 armored warriors, it was filled with crystal clear Kroni sculptures in various poses. The soldiers, now covered in glass, were terrified. However, seeing that the deadly glass wall had not expanded further, they stopped fleeing. The savagery in their genes immediately overcame their fear. No cowardice allowed. For the Empress. The slogans rose and fell, but they could not affect the 3 people inside the wall in the slightest. This extension really can expand the range of vitrification, and it's not calculated in terms of area, but in terms of radius. The chrysanthemum-shaped figure looked very excited. Isn't there another crystal that expands in size? I remember it was called overextension. Dust exclaimed, looking at the dozens of sculptures around him. And are these vitrified people dead or alive? It feels a bit like a mechanic-driven killing game. That's about all the mechanics there is. It doesn't feel as powerful as your illustrious swords. Not only can it benefit from the amplification of skill crystals, but it can also benefit from the amplification of melee crystals. It's purely based on stats, and its control is not as good as your blinding ability. Chrysanthemum shook her head, picked up the signal transmitter on the ground, and put it directly into the void portal. Upon hearing this, Dust waved his hand repeatedly, indicating that he wasn't that capable. However, after working with him on missions for so long, how could Chrysanthemum and Chuan not see through his little scheme? It's not as good as you think, Dust said with a troubled expression. It looks like you got the boost from 2 sets of crystals, but the crystals on my armor are a defensive set. Then even if you exchange more crystals in the future, you can't just exchange for any set you want. There's still a limit. No. The Kroni outside the wall saw that the 3 armored warriors showed no sense of danger, as if they were just playing around and didn't take them seriously at all. They were instantly enraged. Up there. There's no cover up there. Blow them up with grenades. Where's the fuel tank? Bring the Gadar barrel over, throw it in, blow it up, and poison them. However, before they could react, the supplies from the sky finally arrived. Thump, 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 thump. A series of airdrop pods, spewing slowing flames, crashed heavily into the ground, causing it to tremble violently and crack. The intense shockwaves were so severe that the Kroni could not even stand and fell to the ground in a disheveled state. Logically speaking, as soldiers of the Kroni Empire ruling the world, they shouldn't be in such a disheveled state. It's just that they had never seen armor like that of the Glass Maiden before, nor had they ever seen the Glass Maiden's ability to turn people into glass. The moment they saw her, she threw them into disarray. However, the 3 armored units were waiting for this unexpected gift. Otherwise, why would they waste time here? Supplies. Supplies. Protect the Empire's cargo, shouted one of the soldiers from the Kroni Empire. Upon hearing this, even the 3 players, who had been playing StarCraft for so long, were stunned. What supplies? Aren't these the Gal's airdrop pods? Chuan quickly raised his hand to stop Chrysanthemum from releasing the glass blade. Has the situation changed? Just as the Dust was about to speculate, a muffled explosion came from beneath the ground, and the ugly Gal's arm burst out of the soil, with mounds of earth rising up and winding their way up like earth dragons. What's this? The surrounding Kroni soldiers had no idea what these things were, but the Gals didn't care what they were. The hideous Gals pounced on these living creatures, wanting only to unleash the brutality within their genes. Damn it, the experience packs are killing each other. My entropy. Just as Dust was about to make its move, Chrysanthemum's hand moved even faster. The glass blade struck the glass wall immediately, shattering the massive glass barrier into countless sharp glass shards that scattered in all directions, cutting and piercing everything around it. In an instant, limbs and broken bodies littered the ground. Even the newly emerged Gals were powerless to resist and were eventually shattered into countless poisonous pieces. Commander, Quinn's squad has captured a Gal coordinate generator. Should we reverse track the target? Coordinate generator. We're not in a rush for that. Let's calculate the troop deployment first. Wait, what generator? Xia Shang had considered the possibility of obtaining the Corpse Demon coordinate generator. After all, the planes were so vast, and there were so many players. If they were to crash into the spaceship one by one, there was bound to be a chance that a player would crash into it. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly, and luck was actually on Quinn's side. Xia Shang didn't know what to say. All right, as expected of the Wanderer's #1 warrior, it has to be our great tanker Quinn. What are the chances of him locking onto the projecting satellite in the opposite direction? This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Commander, Audis needs to attempt to decode the signal first. How long will the decoding take? Decoding successful. The signal encoding clearly indicates a specific region. Based on eyewitness accounts from players, there is more than one projector satellite deployed in orbit. Audis has located the satellite corresponding to this generator, but... Audis didn't finish his sentence, but Xia Shang probably understood what he meant. You said that if we destroy the satellite now, it is very likely to cause the enemy to change their deployment, so it is better to wait and see and wait for an opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop, Xia Shang asked, tapping the table with his finger. Commander, it's probably impossible to wipe out all the satellites in one fell swoop. We don't have armored units spread all over the Earth, and the Kroni Empire's rear supply lines are too massive. If they don't have it, let them have it. Since one satellite is responsible for one area, then we should start setting up our bases in the corresponding area. If they update the version, then we'll prevent them from having time to consider the iteration issue, just like their blind spot this time. Soon, after handing over the unexpectedly obtained mission items, Chuan and his 2 companions also unexpectedly received an additional mission reward. Entropy points. Entropy reward. Holy crap, How long has it been since we've seen entropy rewards? Brother Xia Shang just threw out 30,000 entropy numbers in one go. That's equivalent to us grinding non-stop for several days. Even with sleepless nights, sleep patterns can still be helpful. 30,000 entropy numbers. That should be 10,000 for each of us, right? Father Xia is really generous. Dust was also beaming with joy. Wait, with this entropy, it seems I can upgrade my willpower. Qin Chuan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. I'm just 28,000 points away from breaking through to level 8. Brothers, you know what I mean. Understand. Understand what? Upon hearing this, Chrysanthemum looked up at the sky with a bewildered expression and whistled. Qin Chuan. If you want to understand, there are some good paths in my specialization tree. Otherwise, I'd like to explore them for you guys, so that if you accidentally choose the wrong option, you can eliminate the incorrect one, right? After much persuasion, Qin Chuan finally managed to acquire the 30,000 entropy points. Chapter 378 Unexpected Stronghold Coordinates. Quinn, you promised to let us do the dungeon runs first, right? Chrysanthemum reminded him expectantly. Oh, don't worry. I promise I won't take your money. And once I unlock the specialization and understand the mechanics, I'll teach you all step by step. But even if we upgrade, we're all in armor now, so we can't use void skills. The only direct benefit we get is the extra energy limit. Well, that's important, Dust said from the side. What about outside of combat? Qin Chuan said, skills for providing support from the sidelines are also very important. I don't think we currently have any infiltration skills. After saying that, he opened the specialization tree panel, and a humanoid phantom surrounded by 5 rings appeared. Only the rings on the head and right hand were lit up, representing void transmission and void ray, respectively. After a moment's thought, he immediately increased all his entropy to his willpower, reaching level 8, and then decisively activated the specialization ring on his right foot. Unlocked. Avoid occlusion. In an instant, Qin Chuan felt a strange power flowing from his chest to his right foot, thus increasing his energy limit accordingly. Before the Dust Chrysanthemum could ask him anything, Qin Chuan immediately changed back into his human form, took a step forward in front of them, and disappeared without a sound. Holy crap! Teleportation. How could it have disappeared? Could it have been a void ejection? That can't be right. I remember Brother Shang saying that void ejection is linear displacement. Could it be light speed displacement? Dust and Chrysanthemum were shocked and immediately asked Qin Chuan's location in the team voice chat. However, Qin Chuan was actually right in front of them. Even when Starry tentatively reached out to touch him, his body was like a phantom pierced through by a pool of water, as if he had no substance. This reminded Qin Chuan of what Xia Shang had said when he introduced the void specialization to them. Void shroud. Guide the void to shroud your figure, making you immune to any form of observation and harm, lasting until you actively turn it off or your energy is depleted. Any form. As long as it's shrouded, it's as if it has vanished into the void, unobservable and untouchable, thus immune to all damage. Invincible. What surprised him even more was that the energy consumption of Void Shroud was very slow. Now that he had level 8 willpower, he would have accumulated void energy when he entered level 5, and each subsequent level would increase the maximum void energy accumulation by 25 points. With a flick of his finger, he reached levels 5, 6, 7, and 8, gaining 100 points of basic energy. With a slight increase in the amplifier's capacity, his current maximum void energy is 120 points. It has been almost 10 seconds since the skill was activated, but he still has nearly half of the void energy left. At most, he can have 20 seconds of invincibility. Unfortunately, the only form of unending flow is the armor, unlike survival-type crystals which can be used with both phantom armor and other armors. Otherwise, if he had the energy reserves of a fully leveled, unending flow, he could be invincible for a minute. Qin Chuan was overjoyed and ignored the barrage of comments like holy crap, wow, and this is Void Daddy on the livestream. He immediately wanted to shoot void rays at the ground to scare the two of them. When the consciousness that can activate the void ray is activated, the flow of void energy circulating on the surface of his body is immediately disrupted, causing his figure to reappear. Upon seeing Qin Chuan return, the Dust and Chrysanthemum Cola bloomed. Quinn, is that void ejection? Where did you eject to? Is this some kind of teleportation skill? How far can it travel? Faced with his teammate's hopeful question, Qin Chuan was speechless for a moment, then shook his head. This is not void launch, I unlocked void concealment. Qin Chuan quickly shared his impressions of the skill with the two of them. When they heard that he could be invincible for 20 seconds, their eyes lit up. This skill that provided immunity to damage was an extremely high margin for error and a safety net for him. As long as he had enough energy, he didn't need to consider survival conditions at all and could just focus on output. If we had this skill, what would we need survival-type crystals for? We could just equip ourselves with human glass cannons, and when in doubt, just crouch in the void, whoosh, invincible. Speaking of this, Chrysanthemum immediately thought of Dust, who was covered in tanky defensive crystals, and wanted to gloat over his misfortune as a friend. However, it wasn't because Dust was a bad person, but because Dust was really tough. Since Dust exchanged for the adaptation crystal, his resilience has increased by almost 3 stories. In skirmishes, he can withstand the gunfire of a giant tooth soldier, punch the butcher's dual blades, and kick the crocodile god shotgun. Even when facing a cannibalistic woman, as long as he finds an opportunity to switch to a fire resistance crystal, he can be himself in the fire. Mamba Ultraman returns. And what about them? Even though they can now instantly kill all kinds of Kroni soldiers, when conserving void energy and using their skills sparingly, they are still chased and forced to move and dodge amidst a hail of bullets. Things are different now. The glass cannon has stood up, so won't your blood cow investment be left with nothing? No, why are you still so happy? Chrysanthemum was dumbfounded when she saw Starry excitedly asking Qin Chuan all sorts of questions. Why are you unhappy? Dust was completely baffled by Chrysanthemum's confusion. Now that it has invincibility and damage immunity, weren't all those entropy points you invested in crystals wasted? Chrysanthemum asked. This is not only his question, but also the question of the viewers in Qin Chuan's live broadcast room who are following Starry, the king of endurance. How could it be a waste of effort? Dust asked matter-of-factly. Invincible is invincible, but didn't you hear what Quinn said? Under the void shroud, not only can you not use attack methods, but your movement speed is also restricted. If you move too fast, you will lose the balance of the shroud. No matter how high your damage is, it will be useless because you can only consume energy to hide and have no output ability. But my survival gear is different. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I can fight while enduring the attacks without having to switch between teleportation states, saving me a lot of trouble. And if I really can't take it anymore, I can still use void concealment to catch my breath, which is undoubtedly a huge boost to me. Dust's analysis left Chrysanthemum stunned, and even Qin Chuan felt that it made sense. Is this right? A comment floated across the screen. 6. It seems that's really true. His damage output is entirely based on his weapons. Even his renowned swords are classified as weapons. Damn, the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. I used to think that with the invincibility mechanic, survival crystals were useless. Unexpectedly, it's actually a major buff to the tanky champion. Does this make sense? I can't take it anymore. I want to be the most durable player too. When will I get my game qualification? What do you mean you're? It's mine. I was here first. Qin Chuan. You can learn this by doing nothing. That makes some sense, though. Weapons also have crystal-based damage amplification, so isn't it a bit premature to focus on Warframe skill damage now? Just as Qin Chuan was considering raising his health to 40, an announcement suddenly popped up in the public channel, appearing in the eyes of all the players currently online. Announcement. A brand new Coops Merchant Guild camp has been captured by the Wall People squad. The squad has received 90 mission incentive points, plus an additional 20 incentive points. The central base will restart at 2 a.m., at which time a new batch of test qualifications will be drawn. Specific information will be released at 5 a.m. The qualification drawing period is expected to be 9 a.m. Please wait for further arrangements regarding the qualification opening time. Qin Chuan glanced at it but didn't take it to heart. After all, there were already 300 players with battle armor, and the number of players vying for control points would only increase, so it wasn't anything to be alarmed about, etc. Holy crap, what? It's the Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. Where on earth is there a base for the Cups Trading Company? Are you stupid? It's Venus. Chapter 379. The first step in liberating the Orb Valley. Venus, Orb Valley. For example, his body was riddled with bullet holes and his wounds were charred, clearly the work of a plasma gun. He was sitting against a dark iron wall, holding a gun. A few steps away from him was the blasted open Kusan sensor door. Outside, the wind and snow were raging and the light was dim. This is a field outpost of Coops in the Obu Valley, built against a huge, steep rock. It is not large in size, but extends underground to 4 levels, with each level averaging 1,000 square meters. The 4 levels are stacked on top of each other, almost equivalent to 4 football fields stacked together. With an area equivalent to 4 football fields and a floor height of 5 meters, the internal capacity is ridiculously large for players. However, according to the self-check data of the internal hub, the actual capacity of the entire base is less than 40% of the actual land area. Most of the space was used to lay electrical circuits and temperature control systems to ensure that the temperature of each corridor and cabin could be flexibly controlled. The most space-consuming part was the circulation pipe filled with coolant and extending hundreds of meters underground. It can be said that the entire base was almost submerged in coolant. In addition, 5 electromagnetic shield generators were installed in the stronghold, forming a shield barrier large enough to cover the entire building. The heat return system within also helped to alleviate the pressure of resisting the cold. Based on the previous reconnaissance of this outpost, it can be basically determined that the main task of this outpost is to collect minerals from the Black Mountain and underground. However, because the previous 2 days were the days for handing over the inventory, most of the warehouses at this outpost were empty. As a result, many of the Cups crew members stationed at the outpost were dispatched to other outposts that were full of inventory, which allowed Juji Li to take advantage of the situation. You've brought everyone. Are you going to speak? Suddenly, a seemingly indifferent voice came from behind. Looking up, Juji Li saw Sankaria carrying a gun and walking out from the depths of the passage, followed by a group of timid figures. Looking around, all these figures were missing limbs. Prosthetic bodies made up more of their original flesh and blood. Their bodies were square and neat, and even their heads were all square iron boxes, not like Lyle's Coop's helmet, but their entire heads had been replaced with metal objects. Moreover, these things are called prosthetics, but they are really too broken. Their hands and feet are severely worn. The rough shafts can only replace joint movement and are as shabby as firewood. Some of them even have a hole in the box on their heads, and the circuits inside are clearly visible. Seeing this example, these robots were shocked, or rather, apart from the people of Coops, they had never seen a human with complete limbs. Because among the humanoid beings on Venus, apart from the labor crews of Kopus, there are only workers burdened with debt contracts, and the rest are Kopus' massive mechanical army. You killed people from the board of directors, aren't you afraid? One of the workers asked, mustering his courage as he looked at the guns in the hands of Jujili Z and Sanhu Araya. After all, on the way up from underground with Sanhu Araya, there were shattered machines and shot-killed Cups crew members everywhere. Oh, what should I be afraid of? Jujeli asked, standing up. They're reinforcements. Of course not, the worker said. They're weapons, Moa, ospreys, and shields. You're only going to kill us all by doing this. Were you sent by the Solaris? They rebelled against the board of directors and ruined us like this. Don't they still want to get back at us? Please, we just want to pay off our debts. We just want to survive. The workers each spoke a sentence, their electronically synthesized voices emanating from speakers on their bodies, making it difficult to distinguish who was speaking which sentence. Do you really think you can pay off your debts? Before she could even give an example, Sankaria rolled her eyes and scoffed. A debt with a 1,000% interest rate. You think you can pay it off by mining and working? So what? You won't pay. You'll become a debt collector and be executed by the Chamber of Commerce. I only have this one life left. Are you going to take it from me? As soon as the words were spoken, everyone fell silent. The workers stopped complaining for a moment. The censor looked at the worker who had spoken, and then looked at Chestnut and the other person with a slight sense of fear, afraid that he would really do such a thing. For example, when I glanced at Sankaria, he saw him guiltily look away. Damn it, weren't you supposed to be here to persuade them to surrender? You've just left me with a mess with one sentence. What am I supposed to do? For example, as I was thinking to myself, I suddenly noticed a row of strange square characters written on the silvery white wall beside me. These weren't square characters like those from the ancient Yu Kingdom, but rather a kind of writing composed of square blocks, more like a code. In my view, they were translated as profit and mindset, cops for me, and I for cops. For example, looking back at the group of workers, he saw pixels flashing on the screens on their faces, as if they were looking at the weapons in their hands. At this point, for example, Li Zi suddenly raised the hand holding the gun, a move that startled the workers, who scattered immediately. Snap! To everyone's surprise, Juji Li Zi simply tossed the plasma gun, a common weapon used by Coopers, in front of the workers. Only then did Juji Li Zi begin to speak. Are you speaking on behalf of Coops and me? Look at the ground. Those are the corpses of the Coops crew. Yes, I killed them, but you are still standing in front of me now. Tell me, in what capacity are you speaking to me? Are they the remnants of the Cups Chamber of Commerce, who have issued debt contracts tenfold, or the workers whose flesh and blood have been squeezed out tenfold in profits? I don't kill unarmed enemies. Think of your answer, then pick up this gun and show me with your actions, said the man pointing to his head. If you're the former, shoot me here. You only have one chance, and then you will get what you want and become part of the Chamber of Commerce's losses. I believe your heroic sacrifice will be recorded in the Chamber of Commerce's database. If it's the latter, then shoot it. You only have one chance, and then your lives are in your own hands. They are no longer the profits that can be naturally lost under the couple's contract, but the capital you have to fight for your own survival. The workers were immediately gripped by a sense of unease, and one of them shouted, "You're forcing us to die. Which path isn't death? Aren't the Chamber of Commerce members forcing you to your deaths? Do you really think you'll outlive them by working for them compared to working for yourself? Don't tell me they feed and water you. Do you think you can fool yourselves with that kind of talk? Of course, if you still think that you're alive in this state. For example, there are no sharp words or elegant phrases, but they directly point out their current situation. They are not even particularly insightful, because if they wanted to deceive themselves, they could have said, at least we are alive and have food and drink. But at this moment, no one can say these words. Perhaps in the gaps between swinging their tools, in the journey back and forth in the workshop, and in the action of squeezing lubricating nutrient paste into the pneumatic esophagus, they are asking themselves this question again and again. Can I be considered alive, looking like this, covered in rust? Fut. Ha. Ha 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 ha. A sudden burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, and as the crowd surged forward, a person whose entire body had been replaced by machinery pushed his way out and stood in front of the plasma gun. This outpost handed over its mining spoils 2 days ago, and the warehouse is almost empty. His feet aren't covered in the sand and dust from the warehouse entrance. Since he didn't go to the warehouse, it means your objective isn't resources. You even know that our defenses are currently weak. To be honest, it shouldn't be us. If Yudiko had asked you to come and rescue people, there wouldn't have been so much nonsense. Because she values human life the most, you are not from Solaris. As for weapons, you don't care about them either. So I'm more curious about what your purpose is. I don't think it's just to encourage us to die. For example, to my surprise, looking at this unassuming worker, they all have the same hairstyle, they all look alike. A sudden sense of confusion welled up inside me. Have I encountered a key NPC? Thoughts flashed by in an instant. For example, it's better to make a mistake than to miss an opportunity, so he nodded and said, "We are here to liberate the Orb Valley." Liberating the Orb Valley does not mean liberating all workers, nor does it mean liberating Venus. The answer was so strange that it made the worker burst into laughter again. As he laughed, he bent down and picked up the plasma gun from the ground. The Daler, one of the most common energy rifles in Coops, is extremely thin, only a few inches wide, compact, flat, and completely ergonomic. It is highly accurate and can penetrate most types of steel produced by the Coops Chamber of Commerce. But with just the two of you. The worker weighed the energy gun in his hand, then pointed the muzzle at the head of the man holding a chestnut. "You also want to liberate Orb Valley." Chapter 380. Dude, are you a woman? Facing the gun barrel, the man holding the chestnut did not show the expression the worker had hoped for. There was no fear, no resolve, and no disappointment. It was as if he didn't care and was indifferent. The worker turned to look at Sankaria. Even though his companion was being held at gunpoint, this man even took 2 steps back, as if he was making way for them. "Aren't you afraid of dying?" The worker's tone changed, as if he were a completely different person. "You don't have much time. Hurry up and make your choice." Instead of answering the question, Lee Jelly urged. Whether he lets these people kill him or makes them submit and join him, he can complete the task assigned by Audis, dealing with the worker's fate. Logically speaking, for example, he didn't really want to go through all this trouble. In the past, he could have simply asked these NPCs if they wanted to stay, and those who wanted to leave could leave, and those who wanted to stay could stay. It would have been resolved in a few minutes. But that won't work now. The mission requirements clearly state that we need to gather locals who can truly help our Chenchi forces fight against the Cup's Chamber of Commerce, not those who can't move when the bond they're tied to is mentioned. That's why, for example, Rhea Sanka came up with this plan in a short time, using one's own life to test whether these people dared to follow them in resisting Cups. If they were willing to kill their savior just to go back and pay off their debts, it would be a good thing for them to go with them sooner rather than later. Strange, very strange. How could there be people like you in Orb Valley? You're willing to risk your lives to save people, but you're not Yudico subordinates, you're not bond slaves, you don't have any signs of modification, you're not crew members of the Merchant Guild, and your minds aren't only on profit. How did such anomalies like you end up in Orb Valley? Well, I can only say it's a long story. It's like I just blinked and I'm here. To give an example, I wasn't lying. It really was like I was teleported to this icy and snowy place in the blink of an eye. But the other person didn't seem to believe his nonsense. Strangely, after a few seconds of silence, the worker suddenly turned his gun and aimed it at the worker next to him whose entire body had been replaced with scrap metal. This change startled the surrounding workers, who immediately retreated and scattered. Even Kiguchi and Sankaria were stunned. This was completely out of their script. In Vels, what did you secretly say to the technicians when we accompanied the Chamber of Commerce technicians to participate in the repair of the cooling tower's 3rd warm cycle last time? The worker holding the gun remained motionless, as if the guy named in wheels would be shot through the central processing unit in the head if he uttered a single wrong word. "Hey, I don't know what you're talking about." Before he could finish speaking, 2 plasma blasts pierced through in Wheels' leg joints, and cheap lubricant gushed out from the bullet holes. He crashed to the ground with a thud. "I don't want to waste words. Did you think no one would know that you secretly went out while everyone's processors were in hibernation? Otherwise, if you and that Merchant Guild technician had colluded to hide the parts used to replace the bearings, how could everyone have been fined 75.7,900,000 star coins for delaying the project?" Upon hearing this, all the workers present turned their gazes toward in Wheels with a chilling intensity. Team leader, we are all slaves bound to this colony by bonds. You're doing me no good at framing me." The worker called the deliverman stepped forward and kicked in Wheels' right hand, breaking it off. Even though the limb had long been replaced with a piece of metal that couldn't feel anything, the guy actually cried out as if he could feel something. "You two should have been to the control room by now. I wonder if the work schedule order of the labor dispatch list has been copied." The group leader looked at Lee Gooley. The 2 players who had been watching the show in a daze never expected to be needed, so they quickly replied, "Wait, let me look." They've already installed Audis' intrusion module in the main control room. Asking for information is as simple as contacting Audis. Soon, for example, they retrieved a portable terminal from the crew member's body and read the list data the other party wanted. Soon, the team found in Wheels' bond number. According to the information, he would be sent to a place called the space station as a welder in a few days. The group leader didn't say anything, but he simply showed the message to the others. All the laborious were enraged, and some even demanded guns from the group leader, vowing to kill the guy who had sold them out to get a job in return. "I cannot give you this gun," the group leader said. "We won't make things difficult for these 2, but we're unarmed. How can we kill this guy to vent our anger? We'll kill him, and you can have the gun back. And whatever you choose, we'll listen to you, as long as you let us kill him ourselves." The workers cursed and begged the group, some even calling the guy by his tool-like name. Without saying much, Kuzudi raised the plasma gun in his hand and moved it quickly. With a series of clanging sounds, the excellent plasma gun was dismantled into a pile of parts. "There are pickaxes in the warehouse. Use them to deal with this guy, and then scrape off that sentence on the gate." In Wheels was dragged away, and the 2 players were watching the cutscene the whole time, but they didn't follow to see the dismemberment, and besides, dismembering a robot wasn't very interesting. However, the guy who was being handed over by the foot group was still in place, which made the 2 players uneasy. When it was confirmed that only the 3 of them remained, the group leader finally spoke. "Among these laborious, only this one is a true traitor. The others had no other choice. Now that we have killed this traitor, their loyalty to you will truly remain unwavering." My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. You asked us who we were before, now I'm asking you that. Sankaria looked at the laborer with a puzzled expression. "I'm a Solaris. Back when I was in Fortuna, I would help the people in the group repair tools and make guns. You can build guns." For example, his gaze fell on a pile of parts on the ground. The speed at which he disassembled the gun was so fast that it was almost invisible, which was enough to prove that this guy's skills were indeed first class. He's definitely a key NPC. Now that you know me, let's talk about you. The group leader seemed unwilling to answer such an obvious question. We are indeed not from Venus. To be precise, we come from the Imperial planet." "You're lying." Zudi, I didn't believe it at all. The Imperial planet has long been occupied by Kroni's clones. We haven't been able to contact the Imperial planet's allies for over a decade. With your appearance, what makes you think you can come to Venus from the Imperial planet? I'm in debt, not lacking in intelligence. The group leader was very impolite, but there was nothing wrong with what he said. "Sai, we don't really need to lie to you. We did come from the Imperial planet, but in a slightly different way." Juji Li Zi said helplessly, and then began to talk about the shipping hub. Soon, after the laborious returned from executing the traitor in Wheels, they found the 3 men at the entrance of the control room of the stronghold. "You're back. Is everything done?" the team leader asked. "It's been torn to shreds. Even the guild's technicians couldn't put it back together," the laborious replied, but it still didn't appease them at all. "And those Chamber of Commerce slogans, remember to remove them all with lasers. Some allies are coming soon." The group leader gave the order rather bluntly. "Allies? These 2 benefactors' companions. When are they arriving? How are they getting here? Do they need any assistance?" Upon hearing this, the laborious immediately stood up straight. After the laborious finished speaking, Li Zi and Sankaria suddenly found a mission completion notification pop up in their field of vision. "Thank you, but no need. It's a special time and a special location. I heard there's a protein synthesizer in this base." "Where is it?" asked Lee Jelly. Soon after, the group leader led the two of them to the manufacturing plant. The machines inside were still running, presumably due to Audis's actions. For example, following the subsequent steps in the outpost mission, the protein synthesizer was disassembled, and with the assistance of the group leader, the resurrection point was selected. Then, in front of the group leader, an improved phantom replicator was taken out from the void to create humanoid phantoms. Alright, everything's taken care of. Tonight's going to be lively. Sankaria was very excited. He had been on Venus for so long and had always missed the lively days on the Imperial planet. If it weren't for completing the great cause of expansion, he would have committed suicide and returned to the Night Spirit planes long ago. Tonight. Zudi didn't quite understand. The Orb Valley only had a cycle of hot and cold, but the changes in temperature were regulated by reflectors on the track, which were also accompanied by changes in light intensity. Oh, you don't usually say early or late here. You should say after the next cycle, around. For example, after glancing at the time, she said, the newcomers will arrive in 10 hours. Sanhua, we'll contact Brother Xia Shang. Mr. Zudi, you should go and rest too. We'll handle the security. 10 hours from now. For example, worried that the newcomer might clash with the foreman, he offered a few words of advice. The group nodded and listened, occasionally questioning their companions for being so meddlesome, but fortunately they took notes. All right, if my brothers and sisters have offended you in any way, please forgive them, Mr. Group Leader. Yes, but you should call me madam. It's been a long time since I've heard anyone call me that. Okay, delivery girl. No, you're not a guy. You're a girl. The two players widened their eyes, took a step back, pointed at the group, and were speechless for a long time. Chapter 381. It feels like I've stepped into a sweatshop. The countdown has just ended. Hundreds of players scattered throughout the Great U Kingdom watched with trepidation as the countdown on their client screen reached 0. Then, they noticed the screen rapidly shifting from its edges. The light in their eyes transformed into a tracing thread extending towards the focal point, quickly fading into deep darkness. It felt like a second had passed, or like waking from a dream, as a space filled with mist aroused the curiosity of this group of new players. They weren't impatient at all. On the contrary, they were even more certain that they had truly entered the game, because this was precisely the space to create their own characters. What a strange feeling. The perspective is so weird. I can turn 360 degrees at will, without any interference from other senses. It's like my soul has left my body. It can simulate feelings that can't be experienced in real life. Is this what they call a 150% realistic simulation experience? These players were extremely excited. After all, they had been watching various streamers' recordings and forum guides, and had been waiting anxiously for months. Finally, they were selected for the test in the early hours of the morning. Soon, the 70 faceless phantoms displayed in the Hall of Resurrection began to change. Some grew more than 10 centimeters taller, while others shrunk to a petite and adorable size. Various kinds of hair grew rapidly from their scalps, and facial features quickly emerged in the process. It's real. Holy crap, this really is a game, not some kind of time travel story. Holy crap, where's my dick? Your dick has been confiscated by Mother Void. A bunch of uncouth people. Look at this floor, even the scratches are so realistic. The friction from the sand scraped away the surface oxide film, and you can feel an intense, bone-deep itch when you scratch it with your fingers. Who's scratching the blackboard with their fingernails? I'll blast them away. The physiological reactions can be realistically simulated. This is what Ashi said true. By the way, usually after entering the game, aren't there experienced players who distribute weapons on your behalf? Where are our weapons? Just then, a dull sound of a gas pressure lever releasing valve came from behind. The novice players turned around and saw two unfamiliar-looking veteran players walk in, followed by a very crudely made robot. You've all been following the game for a while now, so you should all know the rules for newcomers, right? If you don't remember, you can take a look at the player handbook. The player waved to signal everyone to be quiet before speaking. Okay, boss, where are our weapon sets? A player quickly asked. Upon hearing this question, Jelly immediately gave a wry smile. We can't issue the weapons to you yet. Upon hearing that the weapons could not be fired, a murmur of discussion immediately arose. Why aren't they issuing weapons? Don't they give players weapons every time a new base opens? Yeah, how are we supposed to level up without weapons? Boss, that's not fair. Brother Shang will send weapon packs to every player who leads the way to a new base. Those are free newbie packs, so you can't be greedy. Exactly, everyone has one for free. It's not worth much. Why would you want that stuff? For example, he soon heard unfounded accusations, which made him even more embarrassed. He knew this was going to be a tough job. He coughed to signal everyone to be quiet. After all, there were only about 70 people in this stronghold, which was about the size of 2 classes in reality, so they were relatively easy to talk to. That's for sure. Only beginners can use that kind of weapon. I didn't need to use it in the first place. The main thing is, have you guys forgotten where we are? Where is this place? Isn't it a new outpost? Someone asked, puzzled. I know, this is our only base on Venus right now. A player raised his hand and answered, displaying a typical student-like habit. It's the Venus base. I received the message in the middle of the night before I was fully awake. I only knew that I had one a spot. I didn't even notice which base it was. So, we're not on the Imperial planet. And this isn't the plains of night spirits. If it's not the plains of night spirits, then there won't be any night spirits bothering us at night. Yay, holy crap. Does that mean we're here as aliens? Do we need to wear protective spacesuits to go outside? When everyone heard that they were on Venus, the room erupted in chaos. Ahem. Although we're not in the plains of night spirits, and there are no night spirits causing trouble outside, the environment here is much more extreme. According to the data from the Cops Trading Company, this is a habitable area that was artificially transformed during the Oro Empire era, called the Orb Valley. For example, slowly inform everyone of the official information about the Orb Valley, the terror of the extreme cold and the regularity of alternating cold and warm weather. These are all essential common sense for those who want to survive in the Orb Valley. Everyone must remember, this pattern is different from the night spirit planes, where there are some positions and coordinates for day and night. The temperature here changes extremely rapidly, dropping from around 0 degrees Celsius to -1 or 200 degrees Celsius within 10 minutes. This is much more dangerous than the night spirits. The night spirits can dodge and shake off, but temperature can kill everything. If you freeze to death outside, it's practically the same as losing all 3 lives, because the total resurrection countdown for all 3 lives is less than a few minutes, but the frozen period can last up to 6 hours. So that means we have to come back within 6 hours of being outside, or we'll freeze to death. Damn it, these anti-addiction restrictions are even more disgusting than the plains of night. I want to go to the plains of night. I don't want to be in Orb Valley. With only 6 hours of activity time, you can't even run far, let alone complete the tasks. Are we just supposed to AFK in the base for those 6 cold hours? Isn't that a bit? The player touched his nose, as if trying to hide his speechlessness. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Just as everyone was criticizing and even insulting the design of this anti-addiction environment system, Audis's broadcast came on in the room. Dear people inside the wall, this is the indestructible but occasionally needs reboot shield department. Shield modules are online. The main electromagnetic shield generator has been switched to the Audis custom protocol, changed to multiband magnetic field interference technology, and the energy utilization efficiency has been improved by 22%. The Shield Osprey's energy battery pack will also be charged in the profit filling module. Note that the automatic turret will be restored by the crafting Terrorbird. The attack target will have its vital signs changed from those of an unpaid debtor who has fled to those of a non-Audis reported. This is the more you build, the more you profit mechanical manufacturing department. Manufacturing module status is online. The manufacturing department's production line will be operational intermittently, with the goal of producing the necessary components for the Imperial Ball. This is the mineral resources department, where mining pays off debts, but the more you mine, the more debt you accumulate, and the module status is extraction. The cryogenic drilling array has been updated with the Audi's optimization algorithm. The ore will be directly transported to the warehouse via magnetic pipelines, and mineral resources will be calculated on site. This is the energy department, free air, precious breathing, module status, overflowing with profits. The atmospheric condensation unit has switched to hurricane mode, and the nitrogen and methane extraction rate has reached a level that will make environmental organizations weep. The byproduct pious waste gas will no longer be supplied to the boardroom chapel. Note that the coolant pipeline has been equipped with a Thanksgiving brand leak-proof device, actually a modified version of the workers' dormitory insulation cotton. Compensation for leaks will no longer be deducted from the wages of all employees. This is the transportation department, known for its crash deductions and timely debt increases policy. Module status, offline. This department is not yet qualified to load data. All employees are encouraged to work harder. Players. Why do I have this feeling of being in a sweatshop? Chapter 382 First encounter with the sweatshop Xi. After waiting for more than 3 months, standing out from millions to get the test qualification, and even being among the first to arrive at the Venus beginner village, I never imagined that even the beginner's set would require mining to obtain. The clanging and banging of chisels echoed in the mine tunnels as numerous players, each wielding a straight alloy pickaxe, cleaved through the rock and soil as if chiseling ice. Occasionally, a lucky player might unearth a piece of sparkling jade with a single stroke of their pickaxe. They would then gather the jade amidst envious glances from others and quickly head to the collection box to claim their reward. Scan complete. Mineral type, Nightstone, weight 147 grams, exchangeable for 73 heavenly reputation points. Please choose to exchange or accumulate. Exchange. Reputation points will be redeemed and transferred to the Why Is It So Hard to Think of a Stupid username account. Although it's just a small amount, it's still the first pot of gold a new player can earn when they first enter the game. Seeing that another player had redeemed reputation, the other mining players worked even harder, hoping to accumulate 200 reputation as soon as possible. However, this was the first time players had encountered a situation where they had to mine to exchange for beginner weapons. Although they were mining hard, they didn't hold back their verbal attacks either. Fortunately, Coop's mining tools were very powerful, and the resources at this mining site were extremely abundant. In less than an hour, the first player had accumulated 200 reputation points. Woo! Everyone, keep digging, I'm off. The player dropped his pickaxe into the toolbox and immediately ran out of the mining area. However, as soon as he ran out, other players who were waiting outside rushed in. Unfortunately, there was only one tool available, and there were 4 or 5 of them, so they immediately started fighting over it. Make way. First come, first served. Put it down. Put it down. I've been waiting for an hour. First come, first served. It's my turn in line. Amidst the chattering and noise, several more people poured ores of varying sizes into the collection box. Seeing that they had gained enough reputation, they also dropped their pickaxes and ran outside, so there was no need for the group to fight over them anymore. Hey, Husky brothers, aren't there other departments upstairs where you grind reputation? Why did you choose to come down here to mine? A player asked, striking up a conversation with the new miners. The Husky glanced at the other person, shook its head and replied, of course there is, but it's not as reliable as mining. If you're lucky, you might be able to mine in one go. Even if you're unlucky, it should be enough in about an hour. What do you mean? Is the work upstairs that turns reputation really that troublesome? It's not exactly troublesome, how should I put it? It's just incredibly boring. You have to do the accounting, reconcile the profits and principal of the goods from before the Chamber of Commerce, and damn it, it's all inflated interest rates. The bills show multipliers of hundreds or thousands, but the warehouse is full of bonds, and the physical bonds don't even match the electronic records. God knows what's going on. Many players were initially reluctant to mine, but upon hearing that they would be settling accounts, their grip on the pickaxe handle tightened considerably. At this moment, in a roughly salvaged auto repair shop, there are many tools whose appearance is not recognized. A metal table is placed near the door, and a player sits on the opposite side of the table, dealing with the queue of players that stretches out into the corridor. ID. Better to die for your fellow Daoist than for me. I have 201 reputation points in my account. Am I sure I want to spend 200 to exchange for a set voucher? Yeah, I've heard you say it several times already. Everyone who comes here wants to exchange for weapons. If you ask me, this step is unnecessary. Can't they just go and get them themselves? That's true, but our base is small. Every extra step adds another job. Otherwise, I'd have to go downstairs and wait in line for a pickaxe to mine. The player who was hosting pushed a piece of metal from the pile on the table to the other player, who then happily touched the metal and went deeper into the room, where they found a robot. Calling her a robot isn't entirely accurate, because there are still areas on her hands that haven't been fully modified. Her box-like body connected to 2 fleshy arms looks awkward no matter how you look at it. She's indeed a robot. I've come to collect the set. The Taoist priest handed the iron piece in his hand to the NPC. A bond that can enslave a person's entire life seems to have little weight in your hands. The group leader casually reached out and took the sheet metal, but his words made the player's spirits lift. Don't be nervous, it's just a joke, the group leader said awkwardly. The last person told me that, so I thought you were all the same. Better to die than for me. Is that right? What are these iron pieces? I see that some of them are different shapes, and what do the patterns on them represent? But he was indeed a little curious, so he asked. Each of these metal pieces is engraved with a unique magnetic code, representing the debts incurred by an individual or group of people. These debts are recorded in the interstellar stock market. But you don't need to feel pressured right now. I think these things are just metal pieces in your hands, aren't they? The group leader tossed the piece of metal in her hand, her tone almost sarcastic, but unfortunately, she didn't intend to elaborate. She immediately changed her tone and went about her work. There are 2 sets of equipment, an engineering tool set and a weapon set. The engineering tools are standardized, but the weapon set has options for live ammunition and energy blasts. Which one do you want? Die for your friend, not for me is a question mark on my forehead. As a player, you naturally have to choose a weapon, but what's the deal with these live ammunition and energy bullets? It's better for you to die than for me to die, the Daoist priest asked. The group leader then took out 2 guns, one a Brighton and the other a Dela. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Live ammunition consumes physical ammunition. Energy weapons consume battery energy. Battery magazines can be recharged, while physical ammunition needs to be manufactured. It can be recharged. Doesn't that mean we only need to manufacture magazines, and never have to expend additional resources to manufacture ammunition again? You're overthinking it. Ammunition is just electricity. Magazines are charged uniformly, and the amount charged is recorded in the account. You can pay in the way you want. If you want a specific comparison, the cost of battery charging is half the price of live ammunition. Half price. I'll take the energy weapon set. Okay, take it. The energy weapon sets are not as diverse as the ballistic weapon sets. The ballistic weapons are all captured weapons from the Imperial planes, including various models of Kroni rifles and submachine guns. In the past, players could choose according to their preferences. Currently, the only energy weapons available are the Dela rifle as the primary weapon and an electric baton as a melee weapon. Both of these require batteries as power, so the kit also includes several energy magazines and grip-type batteries as spares. Only 3 spare magazines. How many shots can one magazine fire? After checking, I found that Della only had 4 magazines in total. How could that be enough to deal with the battle outside? If you feel you don't have enough magazines, you can buy more from me for some star coins, or with reputation, or you can buy an infinite blueprint to build them yourself. The materials are easy to obtain, the deliveryman replied like a robot. It's better to die than to die, my friend, he frowned, thinking, isn't this just like live ammunition? However, upon further reflection, he realized that it was still different. After all, energy magazines could be repeatedly used once they were manufactured, while live ammunition was a bottomless pit of consumption. In the short term, energy weapons required some investment in ammunition reserves, but in the long term, they were still more economical. Okay, thank you, boss. But why don't you write a categorized information sign? That would be easier. Chapter 383. Do you want to get rich overnight? Watching the employee leave, followed by others, the team leader thought for a moment, then quickly drew a graffiti sign and placed it next to himself. Thank you, boss. Your brand is great, but I think it would be best if you could also put the weapon set samples aside, so we can have a better selection. Boss, your graffiti is so cute, but I don't quite understand it. Can I add a few words for you? Boss, I have some reputation left over. I wonder how much this battery magazine costs. Oh, I just have enough to buy 2. If you ask me, you might as well list the price of the batteries as well. Boss, this says the toolkit can also be used as a weapon. Is that true? What can the energy saw be used for? Oh, chopping scrap metal. Boss, this saw is too long. Can I shorten it, so I can use it with one hand? Boss, do you know Boss Lyle? No, I don't. Before she knew it, 4 metal sheets covered with writing had been set up next to the delivery team. Some of the writing was barcodes, and some was Chinese characters that she couldn't understand. But as long as the new employees could understand them, she didn't plan to change them. Because the area outside the stronghold is still extremely cold, players who have acquired weapons cannot leave immediately. In addition, almost all the newbie quests inside the stronghold have been cleared out, leaving only the mineral resource department at the bottom of the stronghold as a place that can continuously generate income. However, the number of mining tools was limited, and many people could only watch and became anxious. However, a small number of people picked up their tools and joined in. Holy crap, you guys are mining with guns, someone exclaimed. That's not a gun, that's a spectral cutter. You know what a cutter is. It's a tool, not a gun. It can only be used as a pistol for self-defense in case of danger. Since it's a pistol, I can easily attach a few crystals to it later, right? Players who redeemed the toolset were pleasantly surprised to find that they could continue to earn reputation even though they couldn't go out, and couldn't help but feel glad that they had redeemed the toolset instead of the weapon set. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to find a job, and all the game privileges I finally got would just go to waste by leaving the game running. Seeing the weapon-equipped players who couldn't do anything running around in a panic, the players in the mine were even more motivated, hoping to mine more or during this anti-addiction period. Soon the cold cycle was coming to an end. Most players had prepared their equipment and were equipped with void shields. Except for a few unlucky ones who were still digging underground while cursing, almost all the new players who had bound their rest points came to the gate of the stronghold to wait for the cycle to change. Why doesn't this Cups outpost even have a single glass window? What are you trying to do? Maybe this cold loop is just the map refreshing outside. Do you want to watch the map refresh? What nonsense. Don't you want to see the icy landscapes of other planets? That makes sense. If there were a huge floor-to-ceiling window, and it was snowing heavily outside, we could sit here and have some coffee. If there were a woodpile, it would be even more wonderful. Hey, enjoying yourself like this? Absolutely, but since we've just entered the game, we don't have any resources. At the beginning, we should focus on quests. What quests did you guys choose? At this point, a bunch of players craned their necks to look at the player who had spoken. A husker-like idiot. What an idiotic name. I saw a group of robots in the armory that looked just like our weapons boss. I chatted with them for a while I was taking inventory. What? You got a quest from an NPC? You think you can hog it all to yourself? Why would he eat alone? Anyone who asks him will tell him. Besides, it wasn't really a mission. It was just some outside intelligence about the Chamber of Commerce's daily operations during the warm cycle. The players were chattering away, discussing their plans after opening the door and going outside, when a timer suddenly sounded in the corridor. They snapped out of their daze and watched as the 20-centimeter thick alloy gate slowly lifted, revealing the bright sunshine outside. Oh, freedom. Tap tap. Don't tap tap once. The enemy is on the other side of that door. The group of players dashed out of the gate like monkeys just released from their cages. The air on the plane was icy cold. During the so-called warm cycle, the temperature was 180 degrees Celsius higher than the extreme cold, so it was considered warm. However, the players didn't care at all. They were extremely excited and had no idea who I am or where I am. All they had was, I'm going to go on a killing spree. The stronghold's gate was a clearing nestled against the mountain, with a terrace formed between it and the cracked earth opposite. Thus, the stronghold's gate vaguely resembled a triangular intersection, with 3 black frozen rock paths covered in white frost of unknown composition, like a blood vessel flowing with foul-smelling black blood, extending to who knows where. Is this a road? The sky is so yellow. What's the composition of this atmosphere? Is it toxic too? The players arrived at the open space and gazed at the quiet and peaceful yet eerie land. The black and white earth and the dim yellow atmosphere shrouded the entire area overhead. Several bright suns formed a large circle and focused on the ground, or rather, they looked like an eyeball staring directly at this narrow space. The azure heaven is dead. The yellow heaven shall rise. Uphold the Han dynasty. Its rule rests on Venus. Crazy. Didn't the Han dynasty just get back on its feet? Recruiting. Anyone want to team up for this map? We're one short, preparing to take this route. We're all newbies, and it's a completely unfamiliar map. It's better to have more people in a team. Cups is a mechanical faction, and if we encounter a mountain battle, we might get overwhelmed by their sea of Moa birds. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Right. We don't have any income to buy hoverboards yet. We need to be careful when exploring the map. After all, nobody wants to work for hours to get those weapons, only to have them wiped out in one bombardment by the Cups. Do you guys want to mine for 2 hours straight? Without much in-depth communication, the players spontaneously split into 3 teams and left along 3 paths in a grand manner. They didn't have much time and hoped to develop a detailed holographic map of the area around the stronghold as soon as possible. Better to die than to die was also mixed in with one of the teams. He looked around and suddenly saw a familiar ID. Hey, Husky brothers. It's better to die than to die, my friend, he thought, and flashed to the player's side, reaching out to hook his arm around the player's neck as if they were old friends. The Husky wasn't too keen on such intimate actions, especially with a stranger in the game, so it quickly tried to break free. Nothing else, brother. I just want to know if you accepted a quest from an NPC. The Daoist asked in a low voice. Didn't I already say it's just public news that everyone can smell? If you don't have one, then I have one here. Would you like to hear it? Dead Daoist's words quieted the Husky down, and it looked at him with a strange gaze. In Starcy Frenzy, NPC quests may not have any treasures or items like other open worlds. Apart from some chance encounters with traps, the only reward is star coins. You might as well keep those rewards for yourself. Hearing the Husky's irrelevant answer, I knew that this guy must be just like me, having dug up a lot of gossip from game forums. No, what you're describing can only be called a commission, not a real mission. Remember our guide, brother. The guide is exemplified by Sankaria, who established a foothold for them. I know, what's wrong? I overheard them talking to some robots, and they mentioned an abandoned mine. Since these are all abandoned places, there's definitely no money to be made. Don't rush, let me finish. That abandoned mine wasn't emptied out and then abandoned. Instead, an ice layer collapsed underground, which almost blocked the entrance. But I heard them say that the Chamber of Commerce didn't have time to move the things inside because all the members of the Chamber of Commerce died before the collapse. What exactly are you trying to say? Do you want to get rich overnight? I know the coordinates. This would be all for today. Next part coming soon, so please like, share and subscribe in order to get notified as soon as the next part drops.